Jiang City. Inside a dilapidated building. Sumu did not go home after work. He lied to his wife Jiang Yao saying he had a business trip. In reality, he was hiding here. Some families are warm harbors, others are battlefields without smoke. His wife Jiang Yao was pressing for a divorce. Going home now would only bring nothing but explosive arguments. Better to stay here for a night of peace. This dilapidated little villa in the suburbs was a refuge he had bought for over 100,000 yuan years ago. Whenever life became suffocating, he would come here to play games and drink a little, numbing himself. A boring variety show played on the TV. He took a sip of wine, a bite of chicken feet, savoring the moment. But as he drank, the taste changed. He couldn't help but sigh. A man in his 30s, how had his life come to this? The alcohol went to his head. Sumu grew dizzier and leaned back to rest on the sofa. His elbow brushed against something soft and warm. He turned his drunken eyes and saw a woman in a black camisole, her skin dazzlingly pale, in the dim light, very seductive. Sumu thought it was an illusion and pinched his cheek hard. The woman wriggled like a fish, slippery and smooth. She spoke, her voice sweet and coquettish with a hint of reproach. Brother, your strength is too much. Don't pinch me. Sumu shuddered, half sobered up. He sat up straight, staring at her warily. Who are you? How did you get into my house? The woman blinked and naturally moved closer to him. I'm your neighbor Xiaoyi. I saw your door was unlocked and came in to check. Why are you drinking alone? Got troubles? Sumu frowned. This woman's voice was overly sweet, carrying a strange vibe. Could she be a call girl? He sniffed. A faint, pleasant fragrance. Sumu, an experienced man, instantly discerned she wasn't in that line of work. His face darkened as he pointed at the door. Don't just barge into people's homes. Get out. Don't disturb my drinking. Sumu's tone was cold and ruthless. He was a married man, as staying alone with a woman in a thin camisole was inappropriate. Oh brother, don't drive me away, Xiaoyi said, swaying her body provocatively. It's like this, I lost my keys and my roommate won't be back until late. It's so cold outside. Could I stay here for a while? I can keep you company with a drink. Stay for a while. Sumu's gaze swept over Xiaoyi. Dressed like that, with the slit of her dress almost reaching her thigh, she wanted to drink with him. This wasn't just drinking, it was practically throwing herself at him. Burning hot, not even a warm-up needed. The drunkenness in his mind cleared a bit more. Back in his youth, with his face, many women had indeed thrown themselves at him. But now, he was just a middle-aged man, one that women wouldn't even glance at on the street. Could such a windfall really fall from the sky? Sumu snorted coldly, picked up a glass, and poured her a full glass of baijiu. You want a drink? Here. He shoved the glass into Xiaoyi's hand. Go out, squat in the hallway and drink it. And while you're at it, take out the trash bag by the door for me. Thanks. You. Xiaoyi was so angry she laughed out loud. How could there be a man so clueless about romance? She was dressed like this, offering herself on a silver platter, and he told her to go take out the trash. For the first time, she deeply doubted her own charm. Xiaoyi picked up the glass, tilted her head back, and downed the 2 or 3 liang of liquor in one go. The alcohol quickly reddened her face, adding to her allure. She slammed the empty glass on the table and leaned in again towards Sumu. Brother, are you even a man? Are you afraid of me? What's wrong with a drink together? No one knows anyone here. To be honest, if it weren't for my damn husband demanding a divorce, driving me crazy with worry, I wouldn't look for a stranger to drink with. Hearing the word divorce, Sumu's eyes narrowed. So, another poor soul about to be divorced. Fellow suffers in a harsh world. The defenses in his heart loosened slightly. He waved his hand. Forget it, I won't kick you out. You can stay here for a while. That's more like it. Hearing this, Xiaoyi poured herself another glass and downed it in one go. She held up the empty glass, her eyes glazed, looking at Sumu. Brother, I've had 2. Won't you join me? All right. Sumu picked up his glass and clinked it with hers. The 2 people, broken by their failed marriages, began to drink glass after glass. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere in the room began to grow ambiguous. Sumu looked at the vibrant, sensual Xiaoyi before him, his heart stirring with restlessness. His wife Jiang Yao hadn't let him touch her in 5 years. She would either complain of his bad breath or say he was too greasy. It had been a very, very long time since he had been with a woman. Xiaoyi seemed to sense the change in Sumu's mood. She smiled and actively leaned in, wrapping her arms around his head. Her breath was like orchid. Kiss me. These 2 words hit Sumu like an electric current. It felt so good. How many years had it been since he had heard those words? Sumu's heart pounded with excitement. He slowly lowered his head. Xiaoyi obediently closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Just as their lips were about to touch, Sumu's head suddenly jerked to the side. He grabbed a ceramic plate from the table and with all his might hurled it at the television across the room. Crash! A loud noise. The TV screen shattered, revealing a camera lens. Xiaoyi was startled by the sudden change, her body trembling as she snapped her eyes open. A cold smile hung on Sumu's face. Jiang Yao, you can come out now. I never thought you'd stoop to a honey trap just to force me to divorce. What, trying to cuckold yourself? The wardrobe door was pushed open and Jiang Yao stepped out, holding a DJI portable camera. She said coldly, I didn't expect my husband to be so smart. Seeing that it was indeed his own wife who had arranged the seduction, Sumu felt a part of him die. He looked at Jiang Yao, his voice hoarse. All these years I have a clear conscience when it comes to this family, to the children, to you. Why can't you just be content and live a peaceful life? Jiang Yao slowly shook her head. A peaceful life? With you? Do you remember what you were like in college? The campus heartthrob known by everyone. Look at what you've become now. She pointed at Sumu. That belly is as big as a 6-month pregnancy. Your hair is almost gone. You are just a greasy, disgusting middle-aged man. Sumu was left speechless, completely wounded, but he still tried to make a last-ditch effort. I was too busy with work before. I really didn't have time. Can't I just start going to the gym? The gym, Jiang Yao laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke. The gym can change your appearance, but what about your soul? The Sumu I knew seems to have died the day he graduated. You're so lifeless now, without a spark of vitality. How am I so lifeless? Sumu yelled back, unwilling to accept it. Hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly rushed to the TV cabinet, grabbed his beloved Blu-ray player, and smashed it on the floor. The player shattered, revealing a neat stack of discs. Jiang Yao pointed at the discs on the floor. Look at what you're watching now. You used to say you loved watching porn, but what do you watch now? All serious, legitimate movies. How can you watch these art films? And on your Tomato Novel app, you don't even read racy content. Are you still the old Sumu? Sumu was rendered speechless by her tirade. She was right, he didn't read those things anymore. After graduation, the 996 work schedule had drained him of all his energy and desire. His body had broken down, and in that department, he was indeed a bit inadequate. He stubbornly retorted, the censorship is so strict now, I just can't find it. Besides, what's wrong with art films? They cultivate the mind. Can't I just enjoy some pure love? Jiang Yao didn't want to hear any more of his nonsense. Enough talk. My group of girlfriends and I have decided to travel the world, find a scenic place to settle down and retire. So let's get a divorce. She pulled a document from her bag. Now? Immediately. Right now? Sign this divorce agreement. My bags are already packed. Hearing this, Sumu was so angry he could barely speak. He finally understood the root of the divorce. Hanging out with that group of friends who all have divorce papers. How could she not want a divorce? Jiang Yao, are you crazy? Can you get a divorce in a group? Isn't it better to just have a good life? Just say the word. Are you divorcing or not? Jiang Yao issued her ultimatum. Sumu still hesitated. There were still a son and a daughter at home. Just then Jiang Yao's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes reddened and 2 streams of clear tears rolled down her face, without warning. Her voice choked with sobs. Please, Sumu, let me go. I've never asked you for anything in my life. Just this once, let me go, and let yourself go too. Looking at her crying, Sumu was frozen solid. From their college romance, to now over a decade of marriage, Jiang Yao had never cried in front of him. This was the first time. The first time she cried and begged him, and it was for a divorce. It's truly easy to love, but hard to get along. Sumu's heart was completely dead. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a dead silence. As you wish. Jiang Yao's face instantly lit up with relief. Thank you. But I have one request. Sumu said slowly. Name it. Before we divorce, I want to prove myself one more time. Jiang Yao knew exactly what he meant, and sneered, then go ahead. Xia Yi, who had been silently watching the drama, quickly stood up, and asked awkwardly, so, should I make myself scarce? Jiang Yao waved her hand. No need. ITLL only take 3 seconds. This riled Sumu up. He grabbed Jiang Yao by the wrist, and pulled her into the room. Don't underestimate me. 3 minutes and 3 seconds later. Jiang Yao walked out of the room with a composed expression, tidying her slightly rumpled clothes. She waved at the stunned Xia Yi, and turned to leave. Her voice, along with Xia Yi's, drifted clearly back to Sumu's ears from the doorway. Always say better safe than sorry, but that was just hilarious. Sumu sat alone in the room, his head hung low. Flowers may bloom again, but a man never regains his youth. How had he let his life turn into such a pile of crap? Just as he was in the depths of despair, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. The youthful rebellion system is now activated. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is a middle-aged man with a lost youth. The young and reckless system is now officially activated. The next moment, a translucent blue panel abruptly appeared before his eyes. Name Sumu, age 38, physiological age 52, physical condition obese, moderate, fatty liver, severely receding hairline, low physical fitness. Comprehensive assessment, on the verge of breakdown. Mental state, severe depression, no fighting spirit, loss of desire for courtship. Comprehensive assessment, a walking corpse. Charm value 5 out of 100. Overall assessment, a greasy middle-aged man who has lost all vital signs except for breathing. Sumu's face twitched violently. On the verge of breakdown. A walking corpse. And this damn charm value, only 5 points. He couldn't help but complain internally, what kind of international joke is this? In college, I was the famous campus heartthrob. Girls who pursued me could line up from the south gate to the north gate. How can my charm value be only 5? The mechanical voice responded without emotion. When you start reminiscing about past glories, it means you have become a hopeless middle-aged man. Sumu's lips curled, and he was speechless. You damn well make a good point. This system is the young and reckless system designed to help the host shed greasiness, return to peak condition, and rediscover the passion and recklessness of youth. Let the host become the man who makes girls' hearts race again. Sumyu's long-dead heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Tell me, what functions do you have? When the host performs actions that align with the definition of young and reckless, rewards will be given. These include, but are not limited to, lifespan, physique skills, and elimination of diseases. Returning to the age of 20 is not a dream. Returning to the age of 20. Those 4 words made Sumyu's heart race. 20. What kind of age was that? That was the age when even the sight of a girl's legs in a short skirt could make him stand at attention. The age when he could play games all night and still be full of energy on the basketball court the next day. It was the age before the 996 work schedule had worn down all his edges, before the burdens of daily life had suffocated him. Distributing newbie gift pack to the host. Distribution successful. Reward: age 3 years, physique 5, 1015. Eliminate middle-age disease, erectile dysfunction. As soon as the words fell, a warm current instantly surged through Sumyu's entire body. The chronic fatigue and aches that had accompanied him for years were swept away by this warmth. His whole body felt much lighter. The brain fog that had plagued him for so long dissipated, and his thinking became unprecedentedly clear. He looked down at his protruding beer belly, had it tightened a bit. More importantly, a long-lost vitality was quietly reviving in a certain part of his body. Sumyu's nose tingled, and he almost burst into tears on the spot. There was hope. His fatty liver, his chronic gastritis, his cervical spondylosis, his type 2 diabetes, his nearly failing prostate. These broken-down parts of his body finally had hope. He suddenly stood up, walked to the window, and with a whoosh pulled open the heavy curtains. Dazzling sunlight fell on his face, warm and comforting. He squinted, looking at the traffic outside, and clenched his fists. He would step by step return to the age of 20. He would personally retrieve the spirited version of himself. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Sumu and Zhang Yao walked out side by side, each holding a small red booklet. Divorce certificate. Zhang Yao looked at the booklet she had longed for, but instead of the expected ecstasy, she felt a hollow emptiness and an inexplicable panic. She glanced at Sumu subconsciously and was slightly startled. What's going on? It had only been 2 days since they last met, and he looked younger. The few strands of glaring white hair mixed in with his black hair were gone, his facial skin was tighter, and even the lingering greasy fatigue had vanished without a trace. Zhang Yao felt a bit unsettled and couldn't help teasing, I feel like you've gotten younger in the past 2 days. Seems like you're not sad about the divorce at all. Was all that reluctance before just an act? Sumu casually stuffed the divorce certificate into his pocket, his expression indifferent. There is some sadness after all, more than a decade of feelings. But more than that, it's the relief of breaking free from shackles. The sky is vast for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. Now I only feel joy. He was telling the truth. In the face of the huge temptation of reverse aging and returning to youth, this trivial divorce matter was insignificant. All those past stubbornness and reluctance now seemed laughably foolish. His only goal now was to find his younger self. But these words sounded harsh in Zhang Yao's ears. She felt a tightness in her chest. She had initiated the divorce, but his complete indifference was too much. She forced down her displeasure and squeezed out a smile. Husband, how about we have a farewell dinner? Part on good terms. Sumu turned to look at her, his eyes calm. Don't call me husband, it sounds awkward. As for dinner, I think it's unnecessary. From now on, it's better if we see each other less. You. Sumu's decisive attitude completely broke Zhang Yao's composure. She finally truly felt that something important in her life had been permanently removed. It felt like losing a family member. She bit her lip, a hint of barely perceptible grievance in her voice. Can't you give me a ride one last time? Sumu raised an eyebrow, looking her up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Give you a ride? I'm afraid you this old and wouldn't want to ride in my car. What are you talking about? Zhang Yao's cheeks flushed with anger. Sumu ignored her walk to the roadside and pulled out his keys to press a button. Beep beep. Not far away, a large vehicle covered with a heavy car cover flashed its lights twice. Sumu walked over and yanked off the car cover. A pitch-black BMW S1000RR heavy motorcycle appeared before Zhang Yao's eyes. The aggressive lines, the exaggerated exhaust left her utterly dumbfounded. This was Sumu's car. The man who was afraid of scraping the bottom of his car over speed bumps. When did he buy something like this? Sumu swung his long leg over gracefully, mounted the motorcycle, put on his helmet, and turned the key. Vroom, vroom vroom. The violent roar of the engine exploded, drawing the attention of passers-by. Zhang Yao's heart clenched at the sound, her voice laced with disbelief as she exclaimed, How can you ride this? I'm wearing a dress today, how am I supposed to sit on that? Sumu, his gaze hidden behind the black helmet visor, cast one final look at her, his tone carrying a hint of detachment. My apologies. From now on, this bike's rear seat is reserved only for young ladies in their 20s. Farewell, Madame Jiang. With those words, he twisted the throttle, and the black motorcycle shot forth like an arrow from a bow, roaring away into the distance, leaving Zhang Yao alone, stomping her feet in frustration. Sumu, you get back here. You jerk. How can you change so completely the moment we're divorced? This is too much. How can you possibly raise the kids like this? Her shouts were quickly swallowed by the noise of the traffic. Just then a fiery red Porsche 911 pulled up silently beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Xia Yi in the driver's seat, her makeup impeccably applied. Hey girl, what's up? Xia Yi poked her head out, her eyes landing on the red booklet in Jiang Yao's hand, and immediately broke into a wide grin. Ooh, finally divorced. Congratulations, congratulations. Honestly, your Sumu was the toughest nut to crack. The rest of us, the moment we mentioned divorce, they agreed on the spot. Not like your husband, who needed a bit of seduction. I almost had to sacrifice my innocence. Jiang Yao shot her a disdainful glare, opening the car door and sliding into the passenger seat. More like you were almost the one getting the bargain. Xia Yi pursed her lips. Your ex-husband? I wouldn't take him even if he were given to me for free. The other two women in the back seat leaned in excitedly, each pulling out their own divorce certificates. Come on, ladies, this is a historic moment. Congratulations to our last sister for finally breaking free. From now on, we're free from the shackles of family. Let's travel the world. For women, 6 divorce certificates huddled together for a group photo. Yeah. Jiang Yao held up her certificate, flashing a peace sign at the camera, her face beaming with a radiant smile. However, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction Sumu had disappeared, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Sumu rode his motorcycle, feeling the wind roar past his ears. Awesome. This was king awesome. Returning to his empty home, he tossed the divorce certificate carelessly onto the coffee table. Ding. A notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Detected host switching to a passionate vehicle and bravely bidding farewell to your ex-wife, performing an act fitting youthful recklessness. Reward lifespan 1I, current physiological age 34. Reward moderate fatty liver cured. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. He got a year younger just like that. And his fatty liver was cured too. He instinctively touched his stomach, feeling it had become a bit flatter. This system is incredible. Sumu picked up the divorce certificate and examined it for a moment. After some thought, he opened a drawer and put the document away. His gaze swept across the corner of the living room where a family portrait was displayed. In the photo, he and Jiang Yao were still young, with a pair of adorable children standing beside them. Seeing the photo, the joy of regained youth in Su Mu's heart instantly dimmed. His daughter Su Jiling had already gotten into a top-tier key university. But the child had completely cut ties with him. The reason, simply put, was that during high school, Su Jiling had displayed remarkable talent in dance and singing, desperately wanting to pursue an arts academy. Sumu, however, believed the entertainment industry was too chaotic and dancing was frankly just a way to entertain the wealthy. No future in it. He used his authority as a father to forcefully alter his daughter's life path, forcing her to take the college entrance exam. As a result, his daughter did get into a key university, but the bond between father and daughter had reached its end. She hadn't spoken more than a few words to him in a year. Then there was his son Su Shishing. The boy was smart and could have easily gotten into a good university. But on the day of the college entrance exam, he missed his own exam time to help a female classmate retrieve her admission ticket. Sumu was so furious he nearly had a stroke, grabbing a belt and beating Su Shishing severely. Since then, the relationship between father and son had plummeted to freezing point, barely exchanging a word a day. Now the boy was miserably repeating his senior year. Recalling all this, Sumu felt a tightness in his chest. He realized he had been terribly wrong. Back then, he always craved stability, wanting everyone in the family to follow the safe, pre-planned path he had laid out. To achieve this, he didn't hesitate to become a tyrant with an overwhelming need for control, a stern and unapproachable father. And what was the result? Sand clenched in a fist slips through the fingers faster the tighter you hold it. In the end, his wife divorced him and his children became estranged. He let out a long, heavy breath. It was time for a change. Sumu had been young and rebellious too. How did he become the very thing he despised in his youth just because he became a father? Finding his 20-year-old self wasn't just about regaining a youthful body, but also about rediscovering that heart capable of understanding and empathy. He wanted to be a good father, one who could be a brother to his kids. At that moment, the front door clicked open. Su Shishing walked in, carrying his school bag, his face dark and sullen. He didn't even glance at Sumu in the living room, heading straight for his room, radiating an aura of stay away. Sumu put on a gentle smile. Son, you're back. Have you eaten yet? His only response was a loud bang. Su Shishing slammed his door shut with force. Damn it. This little brat. Slamming the door on your old man. Sumu's temper flared up instantly. His first instinct was to grab the belt and teach him what fatherly love as heavy as a mountain meant. But his hand just raised, frozen midair. Calm down. Calm down. He had promised to change, to find his youthful mindset. The first step was to completely say goodbye to that rigid, bad-tempered father image. The kid was clearly in a bad mood today, which meant something must have happened. He should try to understand him, not solve problems with violence. His son actually hadn't been going to school after the college entrance exam. He wasn't even a student anymore. Sumu had only found out about this a couple of days ago. He had been planning to find an opportunity to talk to him about it. But then today this happened. It seemed like something else had occurred after the exams. It was probably about that girl. Sumu had a hunch. He walked to his son's door, took a deep breath, and turned the doorknob. The room was dark, the lights off. Su Shixing was lying on his desk, the faint green glow of his phone screen casting an eerie light across his face. What do you want? Su Shixing was startled, quickly hiding his phone, his voice full of annoyance. Get out. Don't bother me today, I need to study. Sumu understood. Yeah, he was definitely writing a long message on WeChat. It's 100% about that girl. Sumu walked in and casually turned on the light. Studying? With you looking like death warmed over, do you really have the state of mind to study? What happened? Tell your old man. Su Shixing stubbornly retorted, no. I said I'm going to study, can you just stop bothering me? Right? There was again that catchphrase. Sumu suppressed the urge to slap him and probed, is it still about that girl? The one you went back to get her admission ticket for during the college entrance exam. That was the only girl Sumu knew of who had any connection to his son. Back then, for that girl, his son had even jeopardized his own future. He thought this show of concern might get his son to open up, but instead Su Shixing's reaction was even more intense. Su Shixing looked up sharply, stop asking. What would an old fossil like you understand? Get out. Sumu's face instantly darkened. God damn it. I really want to beat you to a pulp. If it weren't for fixing his son's psychological issues so he could enjoy his own carefree life afterward, he wouldn't bother with this brat's troubles at all. But Sumu also knew the kid was stuck in a dead end, his heart sealed shut. Pushing further would only backfire. All right. Surprisingly, Sumu didn't lose his temper. He just nodded calmly. Then study hard. I won't disturb you. With that, he turned, closed the door behind him, and actually left. Click. The door shut. The room fell silent again. Su Shixing was stunned. His dad today was acting out of character. In the past, he would have grilled him relentlessly, not letting up until had scolded him black and blue. Why did he leave so easily today? But he didn't have the mind to think about that now. His entire world had just collapsed. His goddess, when Shujing, the girl had pined for even delaying his own college entrance exam to help her, had just announced her relationship on her social media. What about the promise to wait until he got into college? Why did she find a boyfriend so soon after starting university? Unwilling to accept it, he opened WeChat, his fingers trembling as he typed a message. How could you do this to me? What were all those ambiguous moments after the exam supposed to mean? The message was sent, and a reply came quickly. When Shujing, I'm sorry, brother Shixing. I know you're a good person. If you hadn't helped me get my admission ticket back then, I wouldn't have gotten into university. I'm truly grateful to you. But love isn't gratitude. I met someone more suitable in university. I'm sorry. A good person. The friend zone card again. Su Shixing trembled with rage, furiously typing back. I want to see you right now. He hit send. A red exclamation mark popped up mercilessly. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. He had been blocked. Su Shixing's eyes instantly reddened. At this age, when he believed most in love, this had to happen. He felt like his life had collapsed. At that moment, the door clicked open again. Su Shixing looked up sharply, his brewing sorrow instantly shattered. His father Sumu was actually walking and carrying a wooden guitar. The guitar was covered in dust, a treasure from his father's youth. Su Shixing had almost forgotten such an antique existed in the house. He quickly wiped the corners of his reddened eyes, composed his expression, and put on a stern face again. Dad, haven't I told you to knock before entering my room? It's basic respect. And what are you doing bringing that old guitar in here? Can you just leave me alone? In the past, Sumu would have already swung the guitar at him. But now Sumu was all about thick skin. Not only did he not get angry, he plopped himself down on the edge of Su Shixing's bed, even crossing his legs. Knock. We're family, who needs that? Sumu innocently plucked a few strings, producing some discordant thumps. Was just rummaging in the storage room, and suddenly saw this guitar. Realized it's been ages since I practiced. Thought since your room has good acoustics, I'd come in and let you judge if your old man's skills have gotten rusty. Su Shixing was utterly speechless. Was this old man on something today? He never even looked at this guitar usually, and now he digs it out for a performance. I'm not in the mood for this. His mind was full of that red exclamation mark, his chest tight and suffocating. The last thing he needed was his dad's Renaissance act. Sumu completely ignored his son's dismissal, tuned the strings himself, cleared his throat, and began to sing in a sobbing, wavering tone. Oh, the pen in Su Shixing's hand was nearly snapped in two. Sumu, I've been punished. Quit smoking, I'm not used to it. What do I do without you? Took 3 years and a week to learn how to endure. The singing echoed in the small room. Su Shixing felt completely numb from listening. Dad stopped singing. He held his forehead, looking utterly miserable. That's an old internet meme from the first half of the year. It's so outdated. Sumu's singing abruptly stopped, a look of embarrassment flashing on his face. Is it a? Sorry, just got online. Had been too busy working and making money over the years to have time for those short videos. He thought using a young person's approach would bridge the gap, but instead, he just exposed himself as an out-of-touch relic. But that was fine. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was someone else's problem. Today he was determined to pry the kid's mouth open and get all his troubles out in the open. Otherwise, moping around over some girl all day, how the hell was he supposed to study properly? Sumu decided to change tactics, no longer directly interrogating. He put the guitar aside and sighed. Forget it, you go back to studying. Your room has pretty good soundproofing. They'll just hang out here for a bit too, and this thing won't bother you. Su Shixing took a deep breath, his chest heaving. He couldn't kick him out, and he couldn't beat him. What else could he do? He could only turn around in frustration, grab a math workbook, slam it on the desk, and pretend to study. But the page didn't turn for a long time. The room fell into a brief silence. Only the occasional squeak of Su Mu turning the tuning pegs broke the stillness. Just as Su Shixing thought his dad was finally going to settle down, a gentle melancholic guitar intro slowly began to play. Su Shixing's heart skipped a beat, and he whipped his head around. He saw his dad's big face had somehow gotten close, almost pressed against his own, looking at him with an intense, soulful expression. Su Shixing recoiled in fright. Dad, what are you doing? Shoo. Su Mu made a silencing gesture. Ignore me, pretend your dad isn't here, and continue to immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge. This is so weird. Su Shixing muttered to himself, turned his head, and forced himself to focus back on the book. Still pretending, huh? Fine. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. If you want talk, then your old man will just have to help you draw out what's on your mind. Su Mu composed himself gently, plucked a string, and his voice drifted out. Those who love more always cry first. Boom. Just that one line. Su Shixing's straight back instantly stiffened. Doesn't he know heartbroken people can't listen to songs like this? Su Shixing felt his nose tingle, tears nearly spilling out right then and there. Dad, what are you doing? He covered his face, letting out a pained groan. Su Mu's face drew closer, his singing continuing with a mesmerizing, ear-filling effect. Who are you in my eyes? Monopolizing the taste of being loved. Su Mu deliberately emphasized the word monopolizing, singing with 100 twists and turns of melancholy. Whoa. Su Shixing couldn't hold back a sob in his mind when Shujing's smiling face suddenly surfaced. Was she at this very moment leaning in another boy's arms, monopolizing the taste of being loved that should have been his? Su Shixing felt as if a lump of cotton was stuck in his throat, nauseous and uncomfortable. He abruptly turned his head. His old man's face was still so close. For the first time, he felt his father was truly despicable. Su Mu's singing continued to mercilessly lash at him. Embracing makes you so tired. Those who love more always turn hypocritical first. Stop singing. Old man, stop singing. Su Shixing finally broke down completely. He shoved Su Mu's face away, tears streaming down like beads from a broken string. Whoa, can't you just leave me alone? Su Mu finally stopped strumming and singing, a triumphant smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He patted his son's back, his tone laced with concern. Oh, why did you crack so quickly? Got something on your mind, son? Tell your old man. Su Shixing wiped his tears haphazardly, stubbornly retorting, No, I need quiet to study math. You're ruining my train of thought. Woo. Oh, is that so? Su Mu nodded, knowingly picked up the guitar again and placed his fingers on the strings. Then let me play a livelier tune to help stimulate your thinking. With that, he plucked the strings, switched to a different rhythm, and began in a mischievous rap style. Who's your favorite in Jiangxing hip-hop? Su Shixing's face instantly turned green. The impact of this lyric was greater than the entire previous song. Who was the old man subtly mocking? This was a lethal psychological attack. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang up from the chair and yelled at Su Mu. I wasn't cucked. We were never even together. Stop being so sarcastic. Seeing his son's hysterical reaction, Su Mu smiled with satisfaction. Look at that. He just admitted it himself. Su Mu mentally gave himself a pat on the back. Indeed, communicating using the younger generation's methods yielded immediate results. Ding. Detected host successfully using the younger generation's way to communicate with son. Reward lifespan 1, physique 5. Lifespan 3,433 years, physique 2025. A warm current surged through his body, dispelling his fatigue and leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He put down the guitar with satisfaction and patted his son, who was still on the verge of a breakdown, on the shoulder. Come sit down. Since you shouted it out, tell your dad properly what happened. With things having come this far, Su Shixing didn't want to hide it anymore. He plopped back down in the chair, all energy drained, and began his accusation with a mix of tears and anger. Yes, that's right. It's that female classmate when Chu Jing. He first added a defensive remark. First off, let me clarify, I was done with the college entrance exam and already 18 when I got involved with her. And I haven't signed up for retaking the exam, so I'm not a student right now. After hearing the disclaimer, Su Mu nodded, signaling him to continue. All right, go on. Su Shixing clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. She got into university, didn't she? She said she'd wait for me there. She said she'd wait for me to get in. But how long has it been? Less than 2 months. She announced her new boyfriend on her moments. Isn't that infuriating? Su Mu didn't seem particularly surprised after listening. This kind of plot was in his view nothing but a cliché. He stroked his chin, pondering, and asked, Are you sure you two were in a relationship? Or rather, did she ever explicitly acknowledge you as her boyfriend? Su Shixing was taken aback, then hastily retorted, Of course. Although she didn't say it outright, she was very special to me. After the exam, she was clingy, every day wanting me to accompany her for meals and shopping. When crossing the street, I held her hand, and she didn't refuse. We even shared the same cup of milk tea. Isn't that what boyfriends and girlfriends do? Su Mu suddenly asked, Did you sleep together? Hearing this, Su Shixing's face turned bright red. Sleep what? Dad, can you be a bit more pure? Right? That's not a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at all. Su Mu stroked his chin and continued to probe. Then let me ask you. When she talks, does she often use cutesy reduplications? Like eat or sleep? Su Shixing's eyes widened. Dad, how did you know? Su Mu held up a second finger. Does she use a particularly syrupy tone with at least 3 emphasized words in a single sentence? Like I'm so sad. Su Shixing's mouth slightly opened. Amazing. She really is like that. Su Mu raised a third finger. Does she have few female friends? When she's with you, does she often say other girls isolate her, claiming she only has you? Su Shixing was utterly shocked. He looked at Su Mu in disbelief, as if seeing his father for the first time. Dad, did you install a surveillance camera on her? She's told me many times that the girls in her dorm target her, and she feels lonely. That's why I felt so sorry for her. That's it. Diagnosis complete. This is a textbook green tea bitch, not exceptionally skilled, but more than enough to fool a naive kid. Su Mu patted his shoulder with a grave expression. No need to ask further, son. The girl you like is a classic green tea. She's just stringing you along, playing with ambiguity. He imparted his wisdom earnestly. Dad's advice to you from now on: if you meet a girl who emphasizes 3 words in every sentence, run. Run as far away as you can. Su Shixing was completely dumbfounded. Dad, how do you know so much? Did you encounter one before? Or were you also a backup plan? In his memory, his father had always been a rigid, serious, even somewhat impersonal man. How could he possibly understand these intricate emotional games? Hearing his son's doubt, Su Mu let out a disdainful snort. No, I used to be the male version of a green tea. Let me tell you the feeling of being pursued by many admirers. Absolutely amazing. He smacked his lips and added, too bad I met your mother later and she tamed me. Su Shixing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Is this what a person says? My dear father, you were a player and you're proud of it. Su Mu ignored his son's complex expression and continued, so son, listen to your dad. Let go of that girl. This kind of feeling isn't worth clinging to. Wasting your future, even acting like you're dying over a green tea who treats you as a tool. It's not worth it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Once you get into a good university, what good girls won't you find? Su Shixing understood the logic. But Su Shixing's voice dropped, filled with helplessness and unwillingness. I can't do it. I can't forget her. He closed his eyes painfully. Now every time I close my eyes, all I see is her smile. Her smile is so sweet, so pure, with stars twinkling in her eyes when she laughs. Dad, is there a mistake? Maybe she had her reasons. Seeing his son's stubborn devotion, refusing to give up until all hope is lost, Su Mu sighed helplessly. It seemed that just talking wasn't going to work. The poison was too deep. He needed to resort to some extraordinary measures. Su Mu stepped back, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his gaze sharpening. The air in the room was stifling, the electric fan whirring overhead. He stared at Su Shixing, who was still lost in his own self-pity, and abruptly posed a question. Even if you win her back now, is she still the same girl in your heart? Su Shixing jerked his head up, his eyes full of defiance. Why wouldn't she be? Su Mu let out a cold sneer, deciding to strike at the heart of the matter, each word aimed at the tender spots of this naive young man's psyche. She might have already slept with someone else. She's tainted now. The moment those words left his mouth, the air in the room seemed to solidify. Su Shixing's tears broke free instantly, the sobs he had just suppressed surging forth again as he completely fell apart. He retorted hysterically. She didn't. She's not that kind of woman. She's very traditional. Su Mu remained expressionless, continuing his verbal assault. Even if she didn't sleep with him, she must have held hands or kissed him at least. He took a step forward, looking down at his son cowering in the chair. That guy's hands have touched her face, wrapped around her waist. That guy's lips have kissed hers. Maybe even those hands have slipped under her clothes. She's no longer pure. She's already been shaped by another man. Do you still want her? Each word struck Su Shixing's heart like a sledgehammer. His lips trembled, wanting to argue, but no words came out. He knew it was true. When Chu Jing had announced her new boyfriend, what would they do together? Hold hands? Kiss? Or even? Su Shixing dared not think further. He hurled his math textbook to the floor with a loud thud. Silently, he crawled onto his bed, burrowed under the covers, and wrapped himself up tightly like a wounded ostrich. Seeing this, Su Mu nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Pain is good. Without pain, how can one wake up? He pulled up a chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. It seemed his shattering illusions tactic was working perfectly. What do young men care about most? Isn't it the purity of their girlfriend? What hot-blooded youth would willingly accept a used woman? Su Mu recalled his own youth when he had a certain purist mentality, even when reading web novels. He demanded absolute purity, or he'd give a bad review, often infuriating authors into heated arguments with him in the comment sections. Now he just had to wait for his son to come to his senses and give up on that girl when Chu Jing. Honestly, that girl had been nothing but trouble. Su Mu had long noticed that Su Shixing, despite swearing he was going to repeat his final year, hadn't actually registered for school. These past few days had been leaving early and coming back late, secretly working odd jobs, delivering food, handing out flyers, saving up money to go find her in her city. The drive to court a mate was truly remarkable, almost touching, like a male salmon swimming upstream, circling half the globe for the chance to mate only to die from exhaustion. Courting is an instinct etched into our DNA. As a fellow male, Su-mu understood completely. But understanding was one thing. His son was destined for a top university, a future full of promise. To let it all be ruined by a scheming girl was something he as a father absolutely could not tolerate. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. After about 5 minutes, a rustling sound came from under the covers. Su Shishing finally poked his head out, eyes swollen and red, but his gaze was unusually resolute. Dad, I've thought it through. Su-mu's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded approvingly. Haha, glad you came around. My son truly has my spirit, able to let go and not be troubled by some woman. He cleared his throat, ready to impart some more wisdom. Honestly, back in my day, women chased after me, but I had standards they had to be. Before he could finish, Su Shishing cut him off. It's not like that, Dad. A relieved smile even appeared on his face. Actually, I think so. What if she held hands with someone or hugged him? Just wash her off and it'll be fine. Su-mu's smile instantly froze. He stared at his son in shock, wondering if he had heard correctly. Is this his son? Is he even speaking human language? What does he mean, just wash her off and it'll be fine? Who the hell taught him that? Su-mu, who had lived for over 30 years and prided himself on his worldly experience and sharp tongue, couldn't even come up with something that absurd. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He shot up from his chair, pointing at Su Shixing's nose and cursing. Are you some kind of idiot? How did I raise such a pathetic simp? She's turned you into a cuckold and you're still licking her boots and saying you forgive her. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su-mu's head throbbed with anger, his blood pressure spiking. Su Shishing, however, seemed unbothered, even a little aggrieved. He held up his phone, the screen glowing with a WeChat chat interface. The contact name read Little Angel Jingjing. But she just added me back. She said she got into a fight with that guy and realized I'm better. She said she wants me to be her brother. When she can't sleep and goes for a run at night, she can call me and we can chat. Her boyfriend doesn't mind. What the hell is running at night? What the hell is her boyfriend doesn't mind? That's not running, that's doing cardio in bed. Su-mu felt unsteady on his feet. He pinched his philtrum hard, afraid he'd have a stroke and be killed by this pathetic excuse for a son. He had never imagined this. He had just acquired the youthful rebellion system and hadn't even had a chance to use it, and now his first great trial was his own son. This was a curse. Su-mu took deep, ragged breaths, trying to calm himself down. He knew that continuing to berate him was useless. The boy was completely obsessed. He sat back, down, his voice filled with exhaustion. What is so special about this girl, Wen Chujing? What makes you so infatuated that you can't forget her after all this time? At the mention of Wen Chujing, Su Shixing's eyes lit up again. He hugged his phone, a lovesick grin spreading across his face. I can't forget her smile. When she smiles, she looks like an angel, her eyes sparkling. And I can't forget those slender legs of hers and that pleated skirt, so fair and straight. She even fed me once before, hee. Su Shishing finished with a shy, giddy laugh, curling up in his blanket like a love-struck maiden. Su-mu clenched his fists, fighting the urge to hit him. He ground his teeth and asked word by word. So what you're saying is you were into her face, her legs, and the fact that she fed you? Su Shishing nodded without hesitation. You could say that. He looked up at Su-mu with an earnest expression. Dad, you don't understand. No other woman in the world can compare to her. Su-mu was speechless. He was beyond saving. In this situation, Su-mu knew that words were useless. This kid had simply never seen the world, never been around women. He was being strung along by a low-tier schemer and thought she was the whole world. Fine. If reason didn't work, he'd have to resort to the ultimate measure. His son was over 18 now, an adult. It was time he learned some things. A determined glint flashed in Su-mu's eyes. He suddenly stood up, lunged to the bed in one stride, and yanked the blanket off Su Shishing. Oh, Dad, what are you doing? Su Shishing was startled by the sudden action. Without a word, Su-mu grabbed his arm and dragged him off the bed. His strength was astonishing, and Su Shishing couldn't resist at all, being lifted like a helpless chick. Get dressed. We're going out. Su Shishing was bewildered. Where are we going? It's the middle of the night. Su-mu patted his son's face and said with authority, Son, stop being a simp. Dad's going to show you what the real world is like. In Jiangxing City at the Lotus Club, the city's most extravagant pleasure den, which had recently answered the call to reform and rebrand itself as a high-end establishment offering integrated karaoke and foot massage services. It was a place where men could sing, get their feet washed, and enjoy a bit of risque fun, the simple joys of the male species. As night fell, a black BMW motorcycle tore through the darkness with a thunderous roar, executing a perfect tail slide before braking sharply to a halt at the club's glittering entrance. The doormen and security guards all turned their heads in unison, their gazes drawn irresistibly to the spectacle. The BMW S1000RR, a machine that cost nearly 300,000 yuan, equivalent to a decent family car. Many could afford it, but only a few would spend that much on a Mitra-Peterin bike for pure fun. The door. Well, this bike had no door. Su-mu swung his long leg over the saddle in a fluid motion, exuding effortless cool. He removed his helmet, revealing a face weathered yet chiseled with sharp features. Then he reached back and pulled down the pale, trembling figure from the pillion seat. Pathetic Su Mu sneered, casting a disdainful glance at his son. A few corners, and you're already this weak. Su Shixing clung to a gilded pillar nearby, his stomach churning, legs trembling like a newborn lamb. You might be tired of living, but I'm still young. He finally managed to blurt out after a long pause. He truly felt his father had changed, completely. The man who used to hesitate before changing lanes, always crawling in the slowest lane, was now weaving through rush-hour traffic on a motorcycle like a daredevil. Absolutely insane. Su Mu smacked him on the back of the head. How dare you talk to your father like that? I might end up younger than you someday, and I might have to support you in your old age. Su Shixing stumbled forward, clutching his hair in indignation. Don't touch my hair. You'll mess it up. Su Mu looked at his son, who guarded his hairstyle as if it were sacred, and felt a wave of exasperation. An 18-year-old young man, yet acting like a moody teenager in the throes of puberty. Hair was the untouchable holy relic apparently. The two of them bickered their way to the entrance of the Lotus Club. Su Shixing looked up at the 4 golden characters Lotus Club in elaborate calligraphy and the palace-like doors, and instantly lost his nerve. He tugged at Su Mu's sleeve, his voice trembling. Dad, what? What are you doing? Mom wouldn't allow us to come here. If she finds out, she'll kill us. He usually walked past this place with his head down, avoiding it. This place was clearly not for a good student like him. Su Mu sneered inwardly. Your mom. She was now enjoying her single life after divorce, traveling the world with half the family fortune, living the life of a heroine. Who cared about this lovesick son of hers? Don't be a coward. Su Mu glared at him with disappointment. Let me teach you a lesson today. A man should act like a man. If you're always afraid of a woman, what kind of future will you have? This society is turning you young guys into sissies. Su Lovesick Shixing twitched his mouth, looking at his suddenly audacious father, and muttered under his breath, Dad, you're really brave. Then he stealthily pulled out his phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to his mother. Mom, come back and control Dad. While you're traveling, he's going to take me to a club to find women. Su Mu Sharpie caught a glimpse of the screen and just snorted disdainfully, too lazy to stop him. So what? How could he not share the joy of male bonding with his ex-wife? He wanted to infuriate that woman. Father and son stepped through the revolving glass door. Whoosh. In the lobby, 2 rows of beautiful hostesses in custom high-slit cheongsams bowed in unison at 90 degrees, revealing the sweetest smiles. Their voices, sweet and coquettish, merged into a warm current. Welcome to the Lotus Club, honored guests. Holy crap. Su Shixing's legs gave way, and he nearly fell to his knees before the spectacle. He had never seen so many beautiful women in his life. Each one was slender, curvaceous, with cheongsam slits that reached nearly to the waist, revealing long, pale, straight legs that dazzled the eyes. The most devastating part was that every single one of them was several notches above the class beauty he pined for. The air was thick with a luxurious fragrance, mingling with the faint scent of the women's skin, creating an intoxicating aroma he had never encountered before. Was this heaven? Su Mu felt a tug at his collar and was lifted up. What's with the trembling legs? Look at you, so inexperienced. Su Mu scolded fiercely, though his own heart was pounding. Damn, this was genuinely overwhelming. To be honest, he had lived half his life talking dirty, but deep down, he was still an innocent old man. This was his first time in such a place. Before, he only looked, but never touched. Su Shixing, barely steady with his father holding him, whispered in a choked voice, Dad, this place is too sleazy. Let's leave. I can't betray 1-1. Su Mu's mouth twitched violently at the name 1-1. Damn, even here you're still thinking about that green tea goddess. The hesitation that had been brewing in Su Mu's heart vanished, replaced by unprecedented resolve. Today he had to straighten out this kid's worldview. As the father and son stood hesitating at the entrance, looking out of place amid the luxurious surroundings, a woman in a red cheongsam, with an especially voluptuous figure, swayed over on high heels. Her name was Hulu, the marketing manager. She stopped in front of them, glanced at Su Mu's tense yet composed face, and the terrified young boy beside him found it amusing, and spoke first with a teasing tone. First time here, sir. Su Mu's eyebrows shot up at the word sir. He hated being called old. Sister, you shouldn't say that, Su Mu said, clearing his throat and putting on an air of a seasoned player. I'm here for a proper foot massage, not a brothel. Hulu burst out laughing, her chest heaving with amusement, making Su Shixing's eyes go wide. You're really funny, sir, she said, covering her mouth with a laugh. I was asking if it's your first time at the Lotus Club. What's wrong with that? Su Mu nodded, taking the opening. Yes, it's my first time. Any good packages you'd recommend? Huliu's smile grew warmer as she pointed a slender finger toward a row of antique-style private rooms. We've just launched our Hanfu foot massage and cheongsam foot massage, very popular among guests. You can choose a therapist and have her wear the outfit you like, providing the most professional service. Would you like to try it? Hanfu, cheongsam. Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. He loved this stuff, a true national treasure. But when he turned to his son, he saw the boy still with his head down like a quail, afraid to look around. No, today's main goal was to cure his son's heart ailment. He couldn't indulge himself first. Su Mu made up his mind. He leaned in close to Hulu and lowered his voice to a whisper audible only to the 3 of them, and asked the earth-shattering question, do you have any schoolgirls? Schoolgirl. Hu Liu's voice couldn't be contained. In the spacious hall, the originally flowing Guzheng music suddenly seemed to be choked, instantly falling silent. Swoosh. The 2 rows of cheongsam-clad young ladies at the entrance who had been whispering turned their gazes in unison, locking onto Su Mu and Su Shixing like searchlights. The air froze. Su Shixing felt as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head in an instant, his cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. He wanted to die. He wanted to die right now. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, then seal himself with concrete, never to be reincarnated. Ouch, Dad. What are you doing? He really wanted to cry. Bringing his own son to a club was one thing, but why would he mention such a taboo word in public? If this got back to school, Su Shixing would be ruined for life. He might as well apply for immigration to Mars. Hu Lu, after all, was seasoned in such situations. The awkwardness lasted less than 2 seconds before she quickly composed her expression and offered a slightly apologetic smile. Brother, you don't know this thing. We haven't had it for many years. We've long since transformed. This thing is not only unregulated but also outdated. It's no longer in vogue. While speaking, Hu Lu signaled Su Mu with her eyes, indicating that customers' tastes had elevated. Now everyone likes Chinese-style Hanfu. It's all about culture and atmosphere. No. Su Mu frowned, perplexed at how she could still misunderstand. He sighed helplessly and decided to make things clear. I'm not into anything illegal. He yanked out his good-for-nothing son, who was hiding behind him, pointing at his face that had turned the color of a pig's liver. Today I'm just bringing my son to see the world, to help him find his first love. Whoa. These words had an even greater impact than the earlier schoolgirl remark. The entire hall erupted. The customers, who had been pretending to look at their phones while actually eavesdropping, could no longer keep up the act. They were all stunned, jaws dropping to the floor. Holy crap, this dad is way too open-minded. Bringing his son to a club to find his first love. What kind of divine operation is this? I've seen father-son duos in action, but this is the first time I've seen it like this. I'm crying. If my dad were even half as open-minded, I wouldn't still be a single dog. Su Shixing listened to the surrounding comments, feeling as if he had died of shame 10,000 times. He was just an 18-year-old innocent boy. How could he have ever experienced such a scene? He just wanted to die immediately. Su Mu, on the other hand, was very calm, with an expression of complete normality. What's there to be ashamed of? Food and sex are human nature. This is a principle passed down from our ancestors. What's there to hide? Hu Lu, being the manager, had a quick mind and instantly guessed Su Mu's true need. Brother, I understand. Hu Lu stepped closer and lowered her voice. Is it that your son hasn't been studying well and got bewitched by some bad woman outside and can't get out? Su Mu's eyes lit up, looking at Hu Lu in shock, and slapped his thigh. No wonder you can be a manager. You really understand customer needs. Praised by Su Mu, Hu Liu's vanity was instantly gratified. She covered her mouth with a light laugh, her plump body trembling like a flower in the wind, causing the name tag on her chest to shake. Then I understand. Brother, you want that JK uniform, right? You want that youthful, vibrant feeling, isn't that right? JK. Yes. Su Mu felt the lump in his chest finally clear. That's the word. He had felt there was a word on the tip of his tongue, but couldn't recall it. Su Mu sighed with emotion. Alas, I'm really getting old. I can't keep up with these new terms from young people anymore. That's exactly what I meant. No need for real students, just that vibe. Hu Lu immediately covered her mouth with a light laugh, her chest heaving. Brother, you don't look old at all. With your mindset and your way of doing things, you're even younger than many young people today. Well said. That flattery hit the spot. Su Mu felt immensely pleased, and a surge of generosity arose. Although his mental age hadn't fully transitioned from that of a simple, honest, middle-aged man, his spending habits were definitely on the level of a big shot. He pulled out his phone and immediately scanned Hu Liu's code. Well said. Hey, race a tip of 5,000. No lack of money today, can you arrange it? Ding. The payment notification sounded. Hu Lu looked at the 5,000 inch on her phone. The number, and her eyes narrowed into slits with joy. It had been a long time since she had seen such a generous big brother. Foot spa customers often tipped 100 or 2, but a tip of several thousand was unheard of. Hu Liu's enthusiasm instantly escalated several levels. She straightened her chest and said in a sweet voice, "I'll make sure to arrange everything perfectly for you, big brother. Brother, you and the young master please wait in the private room. I'll use my manager privileges to arrange a group of the top technicians and personally send them to your room for you to choose." In the antique-style foot spa private room, sandalwood incense curled in the air. Su Mu and Su Shixing had already changed into the loose blue shorts uniformly provided by the club, lying side by side on 2 huge leather massage chairs. Su Shixing had a miserable face, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Dad, can we just leave? I really don't like this kind of occasion. Su Mu was crossing his legs leisurely, popping a peeled grape into his mouth, and said indistinctly, "What occasion? It's just washing feet, isn't it? Don't worry, I checked before coming. This is a legitimate green club. The technicians are just a bit better looking, and the service is better. They won't do anything." Su Shixing became anxious. That's not okay either. What if someone finds out later? Su Mu nearly choked on the grape in his mouth. At this point, Still thinking about that green tea goddess of yours? It seems the treatment today is absolutely necessary. Sumu didn't force it, switching tactics. How about this? Well, just do one session. If it feels bad, well, leave after one session. If it feels okay, whether to add more sessions is up to you. But Su Shixing was still hesitating. Sumu pushed the fruit platter aside, sat up straight, and his expression turned serious. This is a trial for you. Think about it. If you can't even withstand the test of a little beauty in front of you, how can you prove that your love for that one is unswerving? What is this called? This is tempering the Tao heart. When the Tao heart is steadfast, your love can be as solid as a rock. Understand? This twisted reasoning actually left Su Shixing dumbfounded. Temper the Tao heart. It sounded quite reasonable. Could it really be that he was guilty? Was his love for Wenwen truly not strong enough? No, he was devoted to Wenwen. Su Shixing gritted his teeth, as if engraving a belief into his bones. Fine. He took a deep breath and finally stopped being coy, plopping down fully onto the wide massage chair. As he sat down, he realized how comfortable the chair really was. The firmness was just right, supporting his back perfectly, making him feel as if he were sinking into a cloud. The tense nerves from earlier instantly relaxed a lot. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent, making one drowsy. Su Shixing closed his eyes, intending to conjure up Wenwen's pure face in his mind to strengthen his Tao heart. But somehow, as soon as Wenwen's face flashed in his mind, the scene suddenly shifted the next moment. The 2 rows of Chong Sam-clad young ladies with high slits from the hall just now flickered in his mind like a revolving lantern. Those snow-white long legs, that sweet smile, the fragrance emanating from them. Slap. Su Shixing suddenly slapped himself. Su Shixing, you're not human. How could you think of these things? Are you worthy of Wenwen? Sumu watched this scene and almost burst out laughing. Already working so quickly. It seems this foot spa is truly a cure for the soul. After waiting a few more minutes, the private room was very quiet, only the faint hum of the central air conditioning vent. Su Shixing's bottom began to get restless again. He suddenly clutched his chest, his face pale. Dad, I feel so panicked. I wasn't even this nervous when I took the college entrance exam. My heart is beating so fast. Am I sick? Sumu waved his hand lazily with the calm of an experienced person. Normal, small potatoes. Just sit back and enjoy. The most thrilling part of going to a club wasn't the massage, but the few minutes waiting for the technician to arrive. Especially the sound of the technician's high heels clicking. Click, click, click. Right on cue. A crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels striking the floor approached from afar. Each step seemed to land on Su Shixing's heartbeat. His breathing involuntarily quickened. The sound stopped at the private room door. Knock, knock. The door was gently tapped. Then a sweet and beautiful voice came through the door. Hello, technician. Su Shixing, who had been slumped in his chair, straightened his back instantly upon hearing that voice. He placed his hands neatly on his knees, stared straight ahead, his posture even more rigid than when he was being scolded by the school's discipline director. He even held his breath. Sumu cast a sidelong glance at his son's pathetic demeanor and couldn't help but snort. Look at you, all spineless. Weren't you just clamoring to leave? Weren't you thinking only of that one? Why aren't you making a fuss now? Your body sure knows what it wants. Sumu cleared his throat and called out toward the door. Come in. The doorknob turned softly. First, a small, fuzzy head poked in. The girl looked about 18 or 19, with twin ponytails and light makeup. Her smile was so sweet it could melt water. She blinked her big eyes and flashed a sweet smile at the 2 in the room. Good evening, honored guests. Boom. Su Shixing felt the string of reason in his mind snap instantly. A direct hit. She was just too adorable. So much better than Wenwen, who always put on that aloof, superior act. Su Shixing's Adam's apple bobbed, and he blurted out almost instinctively, Dad, I want this one. Sumu rolled his eyes in frustration and smacked the back of his son's head. Look at your lack of composure. This is nothing. Can't you be steadier? Just one comes in, and you lose it. There's more to come. As he spoke, the door swung fully open. What followed made even Sumu, a seasoned veteran who prided himself on having seen it all, nearly bulge his eyes out. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels on the floor came like rain. 1, 2, 3. All in schoolgirl uniforms. Identical plaid mini-skirts, tight, white blouses, and colorful little ties at the collars. The most devastating part was that these girls weren't wearing the usual student-style leather shoes. Instead, they all wore thin high heels. Their legs were long and fair, covered in semi-sheer white or black stockings that glowed with a soft luster under the warm yellow light. This wasn't a room for spa attendants, it was a girl group audition site. The once spacious private room was instantly packed with this flock of chirping beauties. A fragrant breeze swept over, dizzying the senses. Even Sumu was stunned. Though he had boasted earlier he had been frugal for the family in recent years and hadn't visited such places in a long time. Had the foot spa industry become this cutthroat? Not only were the attendants ridiculously high quality, but the numbers were also overwhelming. And he remembered clearly, usually attendants were brought in 2 at a time for selection. Since when did 20 or 30 people come in at once? They were about to burst the room. This wasn't choosing an attendant. It was picking a concubine. Sumu quietly elbowed Hulu, who stood by watching the show, and lowered his voice. Manager Hu, what's going on? Why so many people? Is business so slow that everyone's idle? Hulu covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes full of mischief. She leaned in close to Su Mu's ear, her breath warm. Brother, you don't know? The sisters at our club heard in the break room that you brought your son along. They were all curious. They all wanted to see what the handsome young man bewitched by a bad woman looks like. A few of the top attendants who were in the middle of playing mahjong just dropped their tiles and rushed over without even touching up their makeup. And those girls who were greeting guests at the door insisted on joining the fun. Su Mu's mouth twitched. Right, where there are many women, gossip spreads like wildfire. So they were treating his son like a monkey in a zoo. But as he looked at the rows of long legs before him, the slight irritation in Su Mu's heart evaporated instantly. Let them look. As long as the service was good, he didn't mind being a monkey. And from the way things were going, these girls weren't just here for the spectacle. Each one was puffing out her chest and sucking in her stomach, their eyes hooking like fishing lines. They were clearly competing in secret. This wasn't a gossip session. It was a beauty contest. Just then a few girls at the front began to make their move. Hello boss, hello little brother. Attendant 666, good at Thai massage, very gentle technique. As she spoke, she bowed slightly. The neckline was already low, and with that bow, Su Shixing saw only a blur of white before his eyes, and his nose felt hot, almost spurting blood on the spot. Good evening boss. Attendant 188, my name is Xiao Wan. I'm also very good at massages. Another girl stepped forward, not to be outdone, her short skirt swaying gently with the movement making hearts race. And me? In an instant, soft, sweet voices rose and fell in waves. Su Shixing was completely frozen, his eyes darting around, not knowing where to look. This was too exciting. Every woman here seemed prettier than one. How could he choose? This was just too difficult. He looked at Sumu pleadingly. Dad, this. Sumu too was now caught in deep conflict. As a middle-aged man with $1 million in savings in his pocket, his mental calculation was brutally simple. Children make choices. Adults take everything. He was already calculating how much it would cost to book the entire room. Even if it was $1,000 per person, that was only a few tens of thousands. A drop in the bucket. Sumu was about to wave his hand grandly and shout, keep them all. But when the words reached his lips, he caught sight of his naive son beside him, still building his worldview. No, he couldn't do that. Today was about educating his son, about instilling a proper view of consumption and romance. If he as the father led the way in debauchery, the boy would surely learn the wrong lessons. He had to hold back. He needed to maintain his fatherly dignity. Sumu forcibly swallowed the surge of boldness and cleared his throat with a pretense of authority. Ahem. Well, they're all good. Since it's for you to choose, you decide. Remember what Dad said, follow your heart. Sumu kicked the ball back to Su Shixing, just as father and son were staring at each other. The attendant named Xiao Wan, number 188, was clearly a sharp observer. She noticed their hesitation. Opportunity. Whoever took the initiative now would win. Xiao Wan clicked her heels and walked quickly to Su Shixing's massage chair. She didn't speak immediately. Instead, she picked up a piece of watermelon from the fruit plate nearby. With her slender, fair fingers, she gently held it up to Su Shixing's lips, leaning slightly forward. The pleasant scent of a young girl instantly enveloped him. Brother, have some watermelon to quench your thirst. Her voice was sweet and soft, carrying a whining tone that made bones melt. See how good I am. Will you pick me? Please, pretty please. She even gently shook Su Shixing's arm. Her big watery eyes looked at Su Shixing with an innocent and pitiful gaze. Boom. The last line of defense in Su Shixing's heart completely crumbled into dust. He had never been treated like this in his life. She was so beautiful, with such a great figure, so sweet-spoken, and even took the initiative to feed him watermelon. She even begged him to choose her. This feeling of being needed and valued made Su Shixing's nose suddenly sting. He almost burst into tears. So it turns out that girls who are prettier than Wenwen, with longer legs and sweet faces, can be had for 298 yuan an hour here. So this is the truth of the world. What were all his past convictions worth? Su Shixing opened his mouth and bit into that piece of watermelon, moved beyond words, instinctively nodding like a pounding garlic. Good, good. You're the one. You're the first girl who's been so nice to me. Whoa, I want you. I want you. Seeing this, the surrounding group of hostesses instantly let out a disappointed sigh. It's over. That little vixen Xiao Wan got ahead of them. This girl usually seems so quiet and gentle, but she moves fast when it counts. It seemed that the battle for the evening's flower queen was already decided. Sumu, watching from the side, found it rather amusing. Already fallen. Young people really lack composure. But since his son had made his choice, he too had to pick one. Su Mu's gaze swept over the remaining hostesses, just about to casually pick one that caught his eye. Suddenly Hulu, who had been standing beside him, moved. She waved her hand to the group of hostesses and said, all right, stop crowding around. The young master has made his choice. You all may leave first. Though reluctant, the hostesses dared not disobey the manager's order and reluctantly filed out. The private room instantly became much quieter. Sumu was taken aback. Hey, what about me? I haven't chosen yet. Hulu turned around, looked at Sumu, and revealed a meaningful smile. Bro, what do those little girls know about serving people? I can see your shoulders are stiff, you must have been working hard. How about tonight I give you a massage? I just want to get closer to you. Su Mu's mouth twitched. He looked Hulu up and down. Do you even know how to massage? Or are you just trying to watch the show and mooch off the hourly fee? Hulu was not offended, she just smiled faintly. She leisurely raised her hand and placed it on the button of her professional suit jacket. Her slender fingers twisted gently. Click. The button came undone. Then with both hands she pinched the lapels and slowly pulled them apart. Sumu felt something spring out. His originally indifferent gaze instantly froze. Next his pupils trembled. Whoa so big. Beneath the tight business attire there was actually such a breathtaking sight. It was a black lace camisole that could barely contain the surging waves about to burst forth. The deep cleavage was simply bottomless. That mature woman's unique fullness and allure was nothing like the green girls from before. If those earlier JK uniforms were refreshing lemonade, then the Hulu before him was a glass of rich, strong liquor. One sip could get you drunk. The shock on Su Mu's face was utterly undeniable. Why even choose a flower queen? The real flower queen had been standing right beside him all along. Only kids pick sweet girls. Su Mu swallowed hard, his throat dry. Well, manager who, since you're so sincere, he'll reluctantly let you try your technique. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in the distant Chilean mountains grassland, the setting sun dyed the rolling grasslands a golden red. In the distance, snow-capped mountains loomed faintly in the sunset glow, and herds of cattle and sheep were scattered like pearls across the meadow. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. A luxurious RV was parked quietly on the grassy slope. Beside the vehicle a sunshade was set up with delicate folding tables and chairs. For well-dressed, well-maintained beauties raised their wine glasses in unison. The clinking sounds were crisp and pleasant. These four were precisely Su Music's wife Jiang Yao and her three close friends, Xia Yi Guorong and Liao Yakin. This trip was initiated by Xia Yi. She was the richest among the four, owning several buildings for rental income. This time she not only provided the RV, but also covered most of the expenses. Ostensibly, it was to celebrate Jiang Yao finally breaking free from that good-for-nothing husband and gaining a new life. Xia Yi swirled her glass, her eyes dreamy as she gazed at the distant sunset, and sighed. Sisters, look at this grassland, these cattle and sheep. This vastness, this freedom. Where would you ever see it in that concrete jungle of a city, eh? Guorong chimed in, her face full of intoxication. Yes, it's so beautiful. If we hadn't come on this trip, we would have been trapped forever in that little kitchen. Every day, just washing clothes, cooking, serving men and children. In the end, we'd just turn ourselves into dowdy housewives. What's the point? Liao Yakin was even more excited, clutching Jiang Yao's hand and saying, Yao Yao, you were so right to get divorced. A woman should live for herself once. Look how great it is now. No one tells you when to come home, no one complains about your spending. This is the way to live. Jiang Yao listened to her friend's poisonous comfort, and her heart stirred with emotion. She gazed at the magnificent scenery, feeling that the pent-up frustration in her chest had finally dissipated. That's right. Living with that stubborn Su Mu was simply a waste of life. That man had no charm, no ability, just went to work and came back every day without a hint of romance. Leaving him was definitely the right choice. Jiang Yao nodded firmly, her face glowing. Now I finally feel the true meaning of life. I don't want to go back to that kind of life for even a single day. Seeing the mood was just right, Xia Yi immediately proposed. Since we're out, let's go all out. Come on, sisters. Tonight we'll turn off our phones. No answering husbands' calls, no replying to kids' messages. Tonight we'll drink and chat, and not leave until we're drunk. To our wonderful single life, cheers. Cheers. The four beauties cheered in unison and raised their glasses again. The scene was quite pleasing to the eye. Jiang Yao put down her glass, picked up her phone from the table, ready to follow the call and turn it off. Just as her finger was about to press the power off button, the screen suddenly lit up. A text message popped up. The sender was her precious son, Su Shixing. Jiang Yao glanced at it instinctively. That glance made the wine glass in her hand fall to the grass with a crack sound. The crimson wine splattered all over the ground. The screen displayed, Mom. Come back and take care of Dad. He's taking me to a club to find women while you're away on vacation. Boom. Jiang Yao, who had just been full of the true meaning of life and long live freedom, instantly felt like the sky was falling. A club, looking for women, and corrupting her purest, no precious son. Su Mu, you damned wretch. How dare you? Jiang Yao's previous elegance and composure vanished completely. She suddenly stood up, let out a scream toward the vast grassland. Su Mu, are you trying to die? 3 cows nearby, who were grazing with heads down, were so startled by the shout that they took off running. Unlike the earth-shattering chaos on the prairie, the atmosphere in the private room was blazing hot, almost on the verge of igniting. Shaowen technician No. 188 in a JK uniform was gently pressing Su Shixing's arm with her slender fingers. The young man's body instantly stiffened. Shaowen watched the reaction of this innocent young boy, and the smile in her eyes was almost overflowing. Every time she pressed, Su Shixing's body would tremble slightly. When her hand slid to his palm and gently kneaded with her fingertips, Su Shixing's cheeks flushed bright red as if they could bleed. Little brother so shy. Xiao Wen's voice was sweet and soft, like cotton candy burrowing into his ears. No, I'm not. Su Shixing retorted stubbornly, but he dared not look at her, his eyes fixed dead on the ornate crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Xiao Wen didn't call him out on it, just changed the subject with a hint of curiosity in her voice. I heard them say just now that a female classmate deceived your feelings. Is that true? Su Shixing's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head abruptly. No? Who told you that? This reaction was practically a confession. Xiao Wen's smile deepened. She suddenly leaned down close to Su Shixing's ear, her warm breath tickling his neck. How did she deceive you? Her voice was extremely low, carrying a deadly seduction. Like this, see? As she spoke, Xiao Wen suddenly grabbed his hand and gently placed it on her own cheek. She tilted her head up, her big watery eyes staring straight at him, and a sweet smile bloomed on her face. That smile was innocent yet seductive. Who could withstand it? Free. Su Shixing's brain instantly crashed a complete blank. Encountering a top-tier succubus right at the starting village. No one could withstand it. Seeing his incoherent reaction, the smile in Xiao Wen's eyes deepened. Your silence means yes. Brother is so handsome, that woman really doesn't know her place. Unlike me, I like honest brothers like you. After this barrage of attacks, Su Shixing was already dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Wen struck while the iron was hot, leaning close to his ear and whispering then. Can you give me an extra session later? Su Shixing blurted out without thinking, yes. All night long. Xiao Wen was amused by his dazed expression and giggled, blinking her eyes as she continued to tease him. Then what's your phone payment password? 123,458. Faced with this girl whose attack was 10 times fiercer than the class bell one, when Su Shixing completely surrendered and said whatever came to mind. Uffed. Xiao Wen finally couldn't help it and burst into laughter, her body shaking. On the other side, Su Mu, who was enjoying a head massage while leaning against Hu Liu's soft embrace, saw this scene, and his face was full of disdain. TSK. Look at how unsophisticated he is. Don't ever say you're my son Su Mu in the future. You're embarrassing me. He tilted his chin toward Xiao Wen's direction. Xiao Wen, well done. He'll give you 1,000. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Wen replied sweetly. Hu Liu, who was wearing a black short skirt that hugged her curves, upon hearing this, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Her slender fingers kneaded Su Mu's temples with just the right pressure, her breath as fragrant as orchid. Is that so? Then what about you, big brother? As she spoke, she slightly tightened her arms around Su Mu's head, letting his face rest comfortably against her. Su Mu felt a rich fragrance lingering around his nose. It was the scent of a mature woman. Intoxicating. But who was Su Mu? He was a seasoned veteran who had passed through a sea of flowers without a single leaf clinging to him. Su Mu sneered disdainfully. How is that all you've got? These words instantly ignited Hu Liu's competitive spirit. She immediately took offense and leaned close to Su Mu's ear. I still have a trump card skill, but I'm not sure if you big brother can handle it. As she spoke, she was about to bite his ear. Dad. At this critical moment, Su Shixing's untimely voice rang out. You can't be too intimate with other women. Even though mom is not here, you still need to uphold male virtue. Well, the nice atmosphere was completely ruined by this kid. Hu Liu's movement paused, and she stopped somewhat helplessly. Su Mu grumpily lay back on Hu Liu's lap, signaling her to continue massaging his head. He glanced sideways at his son, who was overflowing with a sense of justice. Hey, you're even trying to boss your dad around. Believe me, you'll take your no. 188 away. After all, I'm the one paying. Hearing this, Su Shixing immediately became nervous and pulled Xiao Wen behind him. No, Xiao Wen is mine. You're not allowed to book her from now on. Behind him, Xiao Wen, watching this childish conversation between father and son, was laughing so hard she couldn't straighten her back. Su Mu was also amused and angry. Damn it, look at this unfilial son actually competing with his old man over a technician. Guarding your food, huh? Believe me, he'll send you to a dog training place. Hu Liu, while massaging Su Mu's head, softly comforted him. Oh, big brother, don't be angry. Young people are just a bit more pure in love, taking feelings seriously. We need to understand. Su Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, what about middle-aged people? Hu Liu's fingers paused, then she chuckled softly in his ear. Middle-aged people. That's pure action. Ha ha ha. In the private room, Su Mu, Hu Liu, and Xiao Wen all burst out laughing. Only Su Shixing was speechless, his face flushed. Dad, can you be serious? If mom finds out about this. Hearing the mention of the woman who had just divorced and gone traveling around the world, the smile on Su Mu's face instantly vanished. He quickly interrupted his son. All right, don't mention her. He changed the subject and began to put on the air of a strict father. First, let me ask you, do you want to study hard from now on? Let me tell you, if you don't study well, it'll never bring you to see Xiao Wen again. Xiao Wen, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. What kind of parenting method is this? Upon hearing this, Su Shixing immediately stood at attention, his attitude serious. He'll study. He'll definitely study hard. Su Mu nodded with satisfaction and continued to press. And now do you still think about that one of yours? No. Su Shixing answered resolutely with a look of disgust. I think she's not that great now. She's just a bit pretty, relying on her looks to be smug. How boring. Top-tier technician versus green tea goddess. Green tea goddess is utterly defeated. Sumu nodded with gratification, feeling the money was well spent. His son had finally come to his senses. He began to speak earnestly, imparting his wisdom. Son, remember this one thing. In this world, the one thing never in short supply is beautiful women. If you make choices lightly based on someone's looks, the outcome will only be a hasty, half-hearted affair. Su Shixing, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. For the first time, he felt that his usually unreliable father actually made a lot of sense. Xiaowen beside him blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Big brother, what does hasty, half-hearted affair mean?" Sumu glanced at her and uttered 4 words flatly, literal meaning. Ha ha ha. The private room was once again filled with cheerful air. Xiaowen exclaimed in sincere admiration, "Big brother, your literary talent truly soars." Hulu, looking at Sumu's face with a strange glint in her eyes, couldn't help but lean over and give a loud smack on his cheek. "Brother, you're so humorous, you've got little sister's heart all aflutter." Sumu pointed to his lips with a mischievous grin. "Hey, you didn't kiss the right spot." Hu Liu's eyes shimmered with emotion, and she truly leaned in, as if to devour him. She was genuinely starting to like this big brother. At middle age yet devoid of greasiness, generous with his money, witty and fun. This kind of youthful uncle full of mature charm was a devastating blow to girls like them. Su Shixing's startled cry rang out again. Hey, 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 stop. Mom will find out, and it'll be over." Just as the words faded. Buzz, buzz, the phone placed beside him suddenly vibrated, its screen flashing to life. A video call request popped up. The caller ID shockingly displayed 2 characters, Queen Mother. Su Shixing's pupils constricted sharply. The private room fell silent in an instant. Sumu, Hu Lu, and Xiaowen. 6 eyes stared intently at the vibrating phone. Su Shixing's mind went blank and cold sweat broke out instantly. Answer or not answer? That was the life-threatening question. Sumu, however, acted as if nothing was wrong. He patted his son's shoulder. "Son, answer it. What's there to fear?" Back at home, he did pamper that woman, catering to her every whim day in and day out. And what was the result? She still left at the drop of a hat, walking away without a backward glance. Now that he was on his own, what was there to be afraid of? Su Shixing clutched the phone tightly, his face pale, lowering his voice with a sob in his throat. "Dad, how can I answer this? If Mom sees us in a club, won't she raise hell?" Sumu, leaning comfortably in Hu Liu's soft embrace, looked completely at ease. "Son, today your father will teach you the final lesson. With women, if you just keep pandering and groveling, she won't be moved. She'll just think you're cheap. This is a truth I've only recently realized." He gestured towards the phone with his chin. "Believe it or not, in a moment your mother will be the one apologizing to me." This is impossible." Su Shixing shook his head like a rattledrum. "I don't believe it." "Then watch and see." Sumu, not bothering with further words, reached out and snatched the phone from his son's hand. His fingers swiped lightly across the screen. Video connected. On the screen, a strikingly beautiful, well-maintained face popped up. It was Su Shixing's mother, Su Music's wife, Jiang Yao. Behind her stretched an endless expanse of verdant grassland with blue skies and white clouds, a picturesque scene. Sumu raised an eyebrow and spoke first, his tone laced with a hint of mischievous teasing. "Yo, big shot lady, nice scenery you've got there. Green grassland. Calling me amidst your busy schedule, what's the occasion?" Jiang Yao's face instantly darkened as her gaze swept over the surroundings behind Sumu. The lighting was dim and alluring, the decor luxurious. She spoke through gritted teeth. "Sumu, what are you doing?" "Me? What am I doing?" Sumu chuckled softly, raised his phone, and slowly panned it around the entire private room. The camera swept past Hu Lu, who was clinging to him, and she waved her delicate hand at the camera with seductive grace. The camera then swept past Su Shixing and Xiaowen beside him. Xiaowen also gave a sweet smile and flashed a peace sign. Internally, Xiaowen was screaming, "Oh my god, this is so thrilling." Sumu turned the camera back to his own face, wearing an expression of utter self-righteousness. "As you can see, just enjoying myself at the club. Satisfaction. Pure, unadulterated satisfaction." Sumu felt as if every one of his 3600 pores had opened up in relief. He remembered how back then, if he so much as lingered on a pretty girl's video while scrolling on Douyin, that woman would throw a fit for ages. Now that they were divorced, who was afraid of whom? A barefoot man doesn't fear a shoe-wearer. On the other end of the video, Jiang Yao, seeing her ex-husband truly indulging in a club with their biological son, felt a wave of dizziness so strong she nearly stumbled. Especially seeing Sumu in such close proximity to that woman, Hu Lu, his head almost buried in her embrace, an indescribable surge of sourness and rage shot straight to her head. "How dare he? Sumu!" Jiang Yao's voice suddenly pitched higher, sharp and piercing. "You actually dared to go to a place like that? You actually dared to embrace other women so intimately? How dare you?" Sumu dug in his ear, looking utterly unconcerned. "Don't get so worked up, comrade wife. Sure, I might be hugging other women, but all my energy is still spent on you." The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Su Shixing stared at his father, dumbfounded, feeling his worldview being completely rewritten. "You can talk to Mom like this?" Hu Lu and Xiaowen were even more deeply impressed. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. In this day and age, henpecked husbands are a dime a dozen. A real man like Su Mu who dares to stand up to his wife Heaton was truly something they'd never seen before. Zhang Yao on the other side of the video was completely livid. Her chest heaved violently with rage, and the finger pointing at the screen trembled. Revenge. This is your revenge against me. You're deliberately doing this because I went on this trip. Because her son was right there, she couldn't reveal that she and Su Mu were already divorced. Su Mu spread his hands with an innocent look. Now look at you, what's all this talk of revenge? After all these years of marriage, you still don't understand me. I'm just bringing my son here to broaden his horizons, to see the world, so he won't be deceived by some bad woman out there later. He jutted his chin towards Su Shixing. See, the effect is obvious. Now my son isn't thinking about that one girl from before anymore. Su Shixing, displaying a strong survival instinct, quickly nodded and testified loudly to the video. Yes, Mom. I realize now that I was wrong before. Sister Xiaowen is 100 times better than that one. They'll study hard, improve daily, and never be distracted by bad women again. Zhang Yao couldn't care about anything else at the moment. She felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage. You men, all you think about is the filthy things below the waist. You're despicable, she roared at the screen. Bring my son home right now. What's there to see here? It's a filthy place. None of the women inside are decent. At these words, Su Shixing was immediately displeased. He stiffened his neck and retorted, Mom, don't you dare speak about Sister Xiaowen like that. Zhang Yao was completely stunned by these words. Shocked beyond measure. Her obedient son, who had always listened to her without a word of dissent since childhood, had only been out with his father for one day and already learned to rebel. Shing. Zhang Yao's voice was so shrill it could pierce the screen. Su Mu held the phone away in disgust. Tisk, what a loud voice, he said. He turned to give his son a live lesson. Son, see that? Your mom is what they call a shrew. In the future, when you look for a wife, never pick one like this, or you'll suffer. Xiaowen also timely hugged her own arms, putting on a scared expression and whispering in support. Exactly, look at this Annie's so fierce she scared me. Seeing Xiaowen being wronged, Su Shixing's heart ached. He shouted at his mother in the video, Mom, can you be gentler? You scared Sister Xiaowen. Zhang Yao felt her heart turn cold as ice. What kind of situation was this? After only one day out, she had become an outsider. Were father and son joining forces with outsiders to bully her? A huge wave of grievance surged in her heart. Zhang Yao's eyes reddened and tears began to well up in her eyes. She knew that every time she showed this expression, Su Mu would come to comfort her. Su Mu. However, before her tears could fall, Su Mu directly interrupted her move. Don't do that, it won't work. If you want me to take our son away from here right now, that's fine too. You have to apologize to me. Apologize? Zhang Yao was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful almond eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Mu, you want me to apologize to you? Why should I apologize? She felt she had heard the funniest joke in the world. In all these years of marriage, let alone apologizing, she had never even spoken a soft word to Su Mu. No matter whose fault it was, whenever she got angry, the one who would bow his head, admit fault, and come to soothe her was always Su Mu. Had this man taken the wrong medicine today? Su Mu leaned lazily on Hu Liu's fragrant shoulder, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Because you disturbed my enjoyment. Is this reason enough? His tone was flat. Enough? Of course not. But Zhang Yao looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar face in the video, and a feeling of helplessness surged in her heart. She knew it was useless to say more. They were already divorced. Su Mu was no longer the man who would obediently do whatever she wanted and hold her in the palm of his hand. Now he was like a runaway horse. She couldn't hold him back or control him. If she didn't apologize, he would really hang up the video and take their son to fool around all night. Thinking of Su Mu being intimate with that woman named Hu Lu, Zhang Yao's heart felt like it was being pricked by countless fine needles, aching densely. After weighing the pros and cons, she bit her lower lip and said haltingly, Sorry. This was also the first time in Su Mu's life that he heard an apology from her lips. Refreshing. Unprecedented refreshment. However, Su Mu just picked his ear, looking bewildered. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Are you on the vast green prairie with poor signal? He brought the phone closer, then farther away, shaking it pretentiously. Forget it, the signal is too bad, it'll hang up now. You? Zhang Yao was so angry, she almost spat blood. Just as she was about to curse, the screen went dark. Beep. Su Mu hung up the video and turned off the phone in one smooth flowing motion. The whole world was instantly quiet. In the private room, the other three were dumbfounded. Su Shixing's mouth hung open for a long time. His dad had actually forced his mom to apologize. And after the apology, he even hung up the phone. What a godly move. Hu Lu and Xiaowen exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with shock and admiration. This was no longer a tough confrontation, it was rubbing his wife's face into the ground. Too awesome. Su Mu ignored the three's astonishment. He was enjoying another delight. Ding. Detected host's revolutionary parenting teaching, by example, setting things right. Reward lifespan, 3, physique 20. Age 33 years, 30 years, physique 25, 45, average human 50, eliminated midlife disease, brain fog. Special reward: the mortgage worth 10 million under the host's name has been cleared. The moment the reward arrived, Su-mu felt a warm current flowing from his limbs into his brain. Refreshing. Clear. He felt his head, which had been muddled for a long time, instantly become crystal clear. After middle age, the brain fog that often shrouded his mind, making his thinking sluggish and memory decline, had now dissipated. His body was filled with explosive power, as if he had become 10 years younger. And most importantly, the mortgage. Su-mu never expected that this heaviest shackle could be erased so easily by the system. A full 10 million mortgage. He had bought an ordinary house in the center of Jiangxing City, burdening himself with a 20-year heavy debt, paying over 50,000 each month just for the loan. This made him a company executive in the eyes of outsiders, have no extra money to spend, tied to his desk, like a donkey working for this house for 20 years. And now he was free. Truly the freedom of being debt-free. Su-mu was in a great mood, but when he turned around he saw his son, Su Shixing, frowning with a worried expression. What's wrong? Su-mu patted his shoulder. Do you think I did wrong just now, eh? Su Shixing hesitated, then looked up and cautiously probed. Dad, did you and Mom get divorced? At these words the air fell silent. Su-mu sighed inwardly. This kid was indeed quite smart. Although he had been hiding it, the boy still sensed it from the clues. He had originally planned to wait a year before telling him. Since he asked, there was no point in hiding it. Su-mu admitted frankly. That's right. I was planning to tell you later. Now that you know, what do you think? He had braced himself for his son to break down, to hurl accusations. After all, a divorce between parents takes the heaviest toll on a child. Yet Su Shixing's reaction was utterly beyond his expectations. The young man was silent for a moment, his face bearing no trace of the anticipated collapse or sorrow. Only a profound calm. Honestly, I'd already guessed as much. You two have bickered every single day for years. The house was a perpetual storm of low pressure, and I've long since had enough. So, I'm not really that upset. This answer took Su-mu by complete surprise. He had thought his son would be devastated by this, perhaps even jeopardizing his upcoming year of study retakes. You don't blame me. Before. Maybe I would have. Su Shixing's gaze turned complex. Recalling the scenes of the past, his voice dropped low. I used to think that as a man you should just yield to my mom. But today I finally understand that people need to respect each other. My mom. She's just too unreasonable. She always belittles you without any limits, taking all your efforts for granted. I remember one time you came home very late from overtime, and you specially brought us the imported milk and snacks from your company. My sister and I were thrilled waiting for you to come back. But when Mom saw them, she threw them straight into the trash can. She said you brought back these free cheap things to embarrass the family. You two had a huge fight over it. Back then I thought you were wrong to argue with her. But now I realize that milk cost over 10 yuan a carton. It wasn't cheap at all. She just looked down on you. It wasn't the thing she scorned, it was you yourself. Listening to his son's accusations spoken one word at a time, Su-mu's heart felt as if it had been struck by something heavy. It was a feeling of bittersweet ache and yet of profound gratitude. He had always believed that in his son's eyes he was just a pathetic, useless father. He never expected his son to understand everything. He had grown up. He had learned to understand his father's hardships and sympathize with his difficulties. In recent years, society had been swept by some kind of unhealthy trend, teaching women to be independent and self-focused, but never teaching them to understand and respect their husbands. It turns men's suffering into a joke, and their contributions into thin air. This has led to most men, even after marriage and family, never truly being loved, cared for, or understood. Su-mu reached out and ruffled his son's hair firmly. Son, you've grown up. Dad hopes that when you look for a wife in the future, you don't just focus on looks. Falling in love is easy, living together is hard. You must find a woman with a kind heart who can empathize and who makes you feel at ease. That's more important than anything else. Su Shixing nodded emphatically. That I understand. Beside them, Xiao Wen's eyes were red-rimmed. She sniffled and suddenly blurted out, Big brother, hearing you say that, I finally realize how tough you men have it. I've decided. From now on I'm going to be much nicer to my dozen or so admirers. That one sentence instantly shattered the melancholy atmosphere. Su-mu and Su Shixing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, well said. Understanding is everything. Extra time. We've got to add extra time tonight. Hu Lu and Xiao Wen beamed with joy. Thank you, boss. Just at that moment, Will. A sharp, urgent siren wailed from outside the window, growing closer and closer, tearing through the night sky. Su-mu paused, his hand holding the teacup, and raised an eyebrow in jest. Yo, Hu Lu, your business here has a wide reach, huh? Including busting prostitution. Hu Lu, however, furrowed her brow, listened carefully, and immediately analyzed. Brother, something's off. We've long since transformed into a legitimate foot massage parlor. We're not afraid of an inspection. Besides, if it were really a vice raid, they wouldn't blare their sirens all the way here. That would just be tipping you off to run. Her mind raced, and she quickly pieced it together. I get it now. Brother, this is your ex-wife's doing. Su-mu's face darkened instantly. Damn it. How could Zhang Yao think of such a move? Just because he hung up on her, she called the police. This woman truly leaves no room for retreat for herself. Su-mu looked completely nonchalant. It's fine. Let them check. I haven't done anything wrong. A straight foot stands firm against a crooked shadow. Hulu, however, grew anxious. Brother, you should leave first. You haven't broken the law, but your spending records will be hard to explain. You've swiped several thousand yuan at a foot massage place. Do you think the police will believe that? They'll take you in for questioning for hours. It's a waste of time, and it won't sound good if it gets around. Hulu was speaking the truth. In places like this, once your spending exceeds a certain amount, you easily become a prime suspect for interrogation. That's a fair point. Sumu made a snap decision. He walked to the window and yanked it open. The second floor height was no different from stepping down a curb for his current physique stat of 50. The cold wind rushed in, making his blue shorts flap noisily. He swung one leg over the windowsill, his silhouette looking exceptionally dashing and unrestrained in the night. Come on, son. You got it, Dad. Su Shirshing responded with excitement, stepping up beside him and mimicking his father's posture. Hulu watched this pair of lively father and son utterly amused. She quickly walked over, pulled a pure black card from her pocket, and handed it to Sumu. Big brother, I forgot to introduce myself properly. I'm actually the boss lady of this club. Keep this platinum card. Whenever you and your son come by in the future, all expenses will be at a 70% discount. She winked at Sumu, full of charm. Remember, come find me. Sumu took the card and waved it at her with a flourish. Jump. As the words left his mouth, the father and son leaped together. Their two figures traced clean arcs through the air, landing steadily on the ground below. Without a scratch. The father and son straightened their clothes, puffed out their chests, and strode boldly down the street, oblivious to the stunned stares of passers-by. They had entered weighed down with worries and estrangement. They emerged with clarity of mind and an unbreakable bond. Ding. Detected the host taking an unconventional path in parenting. Reward 1 lifespan, 5 physique. Age 30-29, physique 45-50 peak human. Ding. Detected the host spending a total of 100 yuan tonight. Triggered special reward 100-fold return. Buzz. The phone in Sumu's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and saw it was a bank notification. Your savings account ending in 6688 received a deposit of 1000 at 2215 on February 26th. 00 yuan. Current account balance 2000521. 34 yuan. Hiss. 1 million. It actually arrived. Sumu stared at the long string of zeros, his heart burning with excitement. He never thought a simple outing would net him a cool million. Just as the father and son's figures disappeared around the street corner across the road, not far away, a girl in a school uniform with a pure innocent face was staring dumbfounded at the second floor window of the club. Beside her, a woman with a stunning figure followed her gaze and asked in confusion, Jinchi, what's wrong? What are you looking at? You look like you've lost your soul. The girl rubbed her eyes, speaking with uncertainty. Aunt, I think I just saw my classmate jump from the second floor of that club. The woman addressed as Aunt was named Xiao Lanlan. She raised her elegant willow leaf-shaped eyebrows, her red lips curling into a smile. Oh, a former classmate. You young people sure know how to have fun. The girl named Xiao Jiang's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered in defense, but he always seemed so well-behaved, and his grades were good too. I never expected him to act like this right after graduation. It's such a waste. Her words trailed off, but the budding feelings of a young girl were clear as day. Xiao Lanlan extended her slender finger and tapped her niece's forehead. Silly girl, being well-behaved is just an act put on for girls like you. Listen to your aunt from now on. If you see a boy like that, stay far away. Don't even talk to him, got it? Xiao Jinshi obediently nodded, but her eyes couldn't help drifting towards the direction where the father and son had disappeared. Oh, I heard you. Xiao Lanlan watched the leisurely sight of Su Mu and his son strolling down the street in their short pants, seemingly heading towards the night market ahead for a late-night snack. She was amused by the scene. This man was quite interesting. Having just escaped from a potential vice raid, instead of rushing home to hide, he had the mood to browse the food street. That kind of composure wasn't something an ordinary person possessed. Just then Xiao Lanlan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was her sister Xia Yi. Hello sis, what's up? As soon as the call connected, a stifled sobbing sound came through the background. Xia Yi's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Lanlan, aren't you shopping with Jinshi on Furong Road? Did you happen to see a father and son being taken away by the police from a private club? Xiao Lanlan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sis, you don't mean the two clowns who just jumped out of a second-floor window, do you? They weren't caught. They got away long ago. Right now, they're probably heading to the food street for a midnight snack, looking as carefree as can be. Xia Yi on the other end of the line was clearly choked up. What? That audacious. My best friend is worried sick. Her ex-husband, right after their divorce, takes their son to that kind of place to fool around. She called the police to teach him a lesson, but he got away. Hearing this, Xiao Lanlan's eyes lit up instantly. Divorce. Taking his son to a club. Ex-wife calling the police. Wow, now this was some juicy gossip. As a psychology professor at Jiangxing University, she had studied all sorts of parenting issues, but this was the first time she'd heard of such a bizarre parenting method. What was going on in that man's head? Xiao Lanlan was consumed by intense curiosity. She cleared her throat and spoke into the phone. Sis, those two are right by the food street next to me. Don't worry, you'll go over there and give your friend's ex-husband a piece of my mind. Xia Yi hesitated. This? Are you sure? You're a woman, don't get yourself bullied. I heard from Yi Rao that her ex-husband isn't a good person. I'm a bit worried about you. Xia Lanlan puffed out her chest confidently. Don't worry, sis. In broad daylight in the middle of the street, what's he going to do to me? Wait for my news. All right. Hanging up, Xia Lanlan grabbed the still-dazed Xiao Jianxi and turned towards the food street. Xiao Jianxi stumbled as she was pulled along. And didn't you say we should stay away from them? Xia Lanlan didn't look back, speaking with righteous indignation. Your mom asked me for a favor, so your aunt is here to dispense justice. Let's go. She would never admit that she was purely going there for the entertainment. The food street was brightly lit and bustling with noise. The aroma of cumin and chili peppers filled the air, whetting one's appetite. Xia Lanlan spotted her target immediately. At a grilled oyster stall, the father and son sat there as if no one else existed. Especially the father. He wore an out-of-place pair of blue shorts and slippers, yet his posture was upright, his profile turned towards the distance, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Combined with a face that wasn't old, in fact quite handsome, he exuded a mature charm that spoke of weathered experience. Xia Lanlan cursed inwardly. This old scumbag really knew how to put on airs, though he did have a decent shell. Unfortunately, the handsome image shattered completely a second later. The owner walked over carrying a plate of steaming garlicky grilled oysters. Handsome, your oysters. Su Mu's melancholic eyes instantly lit up. He grabbed the plate and pulled it towards himself, then swiftly scooped the largest, plumpest oysters from in front of his son into his own bowl. Su Shishing widened his eyes, looking at him with a hurt expression. Dad. Su Mu didn't even look up, blowing on the hot oyster as he spoke with conviction. You're just a kid, what do you need so many oysters for? Do you even appreciate them? Su Shishing dared not speak, silently picking at the smaller ones left in the plate. Xia Lanlan watched from behind, amused. This man was truly interesting. But she quickly wiped the smile off her face, her expression turning serious. No, this was the enemy, she had to be serious. She took a deep breath, mustered her emotions, and walked over to the table in her high heels, the sound echoing with each step. Amidst the curious glances of the surrounding diners, she planted her hands on her hips, and facing Su Mu's back, let out a grief-stricken accusation at the top of her lungs. You scumbag. How dare you take your own son to a club to fool around? Do you have any conscience towards me and our child? The shout was incredibly piercing. For a second, the entire food street fell silent. Then countless gazes snapped towards Su Mu's table. Whispers surged like a tide. Holy crap. Taking his son to a club. This guy's that bold. Is this the wife confronting him? She's got a great figure, and he still goes looking elsewhere. That woman's pitiful with a daughter too. Su Mu had just slurped a plump oyster into his mouth when the shout nearly choked him. He coughed violently a couple of times and looked up. First glance. He didn't see her face. His vision was blocked by a vast expanse of snowy white. It was a tight-knit top, which due to its owner's anger was heaving violently with each breath. Su Mu was stunned for a moment, a thought involuntarily popping into his head that has to be at least in hop right. Who is this? So big. He had to tilt his head, looking past that mountain to see the face of the newcomer. A strikingly beautiful face, wavy hair, bright red lips, exuding a mature, domineering charm. But the problem was, Su Mu searched his memory. Had never seen her before. But judging by the accusatory tone, she must be a helper sent by his crazy ex-wife Jiang Yirao. Fine. If she was the enemy, he wouldn't be polite. Trying to embarrass him in public. Dream on. Su Mu leisurely picked up another oyster, blew on it to cool it, then raised his eyelids. What's the matter? Technician no. 188. Is it because I didn't book your session earlier and complained about your attitude, so you followed me here? The statement caused an uproar. Xiao Lanlan's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Technician no. 188. But Su Mu didn't give her a chance to react. His acting skills kicked in instantly as he pointed at her with a heartbroken expression. Didn't you tell me before that you had quit this line of work and gone back to your hometown to get married? Why are you still in this business? And also, Su Mu pointed at the dumbfounded Xiao Jianxi behind Xiao Lanlan, exclaiming in shock. How dare you bring such a grown daughter to see me? I'm telling you, Lily. Although we did have a brief fling before there were so many people in that private room that night, we were all just having fun together. Don't try to pin this child on me. I'm not going to be your patsy. Boom. These few sentences carried an explosive amount of information. The jaws of the surrounding onlookers nearly hit the floor. Holy crap. The plot twist. So she's a technician who came to force him into being a patsy. She's this beautiful, and she's a technician. No. 188. Which club? I want to go to. All eyes darted between Su Mu, Xiao Lanlan, and Xiao Jianxi. Hey. Xiao Lanlan felt her blood pressure spike straight to her head. She was trembling with rage, her impressive chest heaving uncontrollably. She had anticipated this man Su Mu might be difficult, might make excuses, might act shamelessly. But she never imagined he could be this despicable, calling her a technician in public, and falsely accusing her of bringing her daughter to claim paternity. She, Xiao Lanlan, had never suffered such a tremendous humiliation. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Lanlan pointed at Su Mu's nose, her voice trembling with fury. You say I'm a technician? Fine. Just you wait. I'm going to call the police who are still inspecting the club right now and let them see which one of us is the real villain. Daring to call the police. Truly ignorant of the line between life and death. Hearing this, Su Mu's face darkened instantly. He rose abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor with a piercing screech. Amid the startled gasps of nearby diners, he strode over to Xiao Lanlan. In a few steps, his expression so grim it could drip with venom. Their faces were less than 5 centimeters apart. Su Mu's masculine aura, laced with an inexplicable pressure, washed over her. Startled by his sudden move, Xiao Lanlan's heart clenched tightly. Could this guy be a wife-beater too? She instinctively stepped back half a pace, shouting with feigned bravado, "Well, what do you think you're doing? There are so many people watching here, you wouldn't dare hit me, would you?" Su Mu said nothing. He just stared at her intensely, his gaze deep and unreadable, sending a chill down Xiao Lanlan's spine. She swallowed hard, forcing her courage. "I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. If you so much as lay a finger on me, I'll make you rot in jail." Just as Xiao Lanlan's heart was about to leap out of her throat, Su Mu suddenly broke into a wide grin. "My bad." The 2 words slipped out of his mouth lightly. "Huh? What on earth?" Xiao Lanlan was completely dumbfounded. Then Su Mu lowered his posture and said, "I was wrong, sis, my dear sister, can we please not call the police? How about I apologize to you, alright?" Su Mu, a man in his 30s, had navigated the world relying on one principle. The art of bending and stretching. What is face worth? If this woman actually called the cops, he wouldn't get a moment's peace tonight. Xiao Lanlan looked at the man who was ferocious one second and bowing and scraping the next, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She realized that as men reached middle age, their skin could indeed become thick enough to be impenetrable. However, since the other party had conceded, the balance of power had shifted. Now it was her turn. Xiao Lanlan instantly regained her confidence, straightened her back, and her proud chest rose even higher, displaying a breathtaking curve. She looked down at Su Mu, chin slightly raised, and said in a tone dripping with contempt, "So you know you were wrong, huh? Weren't you just acting all tough? Weren't you calling me technician? No. 188. Weren't you saying my service attitude was bad? What's the use of just talking? Kneel down, apologize to me, and then shine my shoes." Xiao Lanlan was immensely pleased with herself at this moment. Daring to slander her as technician no. 188 in public. Today she would make this scumbag pick up every bit of lost face in front of everyone. She was determined to humiliate him thoroughly. Hearing this, Su Mu's eyes widened in shock. "Shine her shoes." His gaze traveled down her straight calves, landing on her delicate feet, wrapped in black stockings adorned with exquisite high heels. Under the light, the black stockings shimmered with a hazy sheen, perfectly outlining the curves of her ankles and calves, radiating a deadly allure. Su Mu secretly swallowed. Was there really such a good deal? This woman seemingly smart, why was she making requests that invited such liberties? Without a hint of hesitation, he squatted down swiftly, even with a hint of eagerness. Before Xiao Lanlan could react, he lifted one of her feet. It was warm to the touch with a delicate texture. Instead of wiping the spotless high heel, he used his palm to gently rub along her stocking-clad calf. The texture of these stockings was really nice, smooth, and silky. Not far away, his son Su Shishing watched with wide, shocked eyes. He pulled out a notebook and pen and solemnly wrote down a line, "Shining a pretty girl's shoes is a good way to cop a feel of her long legs." Xiao Lanlan was completely stunned. It took a full few seconds before she felt the strange sensation on her calf. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. She shrieked, snatched her foot back, and stumbled back 2 steps, shocked and flustered. "Well, what are you doing? Who told you to touch me? You actually did it." She had thought Su Mu would refuse out of masculine pride, just to see him embarrassed. But not only did he do it, he did it with relish, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Su Mu looked up, his face full of innocence and sincerity. "Of course I had to do it for real. My apology is very sincere." He smacked his lips and continued, "It's just, can you switch to iridescent stockings next time? I'm not a fan of matte ones, they make your legs look a bit thick." The male onlookers around them immediately cast envious and hateful glances. Did this guy lose or win in this exchange? So enviable. You shameless. You're truly despicable. Xiao Lanlan's face was red enough to drip blood. She felt her blood pressure spike straight to her head. "And you're being picky? Are these for you to wear? Pervert. Freak." Su Mu stood up, clapped his hands, and said with utter justification, "Aren't I just helping you improve your taste? Look at you, a grown woman who can't even wear stockings properly. How will you ever find a partner? You..." Xiao Lanlan trembled with rage, the last thread of her sanity snapping as she raised her hand to lunge at him. At that moment, Xiao Jinshi beside her grabbed her. Auntie, calm down. Don't forget the main task." Xiao Jinshi also looked helpless and reminded her in a low voice, "Aren't you here to get him to record an apology video for Auntie Yarao? Why are you getting tangled up with him here?" Xiao Jiang's meaning was clear. Su Mu had a dispute with his ex-wife. Why should an outsider like you get involved? If Chiyoya gets married, what's with you singing and dancing on the side, right? Her words were an eye-opener. Xiao Lanlan suddenly came to her senses. She had almost been led astray by this shameless man, forgetting her true purpose for coming here. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, and recomposed her expression. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared coldly at Sumu. Fine, let's drop that topic. Sumu, let me tell you, I'm here this time to seek justice for my best friend Jiang Irao. You just got divorced and immediately took your biological son to a club to fool around. Do you deserve her years of devotion? You must apologize to her. Sumu picked his ear, looking impatient. You don't know anything about the situation, and you come running over demanding an apology. I was taking my son to receive some education, understand? Xiao Lanlan refused to back down. I don't care what kind of education that was. I'm telling you right now, if you don't apologize, I'm not leaving. Let's see how you enjoy your midnight snack. She simply resorted to being stubborn, standing prettily by the table, glaring at him defiantly. Threat number 2. Admittedly, with a stunningly beautiful woman with a hot figure just standing there by the night market stall, the crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger, packed in layers deep. You'd think they were filming a movie. Sumu was utterly speechless. This woman, she was truly beautiful, but also truly annoying. Forget it, he couldn't even enjoy his oysters in peace. Might as well get rid of her quickly. Alright, I'm scared of you. Sumu raised his hands in surrender, looking helpless. I'll apologize right now, okay? After I apologize, can you and your niece here disappear quickly? Xiao Lanlan's eyes lit up, a surge of victorious joy welling up inside her. Fold scumbag still has to give in, doesn't he? Fine. As long as you apologize sincerely, I'll leave immediately. Alright. Sumu resignedly took out his phone, opened WeChat, found the familiar avatar, and initiated a video call. Seeing this, Xiao Lanlan immediately leaned in, half of her body hovering over the table, her impressive curves now within close proximity. I need to supervise you. What if you try something tricky? Sumu felt a flash of white in front of his eyes, his nose filled with the pleasant scent of her perfume. But right now he just wanted to send this troublesome deity away quickly. The video call interface displayed, waiting for the other party to answer. During the wait, the air was a bit awkward. Xiao Lanlan couldn't help but start lecturing again. Why isn't your ex-wife answering? Did you break her heart so badly? Hey, why did you divorce her anyway? I think Irao is a great person, beautiful and capable. Why don't you know how to cherish that? Do you still love her now? Even just a little bit? Sumu glanced at her and retorted grumpily. Why do you ask so many questions? Conducting a census. What do you young folks who've never been married know about love? Love is something you can only begin to understand after you're 30. Xiao Lanlan scoffed disdainfully. Old-fashioned. Just then, the video call connected with a beep. On the phone screen appeared a pretty face streaked with tears. It was Jiang Irao. Her eyes were red, clearly having just cried, looking pitifully delicate. Sumu was about to speak. Xiao Lanlan was also about to greet this friend she had never met face-to-face through the camera. However, Jiang Irao on the other end of the screen saw Xiao Lanlan, who was pressed closely against Sumu first. Especially Xiao Lanlan's strikingly beautiful, aggressive face and the impossibly prominent chest that couldn't be ignored. Jiang Irao's expression changed instantly. The grief and grievance from moments ago vanished, completely replaced by towering rage. Sumu, you bastard. You actually dared to find a vixen to spite me. So this is the technician, no? 188, huh? I can't believe your taste is so bad. You'd go for a cheap woman like this with nothing to offer but big breasts and a vibe dripping with sleaze. Were you a starving ghost in your past life? How can you even stomach this kind of trash? Holy shit. Hearing this, Sumu was stunned on the spot. And Xiao Lanlan, the smile she had been wearing anticipating praise, froze completely on her face. Then, that pretty face turned the color of pig's liver visibly to the naked eye. As for Xiao Lanlan, the smile that had been eager to claim credit moments ago was now frozen solid on her face. A cheap woman, only good for her chest. Did he also think she was a 188 masseuse? Xiao Lanlan felt her lungs about to explode with rage. I risked everything to get back at that scumbag for you, even had to outsmart a hooligan and got myself groped. And now you call me cheap. In that moment, Xiao Lanlan's fury ignited and her reason vanished completely. She let out a sharp, cold laugh at the phone screen and launched into a tirade. You with no chest and no as a dried-up old woman like a monkey. No wonder your husband dumped you. Not only your husband, but even your son would starve with a washboard figure like yours. Serves you right. Sumu listened from the side, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, utterly stunned. Good heavens. This woman's fighting spirit was no joke. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yao was clearly unprepared for such a fierce counterattack, her voice trembling with fury. Truly a cheap woman, sharp-tongued and vicious. What good is a nice figure? It's only for sale. Just as the two were about to launch the third round of their cross-screen war, a woman's voice suddenly came from Jiang Yao's side. Hey, Yao, why are you arguing with my sister? Isn't she on our side? I just sent her a WeChat message asking her to help you teach your ex-husband a lesson. This? Your sister? Who else? The backup I found for you. Jiang Yao was completely dumbfounded. Sis, why didn't you say so earlier? She suddenly understood. She hadn't even figured out the situation, just saw a pretty woman next to Sumu and started attacking only to hit an ally. What a mess. Jiang Yao's face alternated between pale and red, and she quickly switched to an apologetic tone. That hat. Little sister, I'm sorry, so sorry. Her voice instantly softened, almost tearful, as she tried to salvage the situation. I misunderstood. It's all that bastard Sumu's fault. He made me mistake you. Everything's his fault. The blame was shifted so naturally, so smoothly. Sumu's mouth twitched upon hearing this. As expected, everything can be blamed on Sumu. But by now Xiao Lanlan was too furious to listen to any explanation. How could she swallow her anger after being bullied by this couple today? First getting her leg felt up, then being cursed at. And now the two of them ganging up on her. Watching Jiang Yayao's expression on the video, a mix of eager to distance herself and bitter resentment toward her ex-husband, Xiao Lanlan saw through it all. This woman definitely still had feelings for that old scumbag Sumu. Maybe she even wanted to get back together. Fine. If that's how it is. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Lanlan abruptly turned her head, her blazing eyes locking onto Sumu, who stood nearby bewildered. Sumu felt a chill run down his spine. What? What are you doing? The next second Xiao Lanlan did something that stunned everyone. She grabbed Sumu's head and planted a fierce kiss on his handsome face. Moi, the crisp sound of the kiss rang out clearly in the noisy night market. Sumu was completely dazed. The warm, soft touch of her lips mingled with a faint scent of lipstick. Even at over 30 had never been kissed like this. What the hell is this woman doing? Beside them his son Su Shishing with a serious little face quickly pulled out his notebook and solemnly jotted down another line, making girls argue gets you kissed. Xiao Lanlan still clung to Sumu's head as if it were her trophy and declared victoriously to the phone screen. See that old woman? You want to get back with your ex-husband? No way. You dared to curse me. Watch me devour him whole. On the other end Jiang Yao panicked upon hearing this, grabbing her elder sister's arm and shaking it frantically. Xia Yi, look at this. What is she doing? She's contaminating him. Control your sister. This is outrageous. The woman called Xia Yi was speechless. Wasn't it your sharp tongue that started this mess? Her younger sister had always been proud and never suffered such humiliation. Still Xia Yi was her best friend, so she forced herself to mediate. Xiao Lanlan, let go of him. You're a grown woman. Stop acting like a child. That Sumu is so old and ugly. How could you even kiss him? Veins bulged on Sumu's forehead. Damn it. This woman still had that sharp tongue and was blind too. He was now 28 with peak looks okay. Xiao Lanlan refused to listen, holding him tighter. They'll kiss him if I want. I like this type. System being bullied and you're siding with an outsider. I don't want to hear it. Remember to come to our wedding in a couple of days. And with that I'm hanging up. Before the other party could react, Xiao Lanlan ended the video call. A beep signaled the cutoff. The atmosphere at the night market stall instantly turned awkward and charged. Sumu and Xiao Lanlan's eyes met. One utterly bewildered the other, putting on a brave front. Only then did Xiao Lanlan realize what she had just done, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly released her grip on Sumu's head. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't like guys like you. Her heart raced so fast it felt like it might leap out of her throat. At nearly 25, she had never been so intimate with any man. Sumu, however, quickly regained his composure. He touched the spot where she had kissed him, looking like a seasoned veteran who understood. I know, just words said in anger. He shrugged casually. Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. He wasn't losing anything. Getting a beautiful woman's kiss for free was a win. Xiao Lanlan's barely cooled anger flared up again at his words. Good to know. Wait, no. She arched her brows and glared at him. What do you mean, don't have to take responsibility? This is obviously a huge loss for me. It was my first kiss. You have to compensate me. Sumu laughed. You're really something so stubborn. He suddenly leaned in with a mischievous grin, lowering his voice. How about I kiss you back as compensation? He even made a move as if to kiss her. Xiao Lanlan, startled, stepped back and covered her mouth. You? Shameless. How is that compensation? You filthy man. Her flustered gaze darted around and landed on her niece Xiao Jinshi and Sumu's son Su Shishing, sitting side by side on small stools, staring at her with wide, innocent eyes as if she were an alien. Disaster. Her authority as an elder was completely shattered. Even Xiao Lanlan's thick skin couldn't handle this. She had to get out of there immediately. I just remembered I have to pick up my grandpa from school. I'm leaving. She made up the lamest excuse imaginable, grabbed her still watching niece, Xiao Jinshi, and ran off. Watching her fleeing figure, Sumu couldn't resist shouting after her, hey, remember to set a date to get our marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. From the wind came Xiao Lanlan's furious roar. Get lost. Seeing her aunt about to explode on the spot, Xiao Jinshi hastily grabbed her arm. Auntie, can you please be a bit more composed? There are so many people watching us. The young girl's voice was soft and gentle. After speaking, she turned around and with a well-mannered demeanor waved at Su Shishing not far away, a faint dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. Shishing, thank you for your hospitality today. We'll be going now. The figures of the two beauties, one older and one younger, quickly disappeared into the bustling crowd of the night market, leaving behind only a faint, fragrant breeze. Sumu watched them leave, a sense of admiration welling up inside him. This girl Xiao Jinshi was truly remarkable. In this restless era, a girl who was so quiet, well-mannered, and polite, who didn't complain even when he questioned her harshly, was a rare find. Sumu averted his gaze and leisurely returned to his seat, picking up a skewer of grilled kidneys and taking a bite. But when he looked up, he saw his foolish son staring blankly in the direction where Xiao Jinshi had disappeared, completely mesmerized with his chopsticks nearly poking into his own nostril. He looked utterly spellbound, as if his soul had been stolen. Clearly the conversation with the girl had gone well, and he was replaying it in his mind. Sumu found it amusing, waving his hand in front of his son's eyes and snapping his fingers. Snap! Hey, snap out of it. She's long gone. Stop daydreaming you like her. Su Shixing suddenly snapped back to reality, his cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly waved his hands. No, not at all. Dad, don't talk nonsense. We were just discussing our studies. Sumu chuckled, wearing an expression that said, I know exactly what's going on. Discussing studies? Don't try to fool me. Tell me the truth. She's pure and sweet with a good personality. She'd make a great wife. Upon hearing this, the budding feelings of youth on Su Shixing's face instantly crumbled. He let out a heavy sigh, his voice filled with disappointment. But she got into Jiangxing Women's University. We'll be far apart in the future. We're just not from the same world. Jiangxing Women's University. Sumu was taken aback. The name sounded interesting. Su Shixing nodded and explained, it's quite well known in our province. Its main programs are teaching nursing and the arts. So 99% of the students are girls. It's a bachelor's program, but not a top-tier one. It's a second-tier university. Wow, a university like that actually exists. Sumu pondered for a few seconds, and a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Slap. He slapped his thigh and looked at his son. Son, is your score high enough to get into this school? The application deadline hasn't passed yet, right? Su Shixing was stunned by the sudden question. My score? It's enough. It's just a second-tier school after all. But, Dad, what are you planning? I want to retake the exam and aim for a top-tier university. Sumu's smile was radiant. If you can get in, that's all that matters. Son, don't even think about retaking the exam. That's too hard. Just go straight to university. Apply to Jiangxing Women's University. The more Sumu thought about it, the more he felt it was a stroke of genius. Previously, he had always wanted his son to study hard, get into a good university, and have a bright future. But now he had a revelation. What was the point of getting into a good university? Wasn't it just to find a good job and make money? And what was the point of making money? Wasn't it just to find a wife, have children, and live a good life? Getting into a good university wasn't as important as getting into a university where you could find a good wife. He himself had graduated from a top-tier university, worked his ass off to earn $1 million a year, and what was the result? His wife was a troublemaker like Jiang Yao. His life was a mess, and they eventually divorced. The old saying, first establish a family, then establish a career, was absolutely true. The most important thing was that he now had the system by his side. He was destined to be incredibly wealthy in the future. Why would his son need to work for someone else? He could just set up a company for him in the future. The top priority was to continue the Su family line. Finding a reliable and good daughter-in-law was the real deal. Su Shixing was completely shocked. He stared at his father in disbelief. Was this the same father who had always preached the Gaokao changes your destiny, forced him to study like crazy, and lectured him for half a day if he lost a single point? Not going to a top-tier university just to go to a women's university to find a wife. Su Shixing felt his worldview shatter into pieces. Dad, are you serious? Find a wife? You're applying to this school just to find a wife? Dad, are you even my dad? What else? Sumu said with righteous indignation, looking at his son with an expression of disappointment. Think about it. With all girls in the school, a boy would be as rare as a panda. You'd be a scarce resource. Once you're there, forget one Xiao Jinshi, even 10 Xiao Jiangxis would be within your reach. At this point, seeing his son's dumbfounded expression, Sumu deliberately put on a stern face and threatened, What? Not happy? Think it's embarrassing. If you're not happy, you'll change my mind. You can go back to retaking the exam, waking up early, and staying up late to memorize vocabulary, while watching Xiao Jinshi get chased by other guys in university. And then he'll sing you the Jiangxing hip-hop, asking who you like the most. Upon hearing this, the image of Xiao Jinshi being snatched away by another pig instantly flashed in Su Shixing's mind. He panicked, shaking his head like a rattle drum, afraid his father would change his mind. I'm happy. I'm more than happy. Are you kidding me? Jiangxing Women's University. That's a man's paradise. What 18-year-old full of youthful vigor could resist such a temptation? Most importantly, Xiao Jinshi was there too. This meant he could still be her classmate, getting the best opportunity by being in the right place. Su Shixing's expression changed instantly. He picked up his teacup and with a fawning smile said to Sumu, Dad, you're my guiding light. Your level of thinking is just too high. I toast to you. You're definitely my real dad. Sumu laughed heartily at his son's lack of ambition and clinked his teacup against his. Look at you, what a sight. Remember, at school studying is secondary. Bringing back a daughter-in-law is the key item on your final exam. Ding. The youthful rebellion system has been activated. Detected hosts novel university application philosophy, challenging traditional educational concepts. Reward lifespan 1, physique 5. Lifespan 29 years, 28 years, physique 50-55. Reward a 90 discount coupon for luxury cars. Listening to the notification sound in his head, Su Mu's smile stretched from ear to ear. A 90 discount coupon for a luxury car? It was high time to replace his old beat-up Volkswagen. He was definitely going to get a supercar, not only to pick up his son from school, but also to intimidate his future daughter-in-law's rivals. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the vast Chilean mountain grassland, the divorce trip quartet, having set off again, erupted into another fierce argument. The noise startled the surrounding marmots, sending them scurrying back into their burrows. On the endless grassland, Zhang Yao, hands on her hips, trembled with rage, pointing at Xia Yi's nose and demanding, "Xia Yi, look at what your good sister has done. Your precious little sister dared to kiss my ex-husband." In public, she grabbed his head and kissed him. Didn't you see the smug look on Su Mu's face? I just want to ask you, what kind of lousy helper did you find? Is this supposed to be getting back at him for me? This is clearly just handing him a blessing. Are you helping me, or helping your brother-in-law? Xia Yi, overwhelmed by the shouting, looked utterly helpless. Well, this is mainly because you provoked her with your sharp tongue first. She's always had that temper since she was a child. Huh. Zhang Yao's voice instantly went up an octave. Xia Yi, you're blaming me. So it's my fault, is it? That vixen has made me furious, and you're taking her side. Fine. Xia Yi, you're something else. I'm done. Whoever wants to stay in this godforsaken place can stay. I'm leaving right now. I'm going back to Jiangsheng to tear those two adulterers apart. With that, Zhang Yao really turned to pack her bags, looking like she was ready to go back and fight to the death. Seeing this, Guo Rong and Liao Yakin quickly rushed over to hold her back from both sides. Hey, Yao, calm down. It's thousands of kilometers back to Jiangsheng from here. He didn't mean it like that. She's just outspoken. Calm down. Think of a solution quickly. If you let Yao go back, all hell will break loose. Xia Yi, looking at Zhang Yao's readiness to call it quits at the slightest disagreement, felt a pounding headache. What a mess this was. Rubbing her aching temples, she gritted her teeth and played her trump card. All right. Stop making a scene. Don't worry. I have another sister. This one is my second sister. I guarantee she's sensible. She's an absolute ice queen. Any man would go out of his way to avoid her. She'll definitely deal with your dog of an ex-husband properly. Zhang Yao stopped, turned around with a suspicious look, her eyes full of distrust. Really? You said the same thing about your last sister, and what happened? She just gave him her first kiss. Is this second sister of yours actually reliable? Xia Yi spoke frankly. All right. He'll tell you the truth. The company your good-for-nothing ex-husband works for is called Mooching Games, right? That company is a subsidiary under my second sister's group. I only found out recently. Xia Yi's words struck like a thunderbolt on a placid lake. Zhang Yao froze instantly. Her hands, which were packing her luggage, stopped mid-motion. She turned her head in disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers. What did you say? Mooching Games is your sister's subsidiary company. Then wouldn't she be the boss of Su Mu's boss? Zhang Yao's voice pitched with shock, her mind reeling. She knew the Xia family was wealthy, but she never imagined they were this wealthy. The company her ex-husband worked for was actually her best friend's sister's business. Xia Yi, seeing her dumbfounded expression, proudly lifted her chin and puffed out her chest. Of course, that second sister of mine is a true business prodigy and ice queen. Everyone in the group trembles at the sight of her. Dealing with your ex-husband would be a piece of cake for her. I don't even need to say much. One word from her, and Su Mu won't be able to stay at that company. She'll make him kneel and beg for your forgiveness. The words, kneel and beg for forgiveness, struck Zhang Yao right in the heart. A vivid image of Su Mu kneeling before her, weeping and regretting his actions, flashed in her mind. That feeling was exhilarating. The fury from a moment ago vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. She tossed her luggage aside, rushed over to hug Xia Yi's arm, laughing uncontrollably. Oh, my dear Yi, my wonderful sister. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Your sister is amazing. This is the ultimate trump card. Xia Yi was caught between laughter and tears at her friend's complete 360-degree change in attitude, and could only pat her hand helplessly. So are you still leaving? Going back to Jiangsheng? Zhang Yao shook her head vigorously. No way. I wouldn't go back even if you paid me. With your sister on the case, what do I have to worry about? I'm staying right here to hear the good news about Su Mu's downfall. Come on, let's go. Our sister squad continues to enjoy life. Tonight we drink until dawn, no one leaves sober. In Jiangsheng, at 6 in the morning, dawn was just breaking. At this hour, most working folks were still lost in their dreams. Yet within the private gym at the top of Muchu Group's headquarters, a striking figure had already appeared. A woman in high heels walked into the empty men's locker room. She wore a sharply tailored black suit with a pencil skirt accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a face of icy, stunning beauty. Her demeanor was cold, keeping everyone at a distance. It was Xia Qingwu, the CEO of Muching Group. The woman walked directly to a row of lockers and deftly opened one. A label on the locker read for Su Mu. From her Hermes bag, she carefully took out a box of Xiang Piao Piao milk tea powder. Then she unscrewed a massive protein powder container inside the locker and unceremoniously dumped the entire box of milk tea powder into it. Drink. Go on, drink your protein powder, Xia Qingwu muttered while furiously pouring the high-sugar, high-calorie drink mix into Su Mu's protein powder. On her icy, beautiful face was an expression of almost deranged satisfaction. Building muscles. Who are you getting so buff for? To show that woman named Jiang. Drink up and get fat. Once you're a blimp, we'll see which vixen besides me would even glance your way. Xia Qingwu moved swiftly and skillfully, clearly not a novice at this. Just as she was about to mix the powder thoroughly to cover her tracks, her phone on the bench beside her suddenly vibrated. The screen flashed with the caller ID Big Sister. Xia Qingwu's smile instantly vanished, replaced by her usual icy demeanor. She elegantly wiped her hands, answered the call, and said in a cold tone, "Why are you calling me?" Xia Yi's boisterous voice came through the speaker. "Oh, my dear second sister. I've been trying to reach you all night. I thought you'd flown off to Antarctica for a meeting." Xia Qingwu said, indifferently. "Busy. Get to the point." Xia Yi, used to her sister's temperament, went straight to business. "So hey, race the thing. Does your Muchu group have a subsidiary called Muching Games? Is there an employee there named Su Mu?" Upon hearing the name, Su Mu, a flicker of barely perceptible tension crossed Xia Qingwu's icy, beautiful face. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the phone. "What about him?" Oblivious to the change on the other end of the line, Xia Yi continued enthusiastically. "He got a divorce and it was a mess. His ex-wife is my best friend. So, I want you to take good care of him at the company. Give him a hard time, show him what's what. You get me? Ruin him. Make him regret ever crossing my best friend." At the words "got a divorce," Xia Qingwu froze entirely. Her mind went blank, a loud buzz filling her ears. Divorced? He's finally divorced. In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within her: grievance, heartache, and a hint of uncontrollable secret joy. A line of clear tears slipped silently from her cold, clear eyes. As if in a trance, she murmured into the phone, "Finally divorced. Does that mean I have a chance?" "Hello? Hello? Second sister. What chance are you talking about?" Xia Yi, not catching her words, asked again. Beep. 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 The only response was the dial tone. Xia Qingwu had hung up. What happened? What did she say? Zhang Yao leaned in, full of anticipation. Xia Yi held the disconnected phone, looking somewhat uncertain. I think she knows. My second sister is a quiet one, cold as ice, never talks to us much, only ever thinks about work. But don't worry, leave it to her, and it's as good as done. Once she makes a move, Su Mu will be lucky to escape with his skin intact. Meanwhile, a brand new sapphire blue Bentley Continental slowly drove into the parking lot beneath the Muching Games office building. The door opened, and Su Mu stepped out from the driver's seat. Feeling the envious glances from those around him, he took a deep breath. Whoosh. Awesome. This Topophyline Bentley Continental cost over 4 million yuan. But he, using a 90 discount voucher from the system, got it for just 400,000. He had initially thought about staying low-key and supporting domestic brands by getting one of the newest Chinese electric cars. But then he thought again. The most expensive domestic electric car was only about 1 million yuan, which felt a bit lacking. If he was going to enjoy himself, he might as well go all out. However, Su Mu wasn't driving his new car back to the company to show off. He was here to resign. One should have a proper beginning and end. Although the company's boss, the fat Yu Leo, constantly worked him like a mule, ruthlessly exploiting him and making him work overtime until he was exhausted, hardly a good person. Still, it was this millionaire job that had given him the capital to establish himself in Jiangxing back then. Logically and emotionally, he should come and formally say goodbye. As soon as Su Mu walked into the company, he saw his boss Yu Leo with his beer belly, holding a coffee cup and flirting with a new receptionist at the front desk. "Morning, boss Yu." Su Mu greeted him with a smile. Yu Leo turned at the sound, and upon seeing Su Mu, his smile immediately dropped. He said irritably, "Don't call me boss. You're the boss now." "Good grief, Su Mu. So you finally decided to show up, huh? You've been gone for 3 whole days. No reply to messages, no answer to calls. What the hell are you playing at? You're the director of a core project, and your whole team has been idle for 3 days because of you. I'm telling you, your year-end bonus is completely gone." Su Mu listened to the tirade with a blank expression, letting out a soft sigh. "Sorry, boss Yu. There was some trouble at home recently. I got a divorce." Hearing this, the anger on Yu Leo's face vanished instantly. He theatrically slapped his own mouth. "Oh, ouch. Look at my big mouth. You actually went through with it." Su Mu nodded. "Yeah." Yu Leo immediately put on a look of worldly wisdom, walking over to give Su Mu a heavy pat on the shoulder and consoled him earnestly. "Divorced. Divorced is good. As they say, out with the old, in with the new. At our age, a middle-aged man getting a divorce isn't a divorce, it's breaking free from shackles, being reborn. It's about enjoying life. Right." Su Mu was tired of hearing that enjoying life spiel. His boss was from Shandong, holding the bizarre philosophy that there's enjoyment to be found everywhere in life. Overtime is enjoyment. Getting scolded is enjoyment. He'd probably say died as he lived, enjoying the afterlife early if he ever dropped dead. Looking at the boss' fat face, spittle flying as he spoke, Su Mu suddenly found it a bit amusing. He spoke slowly. "Boss Yu, I came here today to tell you something. I'm not going to enjoy this life anymore." The fat on Yu Leo's face quivered as if he had heard something utterly preposterous. "What did you say? No more enjoying the good life? Then what do you plan to do?" Su Mu's lips curled into a faint, calm smile, as he uttered 2 words. Resign. No way. Yu Leo grew frantic, slamming his coffee cup onto the table beside him, stamping his feet and slapping his thigh. Old Sue. Brother Sue. You're being unreasonable. It's just a small matter, isn't it? Just a divorce. Why throw away your job over it? His eyes darted around, then he put on a look of deep distress. I get it. Is it because I said I'd dock your year-end bonus? Hey, I was just joking. We're brothers, aren't we? I won't take it off, all right. Besides, you haven't paid off your mortgage yet, have you? Over $20,000 a month plus splitting assets in the divorce. If you quit now, you'll be eating the wind. Yu Leo was truly panicked. Where else could he find an employee as capable as Su Mu these days? Technically skilled, professionally adept, and most importantly, just divorced. A middle-aged man without the burden of a wife and kids carrying a mortgage. He was the perfect workhorse. Su Mu watched Yu Leo's flustered expression and found it amusing. In the past, this mortgage would have been a mountain crushing him. But now, with the system in hand, he had the world at his feet. Forget the mortgage. Buying the entire building would be a piece of cake. Su Mu shook his head, too lazy to explain further. Mister, you no need to say more. My mind is made up. Seeing that tough talk wouldn't work, Yu Leo's peripheral vision caught Xiao Mei watching the drama from behind the front desk. He shot her a frantic look. Xiao Mei, sharp as ever, caught on immediately. She swayed over on her long legs clad in black stockings, stepping in high heels with a serpentine twist of her waist. Director Su. Her voice was syrupy sweet, dripping with charm. She reached out her soft, boneless hand, gently tugging at Su Mu's arm and shaking it lightly. Please don't resign, Director. If you leave, who will guide little Mei in her work? Stay and keep me company, want you, good grief. They were even using the honey trap. If it were the old, honest Su Mu, had have blushed to the roots of his neck and been at a loss. But now Su Mu's body had been enhanced by the system, restored to its prime in his 20s. Not only were his kidneys strong, but his mindset had also become carefree. Su Mu smirked playfully. Final stay if you want. He deliberately dragged out his words, his gaze shifting between Xiao Mei and Yu Leo. Give me a beautiful secretary. I think our front desk girl Xiao Mei would be perfect. Xiao Mei, never expecting the usually serious Director Su to be so slick, blushed and lowered her head shyly, but she didn't pull her hand away. After his body rejuvenated, Su Mu had become quite handsome. Being teased made Xiao Mei's heart race. Yu Leo, hearing this, laughed in exasperation. You're dreaming. I don't even have a beautiful secretary. Might as well dream of owning the company, huh? A secretary for you. You're asking for the moon. Instead of backing down, Su Mu escalated, wrapping his long arm around Xiao Mei's slender waist. It felt soft. He raised an eyebrow at Yu Leo. Look at you, stingy as ever. A boss this tight-fisted can't keep employees. You want the horse to run, but don't let it eat grass. Where's the logic? Yu Leo stared at Su Mu's wandering hand, his eyes practically green with envy. That tiny waist. Damn head never even touched it. You? Keep your hands to yourself. Xiao Mei playfully raised her little fist and gave Su Mu's chest a light tap. Oh, Director Su, you're so bad. Her coquettish tone made Yu Leo's bones melt with envy. Just then the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the entrance. The noise was faint, but carried an undeniable pressure. The employees who had been watching the commotion immediately scurried back to their desks like mice before a cat, heads bowed low. The entire office fell silent. Curious, Su Mu turned to look. A woman walked in through the main door. She wore a tailored, high-quality white suit over a black silk blouse, her collar fastened impeccably paired with a snug pencil skirt. This ascetic style only made her more alluring. But what truly drew the eye were her legs. Long. Far too long. They defied human ergonomics. The woman was at least 5'10", and with 10-centimeter red-bottom heels, she looked like a walking supermodel with a commanding presence. Her legs were straight and slender, sheathed in sheer black stockings. Such an aura would make most men feel inadequate, unable even to lift their heads in her presence. Behind her followed a dozen elite assistants in professional attire, carrying folders and tablets, a formidable entourage encircling her like stars around the moon. Her presence was overwhelming, like a queen descending. Su Mu mused inwardly, this woman had something special, more charisma than TV stars. The blustering Yu Leo, upon seeing her, froze instantly, his face stiff. He quickly straightened up, sucked in his beer belly, and discreetly jabbed Su Mu in the ribs. Stop it. Let go. Show some respect. The big boss is here. The president of Muchu Group, Xia Qingwu. Get ready to welcome her. Big boss. Su Mu was surprised. Had been at the company for nearly a decade and had never seen the legendary group president. Rumor had it she spent all her time in the mysterious top-floor office, and ordinary employees didn't even qualify for a glimpse. Having already decided to resign, Su Mu didn't care about the big boss. But seeing Yu Leo's nearly pissing himself in fear expression, he decided to be polite. After all, he hadn't officially resigned yet. Might as well see his last shift through. Su Mu turned and stood at attention. However, his hand still lingered on Xiao Mei's waist from earlier. This scene happened to catch Xia Qingwu's eyes as she walked in. She saw it. Clearly saw Su Mu's arm around a female subordinate, their intimate banter. Xia Qingwu's footsteps paused for a moment. Just a fraction of a second. Then her already cold eyes narrowed dangerously. A surge of anger roiled within her. Who allowed you to touch what's mine? The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Sweating profusely, Yu Leo rushed forward, bowing 90 degrees, his voice syrupy with flattery. Welcome, President Xia, for your inspection and guidance. What an honor, truly an honor. Xia Qingwu looked straight ahead, not deigning to spare him even a sidelong glance. Her crimson lips parted, and she uttered 2 words. Get lost. Right away. Yu Leo scurried aside without a hint of embarrassment, wearing an expression of utter deference. Clearly he was long accustomed to the iceberg CEO's ways. Xia Qingwu strode over in her high heels, heading straight for Su Mu. She stopped before him, and Xiao Mei, her towering height exuding an oppressive aura. Xia Qingwu stared coldly at the hand still resting on Xiao Mei's waist. Let go. Her voice was utterly devoid of warmth. Su Mu blinked. Huh. The next second, Xia Qingwu did something that stunned everyone. She suddenly reached out, grabbed Xiao Mei by the shoulder, and shoved her aside, without mercy. The force sent Xiao Mei in her high heels stumbling several steps, nearly falling. Xia Qingwu looked down at the terrified Xiao Mei, fuming. Who allowed you to put your waist under Su Mu's hand? Are you looking for death? Xiao Mei's face went pale, trembling in fear, utterly bewildered about what she had done to offend the big boss. Frowning, Su Mu instinctively stepped forward to shield Xiao Mei. President Xia, what are you doing? She's just an employee. There's no need for this, is there? Xia Qingwu's gaze grew icier. Fooling around with a female colleague in the office. What kind of behavior is that? Do you take this company for a nightclub? Su Mu felt wronged. President Xia, there's a reason. Xia Qingwu cut him off coldly. I don't want to hear your excuses. Su Mu is a project director. You've blatantly violated company rules, publicly harassed a female colleague, causing a severe impact. Your bonus for this month is forfeited. With that, she didn't even wait for Su Mu's reaction, turned on her heel, and strode toward the conference room without looking back. Come prepare for the meeting. Her entourage of assistants and executives hurriedly followed. They came and went in a flash. Su Mu rubbed his chin, watching the stunning back retreat. This woman was truly cold. At that moment, Yu Leo dared to sidle over, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he passed Su Mu. Su Mu called out to him. Mister, you about my resignation. Yu Leo waved his hand without looking back, walking briskly. Later. The big boss suddenly showed up. I need to get up there and attend to her. Otherwise, even my job is on the line. Watching Yu Leo's cowering for under Rice's retreat, Su Mu smiled wryly. Who would have thought? The fat Yu who lorded it over the office turned into such a groveler in front of his own boss. All right then. Su Mu glanced at the empty front desk. Resigning was proving to be quite a hassle. At noon, Su Mu leisurely packed up his belongings at his workstation. A half-percentile cardboard box was stuffed to the brim. These items weren't worth much, but they carried the weight of his 10 years of youth spent here. A collection of limited edition anime figurines bought with his hidden savings. A health pot that had served him for nearly a decade, its spout chipped, yet still functioning. And the ergonomic office chair polished to a sheen by years of use, its surface worn smooth. Su Mu looked at these old companions and decided to take them all back to his empty home, a small keepsake of his time here. Old friends, let's move out. He found a large cardboard box and crammed all his treasures inside. Just then the long-closed door to the conference room creaked open. A cold figure emerged first. It was Xia Qingwu. Her icy gaze swept across the room, locking onto Su Mu as he packed, and she shot him a fierce glare. That look could freeze a person solid. Without another glance, she turned and, flanked by a group of executives, click-clacked her heels and swept back to the headquarters upstairs. Su Mu, baffled by the glare, rubbed his nose. What's got her so fiery? He muttered inwardly. A woman with that temper, whoever marries her is in for a world of misery. With a face like an ice sculpture, you'd save a fortune on air conditioning in the summer. At the tail end of the procession, Yu Leo finally shuffled out, his legs weak and his face drenched in sweat. His face was pale and the back of his shirt was soaked. Su Mu walked up holding his box. President Yu, about my resignation. Before he could finish, Yu Leo saw him, and his expression turned incredibly complex. Oh, my dear Director Su, you've brought such trouble upon me. I was just giving the annual summary in the meeting, and I casually mentioned that you, our project director, were exceptionally capable, but unfortunately leaving soon. And bam. The moment I said that, President Xia's face turned black as coal. She tore me apart from head to toe, said I was incompetent, couldn't even keep a core employee, and asked if I was looking to retire early. Yu Leo grew more aggrieved as he spoke, his plump face etched with lingering fear. Su Mu was stunned. That exaggerated. Didn't you say before that the company would spin just fine without me, and my leaving would free up a spot for new talent? I was just. Yu Leo flushed, stammering, then waved his hand in frustration. I'm baffled too. I mean, Muchu Group is a massive conglomerate, and our little branch is nothing more than a drop in the ocean. But I get the feeling. The big boss seems to have a particular interest in you. Yu Leo leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Not just reprimanding me, but to reduce employee turnover. President Xia immediately decided to give everyone a company-wide benefit. There's going to be a lucky draw in a bit, and everyone gets a prize. You must participate. Su Mu, holding his box, waved a hand, looking utterly uninterested. It'll pass. I'm leaving anyway, why bother with a lucky draw? No way. He had over $1 million in his bank account. Why would he stay and toil for such petty gains? His life plan from now on was to ride off into the sunset and enjoy life. Farewell corporate grind. Sumu turned and headed for the elevator with his box. Hey, don't go. Yu Leo panicked, rushing forward to grab his arm. My ancestor. You can't leave. The big boss specifically requested your presence. President Xia said if you leave him held accountable. Sumu stopped, turning to look at him. Held accountable? What's that got to do with me? Yu Leo was on the verge of tears. My good brother, just do me this one favor. Stay for the draw, then leave. Okay. Seeing Sumu still unmoved, Yu Leo gritted his teeth and played his trump card. The prizes. The prizes are beyond your wildest imagination. Second prize, 100,000 yuan game recharge. For any game you want. First prize, a top-tier computer worth 500,000. Full setup. And there's also a mysterious grand prize. Even I don't know what it is. President Xia said it's priceless. Sumu's foot, which had already stepped forward, froze in midair. Slowly, very slowly, he retracted it. As the saying goes, the lure for the elderly is free eggs at the supermarket entrance. And the lure for a middle-aged man. Definitely a top-tier computer. Second prize, 100,000 game recharge. Plow that into honor of kings, and you'd not only have every skin, but a V10 badge encrusted with diamonds. First prize, a 500,000 computer. Oh my god. With specs like that, it's probably using a server-grade motherboard. Nuke-proof. Even though he was now wealthy, the allure of free stuff was tempting. Sumu cleared his throat, set the box down, and patted Yu Leo's shoulder with a serious face. President Yu, why didn't you say so earlier? Since you're inviting me so sincerely, it'd be rude of me to refuse. I'm in. Count me in. Yu Leo watched his attitude do a complete 180, his mouth twitching, but he let out a long sigh of relief. That's more like it. Just then the click-clack of high heels echoed again. This time it wasn't Xia Qingwu, but her sharp, efficient secretary Wen Hui. Wen Hui carried a red lucky draw box, followed by 2 admin staff carrying a table, which they set up right in the center of the office. Attention, everyone. Wen Hui's clear voice rang through the office. To thank you for your hard work this year, President Xia has approved a company-wide lucky draw. The win rate is 100, so good luck to all. Yeah. Long live President Xia. The office erupted in excitement. Everyone surged from their desks, crowding around the draw table. The tense atmosphere from Xia Qingwu's earlier presence vanished in an instant. The draw began quickly. Third prize, the latest fruit phone. Congratulations to Engineer Zhang from design. Wow. Second prize, 100,000 game recharge. Congratulations. Li Feng from marketing. A geeky guy with black-rimmed glasses nearly jumped out of his skin, hugging his winning ticket and kissing it, muttering, my V10. My all-skin collection. I'm coming. The excitement grew. All eyes were fixed on the remaining first prize and the mysterious grand prize. Finally, it was Sumu's turn. He reached into the box, silently praying. Computer, please be a computer. A man's heart is forever young. Who could resist the allure of a top-tier rig? He grabbed a slip of paper and pulled it out. When we took it, glanced at it, and smiled. She paused for a moment before announcing into the mic. Congratulations. Director Su from the project department. You've won this event's grand prize. Boom. The crowd erupted. Holy crap. The grand prize. Director Su is amazing. He's the backbone of our company, and his luck is top-notch. The receptionist Xiao Mei gazed at Sumu with stars in her eyes. Oh my god, Director Su is the grand prize worth over $1 million. Maybe it's a car. I bet it's an apartment downtown. Everyone buzzed with speculation about the final prize. Yu Leo rubbed his hands together and leaned in curiously. Come on, open it up. Let everyone see. If President Xia is behind it, it must be something extraordinary. Under everyone's gaze, Sumu took a deep breath and slowly unfolded the slip. Printed on it was a neat line of black text. Grand prize, a 1-hour heart-to-heart conversation with President Xia. The entire world fell silent. The anticipation and smile on Sumu's face instantly froze. He blinked, then blinked again, thinking he must have misread. He brought the slip closer. No mistake. Black and white, clear as day. A heart-to-heart. With the president. For an hour. Damn it. Is this for real? Who wants to have a heart-to-heart with the president? You unscrupulous boss. Give me back my 500,000. In the end, Sumu still went. It wasn't for any profound reason. They simply offered far too much. Initially, Sumu was determined to leave, so resolute that not even the king of heaven himself could hold him back, a man of pure defiance. But then Secretary Wen Hui leaned in and whispered softly in his ear, Director Su, President Xia said that as long as you agree to go upstairs for a talk, even if you still decide to resign afterwards, the company will compensate you according to the N1 standard. Sumu halted in his tracks. N1. Based on his current salary bracket, that would amount to at least $1 million, maybe more. Though he wasn't short on cash now, this was free money. Why not take it? So Sumu immediately put on a solemn, righteous expression and declared, since President Xia is so sincere, I suppose I can reluctantly go and have a little heart-to-heart. Top floor CEO's office. Sumu finally stepped into this legendary place. It was spacious, bright, and luxurious. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, skyscrapers stood in jagged rows, while the traffic below bustled, appearing tiny as ants. Standing here, one truly felt a surge of ambition, as if they had the whole world at their feet. Sumu sighed inwardly. No wonder bosses love coming to work. Who wouldn't be charmed by an office like this? I'd love it too. Mr. Su, please have a seat. President Xia is in an impromptu meeting and will be here shortly. Wen Hu's voice snapped Sumu out of his reverie. She brought over a cup of steaming hot tea and placed it on the coffee table before him. Sumu glanced at the pale, weak-looking tea and curled his lip. I don't drink this stuff. He leaned back into the leather sofa, crossed his legs, looking utterly arrogant. Get me an ice-cold cola with sugar. His body had become younger and his tastes had changed along with it. This was what he craved now. As for tea, that was for old folks. A crack appeared in Wen Hu's professional smile. She looked at Sumu's slovenly demeanor, her eye twitching. What was wrong with this guy? So weird. She truly didn't understand why President Xia was so attentive to him, even going so far as to rig the lottery to ensure he got the grand prize. Despite her silent complaints, Wen Hui maintained her politeness. All right, please wait a moment. With a click, the door closed. Sumu was alone in the vast office. Bored, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back like a veteran official inspecting the premises, and began to stroll around. Honestly, the environment was truly impressive. 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling windows offered an excellent view. Sumu walked to the window and looked down at the city below. The flowing traffic became ribbons of light, and hurried pedestrians were as small as ants. Standing here, it was easy to feel a grand ambition, as if you had conquered this entire land. No wonder the rich like to work up high. Tisk, this is the taste of power. Sumu clicked his tongue. This feeling of having the world at your feet was indeed intoxicating. If only there were 2 fair-skinned, beautiful secretaries in black stockings with long legs to attend to him, massaging his shoulders and legs. Now that would be the life. As these fantasies raced through Sumu's mind, his gaze wandered aimlessly around the office. Suddenly his eyes stopped on the wall to the left of the desk. Several abstract oil paintings hung there, looking quite artistic, but something fell off. Sumu walked over and knocked on it. Thud thud. The sound was hollow. Hollow. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Just as he suspected. These days, if a boss didn't have some secret skeletons in the closet, they'd be too embarrassed to say hello. Isn't that how it always goes in the TV dramas? Luxurious offices like this usually hid a secret door. Behind it was either a safe with incriminating ledgers or a lavishly decorated restroom, the kind specifically used for discussing life dreams and studying human anatomy with secretaries. Xia Qingwu seemed so proper and serious. Who knew she was this wild behind closed doors? Sumu's gossip fire burned fiercely. He ran his hands along the edge of the painting frame. Click. A soft sound. The wall, which seemed perfectly seamless, slowly popped open, revealing a gap. There really was a secret door? Sumu stood at the entrance, hesitating. Would it be inappropriate to just barge in? After all, it was a lattice private space. But then he thought, wait a minute. It's not like I'm a man of high moral character anyway. Besides, this hard hour didn't specify it had to be held outside. What if the meeting place was in there? Yes, that's it. Having found the perfect excuse for himself, Sumu stopped hesitating and pushed the door open. Behind the door was not the romantic bedroom he had imagined. Instead, it was a narrow staircase leading downwards. The light was dim, and it seemed to go down endlessly. Sumu's smile widened. Hidden this well, there must be something good down there. Maybe it was some kind of commercial secret or some dirt on the icy president. Or maybe it was Xia Qingwu's little dark room for imprisoning business rivals. The thought was thrilling. He didn't hesitate and walked down the stairs. The staircase was short, leading to a small room below. The room was dark, lit only by a faint glimmer from the stairway. Sumu fumbled for his phone, turning on the flashlight and sweeping the beam across the room. When he saw what was on the walls, he froze solid. What the hell? This exclamation was a genuine shock from the depths of his soul. The walls were plastered, densely packed with photographs. They were all of him. There was a shot of his frowning profile during a meeting, a picture of him dozing off at his desk, a photo of his back as he bought a boxed lunch at the convenience store downstairs. Every angle, every situation, it was all there. Even more bizarrely, in a glass display case in the center of the room, various trinkets were neatly arranged. Sumu leaned in to look, and his scalp tingled. A ballpoint pen, head discarded, half-used. An empty mineral water bottle, its cap carefully sealed. A crumpled piece of draft paper with some scribbles on it. And there was even a strand of hair, seemingly his, carefully preserved in a transparent Ziploc bag. What the F? Even more absurdly, some photos were marked with lipstick-drawn hearts, and even imprinted with bright red lip prints. One of them was his wedding photo with his ex-wife. But in the photo, his ex-wife's face had been cut out and replaced with Xia Qingwu's cold, stunningly beautiful face photoshopped seamlessly. Below the photo, a line of text was written in elegant handwriting, dripping with Yandera obsession. Sumu, you are mine. You are my dog. No one can take you away from me. I want to lock you up just for me to see. Sumu smiled at me today. I want to devour him. Sumu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His gaze then fell upon another wall of the room. It was a huge piece of black glass. As he got closer, he realized it was a two-way mirror, and the other side of the mirror directly faced the office area where he used to work. His workstation was right in the center of the mirror's view. This meant that all his slacking off secretly reading novels and joking around with colleagues had all been watched from here. No wait, that wasn't the immediate problem. The problem was Xia Qingwu was crazy. She was a group CEO worth billions, secretly setting up a room like this, plastering it with photos of him, a mere project director, and playing these voyeuristic games. If that wasn't being a pervert, what was? A Yander, a pervert at that. Sumu sensed unprecedented danger, and only one thought remained in his mind. Run. Get out of here. He spun around, about to dash up the stairs. However, as soon as he reached the stairway, the light above was blocked by a figure. Someone was blocking his path. Then a tremendous force shoved him from behind, pushing him back into the room. Bang! The door behind him slammed shut with a deafening crash. The room plunged into darkness. Click! The light came on. The blinding brightness made Sumu squint instinctively. When his eyes adjusted and he saw the person before him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Xia Qingwu. She stood at the door, leisurely toying with a thin black leather strap in her hand. Today she was dressed in standard professional elite attire. A white silk blouse paired with a black pencil skirt. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses rested on her nose, and her hair was in a neat bun, revealing her snow-white slender neck. Cold, aloof, and carrying a fatal allure. She just stared coldly at Sumu, no warmth in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? Sumu, I won't let you leave. Sumu looked at her outfit and the strap in her hand. The scene, the lines, the props. Why did this feel like a scene from an adult film? He almost blurted out a classic Yamit. Sumu forced himself to stay calm, taking a step back until his back hit the cold wall. President Xia, what are you doing? I'm telling you, this is broad daylight. Don't you dare do anything rash. I might be divorced, but I'm not some easy guy. It wasn't that he was afraid he couldn't beat a woman in a fight. It was mainly that the situation before him was far too bizarre, far beyond his comprehension. Xia Qingwu didn't answer his question. She walked towards him slowly, step by step. The sharp, clear clicks of her high heels on the floor echoed, each one seeming to land directly on Sumu's heart. She stopped in front of Sumu. She looked up, her gaze fixed on his eyes through the lenses of her gold-rimmed glasses. After a long moment, she spoke softly. Sumu, do you truly not remember me anymore? Xia Qingwu removed her gold-rimmed glasses and leaned close to Sumu's face. Sumu instinctively tried to lean back, but his head was already against the wall with nowhere to retreat. He said helplessly, President Xia, don't push me too hard. You know this counts as workplace harassment. This posture was too intimate. Xia Qingwu stood on her tiptoes slightly, her stunning face almost touching the tip of his nose. Her warm breath sprayed onto his face. Sumu, take a closer look. Have you really forgotten this face? Sumu's eyes widened as he stared at Xia Qingwu, who was right in front of him. Earlier she was too far away, and with the glasses blocking his view plus her overwhelming domineering CEO aura, he hadn't dared to look closely. Now examining her up close, these eyebrows, this nose bridge, especially these eyes with slightly upturned corners that carried a fierce and stubborn look when gazing at someone. They did seem somewhat familiar. Where had he seen them before? While Sumu's mind was racing, Xia Qingwu reached into the pocket of her white shirt and pulled out 2 photographs. She held them up in front of Sumu. The first photo was yellowed and curled at the edges, looking quite old. The background of the photo was a rural rammed earth house. A little girl as skinny as a monkey, wearing ill-fitting dirty clothes, was squatting in a corner, holding a chipped and broken bowl in her hands, staring fiercely at the camera like a hungry wolf cub guarding its food. Sumu's pupils contracted sharply. Wasn't this the good-for-nothing girl from the Xia family next door? The floodgates of memory burst open instantly. This was over 20 years ago. Back then Sumu lived in his rural hometown at an age where he ran wild all over the mountains. A family moved in next door, bringing a little girl named Xia Youwu. It was said her parents sent her to live with her rural grandparents to avoid the penalty for violating the one-child policy. In those days, the preference for boys over girls was deeply ingrained in rural areas. Xia Youwu's grandparents treated her worse than an animal, constantly beating and scolding her. In the dead of winter, they made her kneel in the snow to wash clothes, her hands frozen red and swollen like carrots. The worst part was they wouldn't give her food. That old woman's curses could be heard across half the village. Good for nothing. What are you eating for? Just starve to death. Although Sumu was also a troublemaker back then, he was soft-hearted. Every time he saw the little girl kneeling at the door shivering from hunger, he would sneak 2 steamed buns from home or half a bowl of braised pork and slip over to give them to her when the adults weren't looking. That girl was an oddball. She never said thank you. She would take the bowl, squat in the corner, and wolf down the food, her cheeks puffed up, choking and rolling her eyes, but never stopping. Her gaze was cold, looking at everyone with hatred. After finishing, she would throw the bowl aside, wipe her mouth, and leave. Sumu didn't get angry. He found the little girl interesting, like keeping a stray cat. As time passed, feeding her became a habit. Until one day, Sumu was roasting sweet potatoes with Xia Youwu on the ridge of a field. He had just dug them out of the ground. They were roasted until they oozed with sweetness, smelling delicious. Xia Youwu squatted nearby, holding a sweet potato with her pitch-black hands, eating it with her face covered in ash. It was one of the rare moments when she showed a hint of contentment. At that moment, Jiang Yao appeared. She was Sumu's childhood sweetheart and later his ex-wife. Back then Jiang Yao wore a beautiful floral dress and had two pigtails looking like a proud little princess. She pinched her nose and looked at Xia Youwu with disgust. Brother Sumu, how can you play with this dirty beggar? She smells terrible like pig manure. She's obviously an unwanted child. I'm not playing with you anymore, and I'm going to tell everyone else not to talk to you either. Those words were like a knife. Xia Youwu, who was chewing on her sweet potato, froze. She suddenly stood up, threw the half-eaten sweet potato hard on the ground, a terrifying ferocity erupting from her eyes, and lunged at Jiang Yao. You are the unwanted one. He'll kill you. Jiang Yao was so scared, she burst into tears. Sumu didn't think much at the time. He instinctively stopped Xia Youwu and pushed her away. Xia Youwu, you can't hit people. You're both girls, what are you doing? Xia Youwu was pushed and fell flat on her bottom. She sat on the ground staring intently at Sumu. Finally she got up and ran away without a word. After that Sumu never saw her again. He heard she was taken away by her parents and moved to a big city. Sumu felt a pang of regret for a few days, missing his little shadow. It felt strange. Unexpectedly, that dirty skin and bones little girl back then was actually the current Xia Qingwu, the cold, stunningly beautiful so, worth billions. What a huge transformation. Sumu tentatively patted Xia Qingwu's cheek. Xia Qingwu instinctively bared her teeth. Well, still bares her teeth. It was definitely Xia Youwu. Before he could even process this bombshell, Xia Qingwu shoved the second photo in front of his face. It was a group photo from their university days. In the photo, Sumu was full of vigor at the peak of his handsomeness, wearing a white shirt with a bright sunny smile, the quintessential campus heartthrob. Standing next to him was an unremarkable girl. She had thick bangs and wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses that covered half her face. She hunched her shoulders, looking timid, gloomy, and withdrawn. Sumu looked at the photo and his mind went blank again. Damn, isn't this that girl? During his sophomore year, he was the student council president, close with the counselor, and often helped impoverished students find work-study jobs. There was a girl named Xia. Right, Xia Qing. Her name had changed by one character, so he never connected her to his childhood playmate. Back then Xia Qing was extremely withdrawn, showing signs of depression. She kept her head down all day, silent as a ghost. Sumu felt sorry for her and took her on as his assistant. There wasn't much work, just running errands and organizing files. Sumu had a playful personality and loved to tease someone so quiet. Once they were taking the elevator together to deliver some documents. The elevator was packed. Sumu suddenly got a mischievous idea, cornering Xia Qing and saying loudly on purpose, "Sis-in-law, does your sister know you're coming to a hotel with me? How about we confess to your sister?" Instantly, everyone in the elevator looked over with gossipy curiosity. Xia Qing's face turned bright red, so red it seemed like it would bleed. She wished she could find a crack in the floor to hide in. She fidgeted with her clothes at a loss, tears welling up in her eyes. Sumu, however, laughed heartily, finding her shy reaction incredibly amusing. To help her open up, Sumu did even more outrageous things. He was obsessed with motorcycles back then and spent all his savings on a used Kawasaki. One night after evening study sessions, he dragged Xia Qing onto the bike and handed her a helmet. "Taking you for a ride, don't refuse. If you don't listen, I'll deduct your credits." I'm the student council president after all. That night, he sped up to 100 miles per hour on the ring road. Xia Qing screamed, at first clinging tightly to his waist. But gradually she relaxed. Amidst the howling wind, Sumu heard her suppressed, yet genuine laughter. During that period, Xia Qing really did change. She became much more cheerful and even occasionally smiled at Sumu. But then, Jiang Yao got pregnant. That was the turning point in Sumu's life. To take responsibility, to get married, to give Jiang Yao a better life, he quit the student council and started working multiple jobs frantically. He was overwhelmed and couldn't spare a thought for Xia Qing. Xia Qing came to see him a few times, looking like she wanted to say something, but hesitated. Sumu was irritable then, and with Jiang Yao making a fuss, he could only brush her off quickly. The last time he saw her was at the entrance of the cafeteria. Xia Qing blocked his path, head down, voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Senior, I have something to tell you." Sumu was in a hurry to buy sour plum juice for Jiang Yao, so he waved his hand impatiently. "I don't have time now. Oh, by the way, I've topped up your meal card with 10,000 yuan, enough for you to eat until graduation. You don't need to work part-time anymore. Don't come looking for me again. I'm getting married, and Yao doesn't like me being too close to other girls." With that, he walked away without looking back. After that, Xia Qing disappeared completely. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, never appearing on campus again. Sumu was busy preparing for the wedding, dealing with Jiang Yao's various theatrics, and quickly forgot about this unremarkable junior. Until today, until this moment. Two dusty memories perfectly overlapped. The little girl who never had enough to eat. The insecure, depressed junior. And the current Yandere icy female CEO. They were the same person. Sumu felt his throat go dry and his heart pounding. What kind of melodramatic plot was this? This deserves a 100-episode short drama. Remember now, eh? Xia Qingwu looked at his expression. She casually tossed the two photos onto the ground. Then she placed her hands on the wall, completely caging Sumu in. Sumu didn't dare move an inch. This thunderbolt was practically right in his face. Xia Qingwu said hatefully, Sumu, you're too much. In college, if you didn't like me, why did you provoke me? You were the one who pulled me out of the darkness. But for that woman, you abandoned me again. Your heart is so cruel. Damn it, is her hatred really that intense? Sumu felt his scalp tingle as he hastily extended his hand to hold her at bay, pushing her back a little. Xia Qingwu, calm down. Don't make it sound so harsh. There's no abandoning involved. I just felt sorry for you back then, seeing how withdrawn you were. I only wanted to help. You're the one who misunderstood. Sumu felt a bit wronged. Back in college, he was handsome and the student council president, constantly surrounded by a flurry of admirers. He hardly had the time or inclination for such schemes. As for Xia Qingwu, he was genuinely just a warm-hearted senior helping a needy underclassman. Besides back then, she sported thick bangs and oversized black-rimmed glasses that covered half her face, always cowering in the shadows. Who could have guessed that behind those lenses hid a face of such breathtaking, nation-toppling beauty? Excuses? She let out a cold sneer. Sumu, you always have a reason. The way you abandoned me for Jiang Yao back then was just as full of excuses. I don't care. It's all your fault. Damn it. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Sumu felt a wave of helplessness. Arguing logic with a woman was truly a path to self-destruction. Xia Qingwu stepped closer, her slender fingers tracing his cheek with a Yandra-like tenderness, her eyes brimming with an almost overflowing possessiveness. Sumu, do you know? All these years I've been waiting for you to get divorced. You love playing games, so I built this gaming company for you. You thought you were working late every night because the company was exploiting you. She leaned in close to his ear, her breath soft as orchid, yet her words sent a chill down his spine. It was me. Every day I sat in the CEO's office behind that two-way mirror, keeping you company while you worked until 10. I made sure you couldn't go home, couldn't go back to that damned wife of yours. In these 10 years I've spent more time with you than you've ever spent at home. I am your true wife. Sumu was utterly stunned. That explained it. No wonder this lousy company had so many damn problems. Every single time Jiang Yao called to urge him home, or on their wedding anniversaries, some crisis would inevitably blow up at the office. So all this time, his decade of grueling 996 workdays had been a prison meticulously crafted by this woman. They say that spending too much time with coworkers turns them into family. Apparently that was true. Seeing the utterly horrified expression on Sumu's face, Xia Qingwu seemed quite pleased, the smile on her lips deepening. I know every single detail about you. Every morning you clock in at exactly 9:59:59. You always spend half an hour on paid toilet time, then slack off until 11 before you actually start working. Your favorite takeout is the potato and shredded pork rice bowl from that dingy little joint downstairs. No scallions, extra spicy. You love watching those short dramas about female CEOs and empresses, and you're always grinning like an idiot at the screen. You even. Xia Qingwu paused, a playful glint flickering in her eyes. You also watch certain videos on the company computer. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. Sumu jolted and quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. His deepest secrets were all exposed. Was this woman a demon? She must have planted surveillance on him. Sumu was now utterly terrified of her. Being watched by a pathological Yandra for a full decade. How much pent-up emotion must that have built? He didn't dare imagine it. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Xia Qingwu pulled his hand away, her eyes burning into his. So you see, I know you this well. Could you give me a chance? Marry me. There it was. Those words made Sumu's heart seize violently. He gazed at her flawless, stunning face. Her usual icy, keepy or distance demeanor had been replaced by a fervent, almost feverish intensity, a strangely magnetic allure. But Sumu wanted nothing more than to scream, no, with every fiber of his being. What a ridiculous joke. He was nearly 40, had just gotten out of a marriage, and had unexpectedly acquired a system that made him younger by the day. He was ready to embrace a second spring in life. Why on earth would he jump back into the grave of matrimony? And with a Yandra, no less. All those people online who chant, Yandras are the best. Let them actually meet one in real life, and see how fast they'd run. If he married this woman, forget talking to other women. He'd probably get interrogated with a knife at his throat just for glancing at a female dog on the street. Sumu's mind raced as he carefully chose his words, trying to find the most tactful way to reject this terrifying proposal. Qingwu. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to remarry right now. You know, I was hurt too deeply by my ex-wife. I don't really have any expectations for romance anymore. Marriage, after all, isn't the only destination for love, right? He put on a world-weary, enlightened expression, as if he'd seen through the vanity of mortal life. But Xia Qingwu simply gazed at him, her eyes disturbingly clear, and shattered his facade with a single sentence. What you mean is you just got divorced and haven't had your fill of fun yet. You want to find more women, don't you? Damn, was she a mind reader, or what? How could she see through his innermost thoughts at a glance? Xia Qingwu sneered. I told you I know you. The moment you lift your tail, I know exactly what kind of fart you're about to drop. Sumu fell into complete silence. He didn't dare gamble. He truly didn't dare to wager whether marrying a woman who had studied him down to his very bones would be a blessing or a curse. His ex-wife Jiang Yao had treated him with utter indifference, like air like an ATM. But this woman before him, Xia Qingwu, was the complete opposite. She cared too much to the point of suffocation, to the point of terror. Just as Su Mu was caught in this dilemma, Xia Qingwu suddenly made a move that left him dumbfounded. She raised her hand and undid the hair tie holding her locks. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Xia Qingwu gathered a strand of hair and draped it over her eyes, leaving only her delicate jawline and slightly flushed lips visible. The very atmosphere of the office seemed to shift into something ambiguous and alluring. Are you afraid I'm too fierce? Afraid you won't have any standing at home? Xia Qingwu tilted her head up slightly, revealing her delicate, fragile collarbones. Come, take hold of my hair. Feel it for yourself. Boom. Su Mu felt something explode inside his head. What in the world was this tantalizing scene? Was this even something he was allowed to see for free? Su Mu stood frozen, his mind a complete blank, not knowing where to put his hands or feet. Seeing that Su Mu remained motionless, Xia Qingwu snapped her head up, her hair falling away to reveal eyes brimming with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She bared her signature little fangs. Take it. Are you even a man? You can't even do this. Damn it. She was even using provocation. No real man could back down from that. Su Mu's blood rushed to his head. He steeled himself and reached out to grab her hair. With a gentle tug, Xia Qingwu's body swayed in response. Seeing him finally make a move, a triumphant smile flickered in Xia Qingwu's eyes. She tilted her head up slightly and said, If you marry me, everything behind you, this entire billion-dollar conglomerate, will all be yours. And when I'm home, I'll listen to everything you say. Marry me, Su Mu. Marry me, Su Mu. These 4 words, accompanied by a conglomerate worth billions and a stunningly beautiful, obsessively devoted female CEO at your mercy, detonated like a depth charge in Su Mu's mind. In that instant, 2 colossal options crystallized clearly in his thoughts. Accept, marry the beautiful heiress, inherit billions in assets, and ascend to the pinnacle of life from here on out, but potentially lose your personal freedom. B. Decline, continue being a carefree, divorced bachelor with the system in hand. Your future holds infinite possibilities. Wealth, beauty, power. Everything a man could ever dream of was laid out before him, right for the taking. All he had to do was press accept, and he could instantly transform from a divorced, middle-aged corporate drone into a man of distinction, reaching the zenith of success. The temptation was overwhelming. So much so that Su Mu's hand trembled slightly. But then, before his eyes flashed the cold, indifferent face of his ex-wife Jiang Yao. 15 years of marriage, 15 years of torment. Falling in love is easy, living together is hard. He now knew one thing for sure: don't just look at appearances. You must find a woman who is kind-hearted, empathetic, and makes you feel at ease. He had no idea what this woman would become like after marriage. So, Su Mu slowly released his hand. His movement was gentle, yet it made Xia Qingwu's body tremble violently. The light in her eyes dimmed. Su Mu looked at her and spoke clearly, word by word. I decline. The color drained from Xia Qingwu's face instantly, and she stared at him in disbelief. Why? I don't understand. Su Mu, I really don't understand. Don't you want these billions in assets? Your ex-wife looked down on you for being poor and useless. If you marry me, you can throw money in her face. Luxury cars, mansions, yachts. Whatever you want, I can buy it for you. Su Mu shook his head and said with a carefree air, You're going to keep me. Forget it. You don't understand men our age. A pack of 10 yuan cigarettes and a 6 yuan bowl of instant noodles can sustain me for a day. Freedom is more important than anything else. Having said that, Su Mu stopped looking at her, turned around, and headed for the office door. All he wanted was to escape. Immediately, right now, flee from this woman who made his heart race. Every extra second he stayed, he felt his willpower being eroded. 1 step, 2 steps. Su Mu stealthily shuffled to the door of the room. His hand was already on the doorknob. Victory was in sight. Just as he was about to turn the handle, a hand paler and colder than his own covered his. Xia Qingwu had somehow flashed behind him and firmly pressed down on the door handle. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Don't marry me. Be my boyfriend, okay? Su Mu nearly laughed out loud. Was this woman genuinely naive, or just playing dumb? He turned around looking at Xia Qingwu, who was right in front of him, and said helplessly, I mean, CEO, Xia, are you crazy? It's not like I'm vanishing from the face of the earth. We'll still see each other all the time. Let's take it slow, start as ordinary friends. It's the same thing, why rush? You can't rush feelings. He tried to use a gentle, reasonable tone to pacify the woman whose emotions were spiraling out of control. However, I am rushing. Xia Qingwu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red, staring at him intensely. I've been waiting since the day you got married. I've waited until now, and I can't wait another single day. Su Mu sighed. You've waited over a decade. What's one more day? He tried to pry her hand off the door, only to find that her seemingly delicate hand was now filled with immense strength, unyielding. Just as they were at a standoff, Xia Qingwu suddenly did something that short-circuited Su Mu's brain. She grabbed his hand and pressed it firmly against her own heart. Can you feel it? Through her thin blouse, Su Mu could clearly feel the heart pounding violently beneath his palm. Xia Qingwu suddenly smiled, revealing her fangs. She leaned close to Su Mu's ear, her breath searing hot. She slowly whispered a few words. No. Need. To. Take. Re. Spawn. Si. Bill. I. Tie. Just for fun. Is that okay? This. No responsibility. Just for fun. Su Mu's foot, which was about to step out the door, forcefully retracted. He stood frozen on the spot, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. What man could withstand such a test? Especially against such a top-tier seductress with the body, the looks, and the family fortune. That statement was devastatingly effective. Su Mu snapped back to reality, looking at the woman before him, whose face was flushed with shame, yet whose eyes held a stubborn defiance. This woman had definitely lost her mind. To get him, she had abandoned her last shred of decency. But, damn it, he was actually tempted. He looked at Xia Qingwu, his voice hoarse. Really? Seeing Su Mu's hesitation, Xia Qingwu laughed in anger and pulled him back. Su Mu, you really are a bastard. Just say there's no responsibility and you dare to do it right. You've always been like this. Never wanting to take responsibility. Dare to bet with me. He'll make sure you can never leave me. Day 1. Day 2. Until the 3rd day. In Ili, the Naladi grassland. On the endless green pasture, a white RV slowly came to a halt. The door opened and Zhang Yao, Xia Yi, Guorong, and Liao Yakin, 4 divorced best friends, stepped out one after another, inhaling the fresh air fragrant with the scent of grass. Xia Yi opened her arms with a look of ecstasy. Look how beautiful the grassland is, how green the grass. Zhang Yao stretched, gazing at the distant snowy mountains and the cattle and sheep. Her heart was light, but she couldn't help grumbling. It's beautiful, but I feel like we've been visiting green grasslands all along the way, Zhang Yao said. It feels a bit strange. Guorong patted her on the shoulder and laughed. Don't overthink it. July and August are when the grasslands are at their most beautiful. With such a beautiful view, why don't we compose a poem? Good idea, good idea. Everyone immediately agreed. Liao Yakin spoke first, gazing at a streak of cloud on the horizon. A line of white cloud leaves a line behind. Guorong continued, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. I miss my old acquaintance dearly. Zhang Yao glanced at the green expanse stretching to the horizon and casually added, a green river flows all the way. Then it was Xia Yi's turn. She rolled her eyes, looked at Zhang Yao mischievously, and smirked as she recited the last line. Qingwu will bang Su Mu tonight. Ha ha ha. The other two burst out laughing instantly, and the whole grassland echoed with their merriment. Zhang Yao's face flushed red, both shy and angry, and she chased after Xia Yi to hit her. Xia Yi, what nonsense are you talking? You're so annoying. Xia Yi dodged and laughed loudly. Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was just thinking of my younger sister Xia Qingwu, who said she was going to teach your scumbag ex-husband Su Mu a lesson. Inspired, just inspired. Zhang Yao stopped hitting, snorted lightly, but couldn't help the corners of her mouth lifting. You're always making fun of me. I wonder if your second sister is really up to it. It's been 3 days, and there's no news at all. Just as she finished speaking, Xia Yi's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. She picked it up, glanced at it, and triumphantly waved the phone. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Look, my second sister's message. Here it is. She directly tapped the voice message. A man's pleading voice came from the phone. I was wrong, I really was wrong. President Xia, please let me go. I really don't want to work overtime anymore. I've been working overtime for 3 days and 3 nights straight. My body can't take it anymore. Yammy. The voice was unmistakably Su Mu's. Oh my god. He sounded so miserable. What had he been reduced to? The 4 women exchanged glances, then burst into even more excited laughter than before. Zhang Yao was especially thrilled, waving her little fists, unable to hide the joy on her face. Great. Nicely done. Finally, that bastard Su Mu got a lesson. Xia Yi raised her chin proudly like a peacock. See that? How awesome my second sister is. There's no man in this world she can't handle. Guorong and Liao Yakin also cast admiring looks. Qingwu is really incredible. Zhang Yao snatched the phone from Xia Yi and shouted into the mic. I want to make a request. She cleared her throat and said loudly in a tone of schadenfreude. President Xia, please increase the intensity of punishing my useless ex-husband. Use any means you have. Make sure he remembers this for the rest of his life. The message was sent. Less than 10 seconds later, Xia Qingwu replied with a single word. Okay. Zhang Yao finally felt completely at ease. She looked at the green grassland and the blue sky before her, feeling that the view was incredibly beautiful. The pinnacle of life's joy was nothing more than this. Her ex was living a miserable life while she was here enjoying herself. This was the ultimate pleasure. Meanwhile, inside the secret lounge of the CEO's office at Xia Group, the large floor-to-ceiling windows were blocked by heavy curtains, and only a dim bedside lamp was lit in the room. On the soft bed, Su Mu was about to pull his hand back when a delicate hand firmly grabbed it. I won't let you go. Xia Qingwu was only wearing a silk slip dress, her jet black hair spread across the pillow, outlining her stunning face and delicate collarbones. She clung to Su Mu like a lazy and contented cat, as if she wanted to lie there forever. Su Mu looked helplessly at the woman who wouldn't let him go. President Xia, didn't you say no strings attached? What's with not letting me leave now? Xia Qingwu opened her languid eyes and said matter-of-factly, "Anyway, I just won't let you go." These 3 days had been the most satisfying and peaceful days for her in the past decade. She couldn't bear to let go, not even for a second. Sumu sighed. "I really have things to do. Today my son is going to college to register. I have to take him there." He shook the phone on the nightstand. On the screen, his son Su Shishing had already sent several urgent messages. "What?" Xia Qing's attention was instantly caught, and she leaned over to take a look. Jiangxing Women's University. Her eyes instantly changed from languid to sharp, staring intently at Su Mu. "A boy going to register at a women's university? It's all women there. Are you trying to play the field?" Su Mu nearly choked on his own saliva. "I didn't." Xia Qingwu suddenly lifted her head, closed in on him, her beautiful eyes full of scrutiny and warning. "Look at me. Speak." Su Mu felt a bit guilty under her gaze, so he decided to tell the truth. "Just going to take a stroll, breathe in the youthful air. What's the big deal?" Moreover, his youthful recklessness system loved to trigger rewards in places with lots of young people, and a university campus was a treasure trove. Xia Qingwu gritted her teeth in anger. "See, I knew it. I know you best, Su Mu." She leaned closer to Su Mu, her tone turning gentle. "How about this'll go with you to send off your son, okay?" "No way." Su Mu rejected without a second thought. He suddenly turned over, forcibly bounced off the bed, and pried open Xia Qing's hand. "What are we to each other now? What would it look like if my son saw us? It's inappropriate." Xia Qingwu watched his resolute back, the tenderness in her eyes instantly fading, replaced by anger and grievance. Su Mu quickly put on his clothes while uttering harsh words without looking back. "If you don't let me go today, we'll never see each other again." These words struck Xia Qing's weak spot. Her body stiffened. After a long pause, she forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Fine, I'll let you go." Su Mu finished dressing without a moment's hesitation and strode out of the room that had ensnared him for 3 days. When he pulled open the heavy office door, the glaring sunlight poured in, and he felt as if he had returned from another world, refreshed and invigorated. At that very moment, the familiar mechanical chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Youthful recklessness system activated. Detected that the host abandoned his partner without a second thought, an extremely carefree behavior that perfectly embodies the spirit of youthful recklessness. Special reward granted. Reward lifespan 3, physique 5. Age 28-25, physique 55-60. Su Mu paused in his steps, his mouth twitching. Abandoned without a second thought. System, do you have a misunderstanding of the term youthful recklessness? However, complaints aside, he soon felt the dramatic changes in his body. A warm current instantly rose from the base of his spine and quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. His lower back, which had been sore from the intense overtime of the past 3 days, instantly became light and pain-free. His previously unsteady steps became firm and powerful. Even his drowsy mind cleared instantly, as if he had just slept for 10 hours. That was the feeling of youth. That was the feeling of overflowing hormones. Su Mu clenched his fists in disbelief, feeling the power surging through his muscles. This feeling, it was truly different. His original 28-year-old body had indeed reached its limit after 3 consecutive days with Xia Qingwu, that extraordinary seductress. The last 2 days he had been mostly on the defensive, even somewhat powerless, utterly losing a man's dignity. But now he was 25. A man at 25 is at the absolute peak of his physical abilities, truly in his prime. Su Mu stood at the elevator entrance, looking at his radiant and sharp-eyed reflection in the mirror, a playful, even slightly wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He took out his phone and leisurely sent a message to his son Su Shishing. "Wait for your old man at the school gate. 3 hours. I have something more important to do." After sending the message, he put the phone back in his pocket. Su Mu turned around and glanced at the closed door of the CEO's office behind him. When he left just now, it seemed a bit too miserable, like a deserter. That didn't fit his current identity, nor the character of a hot-blooded 25-year-old. "Just now I was in bad shape. I let you be arrogant for 3 days." Su Mu muttered to himself, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Now, the tables have turned. He suddenly turned around, strode off with his long legs, and instead of heading for the elevator, he walked straight back. A surprise return. He wanted to show Xia Qingwu, who was the head of the household. This was what true youthful recklessness meant. At noon, Jiangxing Women's University. A flashy blue Bentley, ignoring the sign that read "No off-campus vehicles allowed," roared directly onto the campus playground and parked precisely beside the freshman registration area. The scorching September sun baked the earth and ignited the gaze of everyone present. Freshman parents and the senior sisters guiding them all turned their attention in unison. What was that? The new Continental GT. That must cost over 4 million RMB, right? The color choice is absolutely perfect. It must be some top-tier rich kid dropping off his girlfriend. Or maybe it's a wealthy freshman. Amid the murmur, the driver's door clicked open. From the open door, the thundering sound of music flooded the scene. Summer quietly passes, leaving little secrets hidden deep in my heart, hidden deep in my heart. I can't tell you, evening breeze warms my heart. I think of you again. So sweet, how could I forget? With this nostalgic love song, a figure stepped out of the car. It was Su Shishing. He was carrying 2 huge suitcases, his face flushed red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Dad, you're late as it is, and you have to make such a spectacle. Su Shishing complained in a low voice to the car. You know our family's situation. Why did you rent this car? Now everyone thinks I'm a rich second generation. If they find out, how embarrassing. He was truly exasperated with his old man. Late as it was, he had to show up in this flashy car had somehow gotten. Though he was complaining, the surrounding female college students didn't care. Their eyes sparkled. Wow, this young guy is kind of handsome. He looks a bit down, but his features are delicate. He's my type. Driving a Bentley and good looking. What kind of celestial freshman is this? Across the girls' dormitory, several heads poked out of windows, curiously peering down. Although Jiangxing Women's University had women's in its name, some majors admitted male students, but the numbers were extremely scarce. 1 or 2 per class at most, as rare as giant pandas. Just then Sumu stepped out of the passenger seat wearing a pair of wide sunglasses. He closed the door with a single stylish motion, producing a satisfying thud, a faint smile playing on his lips. I told you this is your dad's new car. Why don't you believe me? The moment Sumu stepped out, the noisy atmosphere fell eerily silent for a second, then erupted into an even louder crescendo of screams. If Su Shixing's appearance was merely an appetizer, Sumu's entrance was a full-blown visual storm that swept through the senses. Holy crap, this one is even hotter. Oh my god, he's incredibly handsome. Is he a celebrity? His physique, his aura, the way he walks. I can't take it. He looked this way. The female students' chatter grew louder and louder. Was he a freshman? Or the freshman's older brother? He didn't look like one. Sumu's current physical age was 25. Past the rawness of college, but not yet the greasiness of middle age, it was the peak of male charm and mature stability. Back in the day, he had been the campus heartthrob of Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, standing out even among tens of thousands of handsome guys. Now in this women's university, where women outnumbered men, there wasn't a single worthy opponent in sight. Sumu listened to the cheers around him, his heart swelling with delight. This was exactly what he wanted, to announce his return to youth in the most flamboyant, unrestrained manner. He took off his sunglasses and flashed a heart sign toward the direction of the girls' dormitory, where the loudest screams came from. Oh, he made a heart at me. Nonsense. He was clearly looking at me. He smiled. A burst of even higher-pitched screams nearly lifted the roof off the playground. The shrieks continued unabated. Sumu took a deep breath of the air, thick with youthful energy. Exhilarating. This was the feeling of being young. This was the feeling of hormones burning. Su Shishing watched his father preening like a peacock, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Dad, can you stop showing off? Wearing sunglasses, how old are you? Can't you be more mature? Sumu raised an eyebrow and glanced at his son. Old? Kid, I think you're more old-fashioned than me. Look at your slouching posture. Straighten your back. Don't embarrass me. Su Shishing was utterly speechless. All right, let's first find where the freshman registration is. Fine. The father-son duo carrying their luggage walked toward the bustling registration area under the gaze of countless eyes. They strode one after the other along the campus avenue. Their head-turn rate was 300%. Sumu walked with his hands in his pockets, completely at ease, without a hint of a parent's proper demeanor. Just then a girl in a JK uniform approached from the opposite direction. White blouse, deep blue pleated skirt, knee-high white stockings, and leather shoes. Her skin was luminous white, so tender it seemed you could pinch water from it, her face full of collagen. A stunner. Even in a women's college, she was a campus beauty queen. Sumu's eyes lit up, and he paused. Son, wait here. Dad will go ask for directions. Before Su Shishing could react, Sumu had already strode over. Without hesitation, he blocked the JK girl's path, and then, with utmost naturalness, extended his right hand. What's your name? His voice was low and magnetic, carrying an undeniable authority. The girl initially frowned, annoyed at being stopped. But when she looked up and saw Sumu's outrageously handsome face, the impatience in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a blush. As if possessed, she placed her small hand in his. I am Lin Jiting, a freshman. Brother, are you? Before she could finish, Sumu suddenly tightened his grip and lifted her arm above her head. Before Lin Jiting knew what was happening, she spun around in a circle. Her skirt flared up, revealing a pair of straight, fair legs. Not far away, Su Shixing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His jaw dropped to the ground, impossible to pick up. Was this how you asked for directions? What kind of godly move was that? The most absurd part was that the girl didn't resist at all. She was beaming with sweetness. Was it purely based on looks? After a few spins, Sumu stopped steadily, and Lin Jiting, due to inertia, collapsed softly into his arms. Sumu looked down at the breathless, blushing girl in his arms, and finally spoke slowly. I'm a new student's parent. I can't find my way. Lin Jiting, could you take me there? Lin Jiting looked up, her doe-like eyes glistening with feigned reproach. Brother, you're kidding. A handsome guy like you can't be a student's parent. But what a coincidence. I haven't registered yet either. Since we're going the same way, why don't you come with me? I know where it is. Sumu smiled. Sure, let's exchange WeChat. Okay, young female college students. Purely judging by looks. Su Shishing watched from behind, envious, and a little spark of desire ignited in his heart. He thought he could do it too. Taking a deep breath, he imitated his father, stopping a passing girl and coolly extending his hand. But the girl frowned, stepped back warily, and said, "What do you want?" "Selling phone cards." "No time, thanks." Then she walked around him and left. Su Shixing's hand froze in midair, his face instantly falling. He trudged over to Su Mu looking crestfallen. "Dad, is there a way to play without relying on looks?" Su Mu looked at his son's pathetic expression and couldn't help laughing. "There is, buddy, there is." He patted Su Shixing's shoulder and pointed into the distance. "But right now you need to go explain to your classmate Xiao Jianqi." "What?" Su Shixing looked up sharply, following Su Mu's gaze. Not far away, a girl in a white dress stood under the shade of a tree, staring at him in shock. It was Xiao Jianqi, with whom he had arranged to register. She had clearly witnessed his failed attempt to chat up the other girl. Xiao Jianqi. Su Shixing's heart skipped a beat, panic rising. Xiao Jianxi's eyes reddened, and her voice trembled with tears. "Su Shixing, you big liar. You promised my aunt you'd take care of me, and the moment you step on campus you're hitting on other girls. I was wrong about you." She stomped her foot in anger and turned to run. "No, listen to me." Su Shixing dropped everything and chased after her. Su Mu watched the two youngsters disappear into the crowd, one after the other, shaking his head with a sigh. "Young people, first lesson, you have to check your surroundings before sneaking around." Lin Jiding was tickled by his remark, laughing uncontrollably. "Brother, is that really your son? You actually came to accompany him for registration?" Su Mu looked down at her. "Yes. Junior Jiding, no one came with you for registration today." At this, the smile on Lin Jiding's face faded and a hint of bitterness and loneliness flickered in her eyes. "Don't even mention it." She sighed. "My parents are divorced. After the divorce, my dad never cared about me again. And my mom, she's even worse. She went off with her group of 4 best friends to live on the grasslands, searching for poetry in distant lands, and turned off her phone." Su Mu was stunned by this. A group of 4 best friends, living on the grasslands. Really? A grassland retreat? Isn't this his ex-wife's group of 4 besties? Is the world this small? What a coincidence. Looking at the little girl before him who was staring at him with a pitiful, aggrieved expression, Su Mu suddenly felt a strange sensation welling up inside him. He wondered whose daughter this girl could be. Clearing his throat, he asked tentatively, "Forgive me for asking, but is your unreliable biological mother named Guorong or Liao Yakin?" Lin Jiding, who was still immersed in the sorrow of being abandoned by her mother, was startled by the question, her eyes widening in shock. "How do you know?" she exclaimed. "My mom's name is Guorong, and I know Liao Yakin too. She's my mom's best friend. I call her Aunt Liao." Su Mu sighed, reached out, and ruffled Lin Jiding's hair, a look of sympathetic kinship appearing in his eyes. "Girl, don't be surprised," he said. "Your big bro here is a fellow sufferer. You were abandoned by your unreliable mom and me." Su Mu pointed to himself. "I was abandoned by my wife. My ex-wife is your Aunt Jiang Yao." The air suddenly went silent for 2 seconds. Lin Jiding blinked a couple of times, her brain seemingly processing this massive amount of information at lightning speed. Jiang Yao, that pretty auntie who often came to their house to complain about her husband to her mom. The next second, ha ha, Lin Jiding burst into unladylike laughter. She clutched her stomach, her body shaking with mirth. The earlier demure, almost coy shyness was completely gone, replaced by a carefree, hearty exuberance. She laughed so hard tears welled up in her eyes. "Oh my God, I can't, this is killing me," she gasped. "So you're the legendary Uncle Su Mu." She paused, then corrected herself. No, can't call you uncle. You're too handsome for that. They'll have to call you big brother." Still giggling, Lin Jiding looked Su Mu up and down. Her gaze made Su Mu feel uneasy. "What's so funny?" Su Mu asked, flicking her forehead in annoyance. "You know I'm your elder, so behave yourself. Since our families are so fated to meet, he'll stop trying to pick you up. You should head back to your dorm." No. Keep trying to pick me up." Lin Jiding grabbed Su Mu's arm, clinging to him, as if afraid he might run away. A sly smile played on her lips as she leaned in close to Su Mu's ear, lowering her voice to a mysterious whisper. "Brother Su Mu, your reputation precedes you. I've heard so much about you from my mom and Aunt Jiang's chats." Su Mu raised an eyebrow. "Talking about him? Probably nothing good. When those women got together, they either compared handbags and jewelry or complained about their men. In their eyes, there wasn't a single good man in the world, just a bunch of useless breathing lumps." Su Mu crossed his arms, looking at her with interest. "Oh, what did they say about me? Did they say I'm handsome and suave, or that I'm a devoted family man and the world's best husband?" Lin Jiding stifled a laugh and held up 3 delicate fingers, waving them in front of him. "They said that you look big and tall, but you're all show and no go. They said you'd be done in 3 seconds, telling them to stop after a moment. They also said you look impressive, but you're just a decorative spearhead." The smile on Su Mu's face instantly froze. The veins on his temple throbbed. "Damn it, Jiang Yao, you woman. You actually went and told people about something that private, and you lied. This is blatant slander." Seeing Su Mu's face darken like the bottom of a pot, Lin Jiding laughed even harder. Emboldened as if she had discovered a new continent, she lightly poked his firm chest muscles with her finger. "Brother, don't be mad. Honestly, I think they're talking nonsense too. Look at your build, your muscles, your presence. You don't seem like someone who only lasts 3 minutes." As she spoke, a slight blush crept onto the girl's face, clearly finding the topic quite thrilling. "Are kids these days really this bold?" Sumu took a deep breath, forcing down his rising anger. Arguing with a little girl about this would be beneath him. Besides, trying to explain would only make things worse. Explain? How could he even explain? Was he supposed to shout, "I can go 7 times a night" in front of the school gate? That would just make him look like a pervert. Sumu let out a cold laugh, his gaze turning dangerous in an instant. Instead of retreating, he suddenly stepped forward, forcing Lin Zhiding back against the wall. Thump. He slammed one hand against the wall beside her ear, executing a classic cabinet. Sumu leaned in close to Lin Zhiding's face, his mature, masculine pheromones enveloping her completely. They were so close their breaths mingled. Lin Zhiding could even see his distinct eyelashes and her own flustered reflection in his pupils. Her heart skipped a beat. "Little girl," he said, "rumors like that aren't worth believing. Especially ones made up by bitter, lonely housewives. You shouldn't believe a single word. Some things you can't just take hearsay for. For everything you need to test it yourself before you have the right to speak. Don't you think?" Boom. Lin Zhiding's face flushed red all the way to the base of her neck. She looked like a boiled shrimp. As bold as she was with her words, and as much as she loved to joke around with risque topics, she was still just an inexperienced young girl. Being teased by Sumu like this, she was instantly overwhelmed. So, this was the charm of a mature man. It was cheating. How could anyone resist this? "You pervert." Lin Zhiding stammered out, her eyes darting around in panic, completely unable to meet Sumu's gaze. "How am I supposed to test that? Brother Sumu, you're way too forward for a divorced man." "I'm telling my mom. I'm telling Aunt Jiang." She fumbled in her bag, pulling out her phone and pretending to dial. "I'm going to report you for harassing a female college student." Sumu found her blustering, outwardly fierce, but inwardly weak, quite amusing. Wasn't she just full of bravado a moment ago? Why was she chickening out at the first sign of real pressure? He didn't stop her. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets and shrugged nonchalantly, tilting his chin. "Go ahead, call. If you can get through, we'll be impressed." Lin Zhiding's hand holding the phone froze in midair. On the screen, the number saved as Her Majesty My Mother had been called several times, but each time it just said the subscriber you were trying to reach is powered off. The blush on her face gradually faded, replaced by a barely concealed look of disappointment. Her phone slowly lowered. Right. It was off. She was probably busy galloping across the grasslands right now, enjoying her freedom unburdened by men and children. Who would remember a daughter just starting her freshman year alone and reporting for school? Lin Zhiding sighed, stuffing her phone back into her bag, deflating like a punctured balloon. "I guess you're right," she said. She doesn't even care about her own daughter calling, would just be asking for humiliation. She looked up at Sumu, a hint of envy in her eyes. "You're lucky. Even though you were also dumped by your wife, at least you still remembered to bring your son to register. And I can see you get along well with him like brothers. You're a good father." As she spoke, Lin Zhiding pouted, her eyes starting to redden. "Unlike my dad. Since the divorce, he's just gone wild. He found a young girlfriend and is all over her, completely ignoring me. I'm like a kid nobody wants right now. Dad doesn't love me, Mom doesn't care. I'm such a pitiful girl." Seeing the girl looking so utterly miserable, Sumu found his earlier anger dissipating. She was a pitiful kid too. Having a mother as extreme as Guorong, it was a miracle she hadn't turned out crooked. Sure, she was a bit wild and sharp-tongued, but at her core, she was just a little girl starved for affection. Sumu walked over and patted her shoulder. "All right, enough with the sob story. I used to not know how to get along with my son either. I always had a stern face like he owed me 5 million. It's only recently that I've figured it out. Getting along with kids is an art. You have to put your heart into it. Your dad is the one missing out, not appreciating his own sweet, thoughtful daughter. One day when his little girlfriend runs off with all his money, he'll realize who his real family is." Hearing Sumu's words of comfort, Lin Zhiding sniffled and looked up. Her big eyes sparkled with a strange light as she stared intently at Sumu. He was so nice, handsome, gentle, and so understanding. Most importantly, he had that mature man's calm and accepting aura. He was like a walking pheromone, 1,000 times better than those immature boys at school who only played games and talked nonsense. Lin Zhiding bit her lip, a bold idea suddenly forming in her mind. She suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Sumu's large hand with both of hers, tilting her head up to look at him with an expectant expression. "Brother Sumu," she began, "since we get along so well and am so pitiful, can I be your—" Sumu's eyelid twitched. A sense of foreboding washed over him. This dialogue, this atmosphere, was the next line going to be goddaughter? No way. He couldn't handle that. Besides, he was planning to relive his youth and enjoy the carefree life of a single man. Bringing along a burden like that? No thanks. Sumu quickly pulled his hand back, stepping back half a step with a wary look. "Hold on. What are you trying to say? You can't be my daughter. I already have a daughter. She's not with me, but the quota is full. And besides, I prefer sons over daughters. No, wait, I prefer daughters over sons, but I only spoil my own. We don't do the whole claiming random relatives thing." Seeing Sumu's horrified expression as if had seen a ghost, Lin Zhiding was stunned for a moment. Then she burst out laughing. She waved her hand dismissively, a look of disdain on her face. "What are you thinking? Who wants to be your daughter? I have a dad. Even if he's unreliable, I'm not short on fathers. Besides, calling you brother is just for fun. You don't actually think you can take advantage of me and be my elder, do you?" Her eyes darted around for a moment, and a sly fox-like smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She closed in on Sumu again. This time the tables had turned. She grabbed the collar of his shirt, and they swapped positions. She pressed one hand against the wall. She gave Sumu a reverse cabinet. Her aura was strong. Lin Jiding stood on her tiptoes, trying to level her gaze with his. Her breath was sweet and warm. What I wanted to say is, she began. Since we're both unwanted, that makes us perfect for each other. What do they call it? Two negatives make a positive, a match made in heaven. From now on, let's just pair up and make do. I want to treat you like an outsider, and you don't need to be formal with me. Anyway, Aunt Jiang doesn't want you, and my mom doesn't want me. Let's start a new family and make them jealous. With that, she suddenly leaned in close to Su Mu's ear, her voice dropping to a whisper laced with a hint of seductive charm. What do you think, hubby? That single word hubby was drawn out, dripping with allure, sending a shiver down Su Mu's spine. Su Mu felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps break out all over his body. This girl, she really dared to say anything. We're all kids these days, this aggressive. Make do, hubby. She was aiming for the stars. He had just thought she was a quiet, sweet, pure campus beauty. Now he realized something was off. She wasn't a little white rabbit, she was a wildcat in sheep's clothing. Su Mu's face was full of exasperation. He extended a finger, pressed it against Lin Jiding's smooth forehead, and with a little force pushed her back. You're dreaming. Su Mu will never look for a wife in this lifetime, and certainly not a little brat like you who's still wet behind the ears. With that, Su Mu ignored Lin Jiding, who was frozen in place, turned around, and walked away. His stride was casual, he didn't look back. He just left behind a strikingly handsome silhouette. Lin Jiding stood there dazed, watching Su Mu's retreating figure, taking a long moment to snap out of it. She touched her forehead, where Su Mu's finger had poked her. Not only was she not angry. Instead, the smile on her face grew wider and wider. Still wet behind the ears. Heh, brother Su Mu, just you wait. Once you've provoked me, it's not going to be that easy to get away. Lin Jiding licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with the excited light of a hunter spotting its prey. She took out her phone. Even though her biological mother was still unreachable, she sent a WeChat message anyway. Mom, I've got great news. I think I'm in love. And you'll never guess who it is. It's Uncle Su Mu. Click. Sent. Su Mu walked a short distance, then glanced back over his shoulder. Seeing that the girl hadn't followed him, he let out a long, heavy breath. That was close. Had nearly been stuck with that clingy piece of taffy. For all that Lin Jiding looked like an innocent, pure-faced campus beauty, she had more tricks up her sleeve than a lotus root had holes. A girl from a single-parent home, especially with a piece of work like Guarone for a mother, was bound to be starved for affection and desperate for attention. Get tangled up with her, and it would be like adding fuel to a fire, impossible to shake off. Most importantly, Su Mu had lived for decades, and he could read people like a book. There wasn't a shred of affection in that girl's eyes. What he saw was pure cunning and calculation. She wasn't really interested in him, this old divorced dad with baggage. She just wanted to use him as a weapon to spite her own irresponsible mother. If he actually got involved with her, he'd probably be played for a fool. Any ordinary man hearing a campus belle like her call him hubby would go weak at the knees, ready to surrender and hand over his very heart. But who was Su Mu? He was an old hunter. Had seen plenty of these little foxes dressed in lamb's clothing. Trying to play me. Try again in your next life. Su Mu straightened his collar, shaking off the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere. His goal was clear now, to reclaim his youth and enjoy life. Getting tied down. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Mu whistled a tune, striding with an arrogant swagger as he ambled back to the freshman registration area. As soon as he arrived, he spotted his foolish son, Su Shishing, crouched by the curb. Two enormous suitcases sat beside him. He was curled into himself, head hanging low, looking like a husky abandoned by its owner. You could smell the despair on him from 10 meters away. Well, if it isn't our great lover boy Su. Su Mu walked over and nudged his son's backside with the tip of his shoe. What's this? Weren't you just swearing you'd go clear things up? Now you're here counting ants. Su Shishing looked up. His eyes were red, his face a mask of utter misery. Seeing his father was like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. Dad, save me. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing Su Mu's arm, his voice thick with tears. It's over. Everything's ruined. Xiao Jinshi won't even look at me. Now she won't even glance my way. She must think him the world's biggest scumbag, playing two women at once. I can't wash this off even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Su Mu frowned in distaste and pulled his arm free. Have some spine. It's a minor issue, why the long face? Anyone would think your old man had kicked the bucket. Su Shishing sniffled, speaking with a pitiful pout. Dad, you don't understand. It was worse earlier. Her aunt was there too. The look she gave me was like knives, like she wanted to slice me into 1,000 pieces. If I'd dared to take another step closer, I think her aunt would have called the cops on the spot. I'm starting this off at the crematorium level. Looking at his son's pathetic state, Su Mu let out a disappointed sigh. His son had inherited his good looks, so why hadn't he inherited an ounce of his emotional intelligence? Had all that studying turned his brain to mush? He couldn't even manage flirting, a skill practically hardwired into a man's DNA. It was an utter disgrace to the Su family name. So you just explained? Su Mu asked. Yeah. Su Shishing nodded, as if he were in the right. What else was I supposed to do? I had to tell her the whole story from start to finish. I told her I only talked to that girl out of curiosity, that I had no ulterior motives. I even swore that she was the only one in my heart. But she just covered her ears and wouldn't listen. She said I wasn't being honest, that men's mouths are full of lies. Su Shixing grew more upset as he spoke, scratching his head. Dad, don't you think she's being unreasonable? I laid out the logic so clearly. Why can't she understand it? Su Mu's head throbbed. He couldn't help but reach out and smack his son on the back of the head. Smack. A crisp, resounding sound. You blockhead. No wonder you're still single. Who taught you to reason with a woman, huh? Women aren't creatures of logic. They're creatures of emotion. In times like this, explaining is just covering up, and covering up is as good as admitting guilt. The more you explain, the more she thinks you have something to hide. She's furious right now. All your big logic just sounds like excuses to her. Su Shixing blinked, only half understanding. Then, what am I supposed to do? Just leave it alone. Leave it alone, my ass. Sumu rolled his eyes. In this kind of pure, innocent relationship phase, when a misunderstanding happens, what's the best solution? 1. Grab her. 2. Hug her. 3. Kiss her forcefully. As long as there's no cheating, as long as it's not a matter of principle, there's no problem a hug can't solve. If there is, then use 2. Just charge at her. Don't care if she's listening or not, just hold her first. Even if she pushes you away, her attention is diverted. She won't have the mind to think about anything else. Back in Su Mu's younger days, in a situation like this, had have already pinned her against the wall and kissed her senseless. Kiss her until her brain ran out of oxygen, until she was too dazed to think. Once the emotions settled, a few sweet words would smooth everything over. Unlike this silly boy still standing there trying to explain. It was a one-way ticket to dying alone. Su Shixing was stunned, his face flushing crimson. Dad, isn't this a bit much? In public, and her aunt is right there. If I tried something like that, her aunt would break my legs. Sumu clicked his tongue. He had a point. Force was definitely out of the question. Sumu stroked his chin, his gaze turning thoughtful. Since a frontal assault wouldn't work, they'd have to rely on strategy. Son, winning over a girl isn't so different from solving a problem. You have to read the question carefully. You have to analyze what her most fundamental need is right now. Su Shixing paused, then ventured a guess. She needs me to clear up the misunderstanding. Wrong. Sumu cut him off without mercy. 0 points. What she needs right now isn't the truth. The truth doesn't matter at all. Even if you really were chatting up another girl, as long as you can make her feel that she's unique and irreplaceable in your heart, there's still room to turn things around. Sumu gestured to their surroundings. It was peak freshman registration time. Everywhere he looked, there were beautiful, youthful female college students. All shapes and sizes, a cacophony of chatter and laughter. The air was thick with the scent of various perfumes. Take a look around you. What is this place? A women's college. As far as the eye can see, it's all women, and the quality is high. If you put your girlfriend in an environment like this, how do you think she'd feel? Su Shixing looked around blankly. Feel? Like there's a lot of people. Sumu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This son of his was a lost cause. Might as well start over with a new one. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, and guided impatiently. A sense of crisis. You idiot. So many rivals, so many potential love competitors. And you just a moment ago were chatting up another pretty girl right in front of her. That would massively trigger her insecurity. She's not angry right now, as she's scared. Scared that you're a player, scared that she's misjudged you, scared that in a place full of beauties you'll be stolen away by some other vixen at any moment. Sumu patted Su Shixing on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. So what she needs most right now isn't your explanation. It's a sense of security. Su Shixing listened dumbfounded. It was as if the door to a whole new world was slowly creaking open. So, there was this much nuance to relationships. Dad, so what exactly should I do? Su Shixing asked with genuine humility. In his eyes at that moment, his father Sumu's stature had suddenly grown towering and imposing. Sumu looked at his son's pathetic demeanor, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He patted Su Shixing on the shoulder, lowering his voice with a hint of persuasion. Simple. Just confess your feelings in public, won't that do? Huh? Su Shixing was stunned on the spot, his face full of disbelief. Dad, is this the method you're talking about? He showed resistance all over his face, his voice changing pitch. This is too cheesy, isn't it? I saw on Douyin that public confession is the #1 most awkward thing. It's pure moral coercion, it'll only make the girl uncomfortable, and in the end you can't even be friends. Who still plays this game nowadays? Oh, Sumu chuckled, looking at him sideways. After a few days of short videos, you've grown some skills. You're even questioning your old man who's been a Casanova for 30 years. He curled his lips, his eyes full of disdain. You think confession is just holding a bunch of lousy flowers, setting up heart-shaped candles on the ground, and shouting I love you at the top of your lungs? That's the trick of a country bumpkin. Young man, you need to be flexible. That's the low-level game. The high-level game is about thrill, about emotional tug-of-war. Sumu adjusted his collar, his eyes contemptuous. Let's go. Watch closely and learn well. Today your dad will show you what a dimensionality reduction strike is. Su Shixing was half believing, half doubting, muttering inwardly, but seeing his father's confident demeanor, he hesitantly followed. The father and son walked through the crowd, and soon returned to the freshman registration area. The place was still bustling with noise, students and parents dragging suitcases everywhere. Sumu locked onto his target at a glance. Not far away, Xiao Jianxi and her aunt Xiao Lanlan had just finished the procedures and were about to push their luggage to the dormitory. Xiao Jianxi was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her face pure and lovely, that typical campus first love face. But among the boys present, 9 out of 10 had their eyes glued to her aunt Xiao Lanlan beside her. Xiao Lanlan wore a well-tailored dress that perfectly outlined her mature and voluptuous figure, her charm and allure instantly overshadowing the female college students around. She was clearly used to such stares, not even frowning, just turning her head to earnestly warn her niece. Jianxi, your aunt will tell you one last time, men in college are all no good. You must keep your eyes open. Especially that Su Shixing, you saw him, right? He just arrived at school today and already showed his true colors. Stay away from that kind of playboy, you hear me? Xiao Lanlan grew angrier as she spoke, feeling like her fresh tender cabbage had been rooted by a pig, and a dishonest pig at that, eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. Xiao Jianxi nodded absent-mindedly. I know, aunt. She was really disappointed in Su Shixing today. As soon as he arrived at a women's college full of beauties, he couldn't wait to be dazzled. Were other girls that attractive? Her heart felt stifled. She looked up and happened to meet Su Shixing's gaze not far away. Su Shixing was about to grin, but Xiao Jianxi's eyes instantly turned cold, as if she had seen something filthy. She turned her head away and pulled her suitcase to go around. Without even a greeting, Su Shixing stomped his feet in anxiety. Dad, look, this is how it is. She looks at me like I'm her enemy. What do we do? Sumu looked at his son's spineless appearance, his mouth twitching slightly. He didn't speak, just reached out and gently touched Su Shixing's cheek. His eyes were so kind that it gave one the creeps. Su Shixing got goosebumps from the touch. Dad, what are you doing? Sumu leaned in closer and said in a voice only the two could hear, Son, for your lifelong happiness you might have to suffer a little for a moment. Su Shixing was stunned. Huh? What do you mean? Before he finished, slap. A crisp, loud slap exploded in the noisy crowd. The surrounding chatter instantly froze. Everyone's eyes in a flash all focused over. Su Shixing was completely dazed by the slap. He covered his burning face, his ears ringing, his mind blank. Dad, hit me. Why? Xiao Jianxi, who was about to leave, also heard the commotion. She turned around sharply, and when she saw Su Shixing covering his face and a furious Su Mu, she stood frozen in shock. The freshmen and parents who had been chatting and laughing just moments ago instantly fell silent, dozens of eyes staring in unison. Holy crap! What's going on? Beating a child in public? This, Dad, is too harsh, it sounds painful. Su Mu pointed at Su Shixing's nose, looking furious and disappointed, roaring, You unfilial son. I've worked hard to raise you, fed you, and clothed you just so you can come here to anger me. Why didn't you go to the blind date I arranged for you? What's wrong with Boss Wang's daughter? Her family owns a mine, she's a returned overseas PhD, well-educated and sensible. Instead, for a woman named Xiao Jianxi, you dare to fall out with the family. Now you go and break up with her immediately. Right now? This instant. Su Mu's voice was loud and powerful, echoing across the entire square. Xiao Jianxi was completely frozen. Blind date. Boss Wang's daughter. Xiao Jianxi instinctively wanted to walk over, but was pulled back by Xiao Lanlan beside her. Don't go, let's see the situation. Xiao Lanlan's eyes were full of vigilance. Meanwhile, Su Shixing, dazed by the slap, suddenly had an epiphany upon hearing his father's shouted lines. Holy crap. So this is the kind of public confession. So this is the legendary, place yourself in a desperate situation to survive. You can play it like this. You are truly my biological dad. He suppressed the severe pain on his face and the shock in his heart, channeling his inner drama queen, and shouted back at Su Mu, impossible. I only love Xiao Jianxi in this life. From the moment I first saw her, my heart has only beat for her alone. Even if you find me countless other women, I only want her. Whoosh. The surrounding crowd completely erupted. Wow. What's this? Love thwarted by family. This guy is so devoted. Standing up to his family for his girlfriend. Guys like this are rare nowadays, girls. Su Mu secretly gave his son a thumbs up in his heart. Not bad, quick reaction. But is that enough? Not enough. The fire needs to be stoked hotter. Su Mu's face grew even angrier. He raised his hand and slapped again. Slap. Say that again. Who do you like most? Su Shixing saw stars from the slap, but he knew the act must go on. He stiffened his neck and shouted with all his might, Xiao Jianxi. Su Mu pressed forward, pointing at his nose. Who likes Xiao Jianxi? Su Shixing gritted his teeth and said word by word, Su. Sure. Xing. Good. Very good. Su Mu raised his hand high, making a posture of about to exert force, and threatened viciously, Say it louder for your old man. Believe it or not, I'll give you a 360-degree Thomas spin big slap. Su Shixing looked at his father's huge hand, almost scared to tears. If that slap landed solidly, he had no doubt he would die on the spot. The instinct to survive made him unleash unprecedented potential. He shouted in the direction of Xiao Jianxi with all his heart-wrenching strength, Xiao Jianxi. I love you. This shout was earth-shattering. Xiao Jinshi watched the boy who for her sake was slapped in public by his father, yet still persisted in confessing, and her eyes instantly reddened. All the grievances, disappointment, and insecurity from before were completely overwhelmed by a huge wave of emotion and heartache. She couldn't hold back anymore. Stop! Xiao Jinshi violently broke free from her aunt's hand, like an enraged little beast quickly ran to Su Shixing's front, spread her arms to shield him behind her, and glared at Su Mu with red eyes. I won't let you hit him. What did he do wrong? Why are you treating him like this? Good. The fish is hooked. A glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes, but his hands kept moving, shoving Xiao Jinshi away, but of course with controlled force, just making her stumble a few steps. Get out. Don't ruin my son. He wanted to add more fuel. Young people's love, after all, has a rebellious psychology. The more you suppress and oppose, the more they rebound. If you go along with them, they might break up in a couple of days. But if you try to break them apart, it's over. These two can put on a Romeo and Juliet show, even dying together. Xiao Jinshi stumbled from the push, but didn't step back. Instead, she shielded Su Shixing even tighter. I'm not leaving. I'm his girlfriend. I have to care. Xiao Jinshi was pushed into a stumble, tears of grievance swirling in her eyes. This scene made Xiao Lanlan, who had been watching coldly, unable to stay still. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed her niece, her eyebrows raised, and fired at Su Mu. Hey, what's wrong with you? You dare to push my niece? What's so bad about two young people falling in love? Do you have to hit and yell in front of so many people? Do you have any sense of being a father? Su Mu shot a cold glance. I'm disciplining my son, none of your business. You. Xiao Lanlan was choked, almost unable to catch her breath. Su Mu couldn't be bothered with her, instead turning to scrutinize Xiao Jinshi with a critical, I'm mercilessly starting personal attacks. I just wonder what's so good about this woman. Bony, no chest, no butt. Son, are you blind? In this women's college there are plenty of beauties. Why choose her? Have you forgotten that your Aunt Xiao, her mother, and I have a conflict? You are with her daughter, trying to anger your father to death. Change immediately. Hearing this, Su Shixing immediately understood. This was his cue to give Xiao Jinshi reassurance. I don't care. Su Shixing's voice was extremely firm, looking at Xiao Jinshi with unprecedented passion in his eyes. Dad, stop talking. I don't care what conflict you have with her mother, nor how many beauties are in this school. I don't fancy any of the girls in this women's college. I only like her. In this life I'll marry no one else but her. Whoosh. The onlookers erupted again. So touching. This is true love. The affection level is maxed out. If I had a man who would stand up to his family for me like this, I'd marry him on the spot. Xiao Jinshi heard this and could no longer hold back her tears. She turned around, looking at Su Shixing's swollen face, her heart aching. Su Shixing. Me too. The two gazed at each other with deep affection, as if everything around them had disappeared. Su Mu looked at the tender scene before him and issued the final ultimatum, his voice cold as ice. Truly grown up, wings hard and gone to college, and don't listen to your father anymore, huh? I'm putting this out there. If you insist on being with this woman today, then the Su family's millions of assets, the several luxury cars, and even your living expenses for next month, you won't get a single cent. Pa, it'll drown you with a mouthful of salt soda. Before Su Shixing could respond, Xiao Lanlan exploded from the sidelines. Like a fiercely protective mother hen, she yanked Xiao Jinshi behind her, planted her hands on her hips, and unleashed a full-force verbal assault on Su Mu. Who cares about your stinking money? Our Jinshi wouldn't give a damn about it. Xiao Lanlan raised her chin, radiating belligerence. So what if it's living expenses? Well, take care of your son from now on. Jinshi will pay for his living costs. Well. A twitch tugged at the corner of Su Mu's mouth as he barely suppressed a laugh. Xiao Lanlan had seemed so rational moments ago, and now she was getting swept up in the frenzy too. Just a second ago she was dead set against the kids dating, and now she had escalated to offering to bankroll someone else's son. This move genuinely caught him off guard. Su Mu cleared his throat, deciding to up the ante and make this performance even more convincing. He let out a cold snort, swept a contemptuous glance over Xiao Lanlan, then pulled a bank card from his wallet and flicked it with his finger. The card arced through the air, landing with precision at Xiao Jiang's feet. He'll give you $1 million. Leave my son. Su Mu's voice was low yet laced with an unyielding dominance. A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding crowd. Holy crap. Here it comes. The classic plot. $1 million. So this is the world of the rich, huh? I've only ever seen this in Guoguo's short dramas. Never thought I'd witness it live. Start recording. This is gonna blow up online. Camera flashes and excited chatter erupted, pushing the spectacle to a fever pitch. Xiao Lanlan stared at the card on the ground, and instead of anger, a laugh bubbled out of her. She was genuinely amused. $1 million. As if she had just heard the most absurd joke, she reached into her bag, and with a sharp snap produced a pitch-black card adorned with intricate golden patterns. Clearly no ordinary piece of plastic. You think this paltry sum is enough to buy off my niece? Clutching the black card, Xiao Lanlan strode up to Su Mu, her eyes dripping with disdain. They'll give you $2 million. Now get the hell out of here and stay away from my niece. Su Mu's eyes lit up. Without a word, he bent down, scooped up the card head thrown, then snatched the black card from Xiao Lanlan's hand in one fluid, seamless motion. Deal. He tucked both cards into his pocket and gave a satisfied nod. Consider that 2 million compensation for the emotional distress your niece caused my son. As for my son, he's coming with me. Xiao Lanlin. The onlookers. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Weren't you supposed to take my money and leave, then I'd throw even more money at you to get lost with yours? How could you take the money and still refuse to follow through? Xiao Lanlan was completely thrown by Su Mu's off-script antics. She pointed at him, sputtering, you, without managing a single coherent word. Su Mu couldn't be bothered with her. He turned and grabbed Su Shixing's arm. Son, we're going home. Dad. Su Shixing was still in character, his face twisted in theatrical anguish. Xiao Jinshi frantic rushed in front of Su Mu, her voice trembling with tears as she pleaded. Uncle, please give me a chance. I promise I'll treat Shixing right. I truly love him. Her tears streamed down like broken pearls, enough to break anyone's heart. Even Xiao Lanlan was moved to the core by the sight. She pointed at the two and shouted at Su Mu. Do you see that? This is true love. How can you be so heartless? Su Mu rolled his eyes. I don't buy that lovey-dovey nonsense. He yanked hard, determined to drag Su Shixing away. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Xiao Lanlan abandoned all pretense of ladylike decorum. With a gritted teeth and a stomp of her foot, she charged at him from behind and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. You're not getting away with this. Xiao Lanlan shouted, throwing her entire weight onto Su Mu. Su Mu froze solid. What the hell? What kind of move was this? He could feel an astonishing softness and resilience pressing firmly against his back. This woman. She certainly knew how to play rough. Xiao Lanlan, oblivious to Su Mu's thoughts, held him in a death grip and yelled at the two dumbstruck youngsters. I've got him. You two run. Jinshi. Get your boyfriend out of here. Your aunt will hold off this bastard. Su Shixing and Xiao Jinshi exchanged a glance and instantly understood. Aunt. Dad. They shouted in unison, but their feet were already moving. Hands clasped, they bolted into the crowd and vanished in the blink of an eye. Run. Eloping for love. How romantic. Wishing them all the happiness. The rubbernecking crowd erupted in spontaneous applause, showering the obstacle-defying young couple with their heartfelt blessings. The applause thundered and lingered. Listening to it, Su Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What were these kids thinking? Eloping for love, pure romance. These were tricks I'd already retired years ago. Still, Su Mu savored the warmth pressed against his back, thought about the cozy 2 million in his pocket, and watched the receding figures of his son and future daughter-in-law walking off hand in hand. Yeah, 3 birds with 1 stone, mission accomplished. Head helped his son confess in public and secured the girlfriend. Pocketed 2 million for free fattening up his secret stash. And got a woman with at least an hup clinging to his back. This deal was a win. Su Mu was glowing inside, but on the surface he started putting up a token struggle. Let go of me. You crazy woman. In broad daylight grappling like this, what will people think? The harder he struggled, the tighter Xiao Lanlan held on. She was terrified that if she let go for even a second, this tyrannical father would chase down the poor lovebirds and tear them apart. In desperation, she summoned every ounce of strength, pressed her entire body against him, and even shoved Su Mu's head firmly into her chest. I'm not letting go. Not unless you promise not to split them up. Su Mu's face was instantly engulfed in an indescribable softness and suffocation. MMPH. Son, come save your old man. I'm about to be smothered to death here. Just as Su Mu felt he was on the verge of making the ultimate sacrifice to oxygen deprivation, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The youthful recklessness system has been activated. Detected host assisting son with an unconventional confession. Behavior aligned with the core principle of youthful recklessness. Reward issued. Reward lifespan 1, Constitution 5. Host status updated. Age 25-24. Constitution 60-65, average adult male 50. Ding. Detected host constitution exceeding normal male standards. Reward perfect Vline and 8-pack golden abs. Holy crap. Su Mu's heart soared with glee. This was a massive win. Meanwhile, Xiao Lanlan finally snapped back to reality, realizing the young couple had long since disappeared. A flush crept up her cheeks as she became aware that she was still clinging to a grown man. She released him abruptly and stumbled back a step. Because she had been holding on so tightly, the sudden release threw her off balance. She staggered, instinctively reaching out to grab onto something. Her palm landed squarely on Su Mu's lower abdomen. What her fingertips met wasn't the soft paunch typical of middle-aged men, but a rock-hard, clearly defined contour. Huh. Xiao Lanlan froze, then instinctively traced her fingers along the ridges. This texture, so firm. A jolt of electricity shot through Su Mu's core. He glanced down at the delicate hand resting on his abs, a playful smirk curling at his lips. So ma'am, how's the feel? Though I should warn you, touching these abs comes with a fee. Xiao Lanlan's face flushed crimson in an instant. She yanked her hand back as if burned, glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Who wants to touch you? What's the point of having abs like that? Pa, how vulgar. Su Mu. Turning around to see the young couple had vanished, Xiao Lanlan snorted with satisfaction before leaving. Sumu stood still, exhaling a long, turbid breath. He gave himself a perfect score for that performance. Not only had he resolved his foolish son's crisis, but he also pocketed a small fortune and even managed to score a system reward for free. A perfect line and 8-pack abs. Sumu glanced down at his abdomen, feeling the explosive lines of power through his shirt. This was a deal well worth it. But as the excitement faded, a strange sense of emptiness crept over him. Sumu looked around. The registration area, once bustling, was now nearly empty. The young couple had long since disappeared. That brat forgetting his father once he found a wife, Sumu muttered, feeling a twinge of bitterness. Today's script had been so heartwarming. A father seeing his son off to school, helping him make the bed, and sneaking a meal at the cafeteria to reminisce about his youth. But now he was left alone, bewildered in the vast campus. And worst of all, after all that acting, an unexpected hugging, the urge to urinate was now overwhelming. Sumu clamped his legs together, desperately needing to find a restroom. He followed the signs winding through the campus until he finally spotted the restroom symbol in a secluded corner. Men's restroom, Jiangshan Women's College. Sumu nearly wept with gratitude at the sight of the blue sign. In this place where Yin dominated Yang, leaving a stall for the male compatriots was a stroke of conscientiousness. He pushed the door open. Empty. Of course, aside from delivery parents and staff, no men usually came here. Sumu hummed a tune, unbuckled his belt, and stood before the urinal ready to relieve himself. The impending release made him squint his eyes in anticipation. Just then, bang. The restroom door was kicked open, slamming heavily against the wall with a thunderous noise. Sumu flinched, the built-up sensation instantly vanishing, nearly causing him internal injury. What the hell? A robbery. He instinctively turned to curse, but froze when he saw the figure at the door. A familiar silhouette. A standard JK uniform, a black pleated skirt, so short it was breathtaking, revealing legs that glowed under the light, and shiny little leather shoes. That face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a faint teasing smile. Lin Jiding. Sumu's mind went blank. How had she followed him here? And Sumu glanced down at his current state, then back at the living person at the door. What are you doing? Sumu bellowed, quickly turning his back to shield his private parts. Can't you see this is the men's room? Get out. What kind of world was this? In broad daylight, a female college student barging into the men's restroom. Was there no law? No sense of shame? Did men have no privacy? Lin Jiding, however, was completely unruffled. She crossed her arms and walked in, her little shoes clicking against the floor. What about the men's room? She approached the sink, turned on the tap, and washed her hands with the calm demeanor of someone strolling through her own backyard. This is a women's college. This restroom goes unused for months at a time. Wasting resources is a crime. Besides, she shook off the water droplets, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Sumu. The school has long tacitly allowed shared use of restrooms to improve facility efficiency. What's the problem with me coming in? Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell was wasting resources? What tacitly allowed shared use? This was a men's restroom. Even if it went unused for 10,000 years, it was still a men's restroom. Look at the urinals. Were they meant for women? Sumu felt his bladder about to explode, but with this crazy woman standing there like a guardian spirit, he couldn't let go. Don't give me that nonsense. Get out. I need to pee. Lin Jiding shrugged, even taking a step closer. I'm not stopping you. And with your back to me, you're blocking everything. What could I see? Just go ahead. Sumu was fuming. It's not about seeing or not seeing. It's about dignity. And don't you know the rules? When a guy pees, there must be at least 2 meters between them. You're not even 2 meters away. How am I supposed to go? This was a man's bottom line. With someone standing nearby, it was absolutely impossible to pee. And especially a woman. So much trouble. Lin Jiding pouted, but instead of retreating, she leaned against the adjacent partition, watching Sumu's flustered back with amusement. Uncle Sumu, you seemed pretty relaxed when you were acting at the registration area, she said, slowly pulling out her phone and swiping the screen. Why so shy now? Acting. Sumu's heart skipped a beat. She'd seen it. What acting? I don't know what you're talking about. Sumu decided to play dumb. Is that so? Lin Jiding chuckled and played a video on her phone. The familiar robotic voice came from the speaker. High-end game, it's all about the heartbeat, the emotional to-go for. Watch and learn. Today your dad will show you what a dimensionality reduction strike looks like. In the video, he was captured clearly down to the pores. High definition. And censored. Even with close-ups. Sumu. Careless. He had guarded against everything but the paparazzi lurking behind. Uncle Su, if I send this video to that sister just now. Lin Jiding waved her phone, her smile growing brighter. Do you think your son would cry and jump off a building? A threat. A blatant threat. Sumu gritted his teeth, itching to snatch and smash the phone. But he dared not move. He forced himself to calm down. What do you want? Lin Jiding, I warn you, blackmail is illegal. Who wants your money? I'm not short of cash. Lin Jiding rolled her eyes and put away the phone. Sumu asked warily, then what do you want? Don't think about being my wife. That's impossible. Though the girl was indeed attractive with long legs, her personality was too wild. Oh, anyone who got involved would be unlucky. Lin Jiding blushed and spat paw. Who wants to be your wife? You're so narcissistic. I just want you to help me with something. What? Help me annoy my mom. Sumu laughed at that. Same old story. This girl was always trying to spite her mother. Fine, fine, get out first, I'll think about it. Sumu just wanted to get rid of this jinx and solve his physiological problem. Promise me first. Lin Jiding refused to leave, even taking a step forward, hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her big eyes blinking at him. Sumu felt his bladder trembling. I swear I'll turn around. He issued his ultimatum. Lin Jiding, instead of being afraid, lifted her chin in challenge. Go ahead, let's see if you dare. She didn't believe a grown man would actually do something like that in front of her. Sumu was amused by her cocky attitude. Fine. A little girl wanted to play mind games with him. Without a word, he spun around to face her directly. Oh. Lin Jiding screamed, instantly covering her eyes with both hands, though a gap remained between her fingers. What are you doing? You actually turned around. Pervert. The expected indecent scene did not appear. Sumu stood there properly, his zipper up, belt fastened. He crossed his arms, grinning mischievously at her. Pervert? Who's the pervert? Sumu teased cheerfully. Covering your eyes, but leaving a gap. What are you trying to see? Lin Jiding realized she'd been tricked and dropped her hands, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You're so annoying. She glared at him, stomping her foot. We haven't settled the score. Since you've got your pants back on, come with me. Where to? Sumu raised an eyebrow. The dorm. Sumu was taken aback. What for? To execute the plan, of course. Lin Jiding didn't give him time to react. She grabbed his arm and dragged him out. Her small hand was cold and soft, but her grip was surprisingly strong. We're going to shoot a video today. Shoot a video? Sumu was utterly shocked, stumbling over the threshold. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Jiding's back in disbelief. Were female college students these days really this open? Lin Jiding's small hand was icy cold, yet her strength was startlingly immense. Sumu, a grown man, was yanked off balance by her, dragged along, without any power to resist. Hey, slow down. These old bones of mine can't take this kind of rough treatment. Sumu shouted, but his eyes were shamelessly roving around. The girls' dormitory. This was the legendary Holy Land. A faint, elusive fragrance drifted in the air, not perfume, but the unique scent of youth, a mix of shampoo and body wash that belonged to young women. The hallway was filled with the chatter and laughter of young women. Some in cute pajamas carried basins to the washroom, others with freshly washed hair wrapped in towels revealed clean, delicate, and lively faces. Ought to be young. Those faces full of collagen, without a trace of makeup, those clear giggles, those carefree eyes, all made Sumu's long stagnant heart stir with ripples. They say once the spirit of youth is lost, it can never be found again. Nonsense. Just a couple more strolls through the girls' dorm, and you'll be cured for sure. Wow, that uncle is so handsome. Is he an older brother bringing his sister to register? He looks so mature. A girl in a strappy dress passed by with a wash basin, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Sumu. She boldly let out a whistle. Handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Before Sumu could respond to this sudden stroke of luck, his arm was viciously pinched by Lin Jiding. Hiss! He sucked in a sharp breath. Lin Jiding turned back, glared fiercely at the girl, and then dragged Sumu along even faster. What are you looking at? They're all bad women trying to seduce an innocent middle-aged uncle like you. Sumu found this both funny and annoying. I say, girl, do you even make sense? She just said hi to me. How does that make her a bad woman? Besides, you're the worst one hindering my quest to rediscover the feeling of youth. Sumu was filled with mixed emotions. In his half a century of life, this was his first time inside a girl's dormitory. He remembered when his own daughter was starting college, she was in a fight with him then. Forget about accompanying her, she wouldn't even take his calls. As they talked, they arrived at a dormitory door. Room 404. That room number. How auspicious. Lin Jiding took out a key, unlocked the door, shoved Sumu inside, and with a loud clang locked the door behind them. The action was swift and decisive, as if she was afraid he might escape. Suddenly, they were the only two left in the small dorm room. Sumu looked around, his brow furrowing involuntarily. A wave of dusty air hit him. The room was a standard 4-person dorm with beds above and desks below, but only the bed near the window had luggage on it not yet unpacked. The other bed frames were bare. A visible layer of dust covered the desks and corners. A tattered spider web even hung in the corner. This was hardly a girl's dorm at the start of the semester. It looked more like a haunted house abandoned for 6 months. Sumu asked curiously, where are your roommates? Why are you the only one here? Lin Jiding tossed her bag onto the desk, collapsed into a chair, and spoke with utter frustration. Don't even mention it. My unreliable dad forgot to pay my tuition, so I couldn't access the registration system. By the time I paid it, this was the only room left for dorm assignment. I heard something about bad feng shui, or whatever, so no one picked it. So, she spread her hands, looking dejected. I'm here, all alone. Not a soul in sight. Living alone. Sumu felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to get to know a few lively, youthful female college students. But it was a single room. What a pity. Such a pity. But, since no one else was here, a smirk gradually formed on Sumu's lips, his gaze turning playful. He sauntered over to Lin Jiding, placed his hands on the back of her chair, caging her between his arms and the chair. No wonder you were so eager to drag me over here. Sumu leaned down, his breath warm against her fair neck. Feeling lonely and cold, huh? Miss Lin, since you're so afraid of being alone, how about Uncle Sumu stays tonight and keeps you company as a roommate? Sumu was getting back at her for the incident in the men's restroom earlier. Lin Ziding's body stiffened. Her ears turned crimson instantly. The fearless attitude she had in the men's room evaporated completely. This was an enclosed space. You? Get lost. Who wants you as a roommate? Dream on. She grabbed a notebook from the desk and hurled it at Sumu. Let me make this clear, after we finish filming the video, you get out of here. I plan on finding a proper boyfriend in college. Sumu caught the notebook, easily scoffing inwardly. Little girl, where was that fearless wild energy from the men's room? Talking about filming as if it were real. The moment things got serious, she blushed at a single word. A paper tiger indeed. He straightened up, stretching his muscles, and turned his attention back to the dirty environment. Tisk tisk. How is anyone supposed to sleep in this place? He walked to the bed, ran a finger across the bedboard, and his fingertip came away coated in black dust. Miss Lin, I must say you're far too casual about your living conditions. As a middle-aged man with a son and a daughter, Sumu simply couldn't stand for it. This was no place for a human being. Without another word, he rolled up his sleeves, found a broom, and a somewhat clean rag in the corner. Forget about filming for a minute. At least clean this place up a bit first, or are you planning to sleep in a garbage dump tonight? As he spoke, Sumu took off his jacket and tossed it into Lin Ziding's arms. Then, with his shirt sleeves rolled up, he went to the balcony and found a mop and rag that looked like they hadn't been used in ages. What are you standing there for? Go get some water. Lin Ziding hugged Sumu's jacket, a bit dazed. It was still warm from his body heat. She watched the man who had been teasing her so lecherously just moments ago now wringing out the rag with practiced ease and starting to wipe down the grimy bedboard. His movements were efficient, no hesitation. He muttered to himself, look at this windowsill covered in dirt. And this desk, no one's even bothered to wipe it. A girl living in a place like this, aren't you afraid of getting a skin disease? Oh my, there's a dead cockroach here. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow on Sumu's broad back. It was radiant. Lin Ziding's nose suddenly felt a bit tingly. This feeling was unfamiliar. And also warm. After her parents divorced, she was tossed around like a ball, eventually becoming a child no one cared for. She ate alone, slept alone. Even for college, she dragged her heavy suitcase alone from one city to another. And now she was alone in her dorm. She had forgotten when someone last fussed over her like this, caring for her with such nagging concern. Her nose tingled inexplicably. That long-lost feeling of being cared for. Lin Ziding quickly sniffled, pushing back the sudden wave of emotion. She stood up, found a rag, walked over to Sumu, and teased him with a pout as she wiped the desk. Oh, Uncle Sumu, you can do housework. I thought guys like you only knew how to fool innocent young girls like me. She paused, deliberately tilting her head, her eyes sparkling with cunning as she looked at him. Tell me the truth, are you into me? Trying to win me over? If you want to chase me, this little bit of work won't cut it. Sumu didn't even turn around, scrubbing hard at a stain on the bedboard. Chase my foot. My daughter. She's about your age. When she started college, we were having issues and she absolutely refused to let me take her. I could only mail her luggage to her. I never even saw what her dorm room looked like. Helping you clean up today is purely to make up for my regrets as a father. I'm treating you like a daughter, got it? Daughter again. Using me as some sort of substitute, huh? Oomph. Lin Ziding slammed the rag into the basin, splashing water everywhere. Usually daughters are close to their fathers. For you two to be so at odds that she wouldn't even let you send her off. It must be your fault as a father. You parents are all the same, irresponsible and good for nothing. Sumu didn't argue. He sighed, straightened up, and looked out the window at the blue sky. Yeah, I was wrong before. I was too controlling, always trying to map out their entire lives for them. In the end, I just pushed my kids further and further away. Now I've realized life is only about 30,000 days. What matters most is living it your own way and being happy. As for the rest, let it be. Lin Ziding's hand wiping the desk froze. She looked at Sumu's profile with a hint of surprise. His expression was calm, without complaint or resentment, just a peaceful acceptance that came from weathering life's storms. Well, well. She sighed with genuine admiration. You're a bit old, but it's rare for a middle-aged uncle to have such a mindset. Middle-aged uncle. Those two words hit a raw nerve with Sumu. The peaceful look on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a smile that was far too benevolent. He grabbed the bucket he had just filled with water and made a move to splash her. Say that again. Who's a middle-aged uncle? Move it. I need to mop the floor. Aunt. Lin Ziding shrieked in fright and jumped away. No, no, no. I'm sorry. You'll get my shoes wet. She intended to jump onto a nearby stool to avoid it. But a sly glint appeared in her eyes and a bolder idea formed. Just as Sumu bent down to splash the water, Lin Ziding took a running start, leaped onto his back, wrapped her legs firmly around his waist, and locked her arms tightly around his neck. Hee, you can't splash me now. The girl's soft body pressed against him without any warning. Sumu was completely frozen. He could clearly feel the warmth and softness against his back, and the faint, clean scent of her hair filled his senses. Oh no. This was bad. This little vixen had truly latched onto him. Get down here. Sumu gritted his teeth, feeling as if his old back was about to break. No, I want. Lin Ziding announced loudly in his ear, deliberately swinging her legs while tightening her arms around him. Not unless you promise not to throw water on me. I promise. I promise, all right. Sumu practically squeezed the words out from between his teeth. Then swear it. I swear. Swear that if you splash me, your daughter will end up with a boyfriend just like you. A greasy middle-aged uncle. Sumu's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a wok. This girl, her tongue was truly venomous. He took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his image as an elder, and said through clenched teeth, Lin Jiding, I'll count to 3. If you don't get down by then, I'll throw you and your bucket onto the balcony. 1, 2. Before the words even faded, the little girl on his back had already nimbly loosened her grip, slipped down to the ground in a flash, and scurried 3 meters away, assuming a defensive stance. A gentleman uses words, not fists, Uncle Sumu. Sumu looked at her smug, self-satisfied expression and felt a headache throbbing in his brain. He set down the bucket, pointed at her, and couldn't utter a single word for a long moment. In the end, all his anger dissolved into a long sigh. Why bother getting angry with a little girl? After a chaotic commotion, 2 hours had passed. Under Sumu's iron-fisted command, this dormitory that had once resembled a garbage dump was finally transformed. The floor was mopped to a reflective shine, the windows were spotless, and the desks and chairs were wiped completely clean. A faint scent of soapy water lingered in the air, mingled with the smell of sunlight. It finally felt like a place where someone could live. Phew. Sumu wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing at his handiwork with satisfaction. Finally, he could make the bed. He turned around and walked toward Lin Jiding's seemingly small suitcase, reaching out to unzip it. The next second, his movements froze. Inside the suitcase, there was pitifully little. A few neatly folded clothes, a set of sheets, and a quilt cover, and then a thin rolled-up bamboo mat. That was it. Sumu's brow furrowed instantly. He took out the mat, weighed it in his hand, and knocked on the bare hard wooden bedboard with his knuckles. It made a hollow thud. Lin Jiding. Sumu turned around, his expression turning serious. You brought just this thing? Lin Jiding was admiring the clean dorm room on her phone, ready to post a proud moment on her social feed. She looked up casually. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sumu let out a bitter laugh at her nonchalant attitude. He walked over to her with the mat in hand. Look at this bedboard. It's hard as stone. You're just going to lay this single layer on it. You think you're made of iron. You need at least a mattress. Or at the very least a couple of thick quilts. Sleeping like this for one night, and the bones will grind right through your skin. Once the father figure Mu's lecturing mode kicked in, he couldn't seem to stop. And what about a mosquito net? The summer mosquitoes in the south can practically carry a person away, and you didn't even bring one. How do you even take care of yourself? You're a girl. How can you lack this basic life knowledge? He continued talking while walking back to the suitcase, stubbornly rummaging through it again. A few t-shirts, 2 pairs of jeans. That was it. He couldn't even spot a bottle of lotion or cream. Was this girl planning to cultivate immortality at university? The more Sumu looked, the more his anger flared. This wasn't a young lady. This was clearly a wild child no one had ever looked after. He rambled on for a while, but gradually felt that the silence around him was too overwhelming. There was no expected rebuttal or backtalk. Sumu turned around in confusion. There stood Lin Jiding, head lowered, not saying a word. The face that had been glowing with spirit just moments ago was now pale, almost translucent. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eye sockets red and alarming. Large teardrops rolled down from her eyes without any warning, crashing onto the floor and splashing into tiny blossoms. 1 drop, 2 drops, then they streamed into a steady line. She didn't cry out loud, but her shoulders trembled uncontrollably, looking utterly heartbroken. Sumu panicked immediately. He couldn't stand seeing women cry, especially a young girl. Hey, why are you crying? He fumbled over to her, wanting to offer a tissue, but after patting his pockets for ages, he realized he never carried them. We're in the dorm. Keep it down, don't let others hear and think I bullied you. The more he tried to comfort her, the harder Lin Jiding's tears fell. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. With a thick nasal tone and sobs, she choked out her words. After my parents got divorced, no one has ever said things like this to me anymore. How was I supposed to know I needed to bring all this stuff? These words, like a small hammer, struck Sumu's heart softly, yet with pinpoint precision. All his anger dissipated into thin air in an instant. Only an indescribable ache and restlessness remained. This girl carried more bitterness hidden inside her than he had ever imagined. That bold, fearless spirit she had been projecting. It was just a hard shell she used to protect herself. And now, with a few careless words, he had cracked that shell. Sumu rubbed his temples in frustration. He truly didn't know how to comfort people. After struggling for a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a dry, awkward phrase. Well, it's no big deal. Aren't we coming to university precisely to learn independence and self-reliance? If no one teaches you, then you teach yourself. See, now you know, right? This is a good thing. It means you're growing, you're benefiting. This little speech was the favorite catchphrase of his former bazaar boss, used specifically to brainwash employees. He never imagined he'd be using it today to comfort a young girl. Sure enough, Lin Jiding wasn't buying it at all. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her reddened eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Tell me, why do people get divorced so easily these days? They loved each other so much back then. Why can't they just stay together forever? This question silenced Sumu. He let out a sigh, walked over to the window, and gazed at the young figures running across the sports ground below. Forever. He laughed bitterly. This society is so restless now. People even watch short dramas at double speed. How long do you expect love to stay fresh? So little girl, you remember this. Sumu turned around looking at her with the weariness of someone who had seen it all. Love isn't something you just get, and everything's fine. It's more like a child that needs careful nurturing. It requires both parties to continuously invest energy in maintaining it. The worst thing is when one person's devotion is taken for granted. Lin Jiding stared at him blankly, tears still clinging to her lashes, but forgetting to fall. It seemed she understood. She nodded, her voice still carrying a slight nasal tone, yet oddly obedient. I understand. Sumu was somewhat surprised. Hey, this girl was being so cooperative today. Had his middle-aged bitter chicken soup actually worked that well? However, the next second he knew he had been overthinking. Lin Jiding wiped the tears from her face, then suddenly walked toward him, stopping right in front of him, tilting up her fair, delicate face. The sadness and fragility from moments ago vanished, completely replaced by a sly glimmer and anticipation. She blinked those big, watery eyes, teardrops still hanging from her long lashes, looking both pitifully charming and utterly captivating. So, Uncle Sumu. Her voice was soft and syrupy. Would you date me and teach me? I think you know so much. And maybe we could just get married too. You can teach me step by step how to maintain it, okay? She stood on her tiptoes, leaning in even closer, her warm breath brushing against his chin. He'll be very obedient. Boom. Sumu felt his mind go completely blank for a moment. His heart treacherously skipped a beat. A stunningly beautiful college girl, crying with tear-streaked cheeks, confessing to you and asking you to marry her. Who could withstand that? Sumu admitted. He was shamefully tempted. But years of life experience told him no free lunch falls from the sky, only traps. Especially something that comes to you voluntarily. 99% of the time, it's a weasel paying respects to the chicken up to no good. His expression instantly sharpened, replaced by a calm demeanor that saw through everything. I refuse. Sumu stepped back, creating distance, crossing his arms over his chest and looking down at her. Keep pretending. You? Obedient? You want me to teach you? I think you want to use me as practice. Little Miss Lin, your uncle has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try that act on me. The air froze for a second. And then, Lin Jiding suddenly burst into laughter through her tears. She clutched her stomach, laughing so hard her whole body shook, and the ambiguous romantic atmosphere evaporated in an instant. Huh, Uncle Sumu, you're way too hard to trick. I can't even fool you. She laughed, while wiping the tears of mirth from her eyes, looking at Sumu with a teasing grin. This was actually just a rehearsal for a video we're going to shoot later. Just to build up the atmosphere. Look at you, scared white as a sheet. Am I really that terrifying? So boring. Sumu's face was covered in dark lines. Of course, he knew that little brat was up to no good. He gave her a displeased glare, and to mask his brief moment of being flustered, he picked up his phone. All right, stop acting. You don't have anything here. Let me see if I can order everything for you through delivery. I can't just let you sleep on that bamboo mat. He opened the delivery app, gazing at the dazzling array of supermarket options, and couldn't help but feel envious. Honestly, students these days are so lucky. Mattresses and quilts can be delivered straight to your door. Back when I was in university, I had to climb 7 flights of stairs to fight for food in the cafeteria. If you were late, even the soup was gone. Sumu unconsciously drifted into memories of his own bitter past. Tisk, middle-aged men always love reminiscing about the old days. Lin Jiding replied, slowly sitting back down in the chair. She lowered her head, staring at her toes. The corners of her mouth, which had been beaming just moments ago, now quietly pressed into a straight, taut line. Her pale fingers in a corner no one could see clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Coward, she muttered under her breath, a sound only she could hear laced with defiance. I wasn't joking. Delivery guys and couriers came and went like an assembly line. In just 2 hours, the once empty dormitory 404 underwent a radical transformation. The sky had completely darkened. The fluorescent lights in the dormitory flickered on, illuminating the newly completed pink fortress. Yes, pink. Sumu, that old man, had a simple and crude aesthetic. He figured all little girls must love pink. So pink curtains, pink floor mats, pink bed sheets, and even a pink Hello Kitty trash can. He had single-handedly turned the entire dormitory into a little princess room. Lin Jiding, with her hands behind her back, paced around the cramped few square meter space. She walked to the bed and reached out to touch the bedding that looked incredibly fluffy and soft. The texture was smooth and slightly cool, like touching a spring of water. Hiss. Lin Jiding gasped, turning back to look at Sumu, who was sitting in a chair playing on his phone. Uncle Sumu, is this silk? It feels so expensive. Must be hundreds of yuan, right? Sumu didn't look up, his fingers scrolling across the screen as he replied, carelessly, pretty much just so-so. He wasn't telling the truth. This wasn't just hundreds of yuan. This top-grade mulberry silk bedding set, just the duvet alone, cost 5 figures. Lin Jiding pouted, clearly not convinced, but didn't press further. She turned and slipped into the tiny private bathroom. The sink, previously empty, was now neatly lined with a row of bottles and jars. Her original bottle of Piao Rose shampoo, which cost 10 yuan for a large tub, and she had taken from her suitcase, looked utterly out of place. In its place were several brands she had only seen in beauty bloggers' videos, all in English with minimalist bottle designs. Lin Jiting picked up a bottle of shampoo. It was heavy. Although she had never used it, she knew that one bottle cost as much as a year's worth of her previous living expenses. This is too extravagant, she muttered, and a sense of unease surged within her again. Coming out of the bathroom, she saw Su Mu placing a few dark green boxes on the desk. The packaging was exquisite, the satin ribbons tied with meticulous precision. The logo on top was all too familiar to Lin Jiting, La Mer, that legendary luxury brand rumored to have a single jar of cream costing an ordinary person's monthly salary. Lin Jiting's eyes went wide, and she hurried over, her hands trembling slightly. Su Mu, what are you doing? This is too expensive. I can't accept this. She was genuinely startled. The daily necessities she could barely excuse as being for the dormitory, but this was La Mer. This set must have cost at least 10,000 yuan. In all her life, she had never put anything so expensive on her face. Su Mu straightened the last box and clapped his hands. Expensive. A girl's face is her calling card. He turned, leaning against the edge of the table, and looked Lin Jiting up and down. The girl's skin was truly excellent, radiantly white, delicate enough to pinch water. Military training is coming soon, right? The sun is vicious in this heat. If you don't use good stuff, you'll get sunburned and peel. Instead of a fair, tender girl, you'll turn into a charcoal ball, and I won't be able to take you anywhere. Su Mu's words were half serious. He genuinely liked Lin Jiting's skin. It was pleasing to the eye. If it got tan, that would be a waste. Lin Jiting bit her lip, refusing to touch those boxes. But these are thousands of yuan worth of skincare. This is terrifying. It could buy my life. Seeing her look of utter alarm, Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? Who wants to buy your life? Just take them. He casually pulled a chair over, sat down, crossed his legs, and spoke in a lazy tone. I'm just satisfying my own sense of redemption, understand? It's like finding a stray cat on the street, giving it a bath, feeding it good cat food, watching it go from dirty to beautiful. It feels good. Men enjoy that kind of nurturing joy. He said this quite frankly, fixing up a nest for this homeless, unloved little girl, dressing her up brightly. It did make his long dormant heart beat a few times. It was a subtle sense of accomplishment. Lin Jiting rubbed her forehead. When she heard the words stray cat, her eyes flickered. She looked at Su Mu's nonchalant expression and suddenly stepped forward. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. Since you want to raise me. She drew out the last syllable, her voice carrying a hint of testing. Then you have to keep raising me, okay? The air suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. The smile on Su Mu's face froze. This girl, how did she take advantage of the situation? Keep raising her. That meant being responsible forever. Su Mu was now just a salted fish who wanted to lie flat. Being responsible was too tiring, too troublesome. His eyes rolled, and he immediately played dumb. Huh, what did you say? Su Mu scratched his ear, looking blankly at the ceiling. Oh dear, at my age my ears suddenly don't work well. What time is it? It's so late. He clumsily changed the subject, pointing at his phone. Don't forget our main goal today. We're supposed to shoot a video to piss off your terrible mother, right? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Lin Jiting looked at his terrible acting and ground her teeth in anger. Su Mu, did you hear what I just said? She stomped her foot, raising her voice an octave. Su Mu continued to play dead, standing up and walking toward the bed. No, I'm blind, I can't hear. Lin Jiting laughed in exasperation at his roguishness and rolled her eyes dramatically. The dormitory chairs were the kind of hard wooden stools that made your butt hurt after sitting for a while. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and sat side by side on the lower bunk. The mattress was very soft, sinking under their weight. The distance between them was so close they could smell each other. Su Mu felt a bit uncomfortable and scooted away, then nudged Lin Jiting, who was still sulking and not looking at him. Hey, don't be mad. How should we shoot this video? You're the director, tell me the process. Lin Jiting turned her head, snorted like an angry little pig, and wriggled her body. Just like that. Su Mu was completely confused. Like what? Just tell me. Oh, you're so stupid. Lin Jiting suddenly turned around, grabbed Su Mu's arm, and yanked hard. Caught off guard, Su Mu lost his balance and fell backward. Whoa. Before his exclamation could fully escape, he felt a dizzying whirl. The two of them fell directly onto the silk duvet. Lin Jiting straddled him, pressing her hands on his shoulders, looking down at him from above. The posture was extremely intimate. Extremely dangerous. Su Mu's mind went blank for a moment, his throat suddenly feeling dry. Before he could react, Lin Jiting had already made her move. She reached up and casually gathered her long flowing hair, tying it into a high ponytail with the elastic band on her wrist. A few stray strands of hair hung by her ears, giving her a lazy and carefree look. Then she pulled the collar of her loose t-shirt to the side. A large expanse of her fair, smooth shoulder was instantly exposed, her collarbones exquisitely defined. She leaned down, her face coming extremely close. Her big, watery eyes held a hint of shyness. Her warm breath sprayed on Su Mu's face, carrying a girl's unique, subtle fragrance. Su Mu instinctively swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing. This girl, was she serious? You? What are you doing? Sumu's voice was a bit strained, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Lin Ziding's face was as red as a ripe apple, even her ears were flushed. But she still steeled herself, holding on to that bit of bravado. What kind of video could make my mom so angry she'd be half dead? They'll make a sacrifice while we're something skimpy, hug each other, and have a little kiss. Send this video to her, and I guarantee I'll make her so angry she'll drop dead on the spot. I want her to know that if she doesn't care about me, there are others who will. Even if it's an old man. Sumu was speechless, a line of black lines forming on his forehead. Damn it, you're the old man. What kind of messed-up logic is this? Harming the enemy by 1,000, losing 800 of your own. If they actually filmed this, it wouldn't just be about making her mom angry. This would be a certified black mark on his record. If this video ever got out, what would happen to his Sumu's reputation? Smack. Without a second thought, Sumu raised his hand and slapped Lin Ziding on the thigh. The sound was crisp. Get off me, Sumu said with a dark expression, pushing her shoulder away as he tried to sit up. You're so young and not learning anything good. What's going on in that head of yours? You actually want to film this kind of thing? If this gets out, it's pornography, you understand. My WeChat account would get banned. Do I still have a reputation to uphold? Lin Ziding was pushed away, but she didn't take the opportunity to get up. Instead, like an octopus, she wrapped her arms and legs around him, starting to act coquettishly. Then what do we do? If we don't film this, how can we make her angry? How can we make her regret it? I just want to make her furious. I have to. She squirmed in his arms, rubbing against him, until Sumu felt like he was on fire. This girl was a real temptress. Sumu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the restlessness within him. He reached out and held her head, still his tone becoming serious. So you youngsters are still too naive. What you want to film is just one word, tacky. Going for the direct, hard approach is low class, it's cheap. Sumu looked at her with an expression of utter disappointment. Filming a video is all about atmosphere. You need that feeling of something hidden, of wanting to speak, but holding back. That's what you call a classy provocation, get it? Move aside, I'll film it. Let me show you what professional means. Lin Ziding stopped moving and looked at him suspiciously. Uncle Sumu, what kind of feeling are you going for? Let me tell you, my mom's heart is pretty tough. The usual small tricks won't even faze her. Can you really handle it? Can I handle it? Those 3 words were the ultimate insult to a man. Sumu sneered. A man never says he can't, especially when faced with such a provocative little girl. Can I handle it? Sumu's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly turned over. In a dizzying spin, their positions were instantly reversed. Sumu didn't press down on her, but instead took the opportunity to stand up. They'll show you right now. The skills of Director Su. A few minutes later, Sumu led her to the fire escape stairwell. The motion sensor light there was a bit faulty, casting a dim, flickering glow that stretched their shadows long. In the empty corridor, only the occasional chirp of a cicada could be heard from afar. It was almost too quiet. Sumu raised his phone, adjusted the angle, and opened the video mode. On the screen, Lin Ziding's face looked exceptionally pure under the dim light. Sumu, say your lines now. Lin Ziding nervously tugged at her clothes. Is this really going to work? Aren't the lines you gave me a little too innocent? The things Sumu had taught her just now sounded like an elementary school essay. There was no impact at all. Sumu pursed his lips, looking upright and righteous. You don't know anything. Do you know what positive energy is? In my book, there's nothing vulgar. It's all green, healthy, and environmentally friendly. Now let's start. Your expression needs to be sweet, your eyes pure, and your tone should be like a young girl who just started dating, sharing her life with her mom. Action. Lin Ziding took a deep breath and instantly got into character. She waved at the camera, her smile so sweet it could drip honey. Hi dear mom, are you having a good time on the grassland? Are you enjoying life? There are lots of mosquitoes on the grassland, remember to bring mosquito repellent. Her obedient demeanor was so captivating that even Sumu couldn't help but take a second look. This girl was a real actress. Lin Ziding continued, her gaze flickering shyly towards Sumu off camera. I was really lucky today. I came to the school alone for registration and met Uncle Sumu. Sumu timely poked his head into the camera frame, waved his hand, and gave a standard elder's smile. He looked completely harmless. Lin Ziding, Uncle Sumu is a really nice person. He taught me a lot of things, Hansen, and even showed me around the school. He showed me the proper way to use different places in the university. When she said the words, proper way to use, Sumu snapped his fingers off camera. Lin Ziding immediately understood. She turned and pushed open the heavy fire door, pointing at the empty corridor. You see, this is the fire escape. Usually no one passes by here, it's very quiet. She deliberately emphasized the words, no one passes by. Uncle Sumu said this place is for escaping. But you have to walk lightly because there's an echo. Sumu nodded in the frame, smiling brightly, as if affirming her learning results. Lin Ziding then leaned over the stair railing, her waist arched low, her curves fully outlined. You see this railing, it's very sturdy. It's used as a handrail. If you hold on tight, you can keep your balance and not fall. The camera switched. The two were back in the dorm room. Lin Ziding pointed at the newly cleared desk. This is a desk usually used for eating and studying. Uncle Sumu said this desk is just the right height and has pretty good load-bearing capacity. Next, she walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. The mirror reflected her graceful figure and behind her Su-mu, who was holding the phone to film. Their eyes met in the mirror. Lin Ziding's face suddenly flushed a little, and her voice softened. This is a floor-to-ceiling mirror, usually used for checking your makeup. But, Uncle Su-mu said, sometimes looking into the mirror, you can see many angles you don't usually see. Finally, the camera focused on the single bed, covered in mulberry silk bedding. Lin Ziding pointed at the bed. This is the bed. It's used for sleeping. Mom, are you clear now? She paused, a meaningful blush spreading across her face. Alright, it's getting late. Uncle Su-mu needs to continue teaching me. That's all for today's share. Bye-bye. The video cut off abruptly. Lin Ziding sent the video, and looked at the green sent successfully icon. She turned around, and lightly punched Su-mu. You're so bad. My mom is definitely going to be furious when she sees this. What kind of filming technique is this? Su-mu put away his phone, a mischievous grin on his face. He reached out, and pinched Lin Ziding's cheek. This is called leaving things to the imagination. It's called psychological suggestion. Your mom, being the old hand she is, will picture something 100 times more explosive in her mind than if you had filmed it directly. It's not over yet, just wait. This is just the beginning. Ili, the Naladi grassland. At 10 in the evening, the sun was only just beginning to hint at setting. The horizon looked as if someone had overturned a dye vat, with purplured evening glow spreading across half the sky, dyeing the undulating meadows with a layer of ambiguous golden edges. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. A vintage horse-drawn sled was traveling along a small path in the pasture. The driver was a Kazakh uncle, snapping his whip and humming an unknown tune. In the carriage sat 4 women. Zhang Yao Xia Yi Guo Rong Liao Yakin. These 4 could be said to be typical representatives of still charming women. Sitting there, they were the most beautiful scenery on the Naladi grassland. Especially Zhang Yao. Ever since she had severely punished Su-mu a few days ago, she felt completely cleansed. Even the wildflowers by the roadside seemed unusually lovely. With the jolting of the sled, Zhang Yao was in high spirits and belted out a song. The fields beside me. The fragrance of jujube flowers at hand. Sorghum ripens, reddening the sky. I send you off to the distance, Joe. The tune was completely off, but that didn't hinder her self-indulgence. Xia Yi sat opposite, holding sunglasses, laughing heartily, pointing at Zhang Yao, and saying to Guo Rong beside her, Look at how smug Yao is. Anyone would think she just won the lottery, not a woman who just got divorced. Guo Rong was a professor at the Conservatory of Music, and listening to this ear-piercing sound, she couldn't help but laugh. She tidied her windblown hair and teased. You don't understand. Haven't they said online? For a woman reaching middle age, there are 3 great joys. Promotion, wealth, and a dead husband. Although Su-mu isn't dead with the divorce, it's roughly the same. Look at Yao, now rosy-cheeked, radiant, looking at least 10 years younger. This is the truth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao immediately stopped singing and spat. Pa, don't mention that bastard bad luck. We finally got out for a trip, can we not talk about such nauseating people? Guo Rong raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of mockery. Oh, now it's bad luck. Who was it that went crazy in the car a couple of days ago, clamoring to go back and get back together? Saying things like, I want to take my husband, but no one else can have him either, he's my private property. That possessive energy, I was afraid you'd bite. Zhang Yao's face reddened like a cat whose tail was stepped on, instantly bristling. Pa. That's my ex-husband. What husband? Guo Rong, can't you talk properly? If you like that way, still give him to you as a husband. That's your husband. Guo Rong retaliated immediately. You're too vicious. How can you say such a curse? Your husband. It's your husband. Your husband. The 2 women, whose ages added up to nearly 80, were now bickering like elementary school students on the swaying sled. Xia Yi and Liao Yakin were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. The atmosphere was extremely cheerful. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, the scent of grass filled the air, and herds of cattle and sheep were in the distance. Xia Yi took a deep breath, spread her arms to embrace the sky, and sighed. This is life. No damn household chores, no man who only annoys us, just sisters and the horizon. She turned and put her arm around Guo Rong's shoulder. All right, stop it. Professor Guo, with such a beautiful environment, this light, this atmosphere, won't you sing a few notes? Let Yao hear what professionalism sounds like, save her from howling like a ghost and attracting wolves. Guo Rong haughtily raised her chin and cleared her throat. Final, sing a little of Jior. Let some amateur know that singing requires heart, not just yelling. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone from her delicate little bag. She originally intended to find a backing track and enable airplane mode to avoid interruptions. Just as her finger was about to touch the screen, a WeChat message suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. The sender's note was beloved daughter. Guo Rong's lips curled into a motherly smile. It must be her daughter acting cute to ask for living expenses or sharing some school fun. She casually tapped to open it. The next second, the smile on Guo Rong's face froze. The message content was simple, only 2 lines. Mom, I have good news. I think I'm in love. And you'll never guess who it is. It's Uncle Su-mu. At that moment, Guo Rong felt her head buzzing. The wind of Naladi was no longer gentle, the sunset no longer beautiful, even the sled beneath her felt like an instrument of torture. Su-mu. That Su-mu who had just been kicked out by Zhang Yao accomplished nothing. That old man, more than a full decade older than her own daughter. How could it be? Was she seeing things? Guorong stared at the screen, reading those words 3 times. Confirmed without error. A nameless rage surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. It was the most primal anger of a mother. Sumu, you're dead. A piercing roar instantly shattered the serenity of the grassland. It startled the Kazakh uncle driving the sled, causing his hand to twitch and his whip to nearly hit the horse's rump. Xia Yi and Liao Yakin were stunned by the shout. What's wrong, Rong? Why are you suddenly cursing? What happened? Guorong at this moment couldn't care less about her professor's poise or elegant demeanor. She spun around abruptly, her eyes bloodshot like an enraged lioness. Without a word, she lunged at Jiang Yao beside her. Her hands clamped tightly around Jiang Yao's neck, shaking her violently. Jiang Yao, you damned woman. Your husband. Are you really planning to turn him into my husband? She shouted and exerted force, looking as if she would devour Jiang Yao alive. Jiang Yao was being choked so hard her eyes rolled back, and she desperately slapped Guorong's arms, making hee-hee sounds from her throat. Xia Yi and Liao Yakin were terrified and quickly rushed to separate them. Guorong, what are you doing? Let go. Yao Yao is going to be choked to death. Guorong's eyes were red, completely devoid of reason, holding on tightly. No, it's your husband who wants to become my daughter's husband. He seduced my daughter. You bastard. That one sentence was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Xia Yi and Liao Yakin stopped their pulling actions, both with mouths open and eyes wide, even forgetting about Jiang Yao, who was almost out of breath. Was this so explosive? Jiang Yao's ex-husband, that seemingly honest Su Mu, had such a masterful technique at stealing someone's partner. The moment he got divorced, he immediately got his hands on the biological daughter of his ex-wife's best friend. What kind of mess was this? What a sin. Jiang Yao's face was purple from the choking, and she squeezed out a few words through her teeth. It's my ex-husband's fault. Why are you choking me? Go hit him. Guorong grew even angrier and tightened her grip. He'll choke you. It's all your fault. If you hadn't let him go, could he have harmed my daughter? Xia Yi, after all, had seen bigger scenes and was quick-witted. She grabbed Guorong's waist and yelled, calm down. Guorong, calm down. We're still on the cart. If we fall off, we'll all be done for. Don't go crazy yet, think with your brain. Does this make logical sense? Guorong was still struggling. How doesn't it make sense? It's written in black and white. Xia Yi held her tightly. Think about Su Mu's character. He has no money, no power, old, and besides being slightly good-looking, what other merits does he have? Who is your daughter Jiding? She's the school beauty. Her standards are ridiculously high. So many rich second-generation young hunks chase her at school, and she doesn't fancy any of them. How could she fancy Su Mu, that old man who was kicked out? What's she after? His age. His lack of hygiene. Upon hearing this, Guorong's struggling slowed down a bit. Reason began to slowly return. Indeed, although her daughter was naive, she wasn't stupid. A man like Su Mu wasn't even worthy of polishing her daughter's shoes. How could they suddenly be in a relationship? Seeing this, Xia Yi quickly pressed the advantage. I think there's something fishy here. Think about it. Have you been in a disagreement with your daughter recently because of the divorce? Guorong was stunned, recalling that a few days ago when she talked to her daughter on the phone, she had indeed scolded her daughter because she complained about her unhappy marriage. Yes, there was such a thing. Xia Yi slapped her thigh. That's it. The current generation of aughts have strong opinions. This must be Jiding deliberately trying to anger you. She's getting back at you. She deliberately found the person who disgusts you the most to disgust you. Think about it, who is more suitable to disgust you than your best friend's ex-husband? Guorong was panting heavily, her eyes flickering. Thinking it over carefully, it did seem to make sense. That loser Su Mu, even if given 10 times the courage, would he dare to touch her daughter? If he really dared, she would cut off his thing and feed it to the dogs. Jiang Yao had also recovered by then. She rubbed her neck, looking aggrieved, yet a bit gleeful. That's right, Guorong. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. Su Mu is nothing but mud that can't be plastered on the wall. Oh, only I was blind back then. Your daughter's taste is like yours. How could it be that bad? Besides, it was your daughter who sent the message to anger you just now. Why did you choke me? This is what they call shifting the blame, you know. And you call yourself a good friend. I think you just wanted to take the chance to murder me. Guorong was a bit in the wrong, but she wouldn't admit defeat. I was overcome with anger. Who told you to not manage your ex-husband well? If you had dealt with him earlier, how could this mess have happened today? Jiang Yao rolled her eyes. Hey, do you have any sense of reason? I think you're just going through menopause with hormonal imbalance. Guorong glared. Who are you calling menopausal? Jiang Yao, are you itching for a fight again? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Xia Yi quickly stepped in as a mediator. All right. Both of you say less. The urgent matter now is to get to the truth. Guorong, call your daughter now, or video call. Ask clearly what is going on. If it's really a prank, then give her a good lesson. Xia Yi paused, not daring to say the rest. If it were really true that Su Mu had defiled her daughter, then tonight on the Naladi grassland there would likely be bloodshed. Guorong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in her heart. Final call now. If that girl dares to lie to me, they'll break her legs. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling as she prepared to dial a voice call. At that moment the phone vibrated again. In the chat window with the note, beloved daughter, another message appeared. This time it wasn't text, but a video file. In the thumbnail cover under dim light, her daughter Lin Jiding was smiling brightly at the camera. Guorong's finger hovered over the screen, trembling slightly. That tiny video. The thumbnail was far too provocative. Dim lighting, an ambiguous angle, and her daughter's flushed little face. She didn't dare tap it. She feared that once she did, images that would damn her forever would leap out. Guorong snapped her head around, glaring daggers at Jiang Yao, her gaze sharp enough to flay her alive. Jiang Yao, will say this one last time. If my daughter has done anything shameful with that damned ex-husband of yours, I'll take you down with me. Neither of us will leave Naladi alive. The air around them froze solid. Even the horse pulling the sled seemed to sense the murderous intent, snorting nervously. Xia Yi and Liao Yakin edged closer, equally tense. If this really became a sex tape scene, the sisterhood would dissolve on the spot. Blood spilled in 5 steps. Jiang Yao's scalp prickled under the glare, but her mouth stayed sharp as she craned her neck defiantly. All right, stop with the persecution complex. I know Sumu, all talk no guts. Head wear headphones watching a live stream of a pretty girl, just so I wouldn't find out. Head dare to mess with your daughter. He wouldn't have the balls. Besides, with your daughter's standards, would she even look twice at him? Seeing Guorong still hesitating, Jiang Yao's mind raced, and she rashly made a bold declaration. Guorong, I'm putting it all on the line here. If in this video Sumu really did get with your daughter, if it's really that kind of relationship, I, Jiang Yao, will eat 10 pounds of shit on the spot. Not 1 ounce less. Fine. You said it. Guorong gritted her teeth, as if finding an outlet for her rage. She stopped hesitating, her fingertip pressing hard on the play button. 3 women's 6 eyes all instantly locked onto that small phone screen. The video began. It wasn't the sordid scene Shed imagined. Instead, it opened with an unexpectedly heartwarming start. Hi dear mom. In the video, her daughter Lin Jiding, neatly dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, smiled sweetly, with the dormitory hallway of her university as the backdrop. Are you having a good time on the prairie? Has your mood lifted a bit? Are the stars there especially bright? A stream of concern like a warm current. Guorong's taut nerves instantly relaxed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Her daughter was still that thoughtful little sweetheart, dressed properly and behaving well, not corrupted. She let out a long, relieved breath, the heavy stone in her heart finally settling. It really must have been a prank. Beside her, Jiang Yao pursed her lips and raised her chin smugly. See, I told you so. That girl was just teasing you. But before her words even faded, the video's tone suddenly shifted. Lin Jiding, phone in hand, walked and talked, the camera swaying as she led the way to the dormitory building's emergency exit. Mom, you don't need to worry about me being in danger alone at school. Thanks to Uncle Sumu, he came to the school today and taught me the proper way to use the emergency exit. He said this place is usually deserted, especially quiet and hidden. It's specially for escaping. That trailing syllable stretched long, carrying an inexplicable coyness and innuendo. The 3 women in their 40s felt their minds go blank with a resounding thud. Emergency exit. Teaching her that for what? The next second, a magnified face lunged at the camera. It was Sumu. He grinned broadly, his teeth dazzlingly white. Professor Guo, student Lin is exceptionally bright, and her learning results are most gratifying. She's grasped the proper use of the emergency exit very quickly. In the future, if an emergency arises, she'll know where to duck into. This place is great. No one to disturb. Boom. Guorong's sanity shattered completely. No one to disturb. What do you intend to do? What do you plan to do to my daughter? Sumu. Guorong shrieked, clutching the phone, the cry even more piercing than before. What are they doing? What are they doing? Why on earth would they go to an emergency exit? Guorong's voice broke with sobs, her hands tearing at her hair, on the verge of total collapse. My daughter. You can't go astray. That's an emergency exit, not for that kind of thing. Jiang Yao was stunned too, blurting out, an emergency exit. What can you even do there? Guorong whipped around, her bloodshot eyes blazing with boundless fury. What do you think? Jiang Yao's eyes widened as realization dawned. Oh my God. There's a place like that. I was married to him for years, and we never tried it. Xia Yi's eyelids twitched as she clamped a hand over Jiang Yao's mouth. My dear Yao, say no more. Do you have a death wish, Jiang Yao glanced at Guorong's murderous expression, instantly snapped back to reality, and slapped a hand tightly over her own mouth, eyes wide with terror. If she kept running her mouth, she'd be killed today for sure. The video continued. For women, including Jiang Yao, with her mouth covered, watched, eyes growing wider and wider. The camera switched. Rooftop railings, dormitory desks, and a full-length mirror. In the video, Lin Jiding smiled shyly, yet flirtatiously, while Sumu, that older man, stood behind her. Both were fully dressed, yet somehow they looked like they were in cahoots. The video ended. The frame froze. On the prairie, silence reigned, deathly still. Guorong's heart shattered like dumpling filling. Her precious daughter. A good girl who had never even held a boy's hand since childhood. How could she end up with this nearly 40-year-old broke, unattractive, twice-married, old man? How am I supposed to live as her mother? In that moment of utter despair, Jiang Yao, staring at the frozen frame, couldn't hold her tongue, murmuring to herself, taking selfies in front of a mirror to see different angles. This guy. He really knows how to get creative. Jiang Yao. Guo Rong's grief instantly transformed into raging fury. Like a crazed leopardess she lunged. What more do you have to say? 10 pounds. 10 pounds of cow dung. They'll make you eat it right now. To atone for that damned ex-husband of yours. Guo Rong roared genuinely, trying to jump off the sled to find cow dung. Jiang Yao, scared out of her wits, clung to her desperately. No. Sis. Rong sis. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I was careless earlier. I didn't dodge. And besides, it's nighttime. Where am I supposed to find cow dung? Jiang Yao was on the verge of tears, mentally cursing Su Mu's ancestors for 18 generations. Su Mu, you old beast. You've screwed me over. As the two wrestled, the Kazakh uncle, driving the sled up front, turned back, flashing a simple warm smile. Speaking in halting Mandarin, he gestured enthusiastically to the side. Ayo friends. There is. This is the pastoral prairie. We don't have much else, but cow dung. Cow dung is the most plentiful of all. With that he fumbled around, produced a lump, and held it out warmly. See, this one's dried. Burns great for cooking, all natural. If you want fresh, there's some too. The horse just dropped one, still warm. Who doesn't love a good show? These city women had been bickering the whole ride, more entertaining than a Guogua short drama. The uncle figured the drama needed proper props. Jiang Yao stared, utterly dumbfounded. She looked at Guo Rong with tearful eyes, trying to negotiate. Rong, we've been besties for so many years. Can I eat less? This stuff. It's too bitter, I really can't choke down 10 pounds. No way. Guo Rong's stance was ironclad, leaving no room for negotiation. Just as a feast was about to unfold on the grassland. Just then, ding-a-ling-a-ling, a crisp WeChat video call ringtone suddenly pierced the tense atmosphere. It was Guo Rong's phone. On the screen, a video invitation from beloved daughter popped up. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Quick, answer it. That bastard Su Mu is definitely with her. Connect it. He'll curse him out for you. He'll tear him a new one. In the 404 dormitory of Jiangxing Women's University, the night outside was deep, yet the atmosphere inside was anything but tranquil. On Su Mu's desk lay a newly opened box of hard-packed Zhonghua cigarettes. Mimicking the old-school tough guys had seen on TV, he pulled one out, placed it between his lips, and clumsily lit it. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. The first drag sent a wave of harsh, pungent smoke flooding his lungs, making his eyes water. Su Mu quickly stubbed the cigarette out in the ashtray, looking utterly disheveled. How can this thing be so hard to smoke? It's like burning dry grass, it burns my throat. A tinkling bell-like laugh came from beside him. Lin Jiding was sitting cross-legged on her bed, clutching a giant strawberry bear plushie, shaking with laughter. Uncle Su Mu, if you don't know how to smoke, why are you trying to act all mysterious? Her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescents. Su Mu shot her a look of exasperation. What do you know? This is called artistic flair. If I don't play the part of the bad guy, how else am I supposed to get your menopausal mother all riled up? If I weren't the bad influence, how would I highlight your descent into rebellion? All right, you're sacrificing yourself for your art. Lin Jiding pulled another cigarette from the pack. She was wearing a pair of figure-hugging shorts today, her legs pale and straight, gleaming with a porcelain-like luster under the dormitory lights. The girl's eyes twinkled with mischief. She took the cigarette, and in a slow, deliberate motion rolled it gently along the smooth, delicate skin of her own thigh. The cigarette pressed into her flesh, leaving a slight indentation before springing back. The action was inexplicably charged with a wild, suggestive allure. Here. Lin Jiding brought the cigarette to Su Mu's lips, her voice soft and coquettish. Uncle Su Mu, I've made a sacrifice for you. See if this makes it easier to smoke. It's my own special recipe. Su Mu looked at the offered cigarette, then at her strikingly white leg, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where did you learn this trick? It doesn't do anything. In those stories, it's a maiden rolling a cigar on her thigh for fermentation. How is rolling a finished cigarette on your leg going to make it sweeter? Lin Jiding stuck out her pink tongue and made a playful face. I don't know either, I just saw it in a movie. Oh, just take it, we've got the mood going now. At that moment, the phone screen lit up. A video call request came through and was answered. It's them. Su Mu and Lin Jiding exchanged a glance, instantly dropping their playful expressions. They straightened up in their chairs, putting on their prepared facade. The video feed shook for a moment. Then a face with meticulously applied makeup but twisted in fury filled the entire screen. It was Jiang Yao. The woman had apparently snatched the phone, her face pressed right up against the camera, features contorted with rage. She launched into a tirade filled with profanities. Su Mu, you son of a bitch. You goddamn bastard. You'll rot in hell. Are you even human? You're messing with a campus belle. Have you no shame? With your pathetic condition, do you even have the tools for the job? Can you even handle it? You can't last 3 seconds, how dare you corrupt a young girl? The stream of abuse was smooth, rhythmic, and delivered without pausing for breath. Su Mu's mouth twitched. This ex-wife of his had become even more ferocious after the divorce. Had never noticed she had such a way with words. With that vocabulary for insults, she was wasting her talent, not being a rapper. Before Su Mu could retort, Lin Jiding made her move. She leaned her head against Su Mu's shoulder, melting into him like she had no bones, and blinked her big, innocent eyes at the camera. Her voice suddenly became sickly sweet. Uncle Sumu, your ex-wife, is so scary, a woman that fierce must be really domineering at home, right? How did you put up with her for so many years? She's terrifying like a tigress. This green tea attack was a critical hit. On the other end of the screen, Zhang Yao was so furious she could barely breathe, her face turning green. You? Who are you calling a tigress? She pointed at the screen, her finger trembling. You little hussy. Have you no shame? I'm your Annie Jiang. I'm your mother's best friend. Lin Zhiding ignored her completely, continuing to gaze up at Sumu with an adoring, pitying look. Uncle Sumu, I think you were right to divorce her. Who could put up with a woman like that? If you ever married me, I'd never be like that. I'm not like other tigresses, just yelling and screaming. I only know how to care for my man. The last word Gigi was drawn out with a seductive lilt. Sumu felt goosebumps prickle on his skin. This girl missed her calling by not being in a period drama. Zhang Yao completely lost it. She had initially tried to maintain the aloof demeanor of an elder, but at those words her fury shot straight to her head. You little wretch. You obviously need to be taught a lesson. Your mother raised you like a princess, but all your book learning has gone to waste. Didn't she ever teach you about decency and shame? They'll do it for her right now. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand suddenly shot into the frame from off-screen, grabbing Zhang Yao's face and unceremoniously shoving her aside. The picture shook violently. Then Guorong's icy, expressionless face appeared on the screen. Her gaze was as cold as twin blades of ice boring into the pair of scoundrels on the other end. Zhang Yao, shut your mouth. Guorong's voice was low and strained, brimming with barely contained fury. Who said I didn't teach my daughter properly? She is my daughter. It's not your place to discipline her. And if you say one more word, I will personally watch you eat those 10 pounds of cow dung, not 1 ounce less. Zhang Yao slapped a hand over her own mouth. She had done it again. How could she forget that the girl's own mother was right there beside her? Round 1, Zhang Yao, total defeat. Seeing that Guorong, the primary target, had finally appeared, a smile curled at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. Finally, this was the real show today. He brought the cigarette, which Lin Zhiding had processed, back to his lips. Lin Zhiding immediately understood. She picked up the lighter. Click. A flame shot up. Lin Zhiding leaned in, cupping the flame with her hand, and lit it for him. Her posture was obedient, her gaze filled with admiration. Sumu took a deep drag. Perhaps it was psychological, but the cigarette that had been rolled on the maiden's thigh did seem to go down smoother. He tilted his head back slightly, and looking at Lin Zhiding's delicate face, slowly exhaled a thick plume of smoke. The white smoke instantly enveloped her features. Cough, cough. Lin Zhiding coughed twice from the smoke, but didn't pull away. Instead, she reached out, waved the haze aside, and leaned in to plant a resounding kiss on Su Mu's stubble-covered cheek. Mwah. The sound was crisp and clear. Uncle, you're so naughty, but men look really handsome when they smoke. Boom. On the other side of the screen, Guorong felt something explode in her mind. That was her precious daughter. Since childhood, she had never even let her smell kitchen fumes, keeping air purifiers running 247, terrified that a speck of dust might dirty her lungs. She was a delicate flower nurtured with such care, and now she was being blasted with secondhand smoke by this greasy middle-aged man. And she said he was handsome. And she kissed him. Guorong felt her blood pressure skyrocket at 180 miles per hour, her heart pounding wildly, as if it might leap out of her throat. She gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Don't act rashly. Guorong, you cannot act rashly. Losing your temper now will only push your daughter further away. This is rebellion. This is her way of retaliating against you. You need to stay calm, stabilize the situation, and coax her back first. She suppressed the fury raging within her, her voice turning icy. Sumu. Although we haven't met much, I've known Yao Yao for over a decade, so we're considered old friends, right? Sumu leaned back in his chair, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, and shrugged with an air of indifference. I suppose so. What's the matter, Professor Gua? Any words of wisdom? Guorong, seeing his flippant demeanor, wished she could crawl through the screen and strangle him. Do you think what you did today is moral, eh? She tried to strike from the high ground of moral superiority. How old are you? How old is my daughter? You're a highly educated person. Doesn't your conscience ache luring an innocent college student? Sumu found this amusing. He flicked his ash, feigning surprise. Morality. Professor Gui, you're talking to me about morality. How much does that stuff cost per pound? I think it's great. A man and a woman both willing. As he spoke, he turned to Lin Zhiding and pinched her supple, youthful cheek. Hey, sweetheart, are you 18 yet? Lin Zhiding immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, I just had my birthday last month. I'm an adult now. By law, you can do whatever you want. Sumu spread his hands and looked at the screen with an innocent expression. Well, there you go. She's an adult with the right to choose. Professor Gui, you should understand this principle better than I do. Guorong was choked, speechless, almost fainting from the retort. This bastard. This scoundrel. She gritted her teeth, her eyes turning red. Sumu, we're both parents. You have a daughter around the same age, don't you? Put yourself in my shoes. If someone did this to your daughter, could you accept it? Even if she's 18, she's still just a child. How could you lay a hand on her? Sumu's smile grew even brighter. Lay a hand on her. Of course he could. Professor Gui, your words are biased. What's wrong with 18? 18 is so young, skin so tender you could pinch out water. What man in this world doesn't like 18-year-olds? Call me devoted. He'll always love 18-year-olds. If this were the old Sumu, he would have felt guilty and been stumped by such questions. But not anymore. He had the system. He could regain his youth anytime. His physical age would soon be younger than Lin Ziding's. If you really counted, he was the one at a disadvantage. Guorong stared at his utterly shameless demeanor, trembling with rage. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. If hard tactics fail, try soft ones. Shed appeal to whatever shred of conscience he had left. Sumu. Guorong's voice trembled. 18 years ago. When Ziding was born, you visited her in the hospital. She was so tiny, then wrapped in swaddling clothes. You even held her. You said she was beautiful and would grow up to be a great beauty. Looking at the child you once held. How can you do something so beastly now? Have you thrown all your decency to the dogs? These words were delivered with tears and sobs. Even Zhang Yiyao, listening nearby, was moved, recalling those old days. But Sumu, upon hearing this, wore a look of sudden realization. Oh, is that so? He turned to Lin Ziding, beaming. Then isn't this fate? What do you think, sweetheart? Just because I held you when you were little, I can't hold you now, eh? Holding you now is even warmer. Softer, a different feel entirely, wouldn't you say? Lin Ziding shyly punched his chest, her voice coquettish and full of playful reproach. Oh, you're so bad. I'm not that big at all. Uncle, you're just awful. Guorong trembled with fury, pointing at Sumu on the screen, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. You. She stuttered, unable to form a coherent sentence. But Sumu gave her no chance to catch her breath. He leisurely pulled 2 cartons of premium cigarettes from under the table and slammed them down with a sharp thud. Not too hard, not too soft. What, you? We're not done yet. Sumu pointed at the cigarettes and grinned at the camera. These 2 cartons. Your precious daughter bought them for me with her own money. Said it was a token of her respect. Cost her 5,000 yuan from her living expenses. Now she's broke, didn't even have lunch. Professor Guo, you don't want your precious pampered daughter to go hungry with this old man, do you? So hey, race the deal. Right now, immediately transfer 30,000 yuan to me on WeChat. I promise she won't go hungry. He said all this with absolute audacity, blackmail, so brazen, it was almost refreshing. Hearing this, Lin Ziding couldn't help but let out a her lips just curling into a smile when she met Sumu's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. Sumu's face was expressionless. Grinning again. Slap yourself. Lin Ziding's smile froze instantly. The next second, without hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a crisp, sharp slap to her own face. The force was considerable, leaving a faint red mark on her fair, delicate cheek. Yet she didn't seem to mind at all, instead wearing a docile expression that said, I'm sorry, uncle, I was wrong. Boom. That slap felt like it landed directly on Guorong's heart. On the other side of the screen, Guorong watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Her own daughter, the daughter she had never even scolded harshly, was now obediently slapping herself at this man's command. This wasn't just being deceived, this was being possessed. She had become a total simp. Even Wang Baochuan, waiting in the cold kiln, wasn't this devoted. Guorong's heart was bleeding, tears welling up in her eyes as her voice cracked from shouting. They'll transfer you. No way. Lin Ziding, have you lost your mind? You can't be this love-struck. Hearing this, Sumu laughed, even more arrogantly. He pulled Lin Ziding into his arms, triumphantly declaring to the screen, Oh, Professor Guo, you just don't get it. A married daughter is like water spilled. From today on, your daughter is no longer yours, she belongs to me, Sumu. Let me give you a heads up, when she gets married, don't expect a single cent of bride price. Not only that, but you'll have to foot the bill for the wedding banquet. A grand one. Got it? Now right this instant transfer the money to me. What? No bride price. And she had to pay for the wedding herself? Guorong pointed at the supremely smug face of Sumu on the screen, unable to utter a word for a long time. She looked at Sumu, then at her daughter beside him, who wore a blissful, completely brainwashed expression. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her. All her fury and reasoning crumbled powerless against this scoundrel. Finally, Guorong's strength drained away. She lowered her trembling arm, her voice carrying the despair of resignation. Fine. He'll transfer the money. He'll send you 100,000. Just don't touch my daughter, okay? Guorong had already made up her mind. She could give the money. She would stabilize this bastard. Once the call ended, she would rush back to Jiangqing immediately. Who cared about this wretched place anymore? She would drag her daughter home, lock her up, and never let her out. Then she would find someone to kill Sumu, that beast, utterly annihilate him. Sumu watched the transfer notification on his phone screen, beaming with joy. Ding dong. 100,000 credits arrived. Money came fast. However, seeing the resentment in Guorong's eyes on the screen, he knew it wasn't over. Professor Guo was only temporarily subdued. She had yet to unleash her ultimate move. This emotional peak hadn't been reached. How could she be considered completely broken? Sumu decided to add fuel to the fire, sending her straight to the afterlife. The money's received. He pocketed his phone and said slowly, but it's still a bit short. Guorong's rage flared up again. What do you mean? Still not enough? 100,000 can't shut your mouth. Sumu, don't be so insatiable. I think you're just a useless gold-digging loser. No wonder Yao Yao divorced you. Facing Guorong's torrent of insults, Sumu remained unfazed. He even spread his hands innocently. Hey, misunderstanding. I never asked for more than I should. With that, he pulled out a card from his pocket and waved it in front of the camera. It was a hotel room key card. Professor Guo, you see, I've spent all the money on my game card. Without money, I can't have fun. Transfer me another 20,000 to top up my game card for some joy. Sumu's gaze turned teasing. He glanced at Lin Jiding beside him, his voice loud enough for the person on the other end of the screen to hear clearly. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to take your daughter to the little grove by the school tonight to make do. There are a lot of mosquitoes there, you know. Lin Jiding's eyes widened. She looked at Sumu, stars shining in her gaze. My God, Uncle was a legend. A killing blow to the heart. Damn that game card. That was clearly a room key. And he was making the mother pay for her daughter's hotel stay. That old man knew how to live. On the other side of the screen, Guorong's breath caught sharply. Her mind went blank, only a buzzing tinnitus remained. She felt her blood surge to her head, her heart gripped by an invisible hand nearly bursting. I have never seen such a shameless person. Guorong let out a piercing scream with all her strength. Oh, Sumu, he'll kill you. I swear he'll kill you. In the frame, Guorong leaped from her chair, flailing as if to pounce on the screen. Xia Yi and Zhang Yao startled, rushed to grab her from both sides. Guorong, calm down. Don't be impulsive. That's a phone. A phone. Held firmly, Guorong kicked her legs wildly in the air, sending one shoe flying off. Let me go. I'm going back to Jiangxing. They'll tear him apart. Beast. You beast. Xia Yi, seeing Guorong's purple face, feared she might faint from rage, so she hurriedly ended the video call. Beep. The call ended. As the video disconnected, the last thread of Guorong's composure snapped. Already holding her breath, she rolled her eyes and collapsed backward stiffly. Guorong. Zhang Yao caught her, quickly pressing her philtrum with one hand. Guorong, are you okay? Xia Yi panicked too. Before fainting, Guorong grabbed Xia Yi's hand with her last strength. Her eyes fixed on Xia Yi, she squeezed out a few words. Help me, call for backup. With that, her hand dropped limply, brushing against the phone screen beside her. In that desolate wilderness, amid the prelude of a bleak wind and rain, a mournful, desolate Swana sound suddenly erupted. Then a high-pitched, sorrowful female voice echoed across the empty plains. Beside me the fields stretch far, the juju blossoms scent the air, sorghum ripens reddening the sky. Jur, I send you to the distance, it was Jor. The mournful tune paired with Guorong's unconscious form and the panicked faces of her three friends turned the scene into a tragic spectacle. Master, hurry. Zhang Yao frantically lifted Guorong onto the waiting horse-drawn cart. My sister isn't well. Go back fast. Guorong. Wake up, Guorong. As if to perfect the dramatic backdrop, the sky suddenly burst into rain, heavy drops pounding the cart's canopy with a loud clatter. Xia Yi lay over Guorong, sobbing uncontrollably. Hang in there, dear. Only 200 kilometers to the county clinic. Don't fall asleep. Stay with me. The Kazakh driver, hearing the heart-wrenching cries and witnessing the scene akin to a tragic farewell, silently shook his head. He took a drag from his pipe, blew out a smoke ring, and muttered, "'Tis so melodramatic. Even Xiulian wasn't this miserable. You've really mastered the art of horse-drawn cart drama." Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in Sumu's mind. Ding. The youthful recklessness system has been activated. Detected host behavior is extremely egregious. Oh no, extremely novel. Refusing to pay the bride price and making your mother-in-law shell out for the room. Truly a role model for us all. Your actions perfectly align with the core essence of youthful recklessness. Special reward granted. Sumu grinned. This system was cool. Reward issued: lifespan 1, physique 5. Host's current status update. Age 24-23. Physique 65-70. Note: the average for a normal adult male is 50. You're now as sturdy as an ox. A warm current surged through his body instantly. Sumu felt his back stop aching, his legs stop hurting, and the fatigue from his earlier confrontation with Guorong vanished completely. He even felt like he could go another 300 rounds with her. And his age had gone down by a full year. The body was already young, but now it was at the peak of its physical prime. Before Sumu could bask in the glory, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Detected host physique has vastly surpassed a normal male, triggering a special bonus reward. Reward: the right hand of God, flexibility and tactile sensitivity increased tenfold. Sumu was stunned, instinctively raising his right hand. What was the use of a tenfold increase in hand sensitivity? It'd be more useful if it were on his. No, wait. Sumu quickly cut off that thought. That was way too sensitive. Besides, this was a proper novel. Keep thinking like that, and head be sent to the Shadow Realm. Click. The bathroom door swung open. A cloud of steam wafted out, carrying the fresh scent of body wash. Lin Jiding stepped out in a loose set of cartoon pajamas. Her hair was damp, draped over her shoulders, the ends still dripping. Her face, flushed from the hot steam, was fair with a rosy tint as tender as a freshly peeled lychee. She dried her hair with a towel, while leaning in close to Sumu, thrusting her face right in front of his. Uncle Sumu, look. I just used that ridiculously expensive face mask. Don't you think my skin feels much softer? The girl's sweet scent rushed at him, mixed with the fresh aroma of her post-shower clean invading his nostrils. Sumu stared at the face so close to his, and on a whim reached out and gave her cheek a gentle pinch. SSS. The sensation that shot through his fingertips sent a jolt through his entire body. So silky, so delicate, so warm and smooth. It was. The tenfold sensitivity amplified the feeling infinitely. Every pore's contraction, every inch of her skin's texture was transmitted clearly to his cerebral cortex. The collagen of an 18-year-old, terrifying. Lin Jiding noticed Sumu's dazed expression and waved a hand in front of his eyes. Uncle Sumu. What's wrong? Dazzled by this lattice beauty. Snapping back to reality, Sumu suppressed the stirring within him, withdrew his hand, and coughed twice, pretending nothing was wrong. Ahem, not bad, not bad. It does feel smoother. Looks like that few hundred yuan mask wasn't a waste. Money well spent. Lin Jiding couldn't help but burst into giggles at his serious demeanor. Seems like it's really working. She seemed very pleased with his reaction. She took his hand, the one that had just committed the crime, and pressed it against her cheek, gently rubbing it against her skin. His warm palm met her slightly cool cheek. Lin Jiding's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, a hint of dependence in her gaze. Uncle Sumu, can you stay here tonight? It's my first day here, and there are no roommates yet. It's so empty, and I'm a little scared. The words were half true. During the day it wasn't so bad, but at night the girls' dormitory building was eerily quiet. The wind whistled through the windows, which was genuinely a bit frightening. But more importantly, she didn't want to be apart from Sumu. As long as this man was by her side, she felt incredibly safe and warm. Sumu had to admit the proposal was tempting. Staying overnight in the girls' dorm. This plot was a little thrilling. It wasn't for any improper reason, of course. Mainly in both his lives combined had lived for over 30 years and had never stayed overnight in a girls' dorm before. That kind of experience wasn't something you gotta have every day. Looking at the girl's pure yet subtly alluring face before him, Sumu reached out, gently lifting Lin Jiding's delicate chin and looked into her eyes. I can stay, but you have to agree to one thing. Lin Jiding blushed, her heart racing. This naughty uncle, why did his gaze make her feel so weak in the knees? He wasn't thinking about that, was he? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question, but wasn't it too soon? And they were in the dorm. Lin Jiding's mind started to wander, and she stammered. You can stay, but you can't ask for anything too out of line, okay? Like you know. It's possible, but you can't ask for anything too extreme. Nothing in front of the full-length mirror. Seeing her look so expectant yet shy, Sumu gave a helpless smile. What on earth was going on in that little head of hers? You're overthinking it. Sumu let go, his expression turning serious. I only have one request. Call your mom, or send her a message. Apologize. Huh. Lin Jiding's head shot up, the blush on her face instantly fading, replaced by shock and confusion. Why? She treated me like that, left me all alone, and I have to apologize to her. No way. Just the mention of her mother sent Lin Jiding into a fit of extreme defiance. She hadn't expected the Sumu who had just been united with her against her mother to suddenly tell her to bow her head and admit fault. Sumu looked at her, his tone calm. I originally thought your mom was truly heartless, that she didn't care about you anymore. But seeing her reaction just now, she cares about you a great deal. Otherwise she wouldn't have given you 100,000 yuan so readily. That caught me off guard. It shows that deep down she really does care about you. If Sumu were still a hot-headed teenager, he would have thought, piss off the mother-in-law, who cares as long as it's fun. But he was now a middle-aged man with children of his own, so he had a different perspective on parent-child relationships. So what if she cares now? Lin Jiding's eyes reddened, her voice filled with resentment. What's the use of caring now, all fake and phony? She abandoned me and went off to travel and enjoy herself. Is that right? Why does she get to be so carefree? Why does she get to just pack up and leave? I'm her daughter, not some pet she keeps. She grew more agitated with each word, and a hint of disappointment crept into her gaze as she looked at Sumu. I get it, Uncle Sumu. You're old, so you're on my mom's side. And here I was liking you so much. Just go. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Jiding shoved Sumu away, turned around, and plopped down on the edge of the bed, her back to him. A young girl's heart was as changeable as the weather in June. One moment, it was clear skies, the next dark clouds. Sumu watched her shoulders tremble, slightly feeling this was entirely within his expectations. He could easily go along with her, use the rift between her and her mother to his advantage. Given Lin Jiding's current feelings for him, anything could happen tonight, and it would all feel natural. But some things needed to be said clearly. He didn't want this girl to forever harbor a thorn of hatred towards her mother in her heart. That thorn might seem harmless now, but over time it would fester into an unbreakable knot in her heart. This girl cared about her parents more than she realized. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to such childish and extreme methods to provoke her mother. That was in a way a form of indirect clinginess, a subconscious cry for her mother to turn back. Sumu walked over and sat down behind her. Lin Jiding immediately scooted away, letting out a heavy huff. Sumu spoke, his voice low and steady. I can tell you've been spoiled since you were a child. Otherwise you wouldn't want your mother back so badly, even going so far as to deliberately provoke her. I did not. Lin Zhiding retorted stubbornly, but her voice was noticeably weaker. Sumu continued. No one says parents have to revolve their entire lives around their children. After you became an adult, she needed to have a life of her own too. Lin Zhiding whipped her head around, tears welling in her eyes. But when she went to pursue her own life, she left me behind. Sumu looked into her eyes and asked word by word. When you were growing up, when you had to make choices, did your mom always go along with what you wanted? Did she often scold you? Did she ever punish you? Lin Zhiding froze. She opened her mouth, but no retort came out. In her memories, although her mother Guoron was strong-willed, she almost always respected her choices when it came to important matters. When she wanted to learn painting, Guoron signed her up for the best classes. When she wanted to attend university in Jiangxing, Guoron fully supported her. Not very often. After a long pause, she finally admitted in a low voice. Actually, my mom was pretty good to me. Su Yu's voice carried a power that could see into the human heart. So now it's her turn. She's made her own choice. She also hopes that when she makes a choice, she can look up and see expectation in your eyes, not blame. Because even if the choice is wrong, it doesn't mean failure, does it? Lin Zhiding was stunned by his words. She murmured the phrases repeatedly, her gaze drifting. She also hopes to see expectation in my eyes. Even if the choice is wrong, it doesn't mean failure. That was true. Lin Zhiding stood there stunned. She had always seen herself as a victim, one abandoned by her mother, left alone in a strange city. Yet Su Yu's words made her feel like a spoiled child, who wouldn't want to have someone encouraging them behind their back when they make a choice. Instead of blame and complaint. Like when she was a child, every impulsive whim, every sudden idea, every mistake. Her mother Guoron would grumble a bit, but in the end she always patted her head and said, "It's okay, just try harder next time. Got your new dress dirty while painting? It's okay, mom will buy you another one. Didn't do well on the exam? It's okay, your mom was like that when I was little too." It was precisely because she had her mother as her strongest backbone that she could make choices so fearlessly time and again, knowing that no matter how hard the sky fell, someone would always hold it up for her. She had always taken this unconditional love for granted. So why, when her mother made a choice, couldn't she become the one offering support? Why should she? What right did she have to demand that the woman who had given her the first half of her life continue to sacrifice unconditionally for the second half? Lin Zhiding lowered her head, her voice soft and thick with tears. I understand. This really is my fault. Before, I only knew how to take her love, but forgot that she also needs a response. Sumu looked into the girl's eyes, watching the light rekindle within them, and nodded with satisfaction. Now that was the right look. Clear, bright. The way she had looked before, as if the whole world owed her, was headache-inducing. A young girl should have a pure heart with stars in her eyes. That's a true treasure. Su Yu's tone softened. See, that's better. This is what a good girl is like. When you learn to give, you can truly feel love. Lin Zhiding had just held back her tears, but upon hearing this, they nearly spilled over again. She suddenly threw herself into Su Yu's arms, burying her face in his solid chest, and spoke in a muffled voice. Hey, Uncle Sumu, you're being a bit much. Suddenly pulling out this pure-hearted romance. Nobody goes for that these days. Don't you know that's a foul move? It's really stirring. So pure love was a crime now. Sumu was speechless. The world needs pure love. You young people always talking about going dark, pretending to love those dark, deep things. But really, in truth, deep down you're still drawn to the light. Like a bunch of little mice afraid of the sun, saying they hate it, but their bodies honestly move toward where it's bright. No way, I'm not a little mouse. Lin Zhiding lifted her head from his arms, her cheeks flushed. She stepped back, stood up straight, looked Sumu up and down, and gave a sweet, playful smile. Uncle Sumu, I think you're missing out. Oh. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Just think about it. In that situation earlier, you could have used the conflict between mom and me to totally manipulate me. I would have listened to anything you said, done anything you asked. Like in those movies, twist me into all kinds of poses, or make me wear weird clothes. As long as it would piss off my mom, I would have done anything. But now it's too late. I've figured it all out. My reason has taken back control. Don't you feel like you've missed out? Su Yu's mouth twitched. What kind of wild talk was that? What kind of movies were today's college girls watching? He cleared his throat and spoke honestly. I hope the girl in front of me always has stars in her eyes, instead of rolling them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Zhiding froze for a moment, then caught on, and her face turned crimson in an instant. This wicked man, this middle-aged rogue. She had just been praising him for pure love, and in less than 3 sentences, he could turn any topic into something dirty. Lin Zhiding laughed through her tears. You bad uncle. Just said you were pure love, and now you turn everything into something perverted. She was both embarrassed and annoyed. But looking at his handsome, deadpan face, the shame and anger at the bottom of her heart transformed into an uncontrollable flutter. But she stepped forward, rose on her tiptoes, and leaned close to Su Yu's ear, whispering so only the two of them could hear. I really like it. Uncle Sumu, what if I like you even more? This man was truly special. He could guide her like a father, help untangle her heart, and his moral compass was so reassuring. Yet he wasn't as rigid and boring as a father. He understood her, could speak flirtatiously, was incredibly handsome, and had a great physique. The charm of a mature man mixed with just the right amount of roguishness was a killer for young girls. Lin Jiding felt her heartbeat race uncontrollably whenever she saw Su Mu. This feeling was wonderful. The next second, before Su Mu could react, Lin Jiding suddenly opened her mouth and bit him lightly, but not too lightly, on his Adam's apple. With a slight moisture, a trace of numbness. Hiss! Su Mu gasped, his hands instinctively gripping her slender waist. You? He felt his own voice waver. Where did you learn that? This is going too far. Lin Jiding licked her lips, revealing a triumphant smile like a little fox that had stolen candy. From the short dramas, of course. Isn't that what's trending online now? In those dozens of episodes, half of them are just people gnawing on duck necks. Duck necks, my ass. Su Mu looked at her smug little face, and his anger flared up instantly. He cupped Lin Jiding's face in his hands, leaving her no escape. Slowly he lowered his head. The temperature of the air suddenly rose. I think you haven't learned it properly. This kind of thing, you can't learn it just by watching short dramas. Let Uncle teach you what real professionalism looks like. Meanwhile, under the night of Jiangxing, undercurrents surged. Two women in different locations received phone calls almost simultaneously. At Jiangxing Women's University, in a dormitory, the woman with light red lipstick spoke. Yes, I'm still at the women's college. What did you say? That bastard Su Mu has found a pure young college girl. And he's already eaten her. That old lecher. I'm coming over right now. This is way too exciting. In the CEO's office, the woman with dark red lipstick, her expression gloomy and alluring, answered the phone. I understand. So Su Mu is staying in the girls' dormitory, huh? How what fine taste. They'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Thousands of kilometers away, on the vast grassland, Xia Yi waved at her three best friends. Sisters, don't worry. This time I've gone all out. I've called second sister and third sister to join me. This time that Su Mu is definite. At the women's dormitory of Jiangxing Women's University, Xia Lanlan stepped out of Xiao Jiangx's room, casting a casual wave at her niece, who had poked her head out from the doorway. I'm off. Auntie, maybe I should come with you. I'm worried you might get into trouble. Xiao Jiangx's voice was thick with undisguised concern. Last time at the night market, her aunt had marched off so boldly to confront Su Mu, and what happened? She didn't find trouble. Instead, that wretched man touched her feet and stole a kiss. She truly didn't believe her aunt's fighting prowess was any match for that sly old fox. Hearing this, Xia Lanlan proudly puffed out her chest. Her hot figure, hugged tightly by her form-fitting t-shirt, was an awe-inspiring sight, swaying slightly with the movement. Don't worry, has your auntie ever lost out? Better you don't tag along, you just get in the way. She struck a pose of authority. Besides, have you forgotten you're still tangled up in that little elopement drama with his son? If he sees you, he'll definitely come after you first. Xiao Jinshi mulled it over. That did make sense. If Uncle Su Mu saw her, he might bring up old grudges and make things even messier. She could only nod in caution. Then be careful, auntie. Don't let him take advantage of you again. Xia Lanlan turned her back to her, sweeping her arm through the air in a cool, decisive arc. Don't worry, I've got this. Before the words even faded, she had already rounded the corner. The moment she vanished from Xiao Jiangx's sight, the nonchalance on Xia Lanlan's face evaporated entirely. She hiked up her skirt, moving swiftly as her high heels clacked urgently against the concrete floor, racing towards Su Mu's room in Dorm 404. Her frantic haste betrayed not a shred of the composure expected of an elder. Any later, and the opportunity would be lost. At the thought of the thrilling confrontation about to unfold, Xia Lanlan's lips curled into a gleeful smirk, her eyes sparkling with gossipy excitement. What's the most exhilarating thing in the world? Catching someone in the act, of course. Especially catching that scoundrel Su Mu. Finally, the doorplate for 404 came into view. Xia Lanlan skidded to a halt, took a deep breath, composed her expression into one of righteous indignation, ready to demand answers. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her foot and kicked the door open with a resounding bang. There was no startled scream from a man and woman caught off guard. Instead, a splash echoed. A basin of cold water dropped from above, drenching her completely from head to toe. Xia Lanlan froze on the spot. Icy water streamed down her hair and face, smearing her carefully applied makeup. Her soaked t-shirt clung to her body, accentuating every striking curve. She stood there, dumbfounded, her mind a complete blank. The room was empty. No, not quite. Lin Jiding stood in the center, staring at her in shock, eyes wide with feigned innocence. Xia. Auntie Xia. I placed the water on the door to clean. I was going to wipe the dust off the top of the doorframe. What are you doing here? The girl's voice carried a hint of panic. Xia Lanlan wiped the water from her face, droplets clinging to her long lashes. She looked at Lin Jiding's pure, harmless face, then at her own bedraggled state, and a surge of inexplicable anger flared up within her. Cleaning. Putting a basin of water on the doorframe to clean. Xia Lanlan curled her lips into a cold sneer. Do you expect me to believe that? Meanwhile, downstairs, Su Mu glanced up at the fourth-floor door that had been flung open, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as expected. Had known all along that Xia Yi would send her ditzy, bosomy sister Xia Lanlan over. That's why Head kept things light with Lin Jiding. Just a quick kiss, a bit of teasing, and he was out. Before leaving, had even given Lin Jiting a few tips on setting up a simple, effective little trap. When a man plays this game, it all comes down to intelligence. Sumu, thoroughly satisfied, stuffed his hands in his pockets and strolled off toward another dormitory building. Since he was here, he might as well check on his own son Su Shishing to see if his dorm was in order. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when the temperature around him seemed to drop. A layer of mist seemingly from nowhere began to spread under the streetlights. At the intersection, up ahead, a figure in white stood silently, looking eerily out of place in the hazy glow. The figure stood perfectly still, staring straight at him. This feeling was more than a little unsettling. In the middle of the night, outside a women's dorm, playing at being a ghost in white, Sumu narrowed his eyes. Instead of retreating, he strode forward directly. What did he have to fear? A grown man scared of a ghost. Please. He stepped closer. When he was just a dozen meters away, a night breeze swept through, rustling the fallen leaves and clearing the mist from before the figure. The streetlight finally illuminated the face clearly. Damn. Sumu's steps halted abruptly, his pupils contracting. It was the obsessive CEO Xia Qingwu. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his heart skipping a beat. This woman was far more terrifying than any ghost. A ghost might take your life, but this woman wanted everything you had. Before Sumu could decide whether to bolt or pretend he hadn't seen her, Xia Qingwu was already striding toward him. Her high heels clicked sharply and rapidly against the pavement. Her voice was icy, laced with accusation. Sumu, you dare to go after a female college student and not come home at night? Her gaze swept over him, finally settling on his face. Who is she? Who's the girl? Didn't I tell you to delete every woman except me from your life, eh? Sumu stared into her beautiful, yet dangerously intense eyes, feeling his scalp prickle, momentarily at a loss for words. Delete them all? How is that possible? Didn't he need to socialize? Seeing Sumu's silence, Xia Qingwu's emotions erupted. Answer me. Her cry pierced the stillness of the night like a thunderclap, shattering the campus tranquility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lights flickered on one after another in the dorm windows above. Countless curious heads poked out, and a wave of chatter surged up. What's going on? Someone's fighting downstairs. Who's that girl? She's stunning. Those legs, that presence. Unreal. Looks like a cheating scandal. This is juicy. Who's the guy? He's got a girlfriend this gorgeous, and he's still sneaking around. Overwhelmed by the commotion, Sumu could only sigh and try to explain. Xia Qingwu, calm down. Didn't we agree back then? It was just that one time, consensual, no strings attached. Besides, I can delete my male friends, but I won't delete my female friends. That's my bottom line. He tried to reason with her. However, in this situation, his words did nothing to soothe her. They only added fuel to the fire. Boom. The girls upstairs erupted. Scumbag. The ultimate scumbag. Did you hear that? He said just that one time, no strings attached. Oh my God, he's treating a goddess like that. How could he? A torrent of condemnation and gossip rained down. Sumu helplessly spread his hands. But Xia Qingwu, standing before him, flinched violently at his words, no strings attached. Her lips began to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes reddened visibly, and a sheen of tears quickly clouded her beautiful gaze. The next second, she lunged at Sumu. The next second, Xia Qingwu lunged at Sumu. Her raised palm, whistling through the air, swung viciously toward his cheek. Yet her hand froze mid-swing. Sumu didn't raise his hand to block. He merely lifted his eyelids and cast a cold, indifferent glance at her. Xia Qingwu's hand remained suspended in the air, unable to fall even a fraction further. Sumu felt a surge of irritation. This woman truly had no sense of honor. What had she said back then? It was mutual consent, a fleeting night of passion. Once out of bed, neither would cling to the other. So what was this now? Did she think Sumu had no temper at all? He suddenly reached out his hand, clamping tightly around her slender neck, yanking her close, until their faces were mere centimeters apart. Let me make this clear one more time. When I look for a wife, I don't care about looks or wealth. Even if you're stunning enough to topple cities or rich enough to rival nations, in my eyes, you're nothing but trouble. Understand? Having endured a failed marriage before, Sumu's requirements for his future partner had long since returned to the basics. She must be gentle as water. She must be kind and sensible. And she must have a pure soul. But this woman before him, paranoid, manic, with a possessiveness so suffocating it was unbearable. Which of these did she even remotely fit? Gasping for breath under his grip, Xia Qingwu stared into Sumu's eyes. Then what kind of woman do you want? I can change, can't I, eh? If you want someone obedient, it'll be obedient. If you want someone seductive, it'll be seductive, only for you. If you want someone domestic, I'll quit being CEO tomorrow, tie on an apron, cook for you at home, and wash your clothes. Sumu looked at her, finding it utterly ridiculous. Stop trying to change, Xia Qingwu. You're not cut out to be some innocent little bunny. Why pretend to be so pure? And besides, he loosened his grip slightly. I don't want to be bound by any woman again, especially you. After the divorce, I want to ride free and wild, living a life of nightly revelry. Can you accept that? Hearing this, the light in Xia Qingwu's eyes shattered. She let out a cold, mocking laugh. Huh, you make it sound so noble. You just want to build your own harem. Sumu nodded without hesitation. That's right. Can you accept it? After the divorce, my heart has shattered into countless pieces. When it comes to women, I can only offer a tiny fragment of it. There's nothing more to give. To be honest, I've lost the ability to love just one person. This was the truth. On one hand, it was his nature as a man. Which man upon receiving such a system wouldn't indulge and let loose in life? On the other hand, it was the deep trauma left by his ex-wife Jiang Yao during their marriage. He had given his heart and soul wholly only to be wounded beyond repair. That kind of pain he didn't want to experience a second time. As the saying goes, as long as you're not controlled by women, women will be on all sides of you. Hearing this, Xia Qing's emotions spiraled completely out of control. No, I won't allow it. I won't let any other woman lay a single finger on you. Not even talk to you. Not even look at you. I can't bear it. Sumu had completely lost his patience. He shrugged. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Yet the moment his hand loosened, Xia Qingwu, as if struck by some impulse, fiercely grabbed his wrist. She forcefully pressed Sumu's hand back onto her own slender neck. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Come on, keep going. Why did you stop applying pressure? I love it when you choke me like this. The harder you squeeze, the more it proves I matter to you, right? Damn it. Sumu was completely dumbfounded. What kind of messed-up Yandra logic was this? He really wanted to slap some sense into this crazy woman. But as his hand rose halfway, he stopped again. He was afraid of slapping water. Not just any water. It was Xia Qing's tears. Large teardrops, without any warning, spilled from her reddened eyes, falling one after another, streaking down her pale cheeks. Annoyed, Sumu forcibly pulled his hand away. I swear you're a total lunatic. I'm leaving. Don't bother me anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing this, Xia Qingwu froze on the spot, standing there stiffly, making no move to follow. She wore a long white dress, her figure tall and graceful, her face breathtakingly beautiful. Under the intertwining of the cold moonlight and dim streetlights with tear stains covering her face, she exuded a startling, heart-wrenching beauty. After taking a few steps, Sumu inexplicably glanced back. In his heart, he felt a strange softening. He was just pondering whether to say a few gentle words to appease this crazy woman. But unexpectedly, Xia Qingwu suddenly looked up and smiled at him. That smile no longer held the previous sorrowful beauty. It's okay, brother Sumu. No matter what you do to me, or what harsh words you say, I will always forgive you. But, her tone suddenly shifted, carrying a bone-chilling menace. Since you like that pure and innocent school beauty so much, you'll make her disappear from this city tonight. So that you'll never see her again for the rest of your life. As long as she's gone, you'll belong to me alone. This Yandra was indeed beyond all reason. But Sumu couldn't help but want to laugh. Xia Qingwu, have you watched too many melodramatic TV shows? What era is this? You still talk about making people disappear? Who do you think you are? The moment he finished speaking, shoo, shoo, several blinding headlights blazed to life. Several black, extended Range Rovers roared up, stopping in a semicircle behind Xia Qingwu. The car doors opened, and over a dozen burly men in black suits stepped out, in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. The swirling wind and dust lifted Xia Qingwu's white dress. A faint smile graced her lips, and under the glow of the headlights, she looked like the queen of the night. A burly man at the head, pulling a brand-new white suitcase, strode quickly to Xia Qingwu and bowed respectfully. Boss, your custom extra-large suitcase is ready with thick and waterproof lining, absolutely sturdy. Sumu's mouth twitched at the sight of the suitcase. It dawned on him that this woman before him was truly formidable. As the female president of the Muchin Group, worth tens of billions, tens of thousands of families in the entire Jiangxing city relied on her company for their livelihood. Even this women's university depended on her to solve the employment issues of its graduates. No wonder such a commotion tonight hadn't drawn a single dorm matron. So that was the reason. She truly had the nerve to go after Lin Jiding. Sumu felt the situation was getting tricky. Xia Qingwu, meanwhile, simply watched him quietly. She didn't actually intend to harm the campus belle, she just wanted to see who Sumu would ultimately choose. Upstairs, the girls watching the drama from their dormitory finally recognized Xia Qingwu, and a fresh wave of heated murmurs erupted. Isn't that President Xia of the Muchin Group? I saw her exclusive interview in a financial magazine last month. It really is her. Xia Qingwu, the youngest female richest person in Jiangxing. Oh my god. Who on earth is that guy downstairs? Meanwhile, in dorm 404, Xia Lanlan struggled out of her soaked dress and changed into dry pajamas. Rubbing her hair vigorously with a towel, she glared at Lin Jiding, who sat on a chair swinging her fair, slender legs. This little brat. Lin Jiding stuck out her tongue innocently. Auntie Xia, don't be mad. It was all Uncle Sumu's prank, nothing to do with me. Besides, more hydration is good for the skin. Xia Lanlan slammed the towel onto the table, fuming. Cut the lip service. Don't mention that dog Sumu to me. Just hearing his name gives me a headache. Your mom told me you were rebellious in your teens and easily fooled by bad men. Ooh, I didn't believe her. Now it looks like she's a prophet. She walked over to Lin Jiding and poked her forehead in frustration. What's going on in that head of yours? A divorced, nearly 40-year-old man has you this smitten. You've only known him a few days. Has he cast a spell on you or drugged you with some love potion? Lin Jiding held her forehead, not annoyed, but smiling even sweeter. You don't understand, Auntie Xia. Uncle Sumu is a really good man. I won't even mention superficial things like his looks, it's his mature charm that matters. He's as reliable as a father and takes good care of people. And a blush crept onto Lin Ziding's cheeks, her voice turning soft. He's also taught me a lot about life. Xiao Lanlan rolled her eyes dramatically and sneered, life lessons. Sounds more like he's teaching you lessons in adulthood. Lin Ziding's face flushed scarlet, and she grabbed a pillow to throw at Xiao Lanlan. Hey, Annie Xiao, what are you saying? That's so dirty. You're terrible. She squirmed, twisting the hem of her clothes. He only taught me a tiny bit of that. Just one little kiss. Xiao Lanlan felt her blood pressure spike, nearly passing out on the spot. One little kiss. They've already kissed. At this rate, will she become a married woman before I do? Xiao Lanlan put her hands on her hips, projecting elder authority. No way. I won't watch you jump into a fire. Listen to me, Lin Ziding, you're completely bewitched. That Sumu is almost 40, still working for someone else, drowning in a mortgage. In the dating market, he's a total leftover. The kind who can't even find a wife. You need to break up with him now. Immediately. Right this second, you hear me? No. Lin Ziding answered firmly, even lifting her chin defiantly. I like leftovers, and am happy to be his taker. You. Xiao Lanlan's chest ached with fury. Just then a commotion erupted outside the dorm, growing louder. Bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded thunderously. When it opened, Xiao Jinshi stood there frantic and disheveled. Annie, come out quick. Second, Aunt has cornered Sumu. She gasped, barely able to speak. That's not all. Second, Aunt, she got into a fight with Sumu, saying he's a scumbag who toyed with her and dumped her and refused to marry her when she asked. What? Xiao Lanlan's mind went blank, buzzing. She had just heard the most unbelievable thing in her life. Her second sister, that aloof, proud, 100 billion worth female CEO, Xia Qingwu, who never gave any man the time of day, got played by Sumu. Played by a man she herself called someone who couldn't find a wife even at a matchmaking event. Has the world gone mad? Lin Ziding stood nearby, watching her with a look that clearly said so much for not finding a wife. See, your own sister is fighting over him. Xiao Lanlan's face burned. Without a second thought, she rushed to the balcony and looked down. In the night, the tension was almost tangible. She saw her sister grappling with Sumu and then clearly heard Xia Qingwu's harsh threat. That pure campus bell. They'll make her disappear from this city tonight. Xiao Lanlan's scalp tingled. Oh no. This was a complete disaster. Her second sister never made empty threats. However, Lin Ziding behind her, upon hearing this, showed no fear at all. Her eyes blazed with fire instead. Make me disappear. And she dares to fight me for Uncle Sumu. See if I don't take her down. Does she think I'm a pushover? This girl had a fiery temper too, usually soft and cute, but when it came to Sumu, she was ready to risk everything. Wait. Xiao Lanlan grabbed her and held her back tightly. You can't go down there. She whispered urgently. Let me tell you, my sister has been ruthless since childhood. She acts cold and aloof normally because no one provokes her. Once you cross her line, she's capable of anything. Lin Ziding paused briefly at this, but her fighting spirit only burned brighter. Then I'm not scared. So what if it's a fight to the death? Bring it on. Uncle Sumu is mine. With that, she turned to grab a drying pole as a weapon. Seeing this, Xiao Lanlan, abandoning all pretense, lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Ziding, pinning her firmly against her chest. The soft, suffocating pressure left Lin Ziding unable to speak, only muffled grunts as she struggled. Calm down. Xiao Lanlan whispered rapidly in her ear. Look at the situation. She's got over a dozen bodyguards with her. If you go down now, you'll be tied up before you even land a punch. Then you'd become a hostage to threaten Sumu. Xiao Lanlan's words hit the mark. She'd just grab you and say to Sumu, you wouldn't want your precious little belle to get hurt, would you? Then wouldn't you be the one left cuckolded? The imagery was too vivid. Lin Ziding's struggling ceased instantly. She might have a point. If she got captured and Sumu had to do something humiliating to save her, what would she do then? Wouldn't she become the useless wife? At that thought, she deflated completely. After a long silence, she spoke gloomily. Then, what do we do now? What do we do? Lin Ziding was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, her hands still tightly clutching the drying pole. Xiao Lanlan, however, suddenly calmed down. She remembered her sister had a weakness. That was familial affection. If it were anyone else, she could scatter their ashes to the wind. But if... Xiao Lanlan walked to the mirror, tidied her slightly disheveled bangs, and tugged the collar of her pajamas down a bit. The once loose pajamas instantly became alluring, revealing a patch of fair, delicate skin. At this point, I have to step in. She turned around, her face bearing an expression of solemn suicidal resolve mixed with a hint of inexplicable excitement. Let me pretend to be Sumu's new girlfriend. He'll draw the fire. I refuse to believe that psycho Xia Qingwu would actually do something deadly to her own sister. Lin Ziding was stunned. The drying pole clattered to the ground. She looked at this woman, usually so carefree, now radiating an aura of saintly glory, and her eyes instantly reddened. Just moments ago, she had splashed water on her because of Sumu. But when it really counted, Aunt Xia was the reliable one. The girl's voice was choked with tears, deeply moved. Aunt Xia, can you handle it? I'm afraid you'll get beaten to death. Xiao Lanlan puffed out her chest. The SpongeBob t-shirt was instantly stretched into high-definition SpongeBob's face, contorted by the strain. Don't worry. She patted her chest, producing 2 crisp slaps. I have high defense. Plus I was a mouthy kid, she beat me off and I've been trained for this. When it comes to taking a beating, I'm a professional. Lin Jiting was caught between laughter and tears. Was that something to be proud of? Xiao Lanlan practiced a charming smile in the mirror, then pulled her collar down just a little more until a hint of a deep cleavage was faintly visible. Perfect. This makes me look more like a seductive vixen. She nodded in satisfaction, a smile tugging at her lips. Finally got a chance to play the role of a homewrecker. I'm a little excited, ha. The adrenaline rush had her in a state of high euphoria. Let's go. Xiao Lanlan waved at Lin. Jiting turned, pulled open the door, and strode downstairs. Her childish, dramatic whisper echoed in the stairwell. Xiao's performance rules showtime. Xiao Jinshi watched her aunt's triumphant, imposing figure, then looked at her extremely low-cut neckline. A question mark slowly formed above her head. This plot. It felt like it was going off the rails. At the entrance of the female dormitory building, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Over a dozen black-suited bodyguards formed a semicircle, completely blocking the dormitory entrance. The surrounding onlookers had long been cleared back, 10 meters, craning their necks, holding up their phones to take distant covert photos. The streetlights were dim and yellow. They cast long shadows of the 2 figures. Xia Qingwu, dressed in a white gown, stood with her arms crossed, chin slightly raised. Those phoenix eyes, usually decisive and ruthless in the business world, were now staring coldly at the man before her. Her gaze was like a knife, wishing she could carve 2 holes into him. Move aside. Her voice was low yet carried an unyielding pressure. Sumu stood with one hand in his pocket, leaning lazily against the doorframe. His nonchalant demeanor formed a stark contrast with Xia Qingwu. Xia Qingwu took a step forward. He'll say it again, move aside. I want to see that fox spirit. I want to see what kind of trash could make you so infatuated. Sumu remained unmoved, even yawning out of boredom. Xia Qingwu, can we be reasonable? I told you it's my personal business. You're an ex. Oh wait, we're not even exes. Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? Xia Qingwu sneered, her stunning face covered in frost. Overstepping? Sumu, when you came onto me, you didn't talk about overstepping then. Now you want to just walk away? Dream on. She took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in her heart. As long as I'm in Jiangqing, that little wench won't have a single good day. Be smart and hand her over. Otherwise. Sumu sighed helplessly. This woman, why was she so stubborn? Since reason wasn't working, he'd have to fight fire with fire. He straightened up his face, suddenly adopting a sincere expression. Qingwu, actually we can negotiate. Hearing this address, Xia Qingwu's expression softened slightly. But only a little. Negotiate what? A breakup? No way. Sumu waved his hand. Not a breakup. I mean, I can make concessions for you. He paused, then proposed a plan with a serious face. How about monogamy? That way everyone can accept that it's legal and it meets moral standards. Xia Qingwu was taken aback. Her tightly wound nerves instantly relaxed. A glimmer of barely perceptible joy even flickered in her eyes. This bastard finally saw the light. I knew he still had feelings for me. As long as he was willing to turn back, willing to give up those other messy women for me, then perhaps past grievances could be forgiven. A faint smile tugged at Xia Qingwu's lips, her icy tone softening. All I ever wanted was monogamy. Since you figured it out, that's good. As long as I'm your only woman from now on, I can overlook. Hold on. Sumu suddenly raised a hand, cutting off her self-absorbed speech. He looked at Xia Qingwu, his eyes filled with the benevolent kindness one reserves for the mentally challenged. Did you misunderstand something? Xia Qingwu frowned. Misunderstand what? Sumu spread his hands and explained with righteous indignation. What I meant was, one wife, one spouse. You see, you're a female CEO, usually busy, definitely no time to take care of the home. So you can be the wife who goes out to earn money and support the family, beautiful and elegant. The other one, gentle and considerate, can be the spouse who stays home, does the laundry, cooks, and takes care of me. One inside, one outside, clear division of labor. And switching it up brings novelty, doesn't it? Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the wife, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday for the spouse, Sunday I rest. Perfect. The air froze. The surrounding bodyguards were dumbfounded, jaws practically dropping to the floor. What kind of outrageous talk was this? Was this something to say in public? This guy must have a death wish. Even Lin Jiting, eavesdropping from upstairs, couldn't help but cover her face. Oh dear, what is this? My uncle Sumu is definitely a real man. The expression on Xia Qingwu's face instantly stiffened. The trace of tenderness that had just surfaced vanished in an instant, replaced by towering rage. She felt her intelligence being ground into the dirt. This bastard. Not only did he want to enjoy the pleasure of multiple women, but he also couched this shameless idea in such high-sounding words. And he even assigned her a task to earn money and support the family. So he not only wanted to be a kept man, but he wanted 2 free meals. Sumu. Xia Qingwu trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Sumu. You are truly shameless. How can you say such things? What do you take me for? A money-making tool? Or a sucker to fund your harem? Sumu looked innocent. How is that being a sucker? It's called optimal resource allocation. Besides, I'm tired too, having to deal with both of you. Shut up. Xia Qingwu felt like her blood vessels would burst if she listened any longer. She waved her hand abruptly. Break in. I'm going to drag that little wench out today. The bodyguards exchanged glances. This. Really barge in. This is a female dorm boss. But seeing the murderous look in their boss' eyes, no one dared to say a word, and they steeled themselves to charge forward. Sumu sighed, preparing to act. Just at this critical moment, a figure shot out from the darkness like an arrow from a bow. A fragrant breeze swept past. Before anyone could react, the figure had rushed in front of Sumu, spreading her arms wide, shielding him protectively like a mother hen. Her voice was enchantingly seductive, yet carried a hint of fiery boldness. Don't you dare bully my husband. The entire venue fell silent. Even the bodyguards who were about to make a move screeched to a halt. All eyes converged on the woman who had barged in unannounced. She wore a cartoon pajama set, yet her figure was nothing short of explosive. Her hair was damp, still dripping water, which only added a touch of disheveled allure. Most crucially, her face appeared exceptionally vivid under the streetlight. Xia Qingwu stared at the familiar visage before her, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mind went completely blank. All the harsh words she had prepared got stuck in her throat. Isn't this her own sister, the one who idled her days away without a care in the world? Xiao Lanlan. What was she doing here? And calling Sumu? Hubby. Sensing the murderous glare directed at her, Xiao Lanlan's heart raced with panic. Her legs felt like jelly. But the act had begun, and she had to see it through, even if it meant crawling to the finish. Stealing her nerve and squeezing her eyes shut, she spun around and lashed onto Sumu's arm, practically hanging off him. In a saccharine, coquettish voice, she whined. Hubby, why are you only here now? I've been waiting upstairs for you for ages. The bath is already drawn. Why are you still out here chatting with my stuffy sister? Could it be you think I'm not dressed sexy enough today? As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed against Sumu's arm. Sumu? He looked down at Xiao Lanlan, clinging to him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. These two sisters. Were they teaming up to mess with him today? Witnessing their intimacy, Xia Qingwu felt darkness closing in on her vision. Her worldview shattered in that instant. The vixen she had been trying to uncover, the pure campus beauty who had Sumu spellbound, turned out to be her own sister. Xia Qingwu's voice trembled. Xia. Lan. What did you call him? Hearing that familiar voice, Xia Lanlan reflexively shrank her neck. But quickly she straightened her back. What was there to fear? She was Sumu's girlfriend now. She was someone of status now. Turning around, she looked at Xia Qingwu with an innocent expression. Oh my, isn't this second sister? Why are you still wandering around outside so late? Oh, I get it. She mimicked the expression of a villainous supporting female character from a short drama, dramatically covering her mouth and pointing at Xia Qingwu with feigned realization. Don't tell me you're also here to chase after my husband. Tisk tisk tsk. Xiao Lanlan shook her head, looking disdainful. Second sister, don't get me wrong. Even though we're sisters in the face of love, all are equal. Sumu is already taken. You trying to cut in makes you the third wheel, which is very immoral. Besides, she gave Xia Qingwu's plain white dress a once-over, then puffed out her own impressive assets. You really don't understand men. Dressing like that for a date. Are you here to sign a contract or fall in love? Men prefer someone gentle and soft. A cold, strong woman like you. That's totally out of style. Upstairs, Xiao Jinshi spat out his drink. A true warrior. A real daredevil. Anyone who dared speak to Xia Qingwu like that probably had grass growing 3 meters tall over their grave by now. Even Sumu couldn't help but give Xiao Lanlan a second look. This woman was really going all out for this act. Xia Qingwu was so furious she laughed. The smile was so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Fine. Very well. Xiao Lanlan, you've really grown some nerve. Daring to steal my man, and even lecture me. She stepped forward, her overwhelming aura making it hard for Xiao Lanlan to breathe. Do you know you're playing with fire? Xiao Lanlan swallowed hard. She was feeling intimidated inside. But the act had begun, and she had to see it through. Stealing her nerve and squeezing her eyes shut, she not only refused to back down, but went a step further, resting her head on Sumu's shoulder and looking at her sister with a challenging gaze. What about playing with fire? My husband likes it when I play with fire. Right, darling? With that, she brazenly planted a loud smacking kiss on Sumu's cheek. The sound was crisp and clear. The venue was dead silent. Sumu's eye twitched. I didn't agree to that. Watching from afar, Xia Qingwu's expression was unreadable, but the coldness in her eyes deepened. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingwu calmed down instead. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping between the two before settling on Xia Lanlan's face, which was trying so hard to appear composed. You're faking it. Her tone was certain. You're overacting, Xia Lanlan. You rushed out trying to prove yourself so desperately, which just revealed the cracks. Xia Qingwu let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms. I know my sister might be a bit low, but she's not low enough to stoop to this level. Xia Lanlan. Why did that sound so weird? What did she mean by a bit low? Was she too low? Were these the words of a biological sister? She stubbornly insisted. How do you want me to prove it? A marriage certificate. We'll go get one tomorrow. Xia Qingwu pointed at Sumu's lips, a smirk curving at the corner of her mouth. No need for that. It's simple. Since you're so in love, give each other a kiss right here in front of me. A French kiss. Don't tell me. You're too scared to do even that. This. Xiao Lanlan felt 3 black lines forming on her forehead at her sister's words. Wasn't her sister just pushing her into a pit of fire? What was she supposed to do now? She was still an innocent maiden. She hadn't even had her first kiss yet. Xiao Lanlan looked at Su Mu with pleading eyes, her gaze screaming, "Save me." Su Mu sighed, pushing Xiao Lanlan, who was still clinging to him, back a bit. "Come on. Qingwu, aren't you being a bit childish? How old are you still playing these games? Kissing in public. It's indecent." He now understood Xiao Lanlan's intention. This girl was trying to shield Lin Zhiding by drawing all the fire onto herself. But there was no need to go this far. No way. Seeing that I knew you two were faking it expression on Xia Qinghui's face, Xiao Lanlan's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. Since when did Xiao Lanlan ever do things halfway? Sure, she'd never been in a relationship at 25, but as for kissing, she'd seen it done, even if she hadn't done it herself. It was just lips touching lips, right? All you needed was a mouth. She fumbled in her cartoon pajama pocket and pulled out a pink strawberry-flavored hard candy. She unwrapped it and stuck it between her lips. Then she suddenly cupped Su Mu's face with both hands, squeezed her eyes shut, and leaned in. That counted as a kiss, didn't it? Su Mu watched Xiao Lanlan's stunning face loom closer. He had to admit, when this girl was quiet, she really was quite pretty. Her lashes fluttered, her cheeks were flushed, and that expression of facing death with courage was actually kind of cute. And besides, her figure was really something else. Passionate, kind-hearted, and aside from being a bit dim, she was practically the perfect wife material. Honestly, in that instant, Su Mu's heart did skip a beat. No. Xia Qinghui's pupils contracted sharply as she rushed forward to stop them. But it was too late. Their lips met. The strawberry candy slid smoothly from Xiao Lanlan's mouth into Su Mu's. The sweet taste spread through his mouth. Su Mu unconsciously savored it. Strawberry flavor, quite sweet. They parted. Xiao Lanlan's face was red like a ripe tomato, panting heavily, her gaze darting around, not daring to look at Su Mu. See that? That's proof of our love. Xia Qingwu stood rooted to the spot, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles cracked. Her beautiful eyes blazed with a raging inferno of jealousy, threatening to incinerate her rationality. I don't believe it. That's just eating a piece of candy, not a kiss. You're still lying to me. You're insulting my intelligence. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Still not convinced. He looked at the still blushing Xiao Lanlan, and a mischievous idea popped into his head. If they were going to play, they might as well go big. Su Mu suddenly reached out and pinched Xiao Lanlan's cheeks full of collagen. He squeezed hard. Forced into a pout, Xiao Lanlan looked like a goldfish. She blinked her big eyes at Su Mu, utterly confused. What was he doing? Was he really going to kiss her? The next second, puffed, Su Mu opened his mouth and spat the saliva-coated candy precisely back into Xiao Lanlan's mouth. Does that count as being intimate? Xiao Lanlan's eyes widened. She was completely stunned. A wave of nausea hit her, rising straight to her head, and she wanted to vomit. Tears welled up instantly. Dude, that's disgusting. Are you a demon? From upstairs, Xiao Jianqi watched, and helplessly held his forehead, unable to bear looking. This little sister-in-law had failed again. She had even gotten a taste of that imported candy. However, Xia Qingwu became even more frantic. That was the candy from Su Mu's mouth. That was an indirect kiss. That was the treatment she dreamed of. And this brat got to it first. She charged over like an enraged lioness, grabbing Xiao Lanlan's chin. Spit it out. You don't deserve to eat Su Mu's candy. Now, or I'll kill you. Xiao Lanlan winced in pain, tears welling in her eyes. She felt extremely wronged. It wasn't like she wanted to eat this candy in the first place. And it was really disgusting. But under Xia Qinghui's murderous glare, she had no choice but to pout. And with a forceful push, puffed, the hard candy was spat directly into Xia Qinghui's mouth. Everyone was petrified. Even the well-trained bodyguards were dumbfounded. Was this their boss, the one with a phobia of germs who kept everyone at arm's length? She must be under a spell. Xia Qingwu, however, looked utterly satisfied, even shooting Xiao Lanlan a triumphant, provocative glance. Then she turned and walked over to Su Mu, her gaze scarily obsessive. You can only eat candy that I feed you. With that, she stood on her tiptoes, grabbed Su Mu's chin roughly. Puffed. The candy was spat back into Su Mu's mouth. Su Mu. He felt completely awful. This candy had gone from his mouth to Xiao Lanlan to Xia Qingwu, and now back to him. What was this, a biological weapon circulation system? Aren't you disgusted by this? Su Mu frowned, his expression full of distaste. Isn't it dirty? It's all saliva. I don't want it. Without a second thought, he turned his head towards the still dazed Xiao Lanlan. Puffed. The candy went back into Xiao Lanlan's mouth. Xiao Lanlan. I want to go home to my mom. Xia Qingwu instantly exploded. No. Spit it out. Puffed. The candy flew back into Xia Qinghui's mouth. Xia Qingwu approached Su Mu. You can only eat what I feed you. Puffed. Su Mu reluctantly caught it. This is really disgusting. Puffed. He immediately spat it back into Xiao Lanlan's mouth. Xiao Lanlan, I was wrong, I shouldn't have come here. Puffed. On the balcony of the girls' dormitory upstairs, it was packed with spectators. They were all watching in shock, their worldviews shattered. Oh my god. So this is how adults play love games. Learning so much. Can that candy still be eaten? In the distance, Su Shishing, who had been watching the drama unfold, quietly noted in his little book, "Making girls jealous gets you imported candy." Ding. The youthful recklessness system has been activated. Detected that the host is performing a high-difficulty operation, a college campus battlefield, engaging in an extreme tug-of war with top-tier goddesses. The behavior perfectly aligns with the core essence of youthful recklessness, thus a reward is hereby granted. Reward distribution: lifespan 1, physique 5. Host current status update: age 23-22, rejuvenated, more youthful physique 75-80. Note: average adult male value is 50. You are now incredibly strong. Acquired special reward: lightning time active skill. After activation, speed and agility increase tenfold for 3 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. The sudden mechanical voice in his mind startled Su Mu. Is this considered youthful recklessness? A warm current instantly surged through his body, and Su Mu felt a very obvious change in himself. It was recovery ability. It was the feeling of going to an internet cafe all night and still being energetic enough to attend class the next day. That feeling had returned. Even his vision had become much clearer. He could clearly see the veins on leaves in the distance. So this was the power of 80 points of physique. It was this lightning time. Su Mu felt like complaining. A tenfold increase in speed had both advantages and disadvantages. The good thing was that it was too fast. The bad thing was that it was too fast. In the few seconds while Su Mu was stunned, the situation had taken a new turn. The two women, Xia Lanlan and Xia Qingwu, were once again at daggers drawn over the ownership of a candy, moving closer and closer. Their posture suggested that the next second they would engage in a full-blown physical fight. Try touching him again if you dare. So what if I do? He'll not only touch him, he'll kiss him too. You're asking for death. Seeing that the two were about to grapple, Su Mu's mind hadn't even processed yet, but his body had already moved instinctively. Relying on his newly enhanced physique and strength, Su Mu shot out both hands, one on each side, and directly pulled the two women about to fight into his embrace. A woman in each arm. At this moment, Su Mu felt that his life had reached its peak, or was about to plummet into the abyss. On the left was Xia Lanlan. This girl was wearing a loose cartoon pajama set, but it couldn't hide her impressive curves. Pulled into Su Mu's embrace, she pressed her entire body against him. The sensation was astonishing. Soft and hot. Xia Lanlan was like a little furnace, radiating heat all over. On the right was Xia Qingwu. A completely different sensation. She was wearing a thin white dress, her body originally tense and rigid, and she exuded a chill, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade. But the moment Su Mu's arm encircled her waist, a miracle happened. Xia Qingwu, who had been like an enraged lioness moments before, instantly softened. That suffocating ferocity drained away completely. She buried her face in the crook of Su Mu's neck, took a deep breath, and greedily inhaled the scent of this man. Su Mu. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. The noisy scene fell into a strange silence. Only Xia Lanlan was still squirming discontentedly in Su Mu's arms. Xia Qingwu's voice trembled. Su Mu, hold me. Don't let go. Not even for a second. She whispered in his ear, her tone filled with a nearly pathological attachment. The entire night, she had been suffering from the panic and pain of almost losing Su Mu. Only at this moment, held tightly in his arms, did her suspended heart finally fall back into place. Su Mu let out a helpless laugh. After all that commotion, slapping threats of killing, what was the result? A single hug, and she was docile. Looking at the Xia Qingwu in his arms, now as gentle as a cat, her cold, beautiful face, showing only dependence on him, his hand that had intended to push her away ultimately couldn't bring itself to be harsh. Although this woman was a bit crazy and a bit obsessive, this feeling was indeed too heavy to ignore. And he had to admit, when this woman was quiet, she was truly beautiful. Her long eyelashes rested on her eyelids, trembling slightly, like two little fans. Her skin was pale and luminous, exuding a fragile vulnerability under the moonlight. At that moment, Su Mu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Was this love? He rarely softened his tone, carrying a tenderness he himself hadn't noticed. Fine, fine. As long as you don't make a scene, don't shout and threaten violence, I'll hold you until dawn if I have to. Xia Qingwu sensed the change in his tone, and her mood visibly improved. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she nuzzled in his arms. You said it. Then if you want me to stop making trouble, agree to one request. Su Mu just wanted to end this farce quickly. As long as you don't make trouble, not just 10 requests are fine. Xia Qingwu raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Tell me the password to your door lock. I want to move in. I want to sleep in your bed where your shirts drink from your cup. This. Su Mu's smile froze on his face. Let her move in. That would be terrible. With this woman's controlling nature, he would probably have to report to her even when he went to the bathroom. That wouldn't do. Absolutely not. Su Mu's eyes darted around, and he decided to tell a small lie to calm her down first. The password. Let me think. It's 143-3223. Upon hearing this number, Xia Qingwu nodded in satisfaction, buried her face back into Su Mu's chest, and took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all his scent into her lungs. That's more like it. You know what's good for you. Just as the atmosphere was easing and Su Mu thought tonight's farce was finally coming to an end, the long-ignored Xia Lanlan on his left refused to let it go. Watching her sister's demeanor, she felt goosebumps all over. Pretend. Keep pretending. Usually cold as ice at home, now she's playing the sweet little wife in front of a man. Disgusting. Xia Lanlan's competitive spirit flared up again. Even while being held by Su Mu, her mouth couldn't stay still. Oh my dear sister, tisk playing the sweet little wife just looks so awkward on you. Let me tell you, my husband still prefers the passionate type like me. He's long been tired of an iceberg like you. Right, honey? Xia Lanlan clearly hadn't had enough of playing the villainous female antagonist. She had to keep poking the bear. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Mu's scalp tingled. Oh no. This damned girl was asking for trouble. Sure enough, Su Mu felt Xia Qinghui's body stiffen in his arms. The possessiveness that had just been pacified was instantly reignited. She abruptly raised her head, bared her teeth at Xia Lanlan, and glared ferociously. You're asking for death. Xia Qinghu barked orders at the guards behind her, who were still frozen in shock. All of you get over here. Grab that bitch. Find a suitcase, stuff her, and leaving only her head out. Tonight plant her in the fields behind the school. Raise her like a ginseng. Xia Lanlan was truly scared now. What did she mean by planting in the fields? She only wanted to be a bitch, not a corpse. She quickly grabbed Su Mu's clothes and pleaded with a tearful tone. Honey, save me. Look at your little wife, she's bullying me. She's rebelling. Xia Qinghu was completely enraged, baring her teeth furiously. Who are you calling little wife? I tell you, tonight he'll not only plant you in the field, but he'll also make sure your butt faces outward. Let's see if you dare to be so slutty again. Xia Lanlan, hiding on Su Mu's other side, continued to stir the pot. Honey, look at her, she's so fierce, no way. Again, he had barely calmed down one, and now the other was fanning the flames. Su Mu felt his head was about to explode. Qinghu, calm down. You know your sister, she just likes to joke. I don't care. Xia Qinghu pointed at the guards. All of you come here. Didn't you hear me? The guards looked at each other, unsure whom to obey. One was the boss, the other was the boss man. This question was out of their league. Nobody moved. Su Mu barked in a low voice, not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. The guards instantly stood straight, not daring to make a move. The scene was deadlocked again. Just then, Daddy, Mommy. A clear, loud call came from the grass, not far away, cutting through the strange silence. Everyone downstairs, including Su Mu and the Xia sisters, instinctively looked toward the sound. In the distance, his son Su Shixing was excitedly waving at them. Su Mu instinctively responded, hey. Then he was completely dumbfounded. Hey, Daddy. He could understand being called Daddy. But, Mommy, where did this mommy come from? Before Su Mu could react, Su Shixing had already stepped forward with a smile, walking straight to the center of the standoff. He glanced at Su Mu first, then let his gaze drift over Xia Qinghu and Xia Lanlan. Finally, he stopped before the two women, gave a slight bow, and adopted a demeanor of utmost courtesy and respect. Greetings, First Mother, he said to Xia Qinghu. Then he turned to the other side, his smile unwavering. Greetings, Second Mother. Su Mu felt as if his very skull was about to be blown off by this boy. First Mother. Second Mother. Good heavens. When did his own son become so open-minded? Going straight for the ultimate move, acknowledging both mothers at once. Your real mother would weep upon hearing this. Su Shixing completely ignored his father's dumbfounded expression, instead winking at him and mouthing silently. You raised me when I was young, I'll support you when you're old. You taught me how to woo women, I'll help you win them over. Father and son united, we can cut through metal. Su Mu, oh go to hell. Is this a problem of winning over women? This is a problem of life and death. And Xia Qinghu, who had been called First Mother, stood frozen in place. The fierce aura she had exuded moments ago, those eyes that seemed ready to devour someone, were now filled with sheer astonishment. Her lips trembling, she pointed at herself and asked Su Shixing uncertainly, what did you call me? Su Shixing's smile grew even more sincere, brimming with affectionate reverence. First Mother, of course. My dad often mentions you to me. He says you're the woman he must marry in this lifetime. Because you love him the most, and you're the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. Seeing you today, I can confirm it's true. I also think First Mother is the best mother in the world. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. When had he ever said such sappy things? This little rascal was just making it all up. And on top of that, he immediately claimed the richest one as his first mother. I see you're truly determined not to work hard in life. However, what Su Mu found cheesy sounded like heavenly music to Xia Qinghui's ears. All her fighting and fussing had been for one thing, a unique sense of favor and security. And now this affirmation came from the mouth of a child. Children don't lie. So this was how important she was in Su Mu's heart. He had even told his son that he was determined to marry her. The heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally settled to the ground in that instant. All the unease, panic, and anger transformed into overwhelming grievance and gratitude surging up into her eyes. Xia Qinghui's eyes reddened instantly. She was on the verge of tears. But she couldn't lose her composure in front of the younger generation. Yes, she must not lose composure. Xia Qinghu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the churning emotions. She smoothed her slightly disheveled skirt, striving to maintain a dignified posture befitting an elder. She reached out gently tousled Su Shixing's hair, and her voice was softer than it had ever been. Good child, truly a good child. If only your father were half as sensible as you. Since you've called me mother, I can't treat you poorly. For our first meeting, I must give you a gift. She turned and instructed a bodyguard behind her, go bring the box from the car. Su Shixing quickly waved his hands, displaying humility and thoughtfulness. First mother, you don't need to be so polite. Gifts aren't important. As long as you and my father are well, that's what matters most. My greatest wish is to see your family live in harmony. This was a textbook example of a filial and virtuous child. Xia Qing's heart nearly melted, deeply moved by his words. You really are such a thoughtful child. No, you must accept the gift. It's a token of my affection. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. If only your father could learn a thing or two from you. Here, take it. I left in a hurry and didn't bring anything good, but I have this 500-gram gold bar on me. I hope you don't think it's too little. A bodyguard respectfully handed over an exquisite velvet box. Xiao Qingwu opened it and presented it to Su Shixing. Inside the box, a gleaming, weighty gold bar lay still, emitting a captivating luster. 500 grams. A gold bar. Su Shixing's eyes went wide instantly. He had been acting before, but now he was genuinely stunned. At nearly 1,000 yuan per gram, 500 grams. Wasn't that over 500,000? A first meeting gift of over 500,000. And she said not to think it's too little. This is a real mother. Even better than a real mother. The first mother he had called out for show just moments ago was now repeated with heartfelt sincerity, his voice booming with profound emotion. Thank you, mother. There. Xia Qing's eyes curved into crescents as she tried to suppress her smile, her heart blooming with joy. It felt wonderful. That call of mother made her feel utterly content. She affectionately patted Su Shixing's shoulder, liking this child more and more. Good child. By the way, tell mother what's the password to your door lock. So mother can visit you when she's free and cook something delicious for you. Oh, a smile spread across Xia Qing's face. Dazzled by the gold bar, Su Shixing blurted out without a second thought, the password is 456,123. It's over. A cry of despair echoed in Su Mu's heart. What a disaster. This family was doomed. Son, oh son, you're inviting a wolf into the house. The downfall of our home. Do you realize that? You sold out your own father for 500,000. Fearing the boy might spout something even more shocking, Su Mu grabbed Su Shixing by the arm. We have things to do, we should get going now. With that, he dragged Su Shixing and tried to make a quick escape. Before leaving, Su Mu remembered something and glanced back at Xiao Lanlin, who was still standing there stunned. Don't you have something to do? Aren't you leaving? If you stay any longer, you'll be planted in the ground like a ginseng root. Xiao Lanlin snapped back to reality with a jolt. Right? She had been so absorbed in the drama that she had nearly forgotten she was still a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Seeing the fire reigniting in her sister's eyes, Xiao Lanlin shuddered. If she didn't leave now, she'd really be planted in the ground like a ginseng root. Xiao Lanlin slapped her thigh. Right. I just remembered my dog gave birth. I need to go back and help with the delivery. I'm off now, that's all. Before she even finished speaking, she had darted off like a rabbit, running faster than anyone. In the blink of an eye, the once chaotic battlefield was left with only Xia Qingwu and her entourage of bodyguards. Standing in place, Xia Qingwu watched Su Mu's retreating figure scrambling away, but she didn't give chase. She gently stroked her chin with her fingers, a dangerously sweet smile curling at the corner of her lips. 456123. Run? Where do you think you can go? At the Furong Club. Their usual spot. Su Mu soaked his feet in warm medicinal water, his head resting comfortably on Hu Liu's soft thighs, letting out a satisfied sigh. Comfortable. Utterly comfortable. No woman could compare to the sheer reality of a foot soak and massage at the club. He turned his head and saw his son Su Shixing also lying there with a look of pure bliss as Xiaowen massaged his shoulders. Su Shixing squinted his eyes, his face full of intoxication. Sister Xiaowen, your skills are absolutely amazing. Even though I have a girlfriend, I still think you're great. Su Mu curled his lip, too lazy to respond. Just then Su Shixing's phone rang. He picked it up and answered the video call. On the screen appeared the face of a pure and lovely girl, his girlfriend Xiao Jianxi. Su Shixing instantly switched to a pitiful, aggrieved expression and began to tattle to the camera. Jianxi, I'm getting a foot massage with my dad. I couldn't stop him. He insisted on dragging me to this kind of place. I'm being forced, really. My heart only belongs to you. It's all my dad's fault. He's a total player. Upon hearing this, Su Mu choked, almost suffocating on his own breath. He shot upright, glaring at his beloved son. Damn it, you little brat. You're asking for it. Don't worry, I definitely won't follow in my dad's footsteps. Su Shixing proclaimed with an air of righteous integrity, facing his phone screen. I take after my mom, pure-hearted to the core. I never so much as glance at those disreputable places. Mom, I know I miss you too. Heading back to the dorm tonight. Don't worry, you'll be tucked in bed soon enough. Okay, babe, gotta go. Mwah. A beep signaled the end of the call. The private room fell into silence. Take after his mom. Pure-hearted. Su Mu's blood boiled just hearing it. He sneered coldly. You've got some nerve calling me a scumbag right to my face. And setting yourself up as some pure and innocent soul, eh? Fine. Sumu nodded, then gestured with his chin towards Hulu, who was currently massaging his legs. You can forget about Xiaowen. Come over here and do my legs instead. He'll find a man for your son. If he's so pure he needs a real man to massage him. That's the only way it'll feel right. Hulu, the spa's proprietress who was massaging Sumu, immediately caught his drift. She shot him a flirtatious glare before turning her beaming smile towards Su Shixing. Oh, what a coincidence. We just got a batch of new male therapists. They've got long, thick leg hair and strong hands. One session with them will guarantee you feel completely relaxed. Little brother, should sister set you up with one right now? As she spoke, Hulu made a move to grab her walkie-talkie. No. Male therapists. Long leg hair. Su Shixing's face instantly turned green. It was too horrifying a thought to even entertain. He shuddered, his face crumpling into a pitiful expression. Dad, I'm wrong. I'm truly wrong. I was just saying that to my girlfriend. Come on, it's normal for a guy to brag a bit. Sure, I tell people you're a scumbag, but in my heart you're the most devoted man in all of Jiangxing. My love for you is stronger than gold, and as clear as the sun and moon. The flattery was utterly shameless. Sumu could only roll his eyes in response. This kid could change his face faster than flipping a book. He wondered who he took after. Xiaowen, who was massaging Su Shixing's shoulders, immediately slipped into character. She gently took his hand, then looked at Sumu with wide, watery eyes, her expression one of pure vulnerability. Uncle, please don't tear us apart. Shixing and I truly love each other. Sumu watched the two of them play off each other, nearly laughing out loud. Wow, they were putting on a whole melodrama for him, weren't they? Before Sumu could speak, Su Shixing seemed to remember something and abruptly pulled his hand away from Xiaowen's. He had a girlfriend. How could he be getting handsy with another woman? Even if Sister Wen was nice, skilled, and gentle, he couldn't compromise his principles. His expression turned distant as he spoke with utmost seriousness. Sister Wen, look, I'm in a relationship now. To avoid any misunderstandings with my girlfriend, maybe we shouldn't be so intimate anymore. I'm afraid Jinxi might get the wrong idea. The moment he said this, Xiaowen's expression visibly stiffened, and she stared at Su Shixing in shock. This line. How could it be happening to him? Su Shixing also realized his words had a certain get lost after getting what you want ring to them, and quickly tried to remedy the situation. Sister Wen, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm not trying to say I'm too good for you. Tell you what'll top up 5,000 yuan to help you hit your sales target, consider it compensation. But I probably won't be able to come see you as often anymore. 5,000. Su Mu's eyelid twitched at the number. This little brat only got 3,000 a month for living expenses. Had just gotten a gold bar from Xia Wu, and now he was about to blow 5,000 here. This little spendthrift. Sumu had the urge to shove the boy back into his mother's womb for a duver. However, Xiaowen merely smiled softly at his words and shook her head. She didn't respond, but instead reached out and gently took his hovering hand, guiding it to rest against her cheek, letting his warm palm press against her smooth skin. Her gaze was tender enough to melt. Don't, Shixing. I know you mean well. But you're still a student, your monthly allowance isn't much to begin with. And now you're in a relationship, so your expenses are definitely higher. You should spoil your girl, save your money to buy her gifts, and take her out for nice meals. How could you waste your money on me? Her voice was soft, so gentle, each word like a feather lightly brushing against Su Shixing's heart. If you ever feel wronged at school, or your girlfriend gives you a hard time, just buy the cheapest voucher we have, and come see me. Even if I don't get commission, even if I don't make any money, I'll still give you a proper massage, just like now. As long as I get to see you doing well, that's enough for me. Su Shixing was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Xiaowen. The girl's eyes were clear and bright, reflecting his own flustered face. There wasn't a hint of calculation in them, only pure gentleness and understanding. A wave of warmth crashed through Su Shixing's defenses, shattering them completely. He was so moved his nose stung and his eyes reddened. A girl this beautiful, this innocent, this gentle, and considerate, thinking of him in every way. What nonsense had he just said? How could he bear to hurt her? Sister Wen. Su Shixing grabbed her hand, his voice thick with emotion. I was wrong. I shouldn't have neglected you just because of some girl. Sumu, lounging nearby with his legs crossed, watched the whole scene with great amusement. TSK. Watching young people's romantic entanglements was always entertaining. This retreat to advanced tactic was textbook. This foolish son of his was too inexperienced. The girl had only used a basic attack and had already blown his ultimate. This was the true test of the mortal world. He was probably going to get himself lost in this den of tenderness. Just as Su Shixing was drowning in emotion, the image of his girlfriend Xiao Jiangxi's sweet, innocent face flashed through his mind. His rationality clawed its way back just a little. His gaze wavered, then sharpened slightly. Sister Wen, I still. He started to say something sensible, but before he could finish, a soft hand gently covered his mouth. Xiaowen suddenly burst out laughing. She shook with laughter, her eyes curving into crescents as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Don't flatter yourself, you silly boy. I was just messing with you. All that talk is straight from our training manual. Every girl here knows it. I was just trying to trick a naive little guy like you into spending more money. Look how gullible you are. She laughed, casually untying the decorative JK ribbon from her uniform skirt. But even as she laughed, the smile slowly faded from her face. Her eyes somehow had become rimmed with red. She quickly turned her head away, not wanting Su Shixing to see her expression. Shixing, just take this ribbon. When you miss me, you can look at it. But don't come back anymore. It wouldn't be good if your girlfriend saw. True sincerity always meets true feeling. This act of feigned strength, combined with a single tear silently tracing down the girl's innocent cheek, had maximum impact. Su Shixing was completely stunned. His mind went blank. Only one thought echoed frantically in his head. She loves me. She must love me so much. Why else would she put herself down like that? Why else would she cry? Why else would she care so much about whether his girlfriend got upset? She was protecting him, sacrificing her own feelings for his sake. Su Shixing couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled Xiao Wen tightly into his arms and yelled at the top of his lungs. Sister Wen, who cares about some girlfriend? If she dares to object, he'll dump her. He'll come every day from now on. He'll take care of you with gold bars. Sumu watched from the side, his blood pressure skyrocketing. He choked, nearly kicking over the foot bath basin in his shock. Falling for it that fast. All the methods I taught you for spotting toxic girls, for seeing through bad women, did they just go in one ear and out the other? He was furious, turning to Hulu, who was watching the show. Look at him falling for it so easily. From now on, don't tell anyone he's my son. I can't bear the shame. Hulu covered her mouth, shaking with silent laughter. Oh, brother Su, you can't blame your son for this one. Xiao Wen is our star girl here with her own special set of skills. It's only natural for a young man to be overwhelmed. Su Shixing, with his sharp ears, overheard their conversation. He held Xiao Wen tighter and retorted loudly, his neck stiff with defiance. Sister Wen is not what you two say. She genuinely cares about me. Don't you dare talk about her like that. And there it was. He was completely gone. Sumu shook his head wearily, no longer wanting to look at his embarrassing son. He asked Hulu, did you get all that? Hulu held up her phone, the screen, replaying the scene of Su Shixing hugging Xiao Wen and shouting, who cares about some girlfriend? Captured in perfect clarity. She winked at Sumu. Don't worry, brother Su. Full HD audio synced perfectly. What? Recorded. Su Shixing's arm wrapped around Xiao Wen stiffened, his mind blank and buzzing. What was recorded? He jerked his head around to look at his father, who was lounging with his legs crossed, a mischievous grin on his face. Dad, what are you doing? Su Shixing's voice carried a mix of panic and grievance. Why are you holding up your phone? Xiao Wen quietly released her grip on Su Shixing's arm, a barely suppressed smile flickering across her face. She had noticed Hulu recording from the side all along, which was why she had deliberately put on that heart-wrenching melodrama. She hadn't expected it to work so well. This foolish brother, far too easy to fool. Sumu slowly uncrossed his legs, took the phone from Hulu, and waved it in front of Su Shixing. On the screen, Su Shixing was clutching Xiao Wen, his face twisted in a ferocious roar. Girlfriends are nothing. His voice was loud, his emotions intense. What am I doing? Of course, capturing a beautiful life on Douyin. What a touching scene. Throwing caution to the wind for love. If I send this video to Xiao Jinshi, do you think she'd be so moved that she'd break up with you on the spot, granting your unwavering devotion? Su Shixing's legs turned to jelly, and he nearly dropped to his knees. If Xiao Jinshi saw this, the image was too vivid, he dared not imagine it. That girl looked soft and adorable, but if she truly lost her temper, he'd spend the rest of his 4 years in college in a wheelchair. He was about to jump out of his skin. Dad, you're my own father. How can you use this to threaten me? Humph. Sumu sneered. Who was it that gave away the house password to an outsider for a gold bar? Now that woman has moved in with a construction crew, and I, your loving father, have nowhere to stay. The mere thought of it infuriated Sumu. That evening, Xia Qingwu had acted with explosive efficiency, directly hiring people to renovate the house, and even buying the 2 adjacent units, planning to merge them into a massive penthouse. He was now homeless, and the culprit was this ungrateful brat who always sided with outsiders. Su Shixing was rendered speechless, only able to mutter under his breath, then just give in. After all, your new wife is so rich you won't lose out. Hey. Sumu nearly hurled the phone at him. Still talking back. Is this about money? Sumu said with heartfelt anguish. This is about the fundamental principle of your father's happiness for the rest of his life. He cleared his throat, raised the phone again, where the video of Su Shixing was still playing out his frantic cries. I won't waste words with you. If you don't want this video to end up on Xiao Jiangxi's phone, you'll agree to 3 conditions. Su Shixing looked thoroughly displeased. Go on, go on. I knew you didn't bring me out for foot massage with any good intentions. Sumu ignored his grumbling, raised one finger, and his expression turned serious. First, even if it's just an ordinary university, you must study hard and keep your grades in the top 3 of the class. Also get up at 6 every morning to jog, exercise, and pass your PE classes. Got it? Sumu's greatest fear was that his son would completely let go of himself in college and waste his studies. How many people lost all their academic drive after high school, turning into wild dogs unleashed the moment they entered university? In truth, college was where real learning began. Su Shixing was stunned. He stared blankly at his father. Huh, that's it. That's the first condition. He had expected some humiliating treaty, but instead it was just about studying hard. How had the tone suddenly turned so positive? Anything else? Second, Sumu continued. In college, get along well with Xiao Jinshi and sincerely, genuinely fall in love. Don't be half-hearted, understand. He changed his tone and added, but don't give yourself away so easily either. Take your time, observe, and make sure you see her true character. College romance honestly was relatively pure. Without the pressures of society and reality, if he could invest his heart and experience it, it would be a wonderful chapter for his son. Hearing this, Su Shishing felt a touch of emotion. So his father hadn't recorded that video to actually trap him, but to force him onto the right path. This paternal love was truly profound and unique. His eyes grew a little warm. Dad. Su Shishing sniffled, his voice choking. I understand, I will. Enough, don't get sentimental. Sumu cut him off impatiently, extending his hand palm up in front of Su Shishing. Third hand over the gold bar. A 50th Zanduan gold bar. What do you, a little brat, know about spending it? What? Su Shishing felt all his previous emotion had been for nothing. He clapped his hand over his pocket, eyeing Sumu warily. No way. That was given to me by Mom. Yours? Sumu raised an eyebrow, his voice climbing an octave. Is it yours? That's your father's bride price. He would never admit that he was simply jealous that his son had so much money. Damn. 50,000. If he had that in college, wouldn't he be living like a king? Seeing his father's unwavering attitude and the looping video of girlfriends are nothing, Su Shishing was filled with grief and indignation, but in the end he surrendered. With utmost reluctance, he slowly pulled the heavy gold bar from his pocket and handed it over. Wow. Xiao Wen and Hu Lu stared wide-eyed. A gold bar that size worth a genuine 50,000 was being passed around right before their eyes. The visual impact was more thrilling than any movie. Hu Liu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Sumu. Brother Su, when you said a female CEO was chasing you, I didn't quite believe it. Now I do. But why would you turn down a woman who's so rich and generous? Sumu weighed the gold bar in his hand, feeling its solid heft, and his mood brightened considerably. He cast a knowing glance at Hu Lu. First, a man shouldn't get swept away the moment he's pursued. He must keep a clear head. I haven't fully understood her character yet. A woman is only worth marrying if you can live comfortably with her, right? Brother Su, you're truly clear-headed. Hu Lu praised sincerely, then blinked. And the second? As for the second, Sumu raised his hand to look at the clock on the foot bath parlor wall and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's midnight. Hu Lu looked puzzled. What's wrong with midnight? Sumu gave her a mysterious smile and lowered his voice. My first kiss refreshes exactly at midnight. Uffed. Hu Lu burst into giggles, her body going limp. She leaned against Sumu's shoulder, reaching out to poke his chest lightly. Brother, you're so bad. I knew it. You're an old player. Sumu caught her wandering hand and grinned mischievously. And do you like it? Hu Liu's eyes were seductive. Little sister here absolutely loves it. The two were flirting, the air thick with the cloying scent of romance. Su Shishing watched the scene, then glanced at his empty pocket, feeling a profound sense of despair. Indeed, the old fox was always the sharpest. His father's flirting skills were something he couldn't match even after a decade of practice. Just then the phone in Su Shixing's hand vibrated. He lethargically swiped the screen, glanced at the message, and his brow furrowed instantly. Dad, stop joking around. Su Shishing interrupted Su Mu and Hu Liu's flirtation. My sister is asking me to lend her money. Su Mu, who had been basking in the admiration of a beauty, froze, pushed Hu Lu aside, and sat up straight. Your sister? What happened to her? Su Shishing shoved the phone screen in front of Su Mu and read out the WeChat message. She said she borrowed a lot of money, and now everyone's hounding her for repayment. And Su Shishing paused, reading the last line. And she said all the men chasing her are after her money. Su Mu's mouth twitched violently at those words. What the hell? All the men chasing her are after her money. Su Mu snatched the phone from his son's hand. He lowered his head, fingers flying across the screen. How much do you need? They'll transfer it to you. How many times have I told you? Don't go borrowing money from people. If you're short on cash, why don't you ask me? After sending the message, Su Mu held the phone, waiting for his daughter's reply. Beside him, Hu Lu and Xiao Wen wisely remained silent, and the atmosphere in the foot bath parlor's private room suddenly grew quiet. Su Shishing barely dared to breathe, craning his neck to stare anxiously at the phone screen. After a long wait, the phone dinged. Su Jilin sent a message. Are you Dad? Sumu was taken aback, but before he could reply, a second message followed immediately. I don't want your damn money, and don't come looking for me. After sending those two messages, when Sumu tried to reply, a red exclamation mark popped up at the top of the chat window. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Blocked. He had been blocked by his own daughter. Sumu's heart felt cold and desolate. Even with a stunning beauty like Hu Lu sitting beside him, her eyes brimming with allure, he couldn't muster the slightest interest. He remembered back in the day before his daughter turned 10, she was like a little clingy jacket, always sticking to him, and calling out Dad is the best. They were so close back then. The moment he came home from work, she'd charge into his arms like a little cannonball, her soft warmth melting away all the fatigue of the day. But ever since she started middle school, everything changed. His ex-wife, Jiang Yao, constantly belittled him in front of the kids, saying he was unmotivated, useless, a good-for-nothing waste of space. Constant dripping wears away stone. Repetition breeds belief. The look in his daughter's eyes shifted from adoration to disdain, and then to cold indifference. Now she's in college, just started a few days ago, and she's already blocked him. From middle school to college, a mere 7 years. It felt like a lifetime. Sumu tossed the phone back to Su Shishing, pointing angrily at the screen. See that? That's your sister. Unfilial daughter. Daring to block me. With that temper, that attitude, she's a chip off the old block, just like her mother. Stubborn and unyielding and completely unreasonable. Su Shishing shrank back slightly, quietly defending his sister. Dad, don't be too angry. She probably knows about you two getting divorced, and she's upset. She hasn't forgiven you yet. Besides, you guys had that big fight about her college application. With her temper, she's not going to get over that anytime soon. Su Shixing's words punctured the bubble of Su Mu's anger. He had a point. Back then, he worked a 996 schedule just to support the family, coming home exhausted like a dog with barely any time to spend with the kids. Naturally, his daughter spent more time with her mother. Now that they were divorced, it was only understandable that she'd side with her mom a bit more. Thinking about his old stern fatherly ways, all about giving money and scolding with a straight face, Su Mu felt a complex, indescribable emotion well up inside him. He was silent for a long moment, then suddenly looked up at Su Shishing. Do you think I'm a good father? Su Shishing was taken aback by the question, then nodded vigorously. Of course. Dad, you were a strict father, and that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But now you're more like my friend, my brother. That change is great. He patted Su Mu's arm encouragingly. Don't worry with your current charm. I mean your approachability, you'll definitely get along with sis. Just go sweet talk her, and she'll come around. Su Mu let out a long sigh. All right. He leaned back against the sofa, staring up at the ceiling. In my life, I've never bowed to anyone. It's only for my daughter that I humble myself to coax her. His life had always been troubled by two women. His ex-wife Jiang Yao was now a thing of the past. That left only one. Once he resolved this issue with his daughter, he could live life freely, galloping forward into a night of revelry. Beside him, Su Shishing was almost in tears. Dad, you're being a bit biased here. Your son is standing right here, don't I get any coaxing? Su Mu waved his hand dismissively. Don't sweat the small stuff. He shifted the topic, his brow furrowing again. Speaking of your sister, I give her 5,000 yuan a month for living expenses. How is that not enough? It's baffling. When I was in college, I couldn't even spend 1,000 a month. Kids these days. Su Shishing immediately seized on this glaring inconsistency. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Mu. Wait, Dad, what did you just say? Hold on, that's not right. Su Mu glanced at him sideways. What's not right? You think your sister spends too much too, right? Su Shixing's eyes were wide, his voice full of accusation. No. Why does she get 5,000 a month, and I only get 3,000? You told me before that you gave us the same amount. Su Mu's gaze darted away, feeling a bit guilty. Oh, come on, you're being too picky. He tried to save face, saying with feigned confidence. It's not the same. A daughter is a father's precious treasure. You little brat, you're tough as nails. 3,000 is already generous for you. Su Shishing. He felt another layer of gloom settle over his life. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away on the Hulunber grassland, a luxurious RV was parked by a clear river, morning lights spilling over the vast, boundless prairie. The wind blew, parting the grass to reveal herds of cattle and sheep. Inside the vehicle, 4 elegant women were preparing breakfast. Jiang Yao, Xiaoyi Guorong, and Liao Yakin. Guorong had just ended a video call with her daughter Lin, Zhiding, the phone screen still showing the background of a university dormitory. She scrutinized the screen carefully, confirming there were no signs of a man in her daughter's dorm, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Guorong let out a long breath and placed her phone on the table. It seems she really was lying to me before. She's not with that bastard Su Mu. Jiang Yao, who was cutting fruit, rolled her eyes at her. I told you she called you crying that night to apologize. You're just too impulsive. You got so worked up over this that you ended up in the hospital. You nearly scared us all to death. Just mentioning it reignited Guorong's anger. She aggressively spread jam on a piece of toast. It's all your ex-husband's fault. Su Mu used to seem so honest and reliable. Who knew had changed so completely after the divorce? I figured it out. He's been using our absence to completely let loose and do whatever he wants. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Guorong's brow furrowed again. No, I'm not comfortable with this. My youngest is fine, but my eldest daughter is still in Jiangxing. I should go back. I need to keep an eye on her myself. Xia Yi quickly grabbed her. Oh, sit down. How many times have you said this? You're starting to sound like Yao, always wanting to turn back. Don't forget your eldest daughter shares a dorm with Yao's daughter. With her watching over her, what could possibly happen? Xia Yi handed her a glass of milk. Besides, would Su Mu dare to act up knowing his own daughter is there? Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Exactly. My daughter is absolutely reliable. She's been nothing but sensible since she was little. And your eldest is much more mature and steady than your youngest. Hearing this, Guorong's mood finally began to ease. You have a point. She took a sip of milk, a trace of relief appearing on her face. My eldest takes after her father's personality, honest and well-behaved. She's been the least worry since she was a child. Xia Yi patted her hand. See, so you two are just borrowing trouble. Instead of letting your minds run wild, you should be enjoying this magnificent scenery. She gestured at the breathtaking view outside the window, her expression bright. Look, we found a new place. All the bad luck from before has vanished into thin air. What awaits us is a new life, a new beginning. Well said. The friends exchanged smiles, the previous gloom dissipating completely. They looked out at the blue sky, white clouds, grasslands, and rivers, their hearts filled with boundless ease and joy. At Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, the morning sunlight streamed through the dormitory window, casting a dappled pattern across the desk. Su Jiling clutched her phone, her finger hovering over the screen for a long moment before she finally steeled herself and dialed a familiar number. The call connected after a few rings. On the other end, her mother Jiang Yayao's voice carried a lazy tone with the faint sound of friends laughing and chatting in the background. My dear daughter, why are you calling so early? Su Jiling tightened her grip on the phone, mentally rehearsing her prepared words once more before speaking cautiously. Mom, it's about what I mentioned before. It's about Aunt Hu's sister. She's a professor in the art department at our school, isn't she? I was thinking, I want to learn singing from her. I feel like I've hit a plateau and need professional guidance. Before she could finish, Jiang Yayao's tone shifted abruptly. No. How many times have I told you? You got into a top-tier university, so you should focus all your energy on your studies. Singing, dancing, all that nonsense, don't even think about it. Her mother's unequivocal refusal made Su Jiling so anxious she nearly jumped out of her chair. She stomped her foot, her voice trembling with tears. Mom, I promise I'll keep up with my studies and won't let it affect my grades. Just ask for me, please. I'm begging you. Jiang Yao remained firm, leaving no room for negotiation. No means no. What's the use of learning those frivolous things? In 2 years you'll be graduating and entering society. Instead of wasting time on that, think about where you'll intern. Finding a proper job is what you should really be doing. Your mother is counting on you to support me in my old age, so don't mess this up. Jiang Yayao's life philosophy was simple: leech off her parents in youth, her husband after marriage, and her children when they grew up. There was no way she'd let her daughter pursue such things. A bucket of cold water had been dumped on her head, extinguishing the last spark of hope in Su Ziling's heart. It was always like this. Her father was the same, and so was her mother. Since childhood, all they ever cared about was her studies, grades, and rankings. As for her dreams and passions, they were all deemed useless in their eyes. Su Jiling lost all desire to continue the conversation. With a heavy heart, she silently ended the call. Nearby, her roommate Shang Xiuyan, who was applying makeup, caught her reflection in the mirror. Blew up again. Su Jiling let out a long sigh and tossed her phone onto the desk, her voice muffled. Forget it, I'm heading to class. She grabbed her textbooks and listlessly pulled open the dormitory door. But as the door swung open, she froze in place. A young man was sitting on the stairs outside the dormitory, lazily holding a guitar in his arms. Morning light slanted in from the window at the end of the corridor, casting a golden halo around him. His face was almost ridiculously handsome, with a faint playful smile tugging at his lips as he looked up at her. Su Ziling's heart skipped a beat. He's that handsome. She instinctively gripped the doorframe, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. Handsome guy, who are you looking for? Su Mu, sitting on the stairs, felt a surge of pride as he watched his daughter's reaction. Damn, this effect is spot on. Even his own daughter couldn't recognize him. Being young again really made a difference. He decided to press his advantage. The song that had opened his son's heart before was a proven strategy, and he was determined to replicate that success. He would use his singing to awaken the slumbering truth, goodness, and beauty within his daughter's heart. Su Mu cleared his throat, his slender fingers strumming the guitar strings. A melodious tune filled the air as he began to sing a children's classic. Child, child, why are you so naughty, bullying, deceiving? Why do you do it? The blush on Su Ziling's face instantly drained away. The veins at her temples throbbed, her knuckles turned white as she gripped the doorframe, and a surge of inexplicable rage shot straight to her head. The lyrics. The tune. That smug look on his face. She wanted to hit him. Su Mu, completely immersed in his artistic world, closed his eyes and sang with utter devotion. Learn to be a good kid, love one another, bang. A thunderous crash. The heavy dormitory door slammed shut right in his face, nearly smacking his handsome nose. Su Mu caught mid-performance. Completely bewildered. Inside the dormitory, Su Jiling leaned against the door, her chest heaving. Although she couldn't fathom how her mid-aged, out-of-shape father had suddenly become so young and handsome, that didn't matter. What mattered was that the moment he opened his mouth, that familiar vibe hit her like a wave, making her want to punch him. Shang Xiuyan looked over, utterly confused. Why are you back? Who's out there? Do you know him? Su Jiling gritted her teeth and spat out 2 words. My dad. He's blocking the way outside, and I need to get rid of him, or I won't make it to class today. Shang Xiuyan's mouth formed an O shape. Your dad, oi? How? How did he get in? This is the girls' dorm. Who knows what kind of trick he pulled? Su Jiling pulled the door open and stepped out again, this time with danger, keep away, written all over her face. Su Mu was pleased to see his daughter return. See, A father's love is as solid as a mountain moving heaven and earth. She must have understood the wisdom in his song and come out to apologize. He took the opportunity to get a good look at his daughter whom he hadn't seen in a while. She had a neat bob haircut, wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, and her face was clean and free of makeup. She bore a striking resemblance to Doubao. Good. She hadn't gone astray, still the obedient girl she had always been. That was for the best. Su Jiling looked at him, unable to contain her fury, and growled under her breath. Old man. Yes. Su Mu replied with exaggerated warmth. He raised a hand in a pause gesture. Daughter, hold on, let dad sing you another song. The last one might have been too direct, and kids these days were thin-skinned. This time he needed something tender, something that would bring tears to the eyes, something that would strike straight at the soul. Su Mu thought to himself, one rendition of father would surely dredge up his daughter's childhood memories. There was no way she wouldn't be moved to tears and throw herself into his arms crying daddy. He strummed the strings again, assuming a look of profound, weathered experience. I always asked of you, but never said thank you. Only when I grew up did I understand your hardships. Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut in his face, once more this time, with even more force, sending a thunderous echo down the entire corridor. Su Mu's singing came to an abrupt halt. His expression froze solid, and he stood there completely petrified. A full 30 seconds passed before he snapped back to reality. His handsome face was dark enough to drip ink. Damn it! This unfilial daughter. Just like her mother. Stubborn and unyielding, impervious to reason. Not obedient at all. Su Mu was not one to give up easily, especially when it came to his daughter's education. Defeated time and again, he would simply rise to fight once more. Half a minute passed. With a creak, the dormitory door opened once more. But this time what emerged was not his taciturn daughter, but a wild-haired girl with light pink locks. A white crop top hugged her startling curves, while denim shorts below seemed to economize on fabric, leaving two long, shapely legs dazzling in the morning light. The most striking feature was her waist, so slender it appeared boneless, a hand's span wide, as if it could be encircled with a single grasp. It was her roommate Shang Xiuyan. She spotted Su Mu still seated there, even cradling the guitar, once more poised for another round. Her fists clenched in frustration as she hurried over. Uncle, I beg you, put away your divine powers. If you keep singing, the dorm matron will come up here. Your daughter doesn't want to see you truly. Su Mu, already irked that his daughter hadn't emerged, grew even more exasperated at her words. Is my singing really that awful? Shang Xiuyan gave him an appraising look. His handsome face was undeniably top tier, but his vocal skills. She offered a serious critique. Honestly, uncle, many have moved me to tears with their songs, but you're the first to make me clench my fists. Su Mu's expression shifted at her words. He looked her over once more, a puzzled frown on his face. What do you have refined tastes too? Refined tastes. Shang Xiuyan blinked, mulling over the term before its meaning dawned on her, and a flush crept across her pretty face. Uncle, what are you saying? How annoying. I'm a girl, I don't have that kind of taste. I mean, listening to you sing makes my fists clench. The kind of clench that wants to punch someone. Your singing is a total mess, you know. If I were your daughter, I'd shut the door too. To drive her point home, she added, my mom is a professor in the vocal music department. Your singing doesn't even reach the level of an amateur. Su Mu was speechless. A real dagger to the heart. This girl was just as sharp-tongued and wicked as his own daughter. He steeled himself and decided to play dirty. I don't care what you think of my singing. Is it too much for a father to want to see his own daughter? I'm not leaving. If I can't see her today, I'll sleep right here. Hey, you know what, this stairwell isn't bad. It's quite cool lying here. With that, Su Mu leaned back, lying flat on the floor, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling with a hint of melancholy. Shang Xiuyan's lips twitched at his shameless display. This was nothing like the stern, old-fashioned father Jiling had described. And honestly, setting aside that dreadful singing, his face was truly handsome. But none of that was her concern. Shang Xiuyan shrugged, feigning indifference. Well, your legs are your own. Sit as long as you like. But fair warning, if you lie there trying to peek up girls' skirts, I'm calling the police. With that, she turned to head back inside, reaching for the door. Wait a moment, Su Mu suddenly called out. Shang Xiuyan turned, raising an eyebrow. Something up? Su Mu leisurely pulled 2 red banknotes from his pocket and held them out to her. You're my daughter's close friend, right? Come chat with me outside. Tell me what she's been up to lately, and this 200 is yours. If you tell me something good, there's more where that came from. Shang Xiuyan stared at the 2 crisp 100 yuan bills, her eyes widening, her breath hitching for a second. Su Mu thought she might be unimpressed. After all, he wasn't sure about the going rate with young women these days. Just as he was about to reach for more to show his sincerity, Shang Xiuyan looked at him with an utterly incredulous expression, her voice pitching higher. Oh my god, this much? Su Mu was baffled by her exaggerated reaction. He glanced at the 200 yuan in his hand again. Was this a lot? Shang Xiuyan looked around, confirming the hallway was empty. She tentatively lifted the hem of her crop top, revealing a sliver of even paler skin, and pointed at it. Meaning, this? Su Mu's mouth twitched as he frantically waved his hands. No, really not. Seeing his refusal, she turned around and pointed at her rear, hugged by her denim shorts. The meaning was this. Su Mu's mouth twitched even harder, and he waved his hands again. No, what are you thinking? Pull your clothes down. I just want someone to talk to a simple chat. To ask about my daughter. Hearing the clear clarification, Shang Xiuyan visibly exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Only then did she reach out and snatch the money, her movements so fast they left a blur. Oh uncle, why didn't you say so earlier? She beamed, her demeanor doing a complete 180. Giving me this much money, I thought you wanted me to sleep with you. You scared me. I'm not that kind of person, I'm a proper college girl. Uncle, you're such a good person. A truly great person. Sumu stared at her, taking in the uniquely naive glint in her eyes contrasted with her fiery outfit. The stark juxtaposition left him momentarily speechless. All he could think was that college students were extremely vigilant against scams. Sumu stood up, brushing the dust off his pants. Alright, let's go. Sure thing. Shang Xiuyan turned and shouted into the dorm. Jilling. I'm walking uncle out of the dorm building. You can come out now? The coast is clear. A muffled, furious roar came from inside the room. Walk him far away. All the way to the school gate. No. Better yet, kick him into the lake. I never want to see him again. Hey, my damn temper. Sumu felt his blood pressure spike. Being a father was truly too difficult. One day this unfilial daughter would be the death of him. Shang Xiuyan quickly grabbed his arm, comforting him like a caring older sister. Hey uncle, don't get so worked up. Why get angry at a little kid? Jilling is just like that. Doesn't appreciate what she has. Don't take it to heart. I'll give her a piece of my mind later. I guarantee she'll realize her mistake. Sumu was taken aback by her swift change of heart. This shift in allegiance was too fast, wasn't it? He looked down at the pink-haired girl who had just pocketed his 200 yuan. Wait, you've just got the 200 and you're already laying on the emotional support this thick? Shang Xiuyan replied with a matter-of-fact air. What's wrong with 200? That's a lot. It's enough for a new lipstick, 3 of the most expensive milk teas, and 5 hearty meals with chicken legs at the cafeteria. Let me tell you, uncle, my mom gives me a tiny allowance. Every month is a tight squeeze, and it's never enough. Sumu let out a helpless chuckle. Indeed, college students who had just gained independence still had the spending habits from their school days. 200 yuan was indeed a substantial sum for them. Unlike the women had met after starting work who would turn their noses up at a 200 yuan meal as being too cheap. With that thought, this girl was actually kind of endearing. Perhaps the key to reaching his daughter lay right here. Sumu and Shang Xiuyan descended the staircase one after another. At this hour, female university students heading to their morning classes were streaming out of the dormitory in 2s and 3s, filling the corridor with lively chatter. When they caught sight of an almost impossibly handsome man walking down the stairs, everyone froze. For a moment, the stairwell fell so silent that a dropping pin could be heard. Then whispers sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Holy crap, who is that? An absolute god-tier hunk. How did he get in? This is a girl's dorm. A total catch. With that aura and those looks, he's way hotter than any campus heartthrob, right? Who's that pink-haired girl next to him? Is she from our school? Sumu kept his gaze straight ahead, his steps steady. Such scenes of being the center of attention were nothing new to him. His heart remained utterly unruffled. Shang Xiuyan, however, trailing behind him, felt her vanity immensely gratified. Naturally fond of showing off, she straightened her back even more under the envious and resentful gazes around her, unconsciously inching closer to Sumu. Anyone watching might have mistaken him for her newly acquired rich boyfriend. Lowering her voice to a breathy whisper, she said, Uncle, with a daughter your age, you must be at least 40, right? How do you maintain yourself? You look younger than me. And you're so handsome, really. I've never met a man as good-looking as you. Sumu glanced at her, a smile. He could barely suppress tugging at his lips, though he kept his tone aloof. Cut the flattery. Even if you praise me, I'm not paying extra. Shang Xiuyan immediately pouted, tugging at his arm, her voice crisp and clear. Oh, I'm just speaking the truth from the bottom of my heart. Uncle is just that handsome. Devastatingly handsome. The smile at the corner of Sumu's mouth refused to fade. He instinctively slipped one hand into his pocket. A man is forever young at heart. He pulled out another 100 yuan note, holding it between 2 fingers, and offered it to Shang Xiuyan. Alright, you sure have a sweet tongue. Hey, race an extra 100. Her eyes lit up, and in a fluid motion, she snatched the money and tucked it into her small pocket. Thanks, uncle. You're the best. A few minutes later, the two walked to the parking lot outside the dormitory. Sumu fished out his car keys and pressed a button on the fob. Beep beep. The lights of a sapphire blue Bentley Continental flashed in response. Let's talk in the car. Tell me in detail about my daughter's recent situation. Shang Xiuyan's mouth formed an O once again at the sight of the luxury vehicle. She scurried to the front of the car, circling it several times, her eyes full of admiration. Oh my god, uncle, this car is so stylish. That shade of blue is absolutely perfect, incredibly appealing to girls. I never would have guessed you were this trendy. Sumu was amused by her naive astonishment. He opened the car door. Of course. Did you think your uncle was some country bumpkin? Get and let you experience the luxury of a high-end interior. Shang Xiuyan carefully settled into the passenger seat, her fingers gently tracing the exquisite interior, unable to keep her hands off it. Wow, the detailing in this luxury car is really something else. She turned to Sumu, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Uncle, how much did you pay to rent this car? Once I earn some money, I want to rent one for a day too. Rent it. Sumu laughed in disbelief. Hey girl, can't you wish me well? This is a car I bought. Cost me several million. Shang Xiuyan gave him a knowing look and winked. Uncle, we're all friends here, don't try to fool me. You rented this car specially to impress your daughter, right? Planning to surprise her with a "your dad is actually loaded" moment. I get it, I totally get it. Sumu was completely speechless. What the hell? First his good for-nothing son, and now this pink-haired girl. Why did everyone think his car was rented? The sense of accomplishment from buying it instantly evaporated. He waved his hand, too tired to argue. All right, let's drop it. Just tell me about my daughter. What's going on with her lately? His expression turned serious, his tone laced with undisguised worry. I just found out she's been borrowing a lot of money recently. What's that about? Has she been gambling? Or has someone swindled her? He wasn't afraid of her spending money, he was terrified she'd get tangled up in those two things. Especially if she'd been deceived by some shady man. That would be the biggest headache. Every father in the world shares this worry. Upon hearing this, Shang Zuyan's face twisted into a peculiar expression, and she stared at Su Mu with an incredulous look. No way, uncle. Isn't the reason your daughter borrowed money? Because of you. If anyone's deceiving her, it's you. Because of me? Su Mu was baffled. How is this my fault? Shang Zuyan's voice shot up an octave. Of course it's your fault. How long has it been since you last sent her living expenses? If it weren't for us roommates helping her out, Jiling would have starved by now. Su Mu's mind buzzed. He hadn't sent living expenses. He immediately whipped out his phone, tapped on his ex-wife's profile, and typed furiously. Su Mu, did you not send our daughter her living expenses? The reply came almost instantly. Zhang Yao, I thought you were handling it. Su Mu stared at those 5 words so furious he nearly crushed his phone. He took a deep breath, held back his anger, and sent a panda head meme from his sticker pack. He remembered now. He used to be the one to send his daughter her living expenses. But after she started ignoring him and rejecting his transfers, Head asked his ex-wife Jiang Yao to take over. And then, this unreliable woman had simply forgotten. How long had it been? Nearly a year. This ex-wife was truly something else. No wonder the divorce was well-deserved. Head hoped for a peaceful relationship, but now it was far from over. No wonder his daughter had grown to hate him so much, looking at him like he was her enemy. The whole time his own daughter was practically starving at school, and Head thought she was just being reclusive. Seeing Su Mu's expression as if his daughter had died, Shang Xiuyan quickly comforted him. Oh uncle, your daughter isn't that miserable actually. Jiling has excellent grades and gets a scholarship. Not much, but it's enough. And we dorm mates often feed her, so she hasn't gone hungry. Su Mu felt even worse hearing this. This is really my fault. I didn't care about my daughter's life, I failed as a father. Su Mu had been busy with work, his family was going through a divorce, and his daughter was giving him the cold shoulder. Subconsciously, he had been lazy, wanting to avoid this thorny issue. After all, dealing with parent-child relationships was incredibly draining. So he chose the easiest way, giving money. He thought giving money would buy him peace of mind. But what happened? He didn't even manage to give any. Shang Xiuyan looked at him and said softly, it's not entirely your fault. Everyone has a part in this. Jiling herself is too stubborn. I've told her many times. If she doesn't have living expenses, she should just say so. Communicating with her parents isn't shameful. But she refuses, insisting on toughing it out. She said she just wanted to see when her parents would remember her. Su Mu nodded. Indeed, his daughter was very stubborn. He turned his head, looking out the window at the dormitory, building his eyes complex. Regardless, I'm truly grateful to you all for this past year. He meant it. Without these kind-hearted roommates, he dared not imagine what his daughter would have become. Girl, I owe you a favor. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Hearing this, Shang Xiuyan immediately beamed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Huh. Uncle, you're being too formal. I told you Jiling's face is round like a little bean bun. Who wouldn't adore her? I'd even worship her if I could. After feeding her for a year, I've already treated her like my own daughter. With that, Shang Xiuyan patted her chest, her face full of maternal affection. I'm her mother. Uffed. Su Mu stared wide-eyed at the girl with a head of pink hair. Mother. The words sounded so incongruous coming from her mouth. College students today had good hearts, but their sense of family hierarchy was a mess. Su Mu couldn't help but tease her. If you're the mother, then what am I? Shang Xiuyan paused. Her gaze swept over Su Mu's strikingly handsome face, and her cheeks suddenly flushed inexplicably. Why than you? She stammered for a long time before finally blurting out, your uncle. Su Mu's face darkened. Great. In the biological father, you're the roommate. And you end up as the mother while I become the uncle. Does that make sense? Is that reasonable? Su Mu sat up straight, feeling he must defend his paternal dignity. No girl, your math doesn't add up. I need a proper title, don't I? How can a biological father become an uncle and a roommate become the mother? Shang Xiuyan tilted her head, thinking it over, and seemed to find some logic. That's not impossible. We can just do it our own way. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by our own way? Shang Xiuyan started planning with a serious face. Look, from now on, Jiling can call me mom and you dad. We don't have a legal relationship, but in raising Little Bean Bun, we're strategic partners. Well, raise Little Bean Bun together and give her double the love? Isn't that great? Su Mu's mouth twitched. Double the love, my ass. This girl's brain was indeed wired differently. But as he looked at Shang Zuyan's flushed profile, The morning light streamed through the car window onto her face, the fine down on her skin clearly visible. She was a girl who looked somewhat alternative, but when she talked about taking care of others, her eyes actually showed a kind of maternal glow. What the hell? Sumu couldn't help but remark, I can't believe it. With your edgy style, you're actually quite nurturing inside, almost like a mother. Hearing this, Zhang Xiuyan immediately sat up straight. Uncle, that's a stereotype. Actually, I'm a very traditional girl. Sumu looked her up and down. Pink hairstyle, earrings, shorts, so short they were hard to look at. This was traditional. He couldn't help but tease. Do you have a different understanding of the word traditional? Really? Zhang Xiuyan explained earnestly. My tradition lies in family values. I think girls should become mothers early, preferably at 20. I've had my life plan ready for a long time. This year when I turn 20, I must find a reliable guy to be the father and have a baby. Sumu felt his worldview violently shaken. He finally understood this girl's nature, unconventional in appearance and values. She was truly alternative. After a long pause, he could only mutter, well, your idea is certainly unique. Zhang Xiuyan cupped her face in her hands, her eyes full of longing, as if she could already see herself surrounded by children and grandchildren. Unique? I think it's perfectly normal. I really love children. They're so adorable. To have the healthiest baby, I've put in serious effort. Uncle, do you know? I've been preparing for pregnancy since the day I turned 18. This time Sumu was truly shocked. 18. Pregnancy preparation. Zhang Xiuyan completely ignored Sumu's shock and grew more excited, counting on her fingers. Every morning, without fail, I practice yoga for an hour to regulate my uterine cold. I only eat organic vegetables. I don't drink milk tea, don't stay up late, don't go clubbing, and I don't even touch cola. My goal is to have 2 in 3 years, 3 in 5, and contribute to the nation's population growth. Damn. Sumu's mouth hung open for a long time. He looked at the pink-haired girl with clear eyes. In an era when everyone didn't want to have children, there was actually a young person with such high awareness. Sumu could only silently marvel. If there were more girls like her, the country's birth rate would surely rise. The director of the family planning office would have to give her an award. Girl, Sumu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. So, have you found the child's father? At that, Zhang Xiuyan instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Not yet. She sighed deeply. Boys nowadays are all unreliable, either ugly or lacking in responsibility. Finding a handsome man who knows how to raise children, why is it so hard? As she spoke, her gaze swept over Sumu. Edge. Bang. At that moment, the car window suddenly was slapped. Sumu was already feeling uneasy under the pink-haired girl's intense stare, and this sudden sound nearly scared his soul out of his body. Turning his head to look, he saw a face pressed tightly against the window glass, features distorted into a grotesque shape, like a vengeful spirit peering inside. Sumu focused his gaze. Those eyes, that familiar aura of killing intent. Who else could it be but Xiao Lanlan? Could this woman spawn at fixed points? Why was she everywhere? Sumu lowered the window and glared at her irritably. What are you doing? Why are you always showing up? What do you want? Xiao Lanlan had just been passing by when she noticed the flashy blue Bentley, which looked familiar. Approaching closer, she saw it was indeed that bastard Sumu. Looking inside, she saw a man and a woman alone together, and one of them was her own student. Xiao Lanlan crossed her arms and stared down at Sumu. Sumu, how dare you ask me what I'm doing? I'm a professor at this university. Am I not allowed to walk around campus? But you parked at the girls' dormitory in broad daylight, hiding in a car with my student. What are you up to? Confess now? Are you trying to seduce a college girl? Sumu suddenly remembered. Oh right, this woman was indeed a psychology professor at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. But he had nothing to hide, so he shrugged. Professor Xia, can't you think of something healthier? What do you mean sneaking around? This is normal socializing, just chatting. What's wrong with that? Can't you as a teacher have a more positive mindset? Xiao Lanlan sneered. Chatting? What kind of chatting requires closed windows? Let me join in. Before Sumu could defend himself, Zhang Xiuyan popped her head out from the passenger seat, looking innocent. Teacher Xia, don't misunderstand. Uncle and I weren't doing anything bad. We were just discussing pregnancy preparation. The air suddenly grew still. Dead silence. Sumu felt his scalp tingle. He wanted to cover the girl's mouth, but it was too late. Xiao Lanlan froze for a full 3 seconds. Then a scream pierced the air. What? She grabbed Sumu's collar and shook him violently, nearly pulling him out through the window. Sumu, you beast. How old is she? She's my student. And you're discussing pregnancy preparation with her. Are you even human? You old scumbag. First you fed me that thing the other day, and now you're corrupting young girls. Xiao Lanlan was furious. Just a couple of days ago this bastard had stirred her heart, and now he was preying on young girls. Sumu nearly choked, held tightly onto his collar. Let go. You're suffocating me. It's not pregnancy preparation. She's lying. I came to see my daughter. Sumu wanted to cry. What a mess this was. Xiao Lanlan refused to listen, her sense of justice blazing. Seeing your daughter? Fine. They'll call your daughter out right now to judge. She turned toward the dormitory building and shouted at the top of her lungs. Su Jiling. Su Jiling. Are you there? Come out and see your wonderful father. He's about to find a stepmother for you right under your dormitory. Su Jiling. Your dad is cheating again. Her voice was piercing, and the previously quiet girls' dormitory instantly erupted. Heads popped out from balconies, and some even raised their phones to record. What the hell? A cheating scene? Isn't that Professor Xia? Who's cheating? That Bentley owner. This is way more exciting than any drama. Sumu watched the growing crowd of onlookers, his face turning green. If his daughter saw this, his image as a loving father would be shattered. Get in here. Sumu acted quickly. While Xiao Lanlan was still catching her breath, he grabbed her chin and yanked her into the car. Sumu, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Xiao Lanlan lost her balance and tumbled headfirst through the window, half her body stuck in the opening, legs flailing outside. Stuck. What are you doing to the teacher? The words. The surrounding onlookers' eyes turned meaningful. Just then, Su Jiling walked out of the dormitory entrance holding a book. She had heard someone calling her name. Strange. Where is everyone? She looked around, seeing only a blue Bentley slowly driving away with something flapping on the window. Confused, she muttered, did I imagine it? At the school's back hill in a secluded grove, the blue Bentley finally stopped. Inside, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Xiao Lanlan straightened her disheveled clothes and hair, her chest heaving. After Shang Zuyan's 10-minute detailed explanation, mainly about her grand plan to have a baby at 20 and Su Mu's innocent bystander status, Xiao Lanlan finally calmed down. Though the explanation sounded absurd, it at least proved Su Mu wasn't bold enough to actually touch a student. Su Mu rubbed his reddened neck and grumbled. Now you see the truth. Don't just shout and sully my reputation for no reason. This is my alma mater. I need to keep my image. Xiao Lanlan scoffed, unimpressed. You have a clean record. I think you deserve to be famous here, so you won't corrupt other innocent girls. She turned to Shang Xiuyan in the passenger seat and began lecturing earnestly. Xiuyan, stay away from this man. He looks decent, but inside he's a flirt. After his divorce, he's been with who knows how many women. Such men are unreliable. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Shang Xiuyan blinked, looking at Su Mu, then at Xiao Lanlan. Teacher Xia, don't speak ill of Uncle Su Mu. I think he's quite nice. Xiao Lanlan's brow furrowed instantly. Those words sounded familiar. Hadn't Lin Jiding said something similar not long ago? What kind of spell had Su Mu cast on these girls? Xiao Lanlan grew anxious and had to instill proper values. Nice. Do you know what a scumbag is? Su Mu is one. You're a girl. You need to protect yourself, be traditional, and stop thinking about having children. Shang Xiuyan nodded obediently. I'm a very traditional girl. Xiao Lanlan sighed with relief. That's right. Girls should be traditional, stay away from scumbags, and find someone who's devoted. But the next second, Shang Zuyan's words made Xiao Lanlan choke on the rest of her sentence. The pink-haired girl said seriously, so I don't mind men being promiscuous. I can be a stepmother. It's normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As long as he's handsome, good at raising children, and can support the family, that's enough. I'm very traditional. These words left both Xiao Lanlan and Su Mu dumbfounded mouths agape. They thought traditional meant the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, but this girl's version went all the way back to polygamy. Truly traditional to the extreme. Xiao Lanlan felt dizzy. This was definitely a psychological issue. I'm speechless. This is textbook cognitive distortion due to a lack of a proper family. You must come to my office, now? Immediately. Right now. She grabbed Shang Zuyan's wrist, trying to pull her out of the car. I have to give you a proper psychological correction lesson today. Your mindset is too dangerous. Shang Xiuyan, hearing she had to go to the office for extra lessons, immediately resisted. She twisted her wrist like a slippery eel, freeing herself from Xiao Lanlan's grip. Teacher, I don't want extra lessons. I'm perfectly healthy. I don't want to go to the office. With that, she slipped back into the passenger seat, locked the door, and shouted to Su Mu in the driver's seat. Uncle. Drive. Quick. Escape. Su Mu reacted swiftly. Though he found the girl's logic bizarre, if Xiao Lanlan took her away, who knew what trouble would ensue? Besides, the girl's theory of multiple wives sounded quite agreeable. Hold tight. He floored the accelerator. The blue Bentley shot forward. Xiao Lanlan lunged for the door, but only got a mouthful of exhaust. Su Mu, you bastard. Come back. Su Mu waved. Don't worry, I'm a professional when it comes to education. No need to trouble you, Professor Xia. Xiao Lanlan stood there watching the taillights disappear, stomping her feet in fury. You wouldn't know how to handle anything. If that old scumbag could control his urges, pigs would fly. Thinking it over, she couldn't swallow her anger. Xiao Lanlan pulled out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her sister Xiaoyi's sister. Huge trouble. Guorong's eldest daughter ran off with Su Mu. She said she wants to have a baby for him. She wants to be his baby-making machine. A flashy blue Bentley executed a perfect drift, coming to a smooth stop right in front of the school supermarket. Squeal, thud. Tires screeched against the ground as the car halted steadily, mere centimeters from the curb. The door swung open. A self-accompanying tune blared as the two stepped out of the car in perfect sync. Time once gone never returns, only memories can be savored, recalling childhood days of bamboo horses and green plums, innocent companionship. Day and night. Su Mu wore sunglasses on his nose, hands in pockets, chin slightly raised, exuding a mature, suave charm to the fullest. Behind him, Shang Xiuyan sported the same look, her pink hair gently swaying in the breeze, large sunglasses covering half her delicate face, both cool and striking. They walked side by side toward the supermarket entrance, their steps brisk and confident. The students passing by stared wide-eyed. Whoa, who's that? Making such a scene. Isn't that pink-haired girl the school beauty Shang? Su-mu and Shang Xiuyan ignored the murmurs around them, maintaining their aloof demeanor until they reached the steps at the supermarket entrance. Suddenly, they stopped in perfect unison, simultaneously executing a 180-degree turn. Their movements were synchronized. They coolly pulled down their sunglasses halfway, revealing their eyes as they glanced back. Looked left, looked right, confirming that the familiar figure was not behind them. Phew. They both let out a long sigh of relief, their once tense shoulders instantly slumping, shattering their aloof image. Su-mu took off his sunglasses. Good, that woman Xia Lan didn't follow us. Shang Xiuyan also removed her sunglasses, muttering softly, Teacher Xia is really terrifying. She's perfect in every way, but she's just too controlling. Su-mu empathized, deeply complaining. You said it. She's not only controlling, but also appears and disappears mysteriously everywhere all at once. I swear if I wake up one morning and find her in my bed, I wouldn't even be surprised. That was the absolute truth. Ever since the divorce, he had seen Xia Lan more often than anyone else. She was like a persistent ghost. Shang Xiuyan chuckled at this. That means fate is at work, Uncle Su-mu. Maybe Teacher Xia is just trying to get your attention. Who knows, in a while she might really marry into the Su family and give you a chubby little boy. Su-mu stumbled, nearly falling. He turned abruptly. Are you cursing me, or what? If she really marries into my family, I'll have no peace for the rest of my life, having to listen to her lectures every single day. Just the thought of that made his scalp tingle. He paused, looking at Shang Xiuyan, who seemed to be enjoying the drama, and felt the need to assert his authority as an elder to straighten out her thinking. And you, he said. Su-mu put on a stern face, speaking earnestly. Don't fill your head with nonsense like having kids or becoming a stepmother all day. How old are you? 20. The prime of your youth. For a girl, college is the time to enjoy life, have a pure romance, hold hands, stroll along the streets. How beautiful is that? Having children is something to consider later. Got it. Su-mu spoke from the heart. He felt that this pink-haired girl, though quirky in her thinking, had a good heart. He didn't want her to limit herself because of her family background or some strange notions. Shang Xiuyan pouted dismissively, turning her head away and muttering, tisk, old-fashioned. I don't want to listen to you. I prefer to go straight to the point. As they spoke, they pushed open the glass door of the supermarket. The moment they entered, the aroma of Odin wafted over. Then a hearty greeting with a thick northeastern accent boomed like a thunderclap. Oh my goodness. Here you are, little brother. Su-mu was startled and looked toward the source. Behind the cash register sat a plump woman in a floral shirt, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, grinning broadly at him. Su-mu stared at her face, and long-buried memories instantly resurfaced. He was somewhat surprised, his eyes widening slightly. Oh, isn't this Sister Wang? It's been 18 years, and you're still holding the fort here. Sister Wang neatly spat out a sunflower seed shell. Yep. That's right. I'm just making a living with this little business, and I get to feast my eyes on handsome guys and pretty girls. Seeing an old acquaintance, Su-mu felt a sense of warmth. Back when he and Zhang Yao were in college, Sister Wang had already opened this supermarket. They had been regular customers back then. Su-mu stepped forward, leaning on the counter to reminisce. Sister Wang, you have such a good memory. With so many students coming and going every day, you recognized me the moment I walked in. Sister Wang stopped cracking seeds, leaned forward, and laughed heartily. Oh my, how could I not recognize you, little brother? In nearly 20 years, my eyes have seen countless people, but you and your wife left the deepest impression. Su-mu was stunned. My wife, Zhang Yao. Sister Wang continued, a knowing look on her face. That's right. Actually, I played a big part in the birth of your eldest daughter. Without me, you wouldn't have become a father so soon. What the hell? Su-mu was completely baffled. What does Su Jiling's birth have to do with a supermarket owner? I don't remember a thing. Could there be some hidden plot I've forgotten? Beside him, Shang Xiuyan was equally shocked, her almond eyes sparkling with excitement. She nudged Su-mu's waist with her elbow and whispered, her tone full of glee, Uncle Su-mu, you've been playing wild, huh? The three of you together. Cough, cough, cough. Su-mu nearly choked on his own saliva, his face turning crimson. What was this girl thinking? He quickly waved his hands to disassociate himself. Sister Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. What do you mean you had a hand in it? If word gets out, how will I keep my reputation clean? Don't slander me. Hey, you ungrateful thing. You don't believe me, do you? That wife of yours, Zhang Yao, right? She's an old acquaintance of mine. 20 years ago, you two were inseparable, like glue, the envy of everyone. Sister Wang seemed to have opened a floodgate of words. One night around 9 o'clock, your wife sneaked down alone. Her face was flushed, and she leaned on the counter telling me to poke holes in all those little umbrellas I sold you from then on. Su-mu's pupils dilated in shock. What? Sister Wang grew more animated, spittle flying. I figured you two were having some fun, so I did it. Not long after, she got an allergic reaction, a big bump on her belly. Then that bump squeezed out a pimple with arms and legs. A few days later, you three were pushing a stroller to my supermarket to buy diapers. Sister Wang burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. Huh. I was cracking up. I kept this story bottled up for over a decade, and today, I finally got to tell the one it's about. Damn it. Su-mu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. So this was the truth. He had always thought that night, when he drank too much, he hadn't taken proper precautions, leading to Jiling's accidental conception. He had felt guilty in front of Jiang Yao, believing he had ruined her youth and education. To make up for it, he worked tirelessly, made money, and cherished her. But it turned out, it was Jiang Yao who had plotted it all. Ha ha. Shang Xiuyan was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. She clutched her stomach, unable to stand straight, leaning on Su Mu. Uncle Su Mu, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Weren't you just lecturing me about not thinking about having kids in college? But you yourself were a family of 3 in college. Huh. Su Mu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. That's different. He raised his hand, pointing at the laughing Sister Wang, unable to form a complete sentence. You, Sister Wang, you've ruined me. You aided and abetted her, you know that. Sister Wang took offense at that. What's wrong? You got a lovely daughter for free and you're not happy. Ask around now. How many people want a daughter but can't have one? Besides, I saw how smug you were pushing that stroller back, then grinning from ear to ear. You didn't look unhappy. Well, Su Mu was instantly silenced. He had to admit she had a point. The process might have been absurd, but Su Jiling was truly his treasure. Without Sister Wang's meddling, Su Jiling might never have been born. Where could he even complain? After a long pause, Su Mu forced out a few words. I really thank you. A little brother, that's more like it. Sister Wang's face lit up again, and she shoved a handful of sunflower seeds into Su Mu's hand. Here, have some seeds. I knew you'd thank me. Finally got that off my chest. I've been dying to say it. I feel so much lighter now. Sister Wang patted Su Mu's shoulder warmly. Then, as if remembering something, she leaned in closer, her smile turning even more mysterious. Little brother, since we're talking, let me tell you something else. This one's even juicier than the last. You'll definitely thank me again after hearing it. A sense of dread instantly washed over Su Mu. He quickly waved his hands. No. Sister Wang, please don't say any more. My heart can't take this much excitement today. But before he could finish, Shang Xiuyan immediately objected. She grabbed Sister Wang's arm, her face full of anticipation. Don't stop, sister. Please go on. I love gossip. Sister Wang was genuinely troubled at this moment. She glanced at Su Mu's face, then at Shang Xiuyan beside him, feigning modesty. Oh dear, this is quite the pickle. Little brother, do you think I should tell, or not? After all, this was a bit of, a little trick from your wife back in the day. Before Su Mu could respond, Shang Xiuyan beside him was already beside herself with impatience. She practically leaned over the entire checkout counter, hands clasped together. Dear sister, dearest sister, please just tell us. I have no other hobby, I just love hearing this kind of juicy gossip. If you don't tell me, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'm begging you. The girl's coquettish pleas were utterly irresistible. Su Mu remained silent. He simply watched Sister Wang's performance calmly. A faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He silently counted down in his mind. 5, 4, 3. Before he even reached 2, Sister Wang finally found her outlet. Oh, look at this child, such a strong thirst for knowledge. Since the child insists on hearing it, how could I, as her sister, refuse? I'm just too soft-hearted, I can't bear to see a child suffer. Su Mu sneered inwardly. He knew it. Sister Wang's mouth was like a pair of cotton-padded trousers at the waist, loose beyond measure. A secret bottled up for 20 years, and today she finally had the chance to spill it. Seeing that Su Mu didn't object, Sister Wang completely let herself go. She leaned forward, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, little brother, do you remember what happened before you two officially got together? It was the autumn of your sophomore year. You were in my supermarket when you caught your wife stealing, and I was about to search her in public. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Of course he remembered that incident. It was the turning point in his relationship with Jiang Yao. It was only after that incident that the two of them had crossed paths and gradually come together. Sister Wang chuckled slyly. Actually, that was all an act I put on for you. What? Before Su Mu could even react, Sister Wang dropped the next bombshell. That girl Jiang Yao was originally a part-time employee at my supermarket. We were as thick as thieves. She had planned it all with me beforehand, saying she'd taken a liking to you and wanted you to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress to help build a connection between you two. So that whole scene was entirely directed and performed by her. What? Su Mu remembered. The images from 20 years ago became vividly clear with Sister Wang's words. 20 years ago in this very supermarket. Back then the store wasn't as bright as it was now with shelves crammed full. He had just reached for a pack of instant noodles when he heard a fierce argument coming from inside. I'm telling you, don't give me that useless nonsense. Sister Wang was younger then, and her voice was even louder. She stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at a girl's nose, spittle flying far. It'll knock your grandmother's triangular basket. You little wench, not learning anything good, are you? You look decent enough, but your hands are so dirty. Daring to steal from my supermarket, I think you've had enough of living. The girl being scolded was none other than Jiang Yao. Back then Jiang Yao wore a faded white shirt with a large loose school uniform jacket over it. Her hair was simply tied in a ponytail, revealing a delicate, ethereally beautiful face. But at this moment, that face was filled with grievance and panic. I didn't. Her voice trembled, her eyes red, as if she had suffered a terrible injustice. I really didn't steal anything. There were quite a few people in the supermarket at the time, mostly students buying things. They formed a circle pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Oh my, this girl is pretty, but how could she steal? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Girls these days have such strong vanity. TSK tisk morals are declining. Sumu stood at the edge of the crowd, clutching 2 yuan in his hand, his brow furrowed. At that time he and Zhang Yao were merely nodding acquaintances. They had played together as children, but drifted apart by high school. Watching this scene, although he felt Sister Wang was being a bit overbearing, he had no intention of interfering. After all, in this day and age, who knew what the truth was? What if she really had stolen something? Anyway, if she hadn't, a simple search would prove her innocence, and that would be the end of it. Sumu shook his head and turned to leave. Better to mind his own business. But just as he turned, the argument behind him suddenly escalated. Sister Wang's voice was shrill. You say you didn't do it, and that's it. Do you take me for a blind fool? If you didn't, then how did my goods just disappear into thin air? It was you. I've had my eye on you for ages. Zhang Yao was forced back step by step, tears welling in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Then search me. If you find nothing, you must apologize to me. Sister Wang was enraged. Hey, you damn girl, you dare talk back to me. She shoved forward suddenly. I'll apologize to your grandma's leg. You want me to search you? Fine. Today, right here in front of all these classmates, I'll strip your clothes off and search you thoroughly. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. Sumu stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look. He saw Zhang Yao in her thin shirt, her chest heaving violently from fear and anger, straining the fabric of the white shirt. On that pure and innocent face was a look of utter despair. A public search, and strip her clothes off. That was going too far. This wasn't catching a thief. This was blatant humiliation. The anger in Sumu's heart surged up instantly. This shopkeeper was going too far. Just then a male student in the crowd finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. The guy wore thick-rimmed glasses and looked quite refined. He mustered his courage, stepped forward, and stood in front of Zhang Yao. Boss, this is going a bit too far. Let's talk things out, how can you? Bang. Before the guy could finish his sentence, Sister Wang kicked out. The kick landed solidly on the guy's calf. Ouch. The bespectacled man yelped in pain, stumbling back several steps before landing hard on the ground, his glasses flying off. The entire store fell silent. No one had expected the shopkeeper to be so aggressive, resorting to violence without a second thought. After kicking him, Sister Wang didn't even spare him a glance. She turned and delivered a swift slap. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed harshly in the quiet supermarket. Zhang Yao clutched her face, completely stunned by the blow. 5 bright red finger marks instantly appeared on her fair cheek. Sister Wang cursed viciously. You little wench. Still have someone to protect you, huh? Fine. Since people want to watch a show, I'll give them a show to remember. With that, she pulled out a Nokia phone and turned on the camera. Today, I'm not just going to search you in public, I'm going to record this and post it on your school forum. Let everyone see what kind of person this school beauty really is. Wah. No. I don't want this. Zhang Yao finally broke down. She curled up, desperately clutching her collar, crying so piteously with a red nose that it would break anyone's heart. Sister Wang paid no heed to her pleas and reached out to tear at her blouse. The hand was about to touch Zhang Yao's buttons when at that critical moment a large hand shot out and clamped tightly around Sister Wang's wrist. Stop! Sumu charged out from the crowd and shoved her away with force. Caught off guard by this unexpected interference and overwhelmed by Sumu's strength, Sister Wang stumbled back several steps, nearly knocking over a nearby shelf. You shrew! How dare you! Sumu stood before Zhang Yao like an unyielding wall, shielding her completely. Zhang Yao clung to him as if he were her lifeline, her trembling hands clutching tightly at the hem of his clothes as she shivered behind him. The surrounding students erupted into chaos. Whoa, it's Sumu, the campus heartthrob from our department. Only Sumu could pull this off. What a real man. Sister Wang steadied herself, smoothed her disheveled hair, and glared with venomous eyes. Where'd you come from, you little brat? You're with this little wench, are you? You dare push me? Believe me, I'll call my people right now and have you both taken care of. Facing her threats, Sumu remained unshaken. A young man of that age, full of fiery spirit, was hardly one to back down from such provocations. He glanced around, grabbed a heavy iron hammer used for fixing shells from the counter, and slammed it down onto the cash register with a thunderous crash. Wood splinters flew through the air. Sumu held the hammer aloft with one hand, its head pointed directly at Sister Wang's nose, his gaze sharp and piercing. Go on, call them. Let me see if your people get here before my hammer does. Think you can bully us college students? Fine, let's go down together. I'll drop out of this university, but I'll smash your store to pieces first. At that moment, Sumu exuded a raw, fierce energy, the reckless passion of youth that knows no consequences. Sister Wang was cowed by his presence. She looked at the dark iron hammer, then at Sumu's bloodshot eyes, swallowed hard, and dared not advance further. She was just a supermarket owner who had never faced someone truly willing to go all out. Seeing his tactic had worked, Sumu knew it was time to relent. He tossed the hammer onto the counter, his tone slightly softer, but still firm. I'm Sumu, the student council president. I'm not going anywhere, or I won't run from this. I'll vouch for her with my reputation. She definitely didn't steal anything. Besides, how much is what you've lost here even worth? Sumu pulled out 200 yuan bills and slapped them hard on the counter. He'll leave 200 here as a deposit. Consider this matter settled. If it turns out she really didn't take anything, you'll return this money and apologize to her. 20 years ago, 200 yuan was a fortune for a student, and the title of student council president carried significant weight on college campuses back then, symbolizing credibility and honor. The surrounding students began to chime in. Yeah, he's vouching for her. Ma'am, you're being unreasonable. Sister Wang looked at the money on the counter, then at Sumu, her expression shifting unpredictably. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, her tone softened. Fine. Since you're the student council president, I'll give you that respect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao, hiding behind Sumu, let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Sumu also relaxed his guard slightly. However, just as everyone thought the matter was coming to a close, Sister Wang's gaze slid over Sumu's shoulder to rest on Jiang Yao. Sumu couldn't shake the feeling. Perhaps it was just his imagination, that her eyes held a questioning look. Then, as if recalling some crucial line from a script, Sister Wang's expression changed abruptly. She slammed her hand on the table and pushed the 200 yuan back. No, I can't take this money. I don't need your 200 yuan. Oh, I just want justice. If something goes missing from this store, we have to do a body search. Otherwise, word will get out and everyone will come here to steal and it'll be out of business. Today there will be a search even if the heavens themselves object. Sumu was utterly dumbfounded. Is this woman out of her mind? She won't even take the face-saving out I offered. Does she have to push this to the bitter end? His anger surged again. He grabbed the hammer from the table and snarled through gritted teeth. Woman, are you really going to keep this up, oi? Sister Wang's eyelids twitched wildly at the sight of the iron hammer that could come down at any moment. Her eyes darted around shrewdly, and her attitude did a complete 180. The shrewishness from moments ago seemed to have been smashed away by the hammer, replaced by the cunning and slickness of a seasoned businesswoman. She reached out, pocketed the 200 yuan, and said, fine. Since you're the student council president, I'll give you that face. I won't do a public body search, and I won't strip her. That works, right? Hearing this, the surrounding students breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sumu's grip on the hammer loosened slightly, though he didn't put it down entirely. As long as there was no public humiliation, there was still room to negotiate. But before Sumu could even speak, Sister Wang shifted gears. However, let me make things clear up front. This store has been hit hard by thieves lately. We've lost a lot of stuff. Chocolate shampoo, even sanitary pads have been stolen. I run a small business, and I can't afford this. Since you claim she didn't steal, you'll have to prove it to me. No need for a public search. Go to the back storage room and search there. It has to be done. Otherwise, everyone will just come and help themselves, and they'll be out of business. Sumu frowned. This request sounded somewhat reasonable after all. As long as it wasn't about humiliating a girl in public, a private check was indeed the best way to prove her innocence. Fine. Sumu set the hammer aside and nodded. A clear conscience fears no midnight knocking. Since you insist, we'll do it. Jiang Yao, go inside with the owner and let her check. He'll be right at the door. No one will dare lay a finger on you. With that, Sumu stepped aside, signaling for Sister Wang to lead the way. Just as they thought it was settled, Sister Wang stood her ground, arms crossed, and shook her head. No way. I'm not going in there. She pointed at Jiang Yao with a look of disgust. Look at her nails, sharp as razors. She already scratched that other guy. If I go in there and she flips out and claws my face, what then? And then she could turn it around and say I hit her. Where would I get justice? Sumu was stunned. So what do you mean? Sister Wang's eyes twinkled as she pointed at Sumu. You do the search. What? Sumu thought he must have misheard. Are you kidding me? I'm a guy, she's a girl. You want me to do a body search? Have you lost your mind? Sister Wang retorted with righteous indignation. What's wrong with a guy? You're the student council president. Everyone trusted you just now, and I do too. If you go in and search, you want cover for her, and you won't wrong her either. It's the fairest way. Sumu was about to refuse when his clothes were suddenly tugged gently from behind. He turned around. Jiang Yao's tear-streaked face was looking up at him, her big eyes brimming with tears, utterly pitiful. Sumu Gij. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, trembling with emotion. I want you to do it too. That owner is too scary. I'm afraid of her. But if it's you, I wouldn't be scared. Please help me. Sumu's Adam's apple bobbed, looking at those eyes full of dependence and trust no man could possibly resist. The refusal was on the tip of his tongue, but got swallowed back down. Sumu gritted his teeth. Fine, but let's make it quick. No dawdling. The storage room was at the very back of the supermarket. It was a cramped space stacked high with crates of drinks and bags of snacks, lit only by a dim yellowing bulb overhead. As the door clicked shut, most of the noise from outside was instantly muffled. A man and a woman alone. Sharing such a confined space, the atmosphere immediately became charged with unspoken tension. Jiang Yao stood amidst the cardboard boxes. Her white blouse, disheveled from their earlier struggle, had its top two buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of fair skin. Her chest still heaved from crying and nervousness, straining against the thin fabric of her shirt. A single beam of light happened to fall upon her. Sumu's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Back then, despite holding the title of school heartthrob with a desk drawer full of love letters, he was in essence an innocent novice who had barely even held a girl's hand. He usually didn't pay much attention to the prim and proper school beauty like Jiang Yao. He thought she was too plain, too boring. But now, in this dim, enclosed space looking at this tearful girl who seemed so pliable, Su Mu felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his heart pounding like a drum. Damn, she was actually kind of alluring. Ahem. Su Mu coughed, awkwardly forcing his gaze away from her collar and fixing it on the shelves beside them. Look, Jiang Yao, you know me. I'm just going through the motions. Just check your pockets and turn them inside out for me. I believe you didn't steal anything. As he spoke, Su Mu took a step back towards the door, his hand already on the handle. If she just showed her pockets, this whole thing would be over. However, Jiang Yao didn't move. She bit her lower lip, her moist eyes fixed intently on Su Mu. No, brother Su Mu, I don't want you to pretend. There are so many people watching outside. If you just walk out like this, that shopkeeper lady will definitely gossip. She'll say you're covering for me, that we're in it together. I want you to really search me. I want you to prove my innocence completely. As she finished speaking, she gently lifted the hem of her blouse. It was the most delicate, perfect waist Su Mu had ever seen. Brother Su Mu, go ahead and check. Jiang Yao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling. Boom. Su Mu's mind went blank. He could smell her faint jasmine scent mixed with a unique, girlish fragrance invading his senses. So this was what it felt like to have one's heart flutter. In the end, of course, Su Mu found nothing. He had been too innocent back then checking her properly. When they emerged from the storage room, Su Mu felt completely dazed. Jiang Yao, however, kept her head down, following closely behind him, timidly clutching the hem of his shirt. Not long after, they quickly became a couple recognized by the whole school as the perfect match. At this moment in the university's supermarket, Wang Jie finished recounting this old anecdote, a nostalgic, knowing smile of an elder on her face. So, remember now. Tell me, was that easy for me? Just to help you two lovebirds get together, I had to throw my dignity out the window and play the villain. I was acting with my whole heart. You have no idea how scared I was when I saw you coming at me with that hammer, your eyes all red. I thought you were really going to crack my skull open. My legs were shaking like jelly. Su Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. What a disaster. Had never seen it coming. Su Mu had wondered how he, a prominent figure and the school heartthrob, had been won over so quickly. It turned out it was all a setup. Had been played from the start. Looking back now, Jiang Yao's move was truly ruthless, her skill level absurdly high. Who said only guys could use the saving a damsel in distress trick? Jiang Yao's reverse psychology was textbook perfection. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, it triggered his protective instincts and sense of justice. Second, it used the private space to get closer and create intimacy. Third, it conveniently allowed him to see her physical assets. This wasn't some innocent little flower. This was a full-fledged, scheming green tea BTCH. This ex-wife, that damn green tea. She really was something else. Su Mu mentally flipped a middle finger. Thanks a lot, really. Wang Jie waved her hand, dismissively smiling. Alright. I know you're grateful to me, but it was nothing. No need to keep talking about it. And besides, Wang Jie suddenly lowered her voice. After you two started dating, you often came back to my storage room, didn't you? I saw you guys in there several times. You were quite something, grabbing both her wrists with one hand and just lifting her up. Oh my, that scene. It was something else. This old lady doesn't have many hobbies, but I live for those memories. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mu rushed over and clamped his hand over Wang Jie's unguarded mouth. Shut up. Big sis. Please stop talking. There's a kid here. Having his youthful indiscretions exposed like this by the person involved was pure public humiliation. Shang Zuyan's face was bright red, but her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Uncle Su Mu, I never would have guessed. You oldtimers really know how to have fun. Give me the details about the lifting. How did you lift her? What happened next? Spill the rest of the story. It was truly a case of youthful folly best left in the past. Who would have thought the shopkeeper was eavesdropping outside the whole time? Wang Jie, with her mouth covered, let out a couple of muffled sounds before realizing there was a young girl present. She pried Su Mu's hand away, not looking embarrassed at all, and casually slapped her own thigh. Oh my, look at my big mouth. Alright, I won't say any more. Not suitable for kids, not suitable for kids. Wang Jie looked Shang Xuyan up and down, then looked at Su Mu, a strange glint in her eyes. Speaking of which, brother, is she your daughter? She's quite pretty. But where's your wife? What happened to that little school beauty back then? She didn't come with you, eh? Su Mu's reply was simple: divorced. Wang Jie was stunned for a moment, then slapped her own mouth hard. Oh dear, look at my brain. I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have brought that up. Su Mu forced a smile. Thanks to you, really. To comfort Su Mu, Wang Jie took his hand, her gaze suddenly turning fervent. Brother, it's good that you're divorced. How about you be with me? I don't mind that you've been married before. And I just noticed you haven't aged a bit, still so handsome, your skin so firm. Let me tell you, this supermarket of mine is actually very profitable. I make this much a year. Wang Jie held up 8 fingers and wiggled them in front of Su Mu. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. 8 million. Wang Jie puffed out her chest proudly. That's right. Surprised, right? If you're with me, you won't have to work hard anymore. He'll take care of you. Be with me, and he'll get you a Rolls Royce. Forget it. Sumu was completely speechless, feeling his worldview being ground into the dirt by Wang Jie. At that moment, a fair, slender hand reached out firmly and resolutely, pulling Su Mu's hand away from Wang Jie's clutches. Shang Xiuyan stepped in front of Su Mu, lifting her chin. Even though Uncle Su Mu's first wife is gone, he still has me, his second wife. I'm the little wife. Auntie, if you want to steal him away, you'll have to get past me first. The moment those words left her mouth, the air itself seemed to solidify for half a second. Before Su Mu and Sister Wang could even process what was happening, Shang Xiuyan had already launched into her act. She cupped her cheeks with both hands, swaying her body with feigned coyness. Oh dear. I just accidentally blurted out my true feelings, how embarrassing. Su Mu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As if I believe that. This girl was clearly just stirring the pot for fun, trying to steal the spotlight and get a verbal advantage while she was at it. That wasn't shyness, that was sheer excitement about to explode. Sister Wang finally snapped back to reality, her eyes wide as saucers darting back and forth between Su Mu and Shang Xiuyan's shock of pink hair. That pink hair was a 1EO fake in sight across the entire university town. Finally, she slapped her thigh in a moment of revelation. Sister Wang's voice shot up an octave. I said, girl, I knew you looked familiar. That pink hair of yours is unique in the whole school. Aren't you that roommate of Su Ziling's? How old are you anyway? My little brother here is almost 40, divorced, and has a kid in tow. You really want to be a stepmom? Take some advice from your big sister. This isn't some game. You'll regret it. Shang Xiuyan took her hands away from her face, puffing out her chest with righteous indignation. Regret marrying uncle for 2 years, but regret not marrying him for a lifetime. She cleared her throat, a glint of worldly wisdom in her eyes. As the saying goes, the second brew of tea has the richest flavor. Who doesn't love a handsome older man? I just have a thing for it. Got a problem? Sister Wang's mouth hung open. We're all young people these days, this forward-thinking. Su Mu's forehead was covered in a mess of black lines. This girl was wasted, not competing on a rap show. Her rhymes and flow were off the charts, coming out effortlessly. Will you just shut up? Su Mu couldn't take it anymore. If she kept going, who knew what other shocking nonsense she'd spew? He grabbed Shang Xiuyan's slender arm, and regardless of whether she wanted to, dragged her towards the supermarket entrance. Aren't we here to buy supplies for Su Ziling? Come on, let's get it and go. Shang Xiuyan, nearly lifted off her feet, was still yelling, Hey, no rush, Uncle Su Mu, I haven't even finished my declaration of love. Shut up. Sister Wang watched the two of them disappear, their figures pulling and tugging. Her initial shock slowly morphed into a grin that stretched ear to ear. TSK Tisk youth is truly wonderful. She shouted after them, Hey, little brother. The baby section is on the left up ahead. You know the place well? You spent a fortune on diapers for your daughter there back in the day. Su Mu stumbled, gritting his teeth as he shot back. I don't know what you're talking about. Finally reaching the daily necessities aisle, the peace and quiet was a welcome relief. Su Mu pushed the shopping cart, scanning the shelves. He casually grabbed a few bags of Lay's potato chips and tossed them in, a flavor Su Ziling loved as a kid. Before they could even settle, a small fair hand plucked them right out and neatly placed them back on the shelf. Su Mu was taken aback. What are you doing? Shang Xiuyan shot him a look. Uncle, you're failing as a dad. Don't you know Doubao doesn't eat this junk food? She says it's too high in calories and gives her acne. As she spoke, she deftly grabbed a few packs of mochi from the nearby shelf and tossed 2 bags of freeze-dried strawberries into the cart. She likes sweets, especially these chewy things. And these strawberries, she needs something to snack on while watching her shows. These won't make her gain weight. Su Mu opened his mouth to argue, but couldn't find the words. Shang Xiuyan then walked over to the skincare aisle, her finger gliding over rows of facial cleansers before stopping on a blue and white packaged one from Free Plus. And this one. Doubao has dry skin, though anything too harsh makes it red and flaky. She needs this amino acid kind, something gentler. Watching her serious profile, Su Mu felt a pang of emotion. This girl seemed crazy on the surface, but she was surprisingly thoughtful. She even remembered details like Su Ziling having dry skin. Honestly, Su Mu doubted his ex-wife, Jiang Yaoyao, had ever been this attentive. Under the supermarket's bright lights, a few strands of pink hair fell beside Shang Xiuyan's smooth cheek as she carefully picked out items. Her focused expression unexpectedly gave Su Mu a glimpse of a gentle, wifely tenderness. Standing beside her, Su Mu felt his heart skip a beat, a little out of his control. This scene was almost too beautiful to be real. Was this the legendary feeling of pure love? It was pretty nice. Just as Su Mu was getting lost in his own sentimentality, a suddenly enlarged, pretty face popped right in front of him. Shang Xiuyan looked around furtively, and once she confirmed no one was nearby, that gentle aura vanished into thin air. She lowered her voice and whispered, Uncle Su Mu, that storage room earlier. Where exactly was it? And that hoisting thing, how exactly did you do it? From the front or the back? Give me the details, I'm so curious. Crack. Su Mu's heart shattered into a million pieces. The feeling of pure love was instantly fed to the dogs. Su Mu rolled his eyes in exasperation and started pushing the cart away. I don't know. It's been 20 years, how am I supposed to remember that clearly? Can't a guy have a senior moment? That whole episode with his ex-wife was something Su Mu wanted to forget entirely. It was the biggest stain on his Playboy career. A legendary Playboy brought down in a crummy storage room. It was too embarrassing to even talk about. Shang Xiuyan wasn't about to let it go. She reached out and tugged on Su Mu's shirt sleeve, shaking it back and forth. Oh, come on, Uncle Su Mu. Just tell me. Spill a little detail. Shang Xiuyan had been a novel enthusiast since she was young and was even writing a romance novel herself. This material was perfect for it, so authentic. Su Mu stopped, turned around, and looked at her. No. Why are you a young girl so concerned about all this? Don't tell me you're actually planning to put theory into practice and really become a stepmom. Shang Xiuyan's face flushed. She let go of his sleeve and let out a proud huff. In your dreams. I mean, your looks and body are passable, but you're clearly failing in the childcare department. You don't even know what face wash your own daughter uses. She wagged her finger. So right now you only qualify as a backup. Backup. Those two words hit Su Mu right where it hurt. He stopped walking slowly, turned around, his gaze turning dangerous. Was that a word that could be used to describe him? You could say that to a simp, but to him, a veteran player, it was a blatant insult. It was an affront to his dignity. Su Mu shoved the card aside and took a step forward, his tone menacing. What did you call me? Backup. I treat you like a little sister, and you see me as a backup. Shang Xiuyan was startled by his intensity, shrinking back slightly as she weakly tried to backtrack. Well, not exactly. Maybe. A backup baby daddy candidate. A boyfriend on probation. That's still a backup. Su Mu let out a frustrated laugh. He had planned to keep his true nature in check since this was his daughter's school and her roommate, and put on the act of a proper elder. He never expected to be labeled as a backup by this little girl. I try to play it sincere with you, and you treat me like a backup. Fine. If I don't show you what I'm capable of, you'll think I'm all bark and no bite. Su Mu didn't waste another word. He stepped forward in a flash so fast that Shang Xiuyan didn't even have time to react. His hand shot out, clamping down on both of her slender wrists. He lifted them up and then pushed her back. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Shang Xiuyan was pressed against the shelf behind her, a few packs of tissues tumbling down around them with a loud clatter. Hearing the commotion from afar, Sister Wang peeked over, grinning with excitement. Oh my, here we go again. That sounds intense. Over here. Su Mu raised Shang Xiuyan's wrists high above her head with one hand, pressing them firmly against the shelf. The distance between them instantly shrank to the extreme. Looking down at the face, so close to his, Su Mu propped his other hand beside her ear, caging her entirely within his arms. He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep and low. Didn't you want to know how I searched you? Didn't you want to know how I lifted you up? How about Uncle gives you a live demonstration right now? Shang Xiuyan felt her mind go blank with a buzz, her entire body turning numb. Uncle Su Mu is so aggressive right now. So dominant. She sneaked a glance at the handsome face, so close, then stole another look at the bulging muscle lines on his arm. Oh no. The switch in her brain seemed to have been triggered. The plot from the novel she read yesterday uncontrollably surged into her mind. Images of the domineering CEO and the village hunk suddenly possessed her soul. The hunk with muscles as hard as steel hoisted the delicate Xiuyan onto his shoulder and dove into the cornfield. Su Mu's threatening words as they reached her ears automatically passed through a filter and transformed into, Sis, I like you. I want you to be my woman and bear me 10 chubby sons. Shang Xiuyan's face instantly flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. Instead of being frightened, her eyes grew hazy and her body went limp. She proactively leaned in closer, murmuring softly, Come on, Uncle Su Mu, I'm ready. Su Mu. The 10,000 flirtatious lines he had prepared got stuck in his throat instantly. This wasn't how the script was written. Shouldn't a normal girl be panicking, shy, and scared at this point, and then he would stop at the right moment? How did it turn into a welcome at her place? You can do it, but I can't. Su Mu could only conclude that young girls these days were truly bold. This was a supermarket with people coming and going. But then again, Su Mu's gaze fell on Shang Xiuyan's impossibly slender waist, then slid over her face, which was both pure and subtly alluring. The bright overhead lights in the supermarket cast a soft halo around her entire figure. This scene, this feeling left Su Mu dazed, instantly transporting him back 20 years to that age of surging hormones. One little kiss. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? Consider it. Giving this girl her first practical lesson. With that thought in his mind, Su Mu stopped hesitating, lowered his head slightly, and leaned towards those two tender lips. Sensing his intention, Shang Xiuyan nervously closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, looking utterly submissive. Closer. Even closer. Their breaths intermingled. Just 1 second before Su Mu could kiss her, Shang Xiuyan's mouth suddenly opened slightly. Then her pink little tongue playfully darted out, wagging left and right. Su Mu's movement halted abruptly. He froze completely, question marks appearing on his forehead. What kind of move was that? Su Mu abruptly straightened up, creating some distance, his brows furrowed. What are you doing? Shang Xiuyan opened one eye, blinked, and looked utterly innocent. Kissing. Isn't that how it's written in novels? You're supposed to be passionate and proactive. Su Mu nearly choked on his breath. What kind of messy novels were these? Forget it. She clearly had no experience, so it was forgivable. Su Mu composed himself and lowered his head again. The distance closed once more. Whoosh. Shang Xiuyan stuck her tongue out again. Sumu quickly stopped, saying helplessly, Miss Shang, reality is different from novels. A kiss is about the mood, a gradual process. Could you be a bit more romantic? For Sumu, kissing was something sacred. He could do many things with women he didn't love, but he would never casually kiss them. That privilege was reserved for the girl who made his heart flutter. Oh. Shang Xiuyan nodded with a look of partial understanding, her expression serious. Alright, I get it. Gradual and romantic. Seeing her obedient and teachable like this, Su Mu's heart softened. He leaned down again. This time his movements were slower, his gaze more focused. Their warm breaths intertwined once more. Success seemed within reach. That little tongue came out again, and this time it was accompanied by a Naya sound. Sumu. He stopped again. He finally realized that this girl wasn't clueless at all. She was just teasing him. Shang Xiuyan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing, her whole body shaking with mirth. Oh, Uncle Sumu, what are you waiting for? Just close your eyes and go for it. Can you handle it? Are you stalling for time, waiting for the medicine to kick in? Ha. Medicine. Damn it. Did this uncle need that stuff? He was completely exasperated by her laughter. Fine. You want to play this game, huh? Little girl, today I'll show you what it means to be outclassed by a mature man. Without another word, Sumu grabbed a roll of wide, clear tape from the shelf beside him. Rip. The tape was torn off. Shang Xiuyan's laughter hadn't even stopped yet. Sumu took the clear tape from the shelf and sealed her mouth shut. Shang Xiuyan was completely stunned. Her eyes instantly widened in shock. That actually worked. The world was peaceful again. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Smack. He gave her a solid kiss. Meanwhile, the glass door of the school's supermarket was suddenly pushed open and a voluptuous woman stormed in. It was Xiao Lanlan. She was panting heavily, her chest heaving violently, her well-maintained face etched with murderous intent. Just now at the school gate, she had recognized that blue Bentley at a glance. It was Sumu's car. She had recognized it, even if it were burned to ashes. Xiao Lanlan had turned back, determined to catch that little girl Shang Xiuyan red-handed today. Any later, and that good cabbage would truly be rooted by Sumu, that old pig. She had to give Shang Xiuyan a proper mental lesson to help her understand the principle of staying away from scumbags and cherishing one's life. Xiao Lanlan rushed to the cash register, slamming her hands on the counter, and asked breathlessly, Sister Wang, did you see a man and a woman pass by here? The girl had pink hair. Sister Wang, who was busy watching a drama on her phone, was startled. She looked up and grinned. Oh, isn't this Xiao Lanlan, the psychology teacher from the school? Hearing the description, pink-haired girl, a man driving a Bentley. Oh my, was the wife here to catch the mistress? Now this was some juicy gossip. Sister Wang instantly perked up, her gossip fire burning fiercely. She lowered her voice and leaned in with a mysterious look, catching a cheater, huh? Xiao Lanlan was too annoyed to explain, so she just nodded in confirmation. Sort of. Just tell me, where did they go? Hearing this, Sister Wang's heart rejoiced even more. So Brother Sumu didn't just have a little stepmom, but a third one on the side. Playing that wild. Her eyes darted around. Although the two were clearly just behind the shelves not far away, cozying up. Adhering to the professional ethics of a gossip enthusiast, Sister Wang decided to cover for Sumu. Against her conscience, she pointed outside the supermarket. Oh dear, you're too late. They just left, heading towards the commercial street over there. They were so intimate, all over each other. I think if you wait any longer, they'll be heading to a hotel. What? Xiao Lanlan was furious upon hearing this. That bastard Sumu. Not only was he an old cow eating young grass, but he was also this impatient in broad daylight. Just wait till I get my hands on you. Xiao Lanlan roared, turned, and charged out. Hey miss, wait. Sister Wang called out to her, pulling a pack of gum from under the counter and pressing it into her hand. Here, this is for you. Free, don't be shy. Xiao Lanlan, though finding it a bit odd, took it anyway. Thanks, sis. Watching Xiao Lanlan storm off in a rage, Sister Wang thought for a moment, felt a twinge of conscience, and decided to drop a subtle hint that Sumu was actually right there in the supermarket. Miss, let me give you one more piece of advice. The celebration wine is poured, but don't come back too soon. Search every store, and only then will you see. Xiao Lanlan was in a hurry to catch them, not in the mood to listen to her reciting poetry. She waved her hand impatiently. All right, got it, sis. Thanks. With that, she rushed out of the supermarket without looking back in a whirlwind. Sister Wang watched her disappearing figure and shook her head helplessly. Well, that was a wasted hint. With that level of intelligence, she wasn't going to catch anyone today. In a corner of the supermarket, the long-lost system notification sound echoed in Sumu's mind once more. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the school beauty supermarket kiss. The youthful recklessness system is now officially activated. The host's behavior perfectly aligns with the core essence of youthful recklessness. Fear no judgment, follow your heart, indulge in youth. Rewards are being issued. Ding. Calculating rewards. Reward distribution: life, 1 year, physique, 5 points. A series of notification sounds lifted Sumu's spirits. Immediately after, his personal panel appeared before his eyes. Host's current status update. Age 22-21. Physique 80-85. Detected physique exceeding the average human value by 50. Acquired special passive skill, arm capable of lifting a ding. Skill description: the host's arm muscle fibers have been reorganized by the system, greatly enhancing explosive power and endurance. With one arm, the host can easily suspend and move 300 kg of weight without experiencing muscle soreness. Ding. Additional cash reward of 3 million has been credited. Current balance, 5 million yuan. The monetary reward no longer stirred much emotion in Su Mu. But this special reward was intriguing. Suspending 300 kg with one arm. That meant he could carry one Shangxiuyan in each hand with an extra Xia Lan Lan hanging off him. If he went to work as a laborer on a construction site, he'd probably earn a month's salary in a day, outdoing all the veteran workers. Su Mu and Shangxiuyan each carried a large shopping bag as they walked out of the school supermarket. Just as they reached the entrance, Sister Wang from the checkout counter hurriedly chased after them. Brother, wait. Sister Wang ran up out of breath, and without a word shoved 2 boxes of gold-wrapped Durex into Su Mu's shopping bag. Lowering her voice, she patted her chest earnestly and assured him, "Brother, these 2 boxes are my personal sponsorship. That incident 20 years ago was my fault. This time I've checked them myself. No holes poked, they're sturdy. Just use them with confidence, don't hold back for me." Su Mu looked at the conspicuous packaging in the bag and twitched the corner of his mouth. This Sister Wang was quite a character. Su Mu accepted it without changing his expression. "All right, thanks, sister." After all, free stuff was free stuff. If nothing else, he could pass it on to his son. As soon as they stepped out of the supermarket, Shangxiuyan, as if boneless, took the initiative to link her arm with Su Mu's. A rosy blush of happiness glowed on her delicate face. "Uncle Su Mu, shall we go see our daughter later? What do you think? If I show up in front of her now and tell her I plan to adopt her as my daughter, that'll be her stepmother from now on," would she jump for joy. "After all, we used to be best friends. This makes our relationship even closer. It's a double blessing." Su Mu was momentarily speechless at this logical masterpiece. Jump for joy. He thought Su Jilin was more likely to grab a cleaver and jump at him. Su Mu rubbed his nose and evaded with a guilty tone. Probably. To be honest, Su Mu had come today to appease his daughter. Who would have thought that instead of soothing his daughter, had turned her roommate into a stepmother? What a mess. Truly a sin, a sin. Shangxiuyan seemed immersed in some beautiful fantasy, her cheeks flushed, murmuring softly, "Then, father of my child, when should we have a baby?" Su Mu was so startled that he almost grabbed his pants and fled in the night. "Isn't that phrase a bit too scary for an old scoundrel like me?" Su Mu cleared his throat and put on an affectionate expression. "Mother of my child, let's discuss this later. To be honest, I'm quite traditional when it comes to relationships. I prefer a love that flows gently over time. I want to slowly fall for you, slowly get to know you, and slowly come together with you. Going too fast would ruin the feeling, do you understand?" A classic old scoundrel line, effortlessly delivered. But strangely, Shangxiuyan was completely taken in by it. After hearing his words, her eyes reddened, and she was deeply moved. "Uncle Su Mu, you're so good. I was too impatient." She leaned her head on Su Mu's shoulder, her face filled with admiration. "I knew it. A mature man's view on love is different. It's reliable, it's reassuring." The two walked away slowly. The man tall and upright, the woman with a slender waist. Under the afternoon sunlight, their long shadows stretched out behind them. At the supermarket entrance, Sister Wang, chewing on sunflower seeds, watched the intimate backs of the two, curled her lips disdainfully, and scratched her itchy foot. "Sigh, always going for the young ones. When will you realize that Sister Wang is your true love?" Noon. The third university cafeteria. Su Mu and Shangxiuyan, like a pair of thieves, huddled in the least crowded corner, peeking around cautiously. They had just returned to the dormitory and found Su Jilin wasn't there. Guessing she must have gone to eat at the cafeteria. So Su Mu dragged Shangxiuyan there to wait for her, hoping to observe his daughter's recent state of life. In no time, a slender figure in a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans appeared at the cafeteria entrance. It was Su Jilin. Despite her simple outfit, her outstanding aura was still undeniable. But her pretty face was tightly drawn, her eyes revealing an unshakable melancholy, exuding an air of coldness that kept people at a distance. Two roommates were beside her, chattering animatedly with gestures, looking very cheerful. But Su Jilin seemed oblivious, showing no expression throughout, only nodding mechanically when the roommates looked at her, offering a perfunctory response. Seeing his daughter like this, Su Mu's brow furrowed involuntarily. This state wasn't right. She seemed somewhat withdrawn, even a bit weary of the world. Nothing like a normal 20-year-old girl. From what he remembered, his daughter was quite lively and cheerful a few years ago. How had she become like this? Su Mu turned his head and asked Shangxiuyan in a low voice, "Is she always like this at school?" Shangxiuyan nodded. "Pretty much. Doubao usually speaks very little and hardly ever smiles. Actually, she was already a bit like this when she first came as a freshman, just not as severe. But recently, after you and your wife got divorced, well, now she barely even wants to talk." Su Mu's heart sank. He knew that the divorce with his ex-wife had dealt a huge blow to his daughter. His son and daughter were completely different in this regard. His son Su Shixing was easygoing and carefree. If something was bothering him, taking him out for a foot massage, some boasting, and a dose of fatherly advice usually cleared things up. But his daughter was different. Su Jilin was too sensitive and delicate. In her world, parents getting divorced meant the sky had fallen. Seeing her like this now, it seemed this had been going on for a long time. If this continued, she would surely fall ill from bottling it all up. Shang Xiuyan gazed at the solitary figure in the distance, a pang of unease stirring in her heart. She tugged at Su Mu's sleeve and whispered, "So how do you plan to win Doubao back? If you don't fix this soon, she's going to sink into depression. What if one day she gets a wild idea and decides to cosplay as a sunshine doll hanging from the ceiling?" Su Mu withdrew his gaze, his brow devoid of worry, instead radiating an air of confidence. He was all too familiar with this state. Back in Xia Qing's college days, she was far worse, like a frostbitten eggplant, listless and utterly unresponsive. And what happened in the end? He managed to pull her back from the brink. Sure, he might have overcorrected a bit, turning her into a Yandra, but at least she was full of life, right? When it came to dealing with withdrawn girls like this, Su Mu was practically a grandmaster. Su Mu raised a finger and wagged it. "My daughter is still a girl, and when it comes to winning over girls, I'm a professional. Facing a girl who's a bit depressed and refuses to talk, mere gentleness and care won't cut it. To pull her out of her shell, you've got to strike hard. Make her cry out loud, laugh out loud. Once her emotions find an outlet, she can start feeling the world around her again and reconnect with others. It's like a stagnant pool of water. Tossing in pebbles won't make a ripple. You need to drop in a depth charge, blast it open, and only then does the water come alive." Shang Xiuyan listened, utterly bewildered, yet deeply impressed. "I always said my instincts were sharp. Uncle really knows how to raise a child. No wonder you're the father of my kid." Su Mu glanced at her sideways with a teasing grin. "Just empty praise. How about something more tangible?" Before he could finish, Shang Xiuyan reacted with astonishing speed, leaning in to plant a fierce smacking kiss on Su Mu's cheek. A vacuum-powered suction. Mwah! The sharp sound cut through the noisy cafeteria like it was amplified through a speaker. "You're amazing, hubby." Shang Xiuyan shouted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Su Mu's weathered face reddened, nearly losing his composure. This girl had some serious lung power. A cupping therapist had nothing on her. Not far away, Su Jiling, who had been diligently battling a plate of unappetizing potato shreds, felt her ears twitch. She looked up, dazed, her large hollow eyes scanning the room. Was that some strange noise just now? Who was getting cupping therapy in the cafeteria? But all around her, students were just bustling past with their trays. Su Jiling shook her head. Probably just a hallucination. Her mental state had been fragile lately, as she always felt like the world was drifting far away from her. She lowered her head again, staring at the stainless steel tray before her. It was the cheapest meal from the cafeteria's love window, 5 yuan a serving. 2 scoops of spicy pickled cabbage, a few strands of meat mixed into the potato strips, and only the rice was generous, piled up like a small grave mound. Ever since her parents divorced and the family fell apart, she had cut off her own allowance. She refused the money Su Mu sent, and she wanted nothing from her mother either. She felt like a useless burden, unworthy of spending that money. Su Jiling mechanically picked up her chopsticks, lifted a piece of pickled cabbage, and put it in her mouth. Salty, bland, and tasteless. Just then a shadow fell over the table in front of her. A boy carrying a tray piled high with food plopped down across from her. He was dressed in expensive designer streetwear with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He looked refined, but a hint of frivolity lurked in his eyes that he couldn't quite hide. "Yi Nanxiao." Su Ziling's grip on her chopsticks tightened, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Him again." Yi Nanxiao, without a word, reached over with his chopsticks and snatched food from Su Ziling's tray. He shoved a big mouthful of cabbage into his mouth, chewed twice, and immediately pulled a face of disgust. "What is this garbage? It's so awful. How can you even swallow this?" He looked at Su Jiling with a pained expression. "Jiling, don't eat this. Have some of mine instead." In a distant corner, Su Mu watched the scene unfold, a hint of amusement creeping onto his face. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Looks like my daughter's quite popular. Sure, this kid's moves are a bit outdated, but maybe the young folks these days are into this kind of thing." In his view, it was normal for his daughter to have suitors. As long as it wasn't forced, a father didn't need to meddle too much. But Shang Zuyan's face darkened, and she pursed her lips. "No way. Uncle Su Mu, that Yi Nanxiao is bad news. He might look all proper and come from money, but he's a total scumbag." Su Mu raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." Shang Xiuyan spoke rapidly, clearly harboring no good feelings toward Yi Nanxiao. "He added every single girl in our dorm on WeChat. Except for Doubao, who ignored him, he's harassed all of them. Lately he's been watching some cheesy pickup artist short videos, and he's decided that innocent poor girls are easy targets. So he set his sights on Doubao. He corners her in the cafeteria every day, steals her food, and then tries to give her his own good dishes. He even says he's hunting for a treasure of a girl. Ugh, it makes me sick. Doubao is so annoyed by him." Su Mu's anger turned to a cold laugh as he listened. "Damn, that's crossing the line. You dare to play games with my daughter. This is like brandishing a poleaxe before Guangdong or wielding an axe at Lu Ban's door." He could accept his daughter having admirers, but they had to be sincere, not scumbags like him. What the hell was this guy? Treating his daughter like a practice target. This scumbag deserved to die. Seeing Su Mu's anger, Shang Xiuyan fanned the flames. "Get him, hubby. A piece of trash like that deserves a slap that sends him spinning like a top, so he knows why the flowers are so red." Su Mu straightened his collar and stood up. "All right, if you say so. Let's go." Back at the cafeteria table, Yi Nanxiao had no idea he was being watched. He was still putting on his show. He reached out with his chopsticks again and scooped up most of the few bits of meat left in Su Ziling's tray. This move was called first suppress, then uplift. Take something away to create an emotional reaction, then offer compensation to make the other person feel indebted and dependent. That's what the emotional gurus in those short videos taught. Yi Nanxiao stuffed the meat into his mouth, chewed with exaggerated gusto, then shook his head. I just wanted to see what these veggies tasted like, haven't had them in ages. Didn't expect them to be this bad. This cafeteria is really something. As he spoke, he pushed his own lavish tray loaded with chicken legs, pork ribs, and prawns towards Su Ziling. Classmate Ziling, you're always eating that 5 yuan meal. It's got no nutrition. Your face is getting all gaunt. Here, eat mine. Consider it compensation for me stealing your food. I had the aunties specially prepare this. Su Ziling kept her head down the whole time, not even lifting her eyelids. Silently, she reached out with her chopsticks, carefully avoiding the area Yi Nanxiao had touched. She picked up the remaining clean cabbage and placed it on her rice. Then she ate in small, quiet bites. Cold treatment. That was the strategy she had developed over this period. As long as she ignored him, gave him no eye contact and no reaction, he would eventually get bored and leave. Chew, chew, chew. Su Ziling ate with great focus. Yi Nanxiao watched her impenetrable demeanor, frustration boiling inside him. This pickup technique was supposed to work. Hadn't it worked on that poor girl from the Chinese literature department before? Had taken her down with that exact combo. Why was it failing with Su Ziling? Was this girl made of wood? Yi Nanxiao took a deep breath and decided to switch tactics. If the domineering CEO vibe didn't work, he'd go for the sincere, warm-hearted guy approach. Classmate Ziling, I don't mean anything by this. I just wanted to get to know you. I've noticed you're always alone and you look lonely. It reminds me of how I used to be. I can really understand that feeling. Su Ziling kept her head down. Chew, chew, chew. It was as if the person sitting across from her wasn't a person at all, but just a puff of air. The smile on Yi Nanxiao's face was starting to crack. He glanced back at a distant corner. His group of friends were there, holding up their phones, filming the scene, waiting to see him fail. If he couldn't win over Su Ziling, where would his reputation as a love saint go? Yi Nanxiao gritted his teeth, deciding to pull out his ultimate move, moral blackmail plus pity play. This tactic had never failed him. Classmate Ziling, hey, race the thing. I lost a game of truth or dare with my friends. He spread his hands with a helpless look, his tone dripping with sincerity. They're punishing me by making me go talk to a girl and have a meal with her. If I don't complete the task, I'll have to go back and get completely wasted. I've got no choice, you see. I'm usually pretty shy, and I rarely talk to girls. Just do me this one favor, alright? We don't have to do anything special. Just finish this meal together. I'll owe you one. This was called showing weakness, exploiting a girl's sympathy. As long as she said something, even a rejection, it would be a breakthrough. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Su Ziling paused her chewing. Those eyes which had been cast down finally lifted, looking at him with a flicker of confusion. Her eyes widened just a fraction. She seemed to be trying to gauge if he was telling the truth. Yi Nanxiao's heart soared with glee. This was it. As long as she looks at me, that's the opening. Suddenly a hand appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Hey there, buddy. Yi Nanxiao was taken aback by the sudden interruption. He instinctively looked up and saw a tall, imposing man standing beside him, smiling warmly. Hello. And you are? Before his brain could catch up, his body went on autopilot, extending a hand for a social handshake. But the moment their hands met, a subtle, skillful force shot out from the man's palm. Yi Nanxiao felt his body become weightless, and before he knew it, he was spinning gracefully twice. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing beside the table. And in his seat, Su Mu was now sitting perfectly composed. Hey, this isn't right. Yi Nanxiao was completely dumbfounded. Before Yi Nanxiao could figure out who this person was, Su Ziling exploded first. She slammed her chopsticks on the table, her eyes, usually downcast, now filled with irritation. What are you doing here? Leave this place. I don't want to see you. The words were sharp. But Su Mu remained calm. He had anticipated his daughter's attitude. After all, as a father, he had been absent for far too long. However, Yi Nanxiao thought otherwise. Upon hearing this, good heavens, another competitor, huh? And judging by Su Ziling's disgusted expression, this guy was probably another persistent suitor. At that thought, Yi Nanxiao's competitive spirit instantly surged. He stepped forward and reached for Su Mu's sleeve, looking like he was about to act as a champion of justice. Hey, did you hear that? She doesn't want to see you. Trying to cut in front of me. Don't you know who I am? Get out of the way. Yi Nanxiao put force into his hand, trying to pull Su Mu up from his seat. However, he used all his strength, but Su Mu didn't budge, as steady as if welded to the chair. Su Mu sat upright, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Such a chicken strength. With his own physique of 80 points, not even one more, let alone two, could pull him away. Seeing Yi Nanxiao manhandling her father, Su Ziling's cool little face turned completely dark. She frowned, her voice dropping several degrees. I won't allow you to pull him. Yi Nanxiao's movements froze, and he was completely stunned. He slowly turned his head, raised his hand, and pointed at his own nose. Me, classmate Ziling, I was helping you shoo away flies. This script is wrong. Weren't you also annoyed by him? Why are you speaking up for him? In that instant, Yi Nanxiao, the self-proclaimed playboy, felt like a clown. But upon hearing his daughter's words, Su Mu's heart blossomed with joy. Hey, his little girl still cared about her old man. He leisurely picked up the pink thermos from Su Xialing's table, unscrewed the lid, and sniffed it. It's refreshing black tea. Looks like his daughter has been studying hard. Su Mu poured a little tea into the cap, brought it to his lips, and took a sip with a slurp. So comfortable. The whole series of movements was smooth and natural, as if he were on his own home's calm. Su Xialing watched this scene, her fists clenched. How had this guy become so shameless? Where had that stern, rigid father gone? You leave now? Don't touch my things. Su Xialing angrily reached out to grab the cup, her cheeks flushed. Yi Nanxiao saw this, and felt emboldened again. This was clearly Su Xialing showing disgust for that sleazy guy. He perked up, stepped forward, and pointed at Su Mu's nose, shouting with righteous indignation, "Did you hear that? Don't touch Xialing's cup with your dirty hands." The words just fell, and Su Xialing's even colder voice came through. "Don't you say that about him." Yi Nanxiao's finger remained frozen in midair, his expression completely solidified. He was utterly bewildered. He once again slowly pointed at his own nose. I am wrong again. Love to the point of heartbreak, all is indifferent. At this moment, Yi Nanxiao felt like a clown times infinity. Su Mu spat out a tea leaf fragment from his mouth, looking askance at Yi Nanxiao, who was doubting his own existence. A brain is a good thing, but it seems you don't have one. By now, if Yi Nanxiao still couldn't catch on, he would be truly foolish. So you two know each other, huh? Fine, just fine. You like messing with me that much? He composed himself and decided to show his magnanimity in front of this rival. Classmate Su Xialing, I know you might have some misunderstandings about me, but I, Yi Nanxiao, sincerely want to be friends with you. No matter how you treat me, I won't get angry at you. That's my sincerity. These words were spoken with such genuine emotion that they moved heaven and earth. Some nearby students eating overheard and couldn't help casting approving glances. Wow, this guy has such a good temper. That's true love, isn't it? Not getting angry even after being treated like that. Such devoted guys are rare nowadays. Hearing these comments, Su Mu frowned. Still trying to pester his daughter. He decided to stop playing and come clean. Su Mu screwed the lid back on the thermos, placed it on the table with a crisp sound. All right, stop acting. I'm her father. I don't approve of your relationship. 2 simple sentences. A direct knockout. Yi Nanxiao's affectionate expression instantly crumbled, replaced by utter shock. He looked Su Mu up and down. This guy looked only about 25 or 26, decent looking, but definitely not like a father with such a grown daughter. Yi Nanxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dude, if you want to take advantage, at least come up with a better excuse, right? You're her dad. Then how old were you when you had her? 10. How could a father be so young? Who are you trying to fool? He turned to look at Su Xialing, expecting her to expose this absurd lie. Su Xialing kept her head down, poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, her voice muffled. He is my father. Gah. Yi Nanxiao's laughter abruptly stopped. He widened his eyes, looking from Su Xialing to Su Mu. He suddenly slapped his own mouth to sound crisp. Oh, uncle, look at my stupid mouth. I spoke too soon. Too soon. However, his mind was racing with calculations. Not a rival, but a prospective father-in-law. That's even better. As long as he could please the future father-in-law, wouldn't that be much easier than competing with 100 rivals? Win over the father-in-law and the daughter would be within easy reach. Yi Nanxiao's mind raced, and his expression instantly did a 180-degree turn, becoming extremely obedient. He gave a slight bow to Su Mu, his attitude remarkably sincere. Uncle. Oh, I'm so sorry I failed to recognize your eminence. I am Yi Nanxiao, a sophomore in the finance department, and also a student council officer at our school. My academic performance has always been at the top, and my family's financial situation is decent. I already have a fully paid house in Jiangxing and a BMW 3 Series for commuting. Uncle, I don't mean anything else. I just want to get to know classmate Xialing. I swear I am sincere about her. Please give me a chance to pursue her. This whole speech was something he had practiced specially. Top university, good grades, local property. With these keywords, no parent would be unimpressed. He looked at Su Mu with full confidence, expecting a satisfied smile. However, Su Mu simply shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes. To be honest, you are not worthy of my daughter. Blindly pursuing what you cannot obtain is foolish. Su Mu was telling the truth. At present, Su Xialing, though dressed simply and eating a 5 yuan meal, said appeared poor and aloof. But in the future, she would have countless mothers doting on her. Just one of them, Xia Qingwu, could make her spend a gold bar a day without batting an eye. What could you compare with? Yi Nanxiao misunderstood these words. He thought Su Mu was despising him for being a student with no cash and insufficient social status. This stirred his fighting spirit. He straightened his back, his gaze firm, his tone sincere. Uncle, I don't like what you said. I know I'm just a college student now with no income or savings and probably not worthy of your regard. But I truly love Xialing. I just want to marry her. Su Mu looked at him and slowly uttered a single word: greed. Yi Nanxiao was taken aback. What greed? He didn't understand, but continued his impassioned confession. I can give her everything I have. I can wake up at 6 in the morning to buy her favorite breakfast and deliver it to her dormitory. I can study hard for her and strive to get the highest scholarship. Su Mu uttered another word: anger. Yi Nanxiao grew anxious. He felt this father was impervious to reason. He intensified his performance, his voice trembling. I'm obsessed with her. I feel terrible when I can't see her. She drives me crazy. I will marry no one but her in this life. Sumu looked at him and uttered the final word, infatuation. Greed, anger, infatuation. The weaknesses of human nature laid out clearly by him. Among the eavesdropping students, someone finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then the laughter spread like contagion through the corner of the cafeteria. Wow, this big brother is a cultured man cursing without using profanity. Haha, the summary was too brilliant. That Yi Nanxiao overacted it looked so fake. I originally thought he was quite devoted, but now I see he's a pure clown. Hearing the snickers around him, Yi Nanxiao's face instantly flushed red. He knew that today he had lost all face, and he would definitely not win Su Jiling. So Yi Nanxiao decided not to spare Su Mu's dignity, muttering under his breath, "Hey, you really think your daughter is some celestial treasure? Keeping her guarded so no one can pursue her. A poor student who relies on grants for food and clothing, putting on airs here. Isn't she just from a divorced family? What are you pretending for?" At these words, Su Jiling suddenly looked up, her eyes slightly red. She hated it most when people mentioned her broken family. Su Mu let out a cold laugh. He had originally thought to be peaceful and just persuade him to leave, but now it seemed some people couldn't be reasoned with. He stood up and flexed his wrists. Su Mu looked at Yi Nanxiao, his voice calm and flat. "Are you done?" Yi Nanxiao felt a bit unnerved by his demeanor, but still toughened his mouth. "I'm done." "So what? You want to fight?" Su Mu didn't look at him, but instead fixed his gaze behind him, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Oh, the counselor is here." "Huh?" Yi Nanxiao instinctively turned his head, and in that moment when he turned, Su Mu struck. Divine hand. Lightning speed tenfold stacked. He used the skill rewarded by the system for the first time. Only a blur remained in the air. The surrounding students didn't even see what happened, only heard a dull thud. This punch looked as if it was nothing, but in reality it struck with overwhelming force. Yi Nanxiao's body suddenly hunched over. Intense pain swept from his abdomen throughout his entire body. The force of that punch made him feel as if his intestines were twisted into a knot. If not for his desperate clenching, he would have probably lost control right then. In extreme agony, he squeezed out a moan from his throat. Su Mu withdrew his fist, a smile on his face. He patted Yi Nanxiao's shoulder kindly, then picked up the tray that had been on the table and shoved it into his arms. "Brother, hungry? If you're hungry, go eat quickly. Don't delay your growth." Look at how hungry the kid is, can't even speak properly. Yi Nanxiao's vision went black from the pain, his body completely out of control. Driven by survival instinct, he only wanted to find a place to sit and recover. So under the astonished gazes of Su Jiling and the surrounding classmates, the formerly aggressive Yi Nanxiao now looked like an obedient child holding the tray, hunched over, staggering step by step toward an empty seat in the distance. His back was forlorn, his steps faltering. Su Jiling watched this scene, and her initial fury completely dissipated. She suppressed a laugh, her shoulders shaking. This guy, having driven away the pesky flies, the corner of the cafeteria finally regained a moment of tranquility. Su Mu sat back down facing his daughter. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden glow on the dining table. He felt a swell of emotion. It had been nearly a year, hadn't it? It had been a long time since the father and daughter had sat face to face like this. Su Jiling seemed to be in better spirits after the earlier commotion. The tight line of her lips had softened a bit. She was looking down, her fingers swiping rapidly across her phone screen. The atmosphere was perfect. It was a golden moment for mending their father-daughter relationship. Su Mu cleared his throat, preparing to say something warm and heartfelt. "Old man." Su Jiling uttered the two words abruptly, without even raising her head. "Don't think that just because you helped me out of a jam, I'll be falling all over myself with gratitude. Our relationship right now is barely a step above strangers. Don't get any ideas." Su Mu's words, which were on the tip of his tongue, were instantly choked back, leaving him feeling a dull ache in his chest. This unfilial daughter truly had no conscience. Su Mu leaned forward, placing both hands on the edge of the table. "Jiling, look, it's been so long since we've seen each other. Can't we just talk properly? And calling me old man sounds awful. It's been so long, and I haven't heard you call me dad properly yet." He recalled that his daughter had rarely called him dad since she started high school. The thought filled him with nostalgia. Su Jiling turned her face away, presenting Su Mu with a stubborn view of the back of her head. She refused to communicate. Su Mu, unwilling to give up, leaned in closer and lowered his voice, speaking in a coaxing tone. "Come on, let's hear you say dad." Su Jiling bowed her head, ignoring him. Su Mu's eyes twinkled, and suddenly he slid completely under the table. Immediately after, a head popped up from below Su Jiling's line of sight, right in front of her face, which was engrossed in her phone. A goofy grin was plastered on his face. "Say dad." Su Jiling was startled, nearly dropping her phone. Looking at this big face in front of her, she felt for the first time that her father could be a bit of a goofball. She said irritably, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you some weasel asking for praise?" Su Mu's face darkened. This girl, how sharp is her tongue? His previous assessment of his daughter's psychological state had been seriously flawed. This was nothing like Xia Qing's withdrawn and quiet type. This was clearly a withdrawn plus sharp-tongued dumpling. looked docile on the outside, but could leave you speechless the moment she opened her mouth. Sumu straightened up, his expression turning more serious as he carefully chose his words. My dear daughter, I heard from your dorm mates that you haven't been feeling yourself lately. Not talking to people much. Has something happened? Can you talk to your old man about it? Su Jiling remained silent, her fingers unconsciously picking at the edge of her phone case. Sumu tried to make his tone sound more like a friend. You see, I came all the way here today specifically to have a heart-to-heart with you. Whatever troubles you have, tell me, and I'll help you solve them. You can treat me as your friend, not your dad. This was his tried-and-true method for building a good relationship with his son, starting from friendship. Su Jiling finally reacted. She lifted her head, and in her beautiful eyes there was a hint of mockery. Solve it. Fine. If you want to solve problems, I'll give you a chance. Her voice was not loud, but each word was clear. I want to sever our father-daughter relationship. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Sumu's eyebrow arched. This girl was truly ruthless. Sumu answered promptly and decisively. That's not possible. The law wouldn't support it, and I wouldn't be willing to part with you anyway. Pick another one. Su Jiling didn't look overly disappointed, as if she had expected him to say that. She immediately brought up her second condition, raising her voice a bit. Then I want to drop out of school. I don't want to study this boring stuff anymore. I want to travel like Mom did. Anywhere is fine, I just don't want to stay in this damn school. After saying this, she stiffened her neck, waiting for Sumu to get angry. In the past, whenever she showed any sign of not wanting to go to school, Sumu would put on a stern face and launch into his long-winded lectures. Things like, knowledge changes your destiny. Things like, getting into a good university is the only way out. She had heard it all so many times it was coming out of her ears. It would surely be the same this time. As long as he started lecturing, she would have a reason to flip the table and storm off. However, contrary to her expectations, Sumu leaned back in his chair, spreading his hands with an incredibly relaxed expression. That's not entirely out of the question. It could be considered. Su Ziling's eyes widened instantly, as if she were seeing this man for the first time. What did you say? Sumu repeated, his tone devoid of any hint of jest. I said it could be considered. As the ancients said, traveling 10,000 miles is better than reading 10,000 books. If you really feel miserable, staying at school, going out for a trip to clear your mind isn't a bad idea. Besides, our family isn't relying on your future salary to make ends meet. This isn't right. Wasn't he the one who valued education the most? Wasn't he the most concerned about saving face? Why was he suddenly so open-minded? It must be an act. Su Jiling bit her lip, and the anger in her heart, instead of subsiding, flared up even more intensely. It felt like she had mustered all her strength to throw a punch, only to have it land heavily on a wad of cotton. Frustrating. Unbearably so. Stop pretending to be so open-minded here. Su Jiling suddenly stood up from her seat, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a piercing screech. I also want. Her chest heaved violently as if she had made a huge decision, and she shouted with all her might. I want you to bring Mom back. I want you two to remarry. This outburst was earth-shattering. All the students in the corner of the cafeteria, who were still stealing glances, were startled. Shang Xiuyan, hiding behind a pillar not far away, felt her heart skip a beat. This wasn't good. Su Jiling stared intently at Sumu, her eye rims suddenly turning red. This was her deepest obsession, the hurdle she could never get over. It was also the task she believed Sumu absolutely could not accomplish. The relaxed expression on Sumu's face finally vanished. He looked at his daughter's reddened eyes, was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Sorry, I can't do that. Su Ziling's heart sank straight down with his words. She pursued the matter, her voice trembling with tears. Why? Didn't you say you could solve it? Then solve it. Go ahead and solve it. Sumu's voice carried a note of finality. Your mother and I? We've already gone our separate ways. She chose the path she wanted, and am living the life I want. The way things are now is better for both of us. So we can absolutely never get back together. The world of adults is never like a child's game of make-believe where saying I want it can magically turn back time. I don't care. Su Jiling shouted, her voice choked with tears. Can't you just try to make her stay? Can't you beg her for my sake? You're exactly like Mom said. You're a useless man. The phrase useless man was something she had heard growing up, and now it slipped out naturally. But this time Sumu didn't get angry. He just looked at his daughter, his eyes holding a hint of an adult's pity for a child. Jiling, you don't understand. There's no love left between your mother and me. It's not like I never waited for her to turn back. I gave her many chances. That woman to get a divorce had even stooped to setting a trap for him, a honey trap. That had crossed his bottom line. Su Jiling refused to listen. You're lying. You're just selfish. You only care about your own happiness. Have you ever thought about me? You're making me a target for gossip, labeling me a child from a broken home. You've taken my mother away from me. You've robbed me of love. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Every sentence was an accusation, starting with you. The students around them began to whisper and point. Oh, that girl is kind of pitiful. Yet kids from divorced families tend to be sensitive. The dad is also at fault. How could he not just endure it for the sake of the child? The tide of public opinion seemed to be turning towards the underdog. Seeing his daughter finally vent all the grievances and pain she had pinned up over the years, Sumu actually felt a sense of relief. The fact that she was willing to speak was a good sign. Wasn't this just cracking open the door to her heart? Sumu reached out, pulled a tissue, and offered it to her. No, mother. How is that a big deal? Su Jiling slapped his hand away, sobbing. How is that not a big deal? Other kids have mothers to pick them up from school, mothers to cook for them. I have nothing. Sumu silently complained to himself, the way your mother never lifts a finger. How many meals has she actually cooked for you in your life? And no mother. What kind of problem is that? That's probably the easiest problem to solve. Sumu looked at his daughter, whose face was streaked with tears, and suddenly smiled. You want a mother? That's simple. There are plenty of mothers for you to choose from. Su Jiling was stunned by his words, forgetting to cry. You? What do you mean by that? Sumu didn't answer her. Instead, he raised his head, looked past the crowd, and waved towards a pillar not far away. In that direction, Shang Xiuyan was peeking over. Caught by Sumu, she flinched, her body stiffening. Then under his encouraging gaze, she steeled herself and walked over step by step. Su Jiling followed Sumu's gaze. When she saw the woman gracefully approaching, her eyes grew wider and wider. As she laid eyes on the woman gracefully approaching, her eyes widened in disbelief. A cascade of pink hair blazed under the cafeteria lights, impossibly conspicuous. The face, usually brimming with unbridled confidence and a hint of defiance, was now flushed with two suspicious patches of red. Her gaze darted away, carrying an air of uncharacteristic shyness. The newcomer was none other than her roommate of 2 years, the sister who slept in the bunk above her best friend, Shang Xiuyan. Sumu watched as Shang Xiuyan inched closer, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he instinctively reached out to put an arm around her shoulder. What do you think you're doing? Su Jiling reacted faster than he did, like a cat guarding its food. She sprang up and yanked Shang Xiuyan behind her, glaring at Sumu with undisguised hostility. You old geezer, what do you want with my roommate? Where do you think you're putting those filthy hands? They'll chop them off for you. Sumu looked at his daughter's frantic state, shrugging helplessly. What's all the fuss about? Let me reintroduce you. The dread in Su Ziling's heart swelled, and her voice turned shrill. Introduce what? This is my roommate, my best friend. We're together every day. What could you, an outsider, possibly have to introduce? Get lost. A strange panic seized Su Jiling. Over these 2 years, Shang Xiuyan had been her closest confidant in college, caring for her and shielding her like an elder sister. She was the one who secretly slipped warm packs and brown sugar water during Su Ziling's periods. She was the first to stand up for her when she was being bullied. She was the one who would lean down from the top bunk to whisper soothing words when nightmares plagued Su Ziling's midnight hours. They were the best of sisters. Now what was this old man trying to do? Sumu shrugged helplessly, his expression clearly saying, see. The kid's not listening. It was at that moment that Shang Xiuyan, still hidden behind Su Jiling, gently pinched her arm and spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Doubao, you're not being good. You mustn't be so mean to the father of my child. What the hell? Father of her child. Boom. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck Su Ziling's brain, leaving it ringing. The world began to spin and her vision blurred. She mechanically turned her head, staring at Shang Xiuyan's approaching face, yet unable to see it clearly. All she could perceive was that familiar face, now carrying an added wifely aura. Shang Xiuyan blushed, wriggled free from behind Su Jiling, and scurried over to stand beside Sumu, shyly smoothing down her clothes. Sumu looked with satisfaction at his daughter's petrified expression before speaking slowly. Weren't you just crying and wailing about not having a mother? He gestured towards Shang Xiuyan, beside him, a wide grin spreading across his face. Well, hey, race your new little stepmom. Happy? Su Ziling's pupils contracted sharply. My mom. Sumu nodded emphatically, looking utterly certain. Yep, she's your mom. They'll be damned. Su Jiling finally found her voice amidst the shock cursing. But Sumu corrected her with a serious expression. It's not your damn mom, it's just your mom. Shang Xiuyan finally mustered the courage to look up at Su Jiling and spoke earnestly. Doubao, you know I've always been a traditional woman. I always wanted to find true love by the age of 20, but the guys at school were so immature. That was until I met your father. He might be older, but he's handsome. And look how good he is to you. I love a family-oriented man. He's the first one to ever make my heart flutter. She then nuzzled her face against Sumu's arm. Sumu looked down at her, his eyes full of adoration. Am I really that great? Shang Xiuyan nodded shyly. Mom, Sumu, then give me a kiss. Eep. Shang Xiuyan closed her eyes and tilted her head back slightly. Sumu leaned in accordingly. Just as their lips were about to meet, a hand shot out of nowhere, clamping firmly over both their mouths. Su Jiling was on the verge of a complete breakdown. She had thought they were just putting on an act, playing a prank on her. But now it was clear this was for real. The sparks flying between them could have set the whole cafeteria ablaze. No way. Absolutely not. At this moment, all thoughts of her parents' remarriage or her dropping out had vanished from Su Ziling's mind. There was only one thought left: break up this damn couple. Su Jiling roared at Sumu. No, absolutely not. I won't accept it. You two have to break up. You promised me, old man. You said you'd solve my problems. Is this your solution? Getting my best friend to be my stepmom? You're sick. Su Ziling's wish had changed. It went from dad and mom reuniting to dad breaking up with my roommate. She would do anything to make them split up. Sumu pried his daughter's hand away, looking utterly innocent. How is this not a solution? Aren't you starved for love? Don't you need someone to take care of you? Xiaoyan already treats you like her daughter in the dorm, bringing you food, saving you seats, even washing your socks. Sumu spread his hands, his logic seemingly flawless. That's like having 2 years of work experience before even starting the job. A seamless transition. How great is that? Come on now, hurry up and call me little mom. Shang Xiaoyan chimed in, as well a hint of grievance and hurt on her face. Sweetie, I used to call you my daughter all the time in the dorm. Why won't you acknowledge me now that we're actually family? What the hell is 2 years of work experience? What the hell is a skilled worker? Su Jiling felt her worldview shatter into dust. 2 years of friendship. Sisterhood from adjacent bunks. This was like inviting a wolf into the house. She glared at Shang Xiaoyan, her eyes blazing with fury. Shang Xiaoyan, are you blind? What's so great about this old geezer besides his face? Wake up. This lovesick fool. How could she fall for someone my dad's age? I thought of you as my best friend, and you want to be my stepmom. Under her intense stare, Shang Xiaoyan's face grew even redder. She shyly covered her face and said coyly, "Oh dear, don't stare at mommy like that, sweetie, if you really can't accept it." She paused, then thought of what she considered a brilliant solution. How about this, you call me little mom, and I'll call you Doubao. We'll just keep our own separate titles. Sumu, deeply moved by this, wrapped an arm around Shang Xiaoyan's shoulder. You're truly magnanimous mother of my child. Now that's what I call big picture thinking. Oh, big picture thinking my ass. Su Jiling finally snapped, letting out a scream. She grabbed the tray in front of her and hurled it at them with all her might. You two break up now. The tray whizzed through the air, spinning at high speed. Watch out. Sumu reacted instantly, wrapping his arm around Shang Xiaoyan's slender waist and bending backward sharply. A perfect limbo move. The tray grazed the tip of his nose and slammed into the wall in the distance with a loud clang. Having dodged the attack, Sumu tried to straighten up, but lost his footing and stumbled, spinning around twice with Shang Xiaoyan in his arms. In the dizzying whirl, their lips met perfectly and accidentally. The entire corner of the cafeteria fell silent in an instant. All the onlooking students were dumbfounded. Wasn't this straight out of a romantic drama? Su Jiling was also stunned, staring blankly at the two locked in a kiss. Seriously, they actually managed to kiss. Sumu helped Shang Xiaoyan steady herself, and looking at his daughter's lively, furious expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good. She's crying, laughing, getting angry, throwing trays. Isn't this right? She's full of life, now not a trace of that lifeless, withdrawn shell from before. It seems that letting her vent her emotions was the key to making her feel the world and connect with people again. Plan successful. Except, it seemed her acceptance of this little mom wasn't very high. But that's a minor issue. What's the best way to make someone accept something hard to accept? Give them an even more unacceptable choice to lower their expectations. Sumu looked up and scanned the crowd of onlookers. Soon he locked onto a familiar figure. The woman in the ordinary cartoon t-shirt, which failed to hide her voluptuous figure, was indeed hiding in the crowd, watching the spectacle with a shocked expression. What a coincidence. The second mother is also still here. Sumu's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing with precision on a familiar figure. He raised his hand and gave a gentle wave in that direction. At the edge of the crowd, the woman in the cartoon t-shirt, the fabric stretched taut over her curves, froze in place. Xiao Lanlan pointed at her own nose, her usually sharp and intelligent eyes now holding a look of pure collegiate bewilderment. Me? Is that old rogue calling me? Sumu smiled and gave a firm nod. Whoa, isn't that Professor Xiao from the psychology department? Yes, she's the youngest and most beautiful professor at Jiangxing University. Xiao Lanlan. Did Su Ziling's dad even manage to win over a female professor? The surrounding murmurs flooded into Xiao Lanlan's ears like a tidal wave. She found herself in a moment of intense internal conflict. As a psychology professor, she could clearly see that Su Mu was using an extreme method for his daughter's psychological therapy. The goal was to stimulate Su Jiling, forcing her to vent her pent-up emotions and rebuild a connection with the outside world. From a professional standpoint, the tactic was bold, but looking at the results, it seemed to be having some effect. The problem was she was a professor at Jiangxing University. If she ran out in public to play the role of some second mother for a student's father, what would happen to her reputation? If this got out, her reputation would be ruined. Besides, her relationship with Sumu only consisted of a single kiss, hardly the foundation for a romantic partnership. And to make things worse, this very man was the one her own Yandera older sister was obsessed with. Logically and emotionally, she should turn around and pretend she didn't see him. Yes, that was the right move. Countless thoughts raced through Xiao Lanlan's mind. Then she made her decision. Go. I must go. If she missed out on something this fun and this thrilling, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. Just thinking about the chaotic scene that was about to unfold made every cell in Xiao Lanlan's body tingle with excitement. So under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Xiao Lanlan parted the sea of people and with graceful steps walked towards the eye of the storm. Su Jiling stared at the approaching figure, completely dumbfounded. That voluptuous figure, that intellectual and gentle face. No way. Is it really Teacher Xia? What is she coming here for? The ominous premonition in Su Ziling's heart swelled to its peak in an instant. Old man, why are you waving at my Teacher Xia? What exactly are you trying to do? Seeing Xiao Lanlan getting closer, Su Jiling forgot everything else, rushed forward in a flash, and spread her arms to block her path. Teacher Xiao, don't come over here. It's dangerous ahead. Why are you even coming here? This old man is bad news. You should run. Xiao Lanlan paused, looking at Su Jiling's frantic expression, and felt a twinge of guilt rise in her heart. It seems I've come at a bad time. Before she even finished speaking, a large hand reached out, gently nudged Su Jiling aside, and then naturally draped over Xiao Lanlan's shoulder. Su Mu's voice carried a hint of amusement. No, you've come at just the right time. The next second, his left arm wrapped around the shy Shang Xiuyan, and his right arm pulled the just arrived Xiao Lanlan close. A beauty on each arm. The ultimate bliss. The air in the entire cafeteria froze at that moment. Immediately after, an uproar 10 times louder than before erupted. Awesome. I bow to the ultimate master. One's the daughter's bestie, the other's the daughter's teacher. Is this how this father shows his love for his daughter? Ignoring the surrounding chatter completely, Su Mu looked down at his utterly stunned daughter and introduced cheerfully, "Daughter, let me formally introduce you. This is Aunt Xiao Lanlan, the second mother I've found for you. Oh, and your brother has already met her. He likes her a lot and fully approves." Xiao Lanlan also cooperatively flashed a smile, so gentle it could melt butter. "Dear daughter, come on, let's hear you call me second mom." Boom. Su Jiling felt her entire worldview shatter at that moment. Her best friend had betrayed her. Now, even her most beloved teacher. And on top of that, even her own brother had betrayed her. "I don't believe it." Su Jiling shrieked, her voice cracking. "This has to be fake. Old man, where do you get off having such charm? And having a girl on each arm? You guys are in on this together to fool me, right? Teacher Xia, tell me this is just an act, right?" She placed her last hope on Xiao Lanlan. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, looking at his daughter on the verge of a breakdown. "Fool you? How could that be possible?" He tilted his head and pointed to his left cheek. Shang Xiuyan understood, immediately blushing as she stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick moi kiss on his cheek. Su Mu then turned and pointed to his right cheek, signaling Xiao Lanlan with his eyes. Xiao Lanlan's cheeks flushed instantly. "I have to kiss him too. Why does this feel so wrong? Why is it that every time I encounter Su Mu, I end up getting taken advantage of?" But in this situation, the arrow had already been launched from the bow. There was no turning back. For the sake of the child's mental health, he'll do it. Xiao Lanlan steeled her heart, squeezed her eyes shut, leaned in, and with a smack left a faint lipstick mark on Su Mu's right cheek. This final act completely shattered Su Jiling's last psychological defense. She wanted to curse at Shang Xiuyan, but she was her best friend. She wanted to curse at Xiao Lanlan, but she was her most respected teacher who had always looked after her at school. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't utter a single syllable. It all turned into a silent accusation, and her eyes welled up with tears instantly. Su Mu, seeing his daughter's on the verge of shattering expression, knew the moment was right. He shifted to a patient, guiding tone. "Daughter, look, haven't you always said you lacked motherly love? Isn't Dad just bringing back two mothers for you to choose from?" He pointed at Shang Xiuyan, then at Xiao Lanlan. "Do you want this little mother with the slender waist and long legs? Or do you want this voluptuous, soft, and cuddly second mother? Don't be afraid, just choose boldly. Dad will respect your decision." Su Jiling's gaze instinctively swept over the two of them. Shang Zuyan's waist was indeed very thin. The A4 waist she had always dreamed of. Teacher Xia. She did look like she'd be comfortable to hug, all soft and plush. What am I thinking? Su Jiling shook her head violently, trying to toss those chaotic thoughts out of her mind. "I don't want either of them," she said through gritted teeth, one word at a time. "I only want my original mother." Hearing this, a gratified smile spread across Su Mu's face. He clapped his hands heavily. "Good. Well said. That was just a test from Dad, and you've proven you're a good, non-greedy child. I offered you two wonderful mothers, and you still long for that hot-tempered original model. Such filial piety. Dad is so moved." A glimmer of hope rose in Su Jiling's heart. Could it be? He's going to give up. The next second, Su Mu's words sent her plummeting into an ice cellar. "To reward your filial piety, Dad has decided." He paused, a smile playing on his lips. "To give you double the motherly love. These two mothers will both be yours from now on." Happy. Surprised. As he spoke, he pushed Shang Xiuyan and Xiao Lanlan towards Su Jiling. Oh. Su Jiling found herself engulfed in two completely different embraces. On the left was Shang Zuyan's slender, firm waist, carrying the unique, fresh scent of a young woman. On the right was Xiao Lanlan's soft, voluptuous figure, radiating the warmth of a mature woman. The sensation was terrifyingly real. "Let me go? What are you two doing?" Su Jiling struggled desperately, like Tang Sanzang trapped in the spider demon's cave. "I don't accept this. Get lost, both of you." Shang Xiuyan, pushed against her, saw this as her cue. She immediately switched to a teary-eyed expression, cupping Su Jiling's face. "Doubao, how could you treat your mother like this? Is Mom not good enough for you? Do you think I haven't taken care of you properly? Mom is so heartbroken." Goosebumps erupted all over Su Jiling's skin as she frantically tried to shrink back. "No, that's not it. Stop calling me that." Before she could catch her breath, Xiao Lanlan on her right leaned in, reaching out to pat her head, her voice incredibly gentle. "Student Su, don't be stubborn. Accept reality. Your second mom might not be good at taking care of people, but she's great at making dumplings. Tell me what filling you want in the future, and I'll make them for you. On one side, her best friend's tearful plea, on the other, her teacher's offer of dumplings. Double the motherly love. Double the suffocation. Su Jiling felt her mental defenses completely collapse. She was like the Monkey King trapped under two mountains with no way to escape or dodge. In this extreme absurdity and shame, her long-sealed emotions finally found their outlet. I can't take it anymore. This cry was full of vitality. Sumu stood by listening to his daughter's spirited yell, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. I'm not bad. That's a mighty yell. This should cure any and all autism. In Xia Lanlin's teacher apartment, the two-bedroom layout was modest but meticulously tidy, with a faint pleasant fragrance lingering in the air. Her daughter Su Jiling hadn't managed to eat lunch, and the cafeteria had been swarming with people, as if she were some kind of spectacle. The four of them simply relocated under the pretense of letting Su Jiling experience the warmth of double maternal love ahead of time. In the kitchen, Xia Lanlin, wearing a pink cartoon apron, was kneading dough on the counter preparing to make dumplings. Meanwhile, Sumu sat on a small stool nearby, leisurely snapping green beans. Xia Lanlan twisted her waist as she worked the dough, her gaze frequently drifting toward the living room, her tone laced with worry. Is that kid okay? After that outburst of hers, she seems off. Don't tell me she's been scared into a stupor. Without looking back, Sumu snapped a bean in half with a crisp crack. She's fine. Look at her now. No fuss, no noise, even smiling. She's quite cheerful. Seems like her withdrawal is just about cured. He paused, his tone turning genuinely sincere. Honestly, Teacher Xia, as annoying as you usually are, I really do owe you this time. Xia Lanlin's hand stopped moving, and she shot him a sidelong glance. Just a verbal thank you. Sumu caught the hint immediately. This woman was about to make demands. He cut her off. That's enough. Don't push your luck. Smack. Xia Lanlan snatched up a bean pod and whacked him on the arm in annoyance. What do you mean that's enough? You heartless worm. You ungrateful wretch. The more she fumed, the angrier she got. She wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron, planted them on her hips, and struck a teacherly pose. If you truly want to thank me, then now. Right this instant. Break up with Shang Xiuyan. I refuse to stand by and watch a seasoned playboy like you corrupt an innocent college girl. As Shang Xiuyan's elder and teacher, she felt it her duty to steer the stray lamb back onto the righteous path. Sumu chuckled as if it were a joke. Break up? Why put it so harshly? Isn't she just a little stepmom for the kid? Everything's for the child. He began to shamelessly weasel his way out. No way. Where else would he find such a traditional, obedient girl? Xia Lanlin, furious, grabbed the bean pod and swung again. This time Sumu was ready and caught her wrist. I'll let you have one hit. Don't get carried away. Xia Lanlan struggled to free her wrist, her cheeks flushing slightly. They'll hit you all I want, you old scoundrel. Not only do you corrupt college girls, but you're also always scheming to take advantage of me. Don't you deserve it? Su Mu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Come on then, try hitting me again. I'll call my son right now and tell him to break up with your niece, Xiao Jinxi. You wouldn't want your precious niece to lose her beloved boyfriend so young, would you? Xia Lanlan froze instantly. How can you drag the younger generation into adult squabbles? Sumu, you're despicable. She truly didn't dare to gamble. If Xiao Jiangxi's relationship fell apart because of her petty drama, she'd never forgive herself. Seeing her back down, Sumu smugly snatched the bean pod from her hand. Give me your hand. I want to hit you back. Tit for tat. It's only fair. This man's vindictiveness was absurdly intense. Xia Lanlan immediately hid her hands behind her back, shaking her head like a rattledrum. No way. I'm scared of pain. Su Mu's gaze swept over her, a sly grin on his face. Then where aren't you scared of pain? Let me find a spot. Xia Lanlan instinctively covered her rear, glaring at him warily. I'm scared everywhere. Sumu took a mischievous step closer. Turn around. Xia Lanlan, no way. Sumu raised his phone. Then I'm calling my son. On speakerphone. Xia Lanlan on the verge of tears. Don't you dare. The two chased each other around the cramped kitchen, their playful scuffle filling the space with an oddly warm, intimate atmosphere, as if they were truly husband and wife. Meanwhile, by the dining table in the living room, Su Jiling watched them with a perfectly blank expression. She felt that nothing could surprise her anymore. After enduring so much, she'd simply gone mad. And honestly, it felt better that way. Come on, sweet dumpling, open wide. Shang Xiuyan was feeding Su Jiling spoonfuls of jelly. Taste the snack mommy bought you. Is it sweet? Su Jiling obediently opened her mouth and took a bite, chewing slowly. Watching her adorable, well-behaved demeanor, Shang Xiuyan felt her heart melt. A radiant glow of motherhood seemed to emanate from her. This was exactly the sweet, obedient daughter she had always wanted. She couldn't believe her dream had come true. Shang Xiuyan, thoroughly satisfied, fed her another spoonful and coaxed gently. Dumpling's such a good girl. Come on, give me a little stepmom to hear. Su Jiling swallowed the jelly and looked up at her. Calling you stepmom isn't out of the question. But I have one condition. Shang Xiuyan immediately puffed out her chest and promised. Name it. Even 10 conditions I'll accept. Su Ziling's tone was flat, yet every word struck like a dagger. Since you want to be my mom, you need to lead by example and set a good one for your child. So for this semester's final exams, don't copy off my paper anymore. Shang Zuyan's smile froze solid on her face. She forced herself to muster a smile. Okay, Dumpling. Mommy. Promises. But her fragile composure shattered within seconds. She burst into tears wailing as she clung to Su Xialing's arm. I have to copy. Dumpling. How can you be so cold-hearted? We're family now. What's yours is mine. Besides, if your mommy does well in school, doesn't that reflect well on you as her daughter? Would you really have the heart to watch your dear stepmom fail her courses, retake classes, and graduate late? Su Xialing just stared at her utterly unbothered. Yes, I would. And as family, I want stand on ceremony. Also, that lab report the teacher assigned today, I won't be writing it for you either. After all, what daughter in this world does her mother's homework? The academic ace, Su Xialing, was brimming with confidence. Shang Xiuyan was completely dumbfounded. She could feel that Dumpling had changed, from a withdrawn little girl into a sharp-tongued one. And she wouldn't even help write her thesis anymore. Was this the heavy price of motherhood? Who could possibly endure this? Honey, Shang Xiuyan stretched out the word, sending a desperate SOS to the kitchen. Come discipline your daughter. She's rebelling and picking on her mom. Sumu was just walking out with a plate of freshly washed vegetables, and he chuckled at the sight. This is nothing. When she was in her teens, she was way more rebellious than this. Su Xialing glanced up at him and shot right back. Old man, I had my rebellious phase in middle school, but you're ancient, 1 foot in the grave, and now you're having one. You're regressing with age. At this rate, soon you'll be a baby lying in bed crying for milk and waiting to be fed. Su Xialing could forgive her roommate, but she could never forgive her irresponsible father. Her face was expressionless, yet the words that escaped her lips were anything but polite. Sumu rolled up his sleeves, the smile on his face vanishing instantly. Hey, you ungrateful child. Are you sure you're my own flesh and blood? Is this how you talk to your father? Don't tempt me to give you a beating right now. Xiao Lanlan had just dropped a plate of dumplings into the pot and was walking out with a slotted spoon when she overheard this. She quickly stepped in to mediate. Oh, she's just a kid, she doesn't know any better. Why bother arguing with her? Come on, set the table. The dumplings are almost ready. Su Xialing cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of her mouth. Still eating? Have you no idea how much you weigh now? You're already getting love handles. Keep eating like that, and they'll drag on the floor. Xiao Lanlan's smile froze instantly. She instinctively looked down at her figure, which she had always been proud of, then looked back up, her eyes blazing with fury. You little brat. Seeing Xiao Lanlan explode, Sumu immediately switched sides and began to soothe her. Hey, she's just a kid. Out of the mouths of babes, you know. Su Xialing ignored him completely, her gaze locking back onto Sumu as she redirected her attack. Old man playing the good guy now won't save you. When you're old and in the ICU, he'll be the first to pull your oxygen tube. Then he'll inherit everything you own. Hire 20 sprightly young men and have them rave on your grave every single day, blasting the loudest DJ music so you can party it up down below. Hey. Sumu felt his blood pressure spike instantly. He pointed at Su Xialing, fuming. Why, you little, get her. Xiao Lanlan had been itching for this. Without a second thought, she slammed the basin in her hands onto the table, her eyes fierce. Get her. The two were in perfect sync, lunging at Su Xialing like a pair of ravenous wolves. Su Xialing never expected these two adults to resort to violence so suddenly, without a shred of martial honor. Relying on her superior strength, Xiao Lanlan executed a flying tackle, pinning Su Xialing onto the sofa. She wrapped her legs around her in a textbook armbar, locking her in place. Su Xialing, utterly immobilized, could only resort to cursing. You too. Before she could finish, Su Mu with lightning speed grabbed a roll of wide packing tape from the coffee table. With a sharp ripping sound, he sealed her mouth shut. The world fell silent instantly. Still not satisfied, Su Mu found a jump rope and tied her hands securely behind her back. Having done all this, he exchanged a look with Xiao Lanlan and gave a satisfied clap of their hands. Done. Wrap it up. Then content, they turned and headed back to the kitchen. At the dinner table, Shang Xiuyan sat across from Su Xialing, who was gagged and bound, staring at each other in bewilderment. Shang Xiuyan poked Su Xialing's cheek. What ya looking at? Su Xialing, MMPH. What's it to ya? Shang Xiuyan asked again. Why aren't you talking? Su Xialing. She rolled her eyes and turned her head away. Suddenly a thought struck Shang Xiuyan, and her eyes lit up. She remembered Su Mu always sighing in the dorm, complaining that his own daughter had deleted him from WeChat. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to get back on her friend list? Without further ado, she decided to act. Shang Xiuyan put down her chopsticks and picked up Su Xialing's phone from the table. She scanned it against Su Xialing's face, and it unlocked successfully. She deftly opened WeChat, found her own account, and changed Su Xialing's note for her to Dearest Little Mom, adding a heart emoji at the end. Then she casually opened Douyin and renewed their friendship streak. Su Xialing. Shang Xiuyan ignored her completely. She trotted over to Su Mu and held out her hand. Hubby, let me borrow your phone. What's the password? Su Mu, busy frying the last pot sticker with Xiao Lanlan, recited a series of numbers without looking up. 54088. Shang Xiuyan got the phone and trotted back. She opened Su Mu's WeChat, found her own account, changed the note to wife, and pinned the chat to the top. Only after doing all this did she nod with satisfaction. She then searched for Su Ziling's WeChat and sent a friend request. Perfect. A reconciliation for the ages. Su Ziling, watching the friend request pop up on her phone screen, fumed with indignation. MMPH. I haven't forgiven him. Shang Xiuyan tilted her head, looking at her with doting affection. Doubao, what did you say? Oh, you're saying you love your little mommy the most, right? She pressed her face against Su Ziling's and with a sudden fit of whimsy replied in a husky, bubbly voice. I love you too, ba. Bye. Su Ziling shuddered violently, feeling like she was about to throw up the jelly she just ate. Just then Su Mu's phone vibrated. The screen lit up and a WeChat message popped up. Xiaoqing Wu, Su Mu, the house is all decorated. You can come back and stay tonight. The smile on Shang Zuyan's face slowly faded. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the message. Xiaoqing Wu. Who is that? What does she mean? Come back and stay. The combination of those words was far too intimate. Su Ziling saw it too and let out a gleeful sound. MMPH. You've been cheated on. Shang Xiuyan subconsciously replied, I've been cheated on. Su Ziling retorted angrily, MMPH. So you can understand me. She wanted nothing more than to kick her dim-witted little stepmom. Shang Xiuyan looked back at the phone screen. Honestly, she didn't feel much of a stir in her heart. As long as Su Mu treated her well and gave her children, she didn't really care about other women. However, that didn't mean she would just do nothing. Shang Xiuyan moved her finger, tapped on the chat window with the name Xiaoqing Wu, and sent a classic emoji. Couldn't care less about you sent. Then she muted the conversation. All in one smooth flow. Shang Xiuyan nodded with satisfaction. Love needs to be tempered. Giving Su Mu a little bit of hardship, letting their relationship endure a test, is bound to make it stronger. She was just too virtuous. Su Ziling, MMPH. Aren't you afraid that woman will come after you for this? Shang Xiuyan curled her lip in disdain. What's there to be afraid of? He'll just hide out at school. It's not like she can come and beat me up. She doesn't have that kind of power. She meant to lock the phone and hand it back, but her finger lingered on the screen, driven by a sudden, inexplicable curiosity. She wondered just how many other women were hiding in Su Mu's WeChat. Forget it. Shang Xiuyan shook her head. She was a woman of principle. She couldn't just go snooping through her husband's phone. She locked the screen. The next second she unlocked it again. Psy women have no principles anyway. Just one look, just one, I'm not going to do anything. Comforting herself this way, Shang Xiuyan opened Su Mu's WeChat chat list. Her fingers slowly slid down. The next second, her movement abruptly halted, her eyes snapping wide in shock. A familiar name was right there in the list. Lin Jiting, her half-sister on her mother's side. Shang Zuyan's heart skipped a beat. With trembling hands, she tapped on that avatar. The chat history wasn't long. The most recent entry was a video. A spicy video. She took a deep breath and tapped it. The image loaded. In the video, Lin Jiting was standing in a fire escape stairwell, smiling innocently at the camera. In the video, Lin Jiting, dressed in a JK skirt, stood in the fire escape passage, smiling at the camera with an innocent and pure look. Dear mom, look, this is the fire escape passage. No one usually passes by here, it's very quiet. Su Mu said that this is for emergencies. The video ended. It was very short and normal. But in Shang Zuyan's eyes, every word took on a different meaning. Fire escape passage. Escape. Spacious. Everyone knows the fire escape is for escape. Why do you need to emphasize it? And that floor-length mirror and railing. That little brat is definitely dropping heavy hints. After watching, Shang Xiuyan was dumbfounded, the potato chips in her hand crushed with a crack. She muttered to herself. So I've already fallen this far behind. That short 10-second video brought a tsunami-like impact to her, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, that little brat deliberately sent it to mother. This was a declaration of war. Su Ziling, tied to the chair, took in all her expressions and snorted angrily. Whoa, now you know what kind of person that old man is. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Shang Xiuyan ignored her and slammed the phone onto the table. No, I can't lose the battle even if I lose the war. Shang Zuyan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I want to film too. Su Ziling almost choked. Whoa, are you even listening to me? What's in both your heads, tofu dregs? Shang Xiuyan completely ignored her protest and lovingly patted her head. Doubao, stay here quietly for a while. Your little stepmother is about to challenge the competition. This is a matter of family status. Shang Xiuyan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Her sister Lin Jiting was the same type of pure girl as her, especially her skin, which was incredibly white and could reflect sunlight. Rivals in the same trade. She had to go head-to-head with her and outdo her. She decided to act immediately. Shang Xiuyan dug out her phone stand from the corner of the living room, set up her phone, and opened the selfie mode. She looked at herself in the camera, pink hair, fair face, and clear eyes. Pure enough, but not sexy enough. How could she defeat that scheming sister? Shang Xiuyan thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and went for it. She reached out with both hands, grabbed the sleeves of her white t-shirt, and pulled them down forcefully. The collar was instantly pulled open, revealing her round, fair shoulders and delicate, beautiful collarbones completely to the air. One shoulder opening the heavenly gate. With just one move, her entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. From an innocent, pure school beauty, she instantly transformed into a seductive siren. The living room windows were closed, but her pink hair seemed to flutter without wind, ethereal and lively, fully enhancing the atmosphere. Shang Xiuyan looked at herself in the camera with satisfaction and winked at Su Jiling. "Doubao, do you think mommy looks good?" Su Ziling's eyes widened as she squeezed out a few syllables from her throat. "Whoa, you're so slutty." Shang Xiuyan nodded triumphantly. That's right. That was exactly the effect she wanted. She pulled out a few items from the shopping bag from the school supermarket, clattering them onto the coffee table in front of her, and then pressed the record button. In the camera, Shang Xiuyan's eyes instantly became tender and longing. "Dear Mom, it's been a while. I miss you so much. Your eldest daughter really misses you. How are you doing on the prairie? Are you getting along harmoniously with your girlfriends?" Shang Xiuyan had an excellent relationship with her mother Guorong, more like best friends than mother and daughter, so she spoke naturally and sincerely. She paused and continued to smile sweetly at the camera. "I'm getting along very well with Su Jiling at university too. Look, I even bought a lot of snacks to feed her." The camera panned to Su Jiling, who was tied up like a zongzi. Su Jiling. She struggled desperately, trying to accuse the woman's atrocity with her eyes. Shang Xiuyan laughed, even more happily. "Look how lively Doubao is. Oh, by the way, I also met her father. What luck, Uncle Su Mu is super nice. He taught me the correct way to eat many snacks." As she said this, Shang Xiuyan picked up a bag of jelly, tore it open, and showed it to the camera. "Mom, look, this is jelly. It's bouncy and chewy." She brought the jelly to her lips, slightly opened her mouth, and gently licked it with her tongue. "It's meant to be sucked. Su Jiling woo-woo, isn't it? Don't defile my jelly, hey." Shang Xiuyan then picked up a pack of popping candy, tore it open, and poured a little onto her fair palm. She stuck out her tongue and slowly rolled the sugar grains from her palm into her mouth, squinting her eyes with a look of enjoyment. "This is popping candy. Sweet and tingly. It's meant to be held in the mouth. Su Jiling, woo-woo, don't buy them anymore. He'll never eat popping candy again." After filming the snack part, Shang Xiuyan felt it wasn't enough. The core of the video required the participation of the male lead. Holding the still recording phone, she ran into the kitchen with a clatter. In the kitchen, Su Mu and Xiao Lanlan were gathered around the stove, cooking dumplings, steam rising, chatting and laughing like a newlywed couple. Shang Xiuyan squeezed and took out an ice cube, held it up to the camera, and asked innocently, "Uncle Su Mu, what can ice cubes be used for?" Su Mu was facing away from her, concentrating on scooping the rolling dumplings with a slotted spoon. Without thinking, he replied, "Ice cubes can be put in drinks. Eating them directly is a bit cold." Shang Xiuyan pouted. This answer was clearly not satisfactory. She wasn't giving up and raised the jar of honey. "Then how do you eat honey?" Su Mu was busy adding water to the dumplings without looking up. "Honey is best made into honey lemon water to cut the grease." Saying this, he paused as if recalling a personal habit and casually added, "But I prefer to lick it." Bingo. Shang Xiuyan's eyes instantly lit up. "Lick it? You said it yourself." She winked at the camera, the meaning obvious. "Mom, did you hear that? Uncle Su Mu likes to lick it, material in hand," but Shang Xiuyan felt it was still lacking. Sound alone wasn't enough, as she needed physical contact. A bit more. An explosive ending that would completely crush Lin Jiding. Her eyes darted, and a plan came to mind. Shang Xiuyan quietly approached Su Mu from behind, suddenly reached out her arms, and hugged him. "Uncle Su Mu, can you kiss me?" Su Mu was startled by the sudden hug, almost dropping the slotted spoon. He could feel the faint fragrance of the girl on his back. Su Mu quickly refused. "I'm busy, no time. Do you still want to eat dumplings?" He thought Shang Xiuyan was acting up again, trying to cling to him. But there was also Xiao Lanlan watching like a hawk nearby. If he kissed her, Xiao Lanlan would surely pick up a spatula and give him a moral education lesson. Hearing that Su Mu refused to kiss her, Shang Xiuyan felt a bit unwilling. She hadn't finished filming the lovey-dovey video. She hugged Su Mu, her cheek pressed against his back, and her gaze inadvertently fell on his exposed nape. Because the kitchen was steaming hot, a fine layer of sweat had formed on Su Mu's neck. An incredibly bold idea wildly sprouted in her mind. "Since you want kiss me, don't blame me for being rude. I'm going to leave my mark." The next second, she lowered her head, directly aimed at Su Mu's nape, and with an "awoo," bit down on that spot. Not too hard, not too soft, just the right amount of force. Like a mother cat carrying a disobedient kitten. Honk honk honk. Su Mu's entire body stiffened. A jolt of electricity shot up from the nape of his neck, instantly coursing through his limbs and making his scalp tingle. Having lived so many years, he had seen all kinds of storms, but this move, he had truly never seen anything like it. A man's neck is not something you can just nibble on. Beside him, Xiao Lanlan's eyes were nearly popping out of her head. The spatula in her hand hung in midair, pointing at Shang Xiuyan, her lips trembling for a long time. "You, this child, you are too bold. You sure know how to play dirty." Xiao Lanlan felt her worldview violently shaken. Do young people these days really know how to have such fun? She felt that Shang Xiuyan, this child, absolutely needed to be disciplined, or else what would become of her? Su Mu could no longer continue cooking. The skimmer in his hand stirred the pot so vigorously that the dumpling skins were almost breaking. He spun around abruptly, and sure enough saw Shang Xiuyan, holding up her phone, the camera aimed directly at them. A mischievous grin hung on her face. It really was a prank. Su Mu fumed, yet also found it somewhat amusing. He reached out to grab the phone. Shang Xiuyan, what are you doing? What are you filming? Shang Xiuyan dodged backward with a nimble movement, her pink hair tracing a graceful arc through the air. She faced Su Mu, her eyes curving into crescents. I'm filming the person I like. You. Those words fell. The air in the kitchen fell silent. What more could Su Mu say? This girl really knew how to handle a man. A single sweet sentence extinguished all the fire in his belly. He reached out and vigorously rubbed Shang Xiuyan's pink hair, messing her carefully styled locks into a bird's nest. Alright, I know you like your uncle. Don't cause trouble. Go out now. After dinner, uncle will spoil you properly. Shang Xiuyan had achieved her goal and didn't pester further. She nodded obediently. Okay. Then I'll head back to the living room, Uncle Su Mu. Hurry up. She returned to the living room, plopped down on the sofa, and eagerly unlocked her phone, opening the video she had just recorded, adding filters and a cheerful BGM. It began with her eating jelly and popping candy. Then the camera shifted to the kitchen, capturing the warm daily life with Uncle Su Mu. Perfect. Shang Xiuyan admired her masterpiece with satisfaction. She quickly opened WeChat, found the contact labeled Dear Mom, and typed a line rapidly. Shang Xiuyan, Dear Mom, guess who I met today? It's Uncle Su Mu. Shang Xiuyan video. She tapped send. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away on the Bayanbuluk grassland. This is the second largest grassland, an endless expanse of green stretching to the horizon, meeting the azure sky. On the most open patch of grass at the mountaintop, 4 white yoga mats were spread out. Zhang Yao Xiayi, Guorong, and Liao Yakin, 4 women of distinct styles, yet equally graceful, sat cross-legged on the mats, in loose white cotton clothes, eyes closed in meditation. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the tips of their hair and fluttering their sleeves, giving them an air of reclusive cultivation. As the initiator and mentor of this soul-healing journey, Xia Yi spoke, first, her voice soft, as if it could merge with the prairie wind. Don't be elated by external gains nor saddened by personal losses. We must discard all distracting thoughts, let our hearts return to tranquility, and remain unaffected by the chaos of the outside world. She slowly extended her arms, performing a yoga pose. The 3 behind her followed suit, adjusting their breathing to her rhythm. Xia Yi asked with her eyes closed. Now tell me, what do you feel? Liao Yakin answered first. I feel the green mountains and clear waters. Guorong followed. I feel the lush green grass. Zhang Yao spoke last. I feel the vibrant greenery. Very good. Xia Yi nodded with satisfaction. This means you have initially merged with nature and felt its gifts. Today, the core ability we need to cultivate is the insensitivity of adults. Zhang Yao curiously raised her hand like a schoolgirl. Teacher Xia, why do we need to learn this? That's an excellent question. Xia Yi guided patiently. Because in the adult world there are too many disturbances. A sensitive person will live a very tiring life. Many things, if you dig too deep and think too much, are actually meaningless. So we must learn to not care, to live without clarity, without understanding, drifting along. That is the broad road to happiness. Guorong nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly slapped her thigh. I get it, Teacher Xia. You mean, for example, if my husband says he's going out to get a haircut at night, as long as my insensitivity is strong enough, then he really just went for a haircut, nothing happened, and I'm still that happy little darling, right? Xia Yi. What kind of wild analogy was that? Her mouth twitched as she patiently explained. Guorong, your comprehension is quite unique. What I mean is, when dealing with complex relationships like friendship, love, marriage, you need to be vague, be a little confused, and not be so sensitive about many things. Just like last time when Su Mu and your daughter teamed up to anger you. If you had stronger insensitivity, wouldn't you have avoided being easily misled and furious? Mentioning this, Guorong got angry. But what Xia Yi said made a lot of sense. Zhang Yao and Liao Yakin nodded in unison, indicating they had learned. Then, teacher, how can we quickly cultivate our insensitivity? Zhang Yao pressed. There is only one quick method. Xia Yi's expression turned serious. That is desensitization training. Come now, everyone, close your eyes. I will say some things that might make you angry. What you need to do is try to maintain inner peace and tell yourself that these are nothing. The 4 women closed their eyes in unison, their expressions solemn. Xia Yi cleared her throat and began to guide. A line of white clouds leaves a line behind. Zhang Yao calmly replied, a stretch of green water greens the path. Very good, you're already in the zone. Xia Yi increased the dosage. Your ex-husband has taken 5 mistresses outside. The 3 replied in unison, unruffled. Not angry, none of my business. Xia Yi continued to escalate. Su Mu is hugging your 2 daughters and nibbling on them. Zhang Yao and Liao Yakin remained expressionless, not angry, aloof from the world. But Guorong suddenly raised her hand. Teacher, I protest. Isn't this question too targeted? I really do have 2 daughters. Xia Yi was exasperated. See, you're being sensitive again. Insensitivity. Where is your insensitivity? Guorong pouted in grievance, but I really can't do it. Xia Yi sighed. Forget it, you're incorrigible. Let me play some music to help you. She took out a Bluetooth speaker, connected it to her phone, and a piece of ethereal, soothing light music began to flow. Once I walked forward in confusion on the dark road. The breeze gently chimes the wind bells, lulling me into dreams amid the music. Guorong closed her eyes again. This time she felt it. An unprecedented calm rose from the depths of her heart, like a stream on the prairie, washing away all her irritation and anxiety. I feel it, teacher. Guorong murmured to herself. I feel my heart gradually becoming calm, becoming strong. Buzz, buzz. Just as she was about to enter a state of self-oblivion, the phone lying beside her yoga mat vibrated inopportunely. Guorong opened her eyes and reached for the buzzing phone beside her cushion. But a hand moved faster than hers. Xia Yi snatched the phone, first clutching it in her palm. Guorong's brow furrowed. What are you doing? My phone's ringing. What if it's urgent? Xia Yi cleared her throat, her gaze darting away, unable to meet her eyes. Ahem. How many times have I told you? Seclusion, understand. He'll just check the messages for you. Xia Yi's heart pounded with anxiety. No way. She couldn't possibly hand over this phone. Earlier that morning, her younger sister Xia Lanlan had sent a message saying that Guorong's eldest daughter Shang Xiuyan had already been won over by that scumbag Su Mu, even willing to bear his child like a baby machine. That was exactly why today's so-called soul-healing journey had been arranged. The desensitization therapy wasn't complete yet. If Guorong saw this, blood would spill across the prairie. So the only option was to quietly delete the messages on this phone, and everyone could pretend nothing ever happened. She glanced down at the screen in a flash. On the WeChat notification, the contact name read, eldest daughter. The preview showed its uncle Su Mu. Video. Xia Yi's eyelid twitched violently. It was over. Whatever she feared had come to pass. What kind of magic did this Su Mu possess? In just a few days, even that well-behaved girl Shang Xiuyan had fallen. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the delete button, thinking that as long as she deleted fast enough, this could all be forgotten. Give it here. Guorong wasn't so easily fooled. One look at Xia Yi's expression told her something was off. Seizing the moment while Xia Yi was focused on her phone, she lunged forward like a leopardess, grabbing Xia Yi's wrist with one hand and snatching the phone back with the other. Guorong glared at her. All secretive like that? You're definitely up to no good. And trying to delete my messages. Xia Yi made one last desperate attempt, reaching out to block the screen. Don't look. Rong, listen to me, don't look. Too late. Guorong had already opened WeChat. Dear mommy, guess who I met today? It's Uncle Su Mu. Video below was a video thumbnail. Guorong's mind went blank, her blood pressure spiking to 180. What is this? What is this all about? Is there no end to this? She let out a roar, and even the prairie wind seemed to freeze. Beside her, Jiang Yao's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Su Mu, and she leaned in to look. One glance at the screen confirmed it. Another mess caused by her endlessly haunting ex-husband. Seeing Guorong's murderous expression, she feared she might get beaten again. Jiang Yao quickly tried to smooth things over, patting Guorong's back. Come on, calm down. Don't lose your temper just yet. Remember last time? That girl Lin Jiding sent something like this too, didn't she? In the end, it turned out she just wanted to provoke you. A prank. Liao Yakin chimed in from the side. Exactly. Kids these days are rebellious. They love watching adults lose their cool. The angrier you get, the more they egg you on. Guorong clenched her teeth, staring hard at the screen. A prank. My eldest daughter Xiuyan has been obedient and sensible since she was little, well-read and proper. How could she pull a prank on me? In Guorong's mind, her eldest daughter Shang Xiuyan was the epitome of a traditional girl. Always wearing a pair of black-framed glasses with a heavy straight-across bangs, rarely even leaving the house, with a steady and composed temperament. How could she ever imitate her mischievous younger sister? Jiang Yao, seeing how certain she was, couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Well, whether she's obedient or not, who really knows? Guorong whipped her head around, her gaze fierce. What did you say? Say that again, I dare you. Jiang Yao flinched at the look, her survival instincts kicking into overdrive. Nothing. I mean, that bastard Su Mu. How could he have that much skill? It's only been a few days, and he's already got another one. Besides, isn't my daughter Jilin keeping an eye on him? There's no way he'd succeed that easily. Guorong let out a cold laugh. What if your daughter's loyalty lies elsewhere, helping him instead? Eagerly accepting a stepmother role. Jiang Yao stiffened her neck. That's impossible. If my daughter ever did something like that, I'd drink 10 pounds of horse piss live on stream. Guorong ground her teeth. You said it. Just wait. With trembling fingers, she tapped the video. The image burst onto the screen. The once demure girl with long, straight black hair and glasses was gone. In her place stood a seductress with flowing pink hair, wearing a t-shirt with a plunging neckline, her collarbones fully exposed. Guorong froze, her heart aching beyond words. This is Xiuyan. What kind of mess had they dyed her hair into? Su Mu? That bastard Su Mu must have taken her to do this. Guorong gnashed her teeth, blaming every bit of it on Su Mu. The video continued playing. Shang Xiuyan picked up a jelly, then some popping candy, demonstrating how to eat it while holding it in her mouth. Though her movements were a bit deliberate, and her gaze slightly unfocused in Guorong's eyes, it was still within acceptable bounds. After all, that brat Lin Jiding had filmed far more outrageous things before. This seemed more like imitation. Guorong breathed a slight sigh of relief, the weight on her heart lifting halfway. Zhang Yao also exhaled, patting her chest. See, I told you. Shuyan must have seen her sister film something like this, thought it was fun, and imitated it just to rile you up. The video continued. The camera panned and Shang Xiuyan ran into the kitchen. In the background appeared Su Mu's back view boiling dumplings. Shang Xiuyan held up a jar of honey, asked a question, and then, without warning, wrapped her arms around Su Mu from behind. Then with a sly smile at the camera she leaned in. The next second, the frame froze. Shang Xiuyan opened her mouth and, chomp, bit down on the nape of Su Mu's neck. The entire prairie fell into absolute silence. Guo Rong's expression turned to stone. Jiang Yao's mouth hung open in a perfect O. The air seemed to solidify. After a full 3 seconds, Jiang Yao spoke in disbelief. And you call that obedient and proper? Good heavens, she knows more moves than you do. The moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Yao regretted it. Slap. She gave herself a hard smack across the face. Damn it, her mouth had run away with her again. Sure enough, the next second Guo Rong's face, twisted with unbridled fury, was right in front of her. Jiang Yao, he'll kill you. Holy crap. Jiang Yao bolted, but there was no outrunning Guo Rong in her berserk state. Within 2 steps, she was grabbed by the back of her collar and yanked back. Guo Rong seized her by the throat and shook her violently. You and your smart mouth. You and your jinxing. You and your gloating. Jiang Yao's eyes rolled back as she was choked, her hands weakly slapping at Guo Rong's arms. Friend. Air. Give me some air, friend. Xia Yi finally snapped out of it and rushed forward to break them apart. Stop. You two stop fighting. Stop it right now. What about the emotional resilience we just learned? Where did your resilience go? Don't be swayed by external joys or sorrows. Don't get angry, stay detached from the world. The remark only fueled Guo Rong's fury to unprecedented heights. She finally realized that Xia Yi's cryptic training session had been orchestrated solely for her benefit. Shut your nonsense. Guo Rong roared, her free hand shooting out like lightning to seize Xia Yi by the throat. You knew all along, didn't you? You plotted together to deceive me. You're both despicable. I'll choke you both. With arms straining, Guo Rong gripped Jiang Yao with her left hand and Xia Yi with her right, unleashing a frenzied prairie chokehold assault that spiraled completely out of control. Liao Yakin, who had remained silent, watched the friend group instantly fracture and called out helplessly, hey, why don't you just video call to check the situation first? Stop choking. Yao's about to foam at the mouth. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at Jiangxing University's faculty apartment, the dining room basked in a tranquil atmosphere. Steaming dumplings filled with pork and scallions were set on the table. Su Mu, Xia Lanlin, Shang Xiuyan, and Su Jiling sat together as a family of 4. The tape over Su Ziling's mouth had been removed, but she pressed her lips tightly together, silent and defiant. Xia Lanlan and Shang Xiuyan exchanged a glance, each picking up a dumpling and offering it to her mouth. Doubao, have a dumpling. Dear daughter, open wide. Try your second mother's cooking. Su Jiling turned her head away, forcing out 3 words through clenched teeth, I want to eat. In the next instant, 2 pairs of chopsticks unceremoniously shoved both dumplings into her mouth. Su Ziling's resistance halted abruptly as her mouth was filled. She froze completely, her planned struggle and defiance washed away by the rich, overpowering aroma of the meat filling. Delicious. It was almost unfairly delicious. The seasonings were ordinary, the flavor homely, yet somehow combined they created a magical alchemy, a taste she had never experienced before. That old man Su Mu was always busy working and never had time to cook, and her biological mother Jiang Yao couldn't even tell which way the kitchen door swung. Growing up, Su Jiling had lived on takeout and cafeteria meals. This was the first time in her life she had tasted food with a mother's touch. Her eyes inexplicably grew warm, and tears nearly fell in shame. Xia Lanlin, noticing her dazed expression, smiled gently and asked with concern, Dear daughter, is your second mother's cooking not to your liking? Shang Xiuyan also leaned in, blinking her big watery eyes. Doubao, don't you like this filling? Su Jiling, her mouth stuffed full, mumbled indistinctly. More. The voice was barely a whisper, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Xia Lanlan and Shang Xiuyan exchanged a look, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Mission accomplished. Shang Zuyan's eyes sparkled as an idea struck her. She knew Su Jiling had a sweet tooth. Picking up a dumpling, she rolled it in a small dish of bright red strawberry jam that had been prepared nearby. Come on, Doubao, try this one. Shang Xiuyan fed the jam-coated dumpling to Su Ziling's lips. This is your little mother's special creation. You'll love it. Su Jiling opened her mouth hesitantly. As the dumpling entered her mouth, the savory richness of pork mingled with the sweet tartness of strawberries, an unprecedented flavor explosion on her tongue. Sweet yet not cloying. This was also amazing. Second mother's dumplings were warm, and little mother's were sweet. Su Jiling looked at these 2 women, one gentle and virtuous, the other sweet and charming, both gazing at her with an affection she had never felt before. A hardened corner of her heart quietly crumbled. Was this what double motherly love felt like? Maybe it wasn't so hard to accept after all. Su Mu, seeing his daughter's softened expression conquered by the food, smiled smugly. He cleared his throat and began to take credit. See, now you know the benefits of having a gentle mother. I found you stepmothers for your own good for this family. Sumu spoke with an air of profound wisdom. Indeed, a home needs a virtuous woman to truly feel harmonious. The warmth that had just blossomed in Su Ziling's heart was instantly shattered by Su Mu's words. Swallowing the dumpling, she shot him a massive eye roll and snapped irritably. Old man, don't you dare use that as an excuse for your womanizing. One is bad enough, but two, can you give them enough love? Are you even capable of juggling at all? You're nothing but a total irresponsible scumbag. Though her opinion of the two mothers' cooking and kindness had improved, her hatred for her biological father was etched into her bones. Shang Shuyan quickly tried to mediate. Doubao, don't talk to your father that way. But Su Mu waved his hand dismissively, a serene smile of worldly understanding on his face. I'm not a womanizer. It's just that my love overflows, and they happen to be there to catch it. So my love is more than enough for everyone. Su Ziling was utterly stunned by this outrageous declaration. She opened her mouth and after a long pause squeezed out a few words, "Old man, you are shameless." At that moment her phone rang. She picked it up and saw the screen glowing with 4 words, "Dear Mother." It was Jiang Yayao's video call. Su Ziling's eyes lit up. Reinforcements had arrived. She would show her mother the absurd life her irresponsible ex-husband was living now. Divorced or not, a mother scolding a father was only natural. She pressed the answer button without hesitation. "Mom, you need to." She stopped mid-sentence, stunned. On the screen, instead of her mother's elegant face alone, there were 3 faces twisted with fury and frustration, all crammed into the frame. The background was an endless green prairie with wind whipping their hair wildly like mad women. Guorong, Jiang Yiyao, and Xia Yi. Their 3 large faces filled the entire screen. The atmosphere in the dining room turned bizarre. Xiao Lanlan reacted first, spotting her older sister and waving excitedly. "Sister." Su Ziling, looking at the face on the screen that seemed ready to breathe fire, called out weakly. "Mom." Shang Shuyan, however, beamed sweetly at Guorong's face, which had turned a deep purple with rage on the far left of the screen. "Mom." Sumu looked left then right. Well, everyone had someone to greet. Except him. How unsociable that would look. So he leaned forward, aimed a shy and bashful smile at the fuming Guorong on the screen, and in a voice dripping with feigned coyness, softly uttered, "Mom." After saying it, he even theatrically covered half his face with his hand, feigning embarrassment. Oh my, it had been years since Head called his mother-in-law that. It was indeed a bit hard to let go, all shy and demure. On the other end of the screen, the wind across the prairie instantly came to a standstill. A long silence fell on the other end of the screen. Xia Yi was the first to break. She snatched the phone, pointing at Su Mu on the screen, trembling with rage. "Su Mu, you need to have a conscience." She felt like she was going insane. She had kindly organized a trip to the grasslands for her best friend's healing, and now this. The man who haunted her had turned everything upside down. Instead of healing, her trauma had deepened. "My perfectly good girl's trip, you've ruined it completely. You jinx." As Xia Yi was cursing up a storm, a hand reached out and shoved her aside. Jiang Yayao's face squeezed into the frame, burning with fury. "Get out of the way. You don't even know how to curse properly." She glared at the man on the screen, who made her seethe with hatred. "Sumu, you shameless old scoundrel. You call her mom, so what does that make me? Huh? Explain yourself." The question was both tricky and absurd. Sumu glanced at his daughter Su Ziling, who was staring with wide eyes, and decided to keep things civil in front of the child. After a split second of thought, he found the most fitting title. Ex-wife aunt. Uffed. Xiao Lanlan, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. Even Su Ziling, who had been stoic, couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from twitching. Ex-wife aunt. What the hell was an ex-wife aunt? What kind of nonsense was that? Jiang Yao was stunned. When she snapped out of it, she was so furious she could barely breathe. Pointing at herself, her voice went shrill. "Sumu. You ungrateful dog. All those years we were married, you never called me mom. Is that right? Answer me." Just then a hand came out of nowhere, planting itself on Jiang Yayao's face and shoving her out of the frame. Guorong stepped in. She couldn't watch anymore. This group had been bickering for ages without hitting the point. Guorong looked disdainfully at Jiang Yao, who had been pushed onto the grass. "Stop making a fool of yourself. Jiang Yao, I told you to insult him, and you turn it into a love confession. Never called me mom. Listen to yourself. Are you crazy to be his mom? Get lost. You useless woman." With that, Guorong brought her face close to the camera. Because she was so close, her large face filled the entire screen, creating an oppressive presence. Her sharp eyes scanned the dining table on Su Mu's side, finally landing on her own daughter. "Sumu, I'm not talking about you yet." Guorong knew that arguing with a rogue like Su Mu was a waste of breath. To catch the leader, catch the ringleader first. To scold the group, scold the youngest. "Shang Shuyan, get over here now." Hearing her mother's roar, Shang Shuyan flinched, but obediently moved to the camera, timidly calling out, "Mom." Guorong looked at her daughter's striking pink hair, feeling her temples throb and her blood pressure spike. "Shang Shuyan, who told you to dye your hair like that? It looks like a dog chewed on it. Do you know what you look like now?" Shang Shuyan looked up at her mother. Guorong took a deep breath, hesitated, but said it anyway. "Like a streetwalker." The words hung in the air. Shang Shuyan froze, all color draining from her face, lips trembling, and her eyes instantly reddened. "Mom." She never expected her own mother to use such a vicious word to describe her. Sumu frowned. Shang Xiuyan was a college student and adult. How could a mother say such a thing to her own daughter? The words from the closest people are often the most hurtful. Before Sumu could speak, Shang Xiuyan's voice was already choked with tears as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Mom, I just dyed my hair. I didn't smoke, didn't drink, didn't get a tattoo, and I don't go out to clubs. I just thought the color was pretty and wanted to try it. Why isn't that okay? She truly didn't understand. Why, now that she was an adult and had gotten into a good university, did she still not have the right to decide the color of her own hair? On the other end of the screen, Guorong refused to listen. In her eyes, this was just an excuse, the beginning of a downfall. Shang Xiuyan, you're getting cocky now, huh? Learning to talk back. I'm telling you. Don't think just because you're far away I can't control you. Guorong's voice was shrill. I'm ordering you now. Right now. Immediately. This instant. Get your ass to the hair salon and dye that trashy pink back to black. No. She thought of something, her tone turning even harsher. Even black won't cover up your cheapness. Cut it off. Cut it short. Cut it like high school. 3 centimeters below the ear. And you're not staying in that crappy dorm either. I can see those roommates of yours are bad news, they've corrupted you. Since your father is in Jiangqing, you move back in with him. Live with your dad. Let's see how you run wild then. How you fool around with strange men. Guorong's suffocating control came pouring through the screen, aimed squarely at her eldest daughter Shang Xiuyan. Even Su Jiling, who had been watching the show, instinctively clenched her fists. This Aunt Guo was terrifying. Shang Xiuyan's tears finally broke free, falling in large drops, ruining her makeup. You're going to lock me up again. You're going to cut my hair again and make me look ugly. The grievances she had bottled up for over a decade erupted in that moment. Since I was little, you've kept me locked in the house, forcing me to attend 7 or 8 different classes every day. Piano, dance, math, Olympiad. You never let me hang out with classmates or have my own friends. To prevent me from dating, to keep any boy away, you forced me to get a buzz cut like a boy. You know what? All through high school, everyone made fun of me. Called me a tomboy. You told me just study hard, get into a top university, and everything would be fine. But I did it. Mom. I got in. I just wanted to make myself a little prettier. What's wrong with that? What is so wrong with me? The topic shifted from pink hair to over a decade of suppressed life. Sumu looked at the girl trembling and crying beside him and sighed inwardly. No wonder. No wonder she dressed so dramatically. It was because she had been repressed for so long, gasping for air. With that kind of upbringing, problems were inevitable. Her psychological issues were far more severe than his own rebellious daughter, Su Jiling. However, Guorong on the screen was deaf to her daughter's pleas. You got into a top university, whose credit is that? It's because I watched you every day, forced you to study. Without me, you'd have been a failure long ago. Shang Xiuyan shook her head, crying. But I'm not happy at all now. I got into a top university, but I'm still not happy. I can't keep up with my studies. I'm always at the bottom of the class. They're all geniuses, they get it after reading once. I stay up until 3 or 4 in the morning studying, and I still fail. I'm in so much pain, Mom. I'm really in so much pain. Sumu heard this and sighed again. Too many parents can't accept their child's mediocrity and force them onto a track meant for prodigies. That is the root of the child's suffering. Guorong's voice was cold as ice. Society is cruel. Why don't you understand? Suffer now, and you'll have a good life later. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson? Shang Xiuyan was choked into silence. Suffer now. Will it really be sweet later? Sumu finally couldn't hold back. Guorong, shut up. He pulled the tearful Shang Xiuyan into his arms and spoke coldly to the phone screen. You talk about sweet after bitter. You are like a ginseng spirit spitting bitter bile from your lips. You're over 40, your taste buds are shot, you can't even taste sugar if I put it in your mouth. How dare you, an old woman, lecture my woman? You're 40 years old on a trip, would you dare to wear a bikini? No, you wouldn't. Your own life is miserable, and you're here selling me dreams. Sumu didn't want to get involved in their mother-daughter business. But if Guorong kept going, Shang Xiuyan would have a breakdown right then and there. There's no absolute sweet after bitter in this world. That dress you loved in your youth, if you can afford it in middle age, can you still wear it with the same feeling? Can the mist flutters of adolescence be found again at a blind date? Bitter is bitter, sweet is sweet. It's not a conservation law. Guorong was stunned into silence by this sudden verbal assault. When she recovered, her face was green with rage. Sumu, who are you calling an old woman? Aren't you old yourself? Sumu ignored her completely, just holding the sobbing Shang Xiuyan tightly, his chin resting on her hair, and shot a provocative grin at the phone screen. Old woman, I'm not going to argue with you about useless things. She's in my house now, so she's my responsibility. We're far apart now, so I have the upper hand. If I want her bitter, shall be bitter. If I want her sweet, shall be sweet. He lowered his head, nuzzling her pink hair with his chin, and commanded, Come on, darling, show your mom your teeth. Shang Xiuyan looked up, dazed, her eyes blurry with tears. Sumu winked at her. Shang Xiuyan sniffled and obediently bared her teeth at the camera. Sumu said, Say get lost. Shang Xiuyan hesitated, then whispered, Get lost. Sumu gave another order. Roll your eyes. Shang Xiuyan tried her best to roll her eyes upward, but her clumsy attempt made her laugh. With a snort, tears still on her face, a smile broke through. Uncle, I really can't do that one. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. That's right. She's an adult now, she needs the courage to stand up to her parents. He looked back at the phone screen, his tone dripping with sarcasm. See that? She's not going to listen to you anymore. Guorong was shaking with rage, pointing at the screen, her voice trembling. Sumu, what have you turned my daughter into? What about what I teach? Sumu raised his chin, a roguish look on his face. I'm going to take her out to have fun, to live a little. What's wrong with that? Since you won't let her taste the sweet, there are plenty of people who will make her sweet from head to toe. He'll throw 2 ultrasound reports in your face a year, believe me. This statement was packed with implications and hit like a bombshell. The entire dining table and the grassland on the video call fell into silence. Shang Ziyan's face flushed crimson from her ears down to her neck. She buried herself in Sumu's arms, her heart pounding, feeling like she was being steamed alive. Uncle Sumu. What is he saying? But strangely, the grievance and despair her mother had instilled in her were washed away by those crude and domineering words, replaced by a sense of security, of being shielded and protected. So this is the security a rough man provides. She looked up for the first time, truly studying his profile. With a hint of dependence, she said seriously, Uncle Sumu, you're so good to me. I'm going to have 10 children for you. Sumu's mouth twitched violently at those words. No need. Really no need to say that now. Good heavens. On the other end of the screen, Guorong was about to explode, her face twisted in fury. Sumu, you beast. You'll die a horrible death. What do you think my daughter is? A baby-making machine. Why don't you just tell her to go be a pig? Guorong pointed at the screen, her fingers shaking like she had Parkinson's. She abruptly turned her anger towards Xia Lanlan, who had been quiet. Xia Lanlan, are you playing dead? Still eating dumplings? You're a psychology professor. Look at how crazy this child has become. You need to manage her. Do that psychological intervention thing on her. Make her see some sense. Xia Lanlan looked calmly at the camera. I can't get involved. In my view, you're both at fault, so I can't conduct a psychological intervention. She paused, then added, however, in my opinion, Ziyan's current state is healthier than when she was with you. A repressed personality needs an outlet. Sumu might be a scoundrel, but at least he's given the child some room to breathe. As a professional psychology professor, Xia Lanlan could see things more clearly than anyone. Shang Xiuyan finding an outlet today, even if it seems unconventional, is 100 times better than bottling it all up inside. Guorong hadn't expected that even Xia Lanlan, the most educated of them all, wouldn't side with her. At that moment, Su Jiling, who was next to Sumu, also leaned in and spoke seriously to the camera. Enko, I think little mom is happier with my dad than with you. Even though my dad isn't the most reliable person, he treats women well. Don't worry, Enko, I'll keep an eye on her for you. If she really gets pregnant with a third one, I'll definitely try to talk her out of it. The sharp-tongued Doubao strikes. A double betrayal. Guorong felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage. This entire family was utterly insane. How dare that wretched girl, Su Jiling, speak to an elder like that? She glared viciously at Su Jiling on the screen, but the girl was just a junior, and there was no way to reach through the screen to strike her. With nowhere to vent her burning fury, she whipped her head around and glared at Xia Yi beside her. If she couldn't get to Sumu, she'd take it out on someone within reach. Xia Yi, are you deaf or blind? Look at that precious little sister of yours. Is that a real professor? She's in cahoots with that hooligan Sumu, dressed in that seductive, curvy way. Who's she trying to impress? A psychology expert. I say she's just a fraud. On the other end of the screen, Xia Lanlan was so furious she had just sprung to her feet, ready to curse back. But in the RV, the sound came first. Smack. The slap landed solidly, crisp and loud. Guorong's head snapped to the side, 5 crimson finger marks instantly blooming on her cheek. The one who struck her was none other than Xia Yi, sitting right beside her. Xia Yi's hands were trembling, her eyes rimmed with red. Watch your filthy mouth. How dare you talk about my sister? She was usually the peacemaker of the group, but anyone who dared to mess with her little sister was asking for a fight. On the video call, Sumu watched the scene unfold, his eyebrows raising high. Whoa, quite the show. Already duking it out. Without a second thought, he pressed the end button. Beep. This kind of catfight among the friend group was better kept away from the kids' eyes. Too brutal. Not suitable for minors. The screen went dark, but the air inside the RV was about to ignite. Guorong clutched her stinging cheeks, staring at Xia Yi in disbelief. Decades of friendship, and she'd been hit over this. You dare to strike me? Guorong was shaking all over, her sanity completely shattered. If reasoning wasn't going to work, then forget it. She swung her arm back with all her might. Smack. But the slap didn't land on her target. Instead, it cracked across the face of Zhang Yao, who had been trying to step in and mediate. Guorong screamed hysterically, it's all your fault. If you hadn't failed to control that worthless ex-husband of yours, letting him turn into the old lech he is now, would my daughter have been led astray? Would we be fighting like this? You're the root of all this. You useless thing. Xia Yi, also seething with anger, felt Guorong's words were the perfect echo of her own thoughts, and immediately piled on. Right? Exactly. It's because you're useless. Zhang Yao clutched her burning cheek, completely stunned. What had she done to deserve this? 1 second she was worrying about her friend's daughter, the next she gets a slap out of nowhere. The grievance and fury inside her detonated instantly. Looking at the two women united in their blame, she didn't hesitate, swinging her hand and slapping Xia Yi, who was closest to her. Zhang Yayao's eyes reddened, her voice turning shrill. Right? You have the nerve to say right. If those second and third sisters you brought in weren't so useless, unable to handle even a Su Mu, would things have spiraled out of control like this? Seeing Zhang Yao fight back, Guorong instantly switched targets, pointing at Xia Yi. Right? Especially that third sister of yours, Xiao Lanlan. I think she's nothing but a conniving little wretch. She's even making dumplings with Su Mu, a traitor who bites the hand that feeds her. Smack! Xia Yi swung her hand back and slapped Guorong across the face. Don't you dare talk about my sister. Smack! Guorong whipped around and hit Zhang Yao. It's all your shameless ex-husband's fault. Smack! Zhang Yao, now frantic, lashed out at Xia Yi. Blame your sister for switching sides. She's a traitor. Smack! Xia Yi, pushed to her limit, delivered a resounding slap to Guorong. It's all your fault. You started it with your foul mouth. The chain of slaps developed a rhythm, a melody of chaos. Three women locked in a tangled brawl inside the cramped RV. Guorong took another hit, feeling like steam was rising from the top of her head. She looked up and spotted Liao Yakin cowering in the corner, trembling. Seeing the war zone spreading her way, Liao Yakin frantically waved her hands, backing up 3 steps until she was pressed against the door. No, 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 this has nothing to do with me. I'm not joining. Leave me out of it. She was on the verge of a panic attack. Guorong's gaze drifted back to Zhang Yao, and a sudden memory brought a smile to her face. Zhang Yao, didn't you swear a solemn oath that if your daughter willingly accepted a stepmother, you'd drink 10 pounds of horse urine? Well, she just acknowledged it. I heard it loud and clear. She grabbed Zhang Yao by the collar and pointed out the window at a herd of horses grazing leisurely not far away. The horses are right there, fresh and warm. Now get out there and drink it. Zhang Yayao's face went pale as a sheet, and she tried to shrink back. Are you insane? I'm not drinking that. Guorong shot back. A bet's a bet. Now get out there. Xia Yi, having somewhat recovered her senses, saw this farce was getting out of hand. If it continued, someone was going to get seriously hurt. She rushed forward to break it up. What are you all doing? Have you lost your minds? All right, that's enough. Everyone stop it. We've been sisters for decades, and now you're resorting to violence. People will laugh at us. She reached out to grab Guorong's arm, trying to separate the two. But Guorong was too far gone in her rage to listen to reason. Feeling someone tugging at her, she didn't even think. Using every ounce of her strength, she shoved backwards violently. Get off me. Don't touch me. The shove caught Xia Yi square in the chest. The RV was parked in a precarious spot. To get a better view, half the vehicle was hanging over the edge of the road embankment, with the door facing a steep gravel-strewn slope. To make matters worse, Xia Yi was wearing the 10-centimeter stiletto heels she had changed into specifically for photos. Propelled by that immense force, the heel of her shoe snapped with a sharp crack against the metal strip on the door's edge, and she lost her balance entirely. Oh! A brief piercing scream. Xia Yi tumbled out of the door, rolling down the slope like a discarded doll. Thump, thump, thump. She finally came to a heavy stop on the grass below. The 3 people inside the RV fell silent instantly. There was no sound but the wind. Zhang Yao and Liao Yakin, scared out of their wits, scrambled out of the RV and rushed down. Fortunately, the slope wasn't too steep and the grass was soft enough to cushion the fall. No one died. But Xia Yi lay on the ground, clutching her right leg, her face beaded with cold sweat, her lips bitten, white, too pained even to cry out. My leg. My leg. Zhang Yao had some first aid knowledge. She crouched down, took one look, and her face changed instantly. The ankle was twisted, swollen, like a purple steamed bun. Damn, it's dislocated. Maybe even broken. Quick, get her to a hospital. Zhang Yao fumbled, trying to straighten Xia Yi out before turning to start the vehicle. But as soon as she plopped into the driver's seat, staring at that long, stiff manual gear stick, she was dumbfounded. This big manual transmission vehicle, bought out of nostalgia, could only be driven by Xia Yi and Guorong. She jumped out of the car only to see Guorong clutching her small purse, striding purposefully down the road without looking back. Her silhouette was resolute and unforgiving. Zhang Yao panicked, sprinted after her, and blocked her path. Guorong, where are you going? Xia Yi's leg is broken. You're the only one who can drive now. You can't leave. Guorong stopped. Even she was startled by the shove she had just given. But at this moment, her stubbornness turned into coldness. She flung off Zhang Yao's hand. I'm never getting back in that damn RV. When you slapped me, decades of our sisterhood ended right there. Figure it out yourselves. I'm going back to Jiangsheng on my own. With that, she sidestepped Zhang Yao and kept walking. Zhang Yao was utterly panicked. How could this be? They were in the middle of nowhere on this vast grassland with cell signal cutting in and out. If Xia Yi's injury was delayed and left her with a limp, how could she ever enjoy square dancing again? Zhang Yao screamed at the top of her lungs from behind. Hey, Guorong. Guorong didn't stop. She walked even faster. Zhang Yao's voice was choked with tears as she chased, gasping for breath. Guorong, please don't go. Guorong snorted coldly. Not go? If I don't go, I'll lose my daughter. Her mind was a mess. All she wanted was to keep her daughter on the right track. Was that wrong? Why was everyone turning against her with no one on her side? Why had it come to this, even with her best friend of decades? The more Guorong thought about it, the more wronged and angrier she felt. She was determined to return to Jiangqing this time. She would lock Shang Xiuyan at home and make her drop out of school for 2 years. Let's see how that old scoundrel Su Mu could make a move then. Zhang Yao was almost out of breath shouting as she ran. But if you go back now, will she even listen to you? The kids have grown up, you have to let go. Though Zhang Yao wasn't exactly a model mother herself, she knew Guorong was wrong to treat her daughter this way. Guorong's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She began to waver. She's right, her daughter is different now. When she was little you could discipline her, but now that she's grown, won't this backfire? She had only ever thought about making her study hard and get into a good university, but she had never taught her how to live a happy life. Guorong looked up, hands in her pockets, gazing at the boundless sky. And were they just going to give up on their shared dream of traveling together? They had promised to go wild and cause trouble together, to be reckless in their youth and never let each other down. And now we're just going to call it quits over a little setback like this. No. How did it come to this, in withering away in your hands? Guorong abruptly turned around and yelled in exasperation, Zhang Yao, can you stop narrating my inner thoughts for me? Just go away. And now you're even singing. Seeing her stop, Zhang Yao quickly approached with a fawning smile. You finally turned back. Guorong turned her head away, insisting stubbornly, I did not. Zhang Yao said, Guorong. Guorong ignored her, looking at the cattle and sheep in the distance. Zhang Yao was scratching her head anxiously. How could she make her stay? Suddenly she remembered. It was a song they sang in their college band. Back then, drunk, they had pinky sworn that if anyone ever sang this song, no matter the fight, even if it was over stealing each other's boyfriend, they had to make up unconditionally. It was their pact. Sister, Zhang Yao cleared her throat and sang with deep emotion. We promised not to part, to be together always and forever, even if we go against time. Zhang Yao sent the connection request. Sister, have you forgotten? Hearing the familiar melody, Guorong's body stiffened. She sniffled, and the pent-up grievance she had held back all this time could no longer be contained. Tears swirled wildly in her eyes. She regretted it. Yes, it wasn't like her husband had been stolen, it was just that her daughter had been seduced by Zhang Yao's ex-husband. Why go this far? She turned around, looked at Zhang Yao, and sighed. Even if the whole world turns its back on us. Zhang Yao's tears flowed freely as she wiped them and shouted, Sister Guorong. Guorong looked at her with helpless eyes. Sister Yao, can you stop lip-syncing and just turn off the original track on the phone you've got hidden in your pocket? 5 minutes later, inside the RV, watching Guorong settle back into the driver's seat, Liao Yakin let out a long sigh of relief. Xia Yi, lying in the back, was sobbing uncontrollably, whether from pain or emotion. Guorong, I thought you had really abandoned us. Guorong said nothing, walked straight to the driver's seat and shifted gears with practiced ease. A sister's bond is bigger than the sky. Once a sister, always a sister. Xia Yi moved, hugged the back of Guorong's seat. Guorong, I knew you were the best. Don't worry, it'll definitely help you find your eldest daughter. Guorong looked ahead, her gaze turning sharp. No need. Those 2 sisters of yours are useless. I have a truly reliable one myself. He'll handle this personally. But that's not what we should be talking about now. She glanced at her phone's navigation, and her brow furrowed instantly. From Byambulac Highway to the county hospital, it's 100 kilometers of winding, treacherous mountain roads. Even the most seasoned local driver would need at least 2 hours for this stretch. She turned back to look at Xia Yi, who was drenched in sweat from pain, her face pale as paper. Your injury can't wait any longer. If we delay, you might lose the leg. I will get there in half an hour. At that moment, the aura radiating from Guorong was like a female general about to charge into battle. So cool. Zhang Yao immediately raised her hand. He'll be your navigator. We'll get through this together as sisters. All right. Guorong nodded, pressed the clutch with her left foot, shifted gears with her right hand, and delicately felt the accelerator with her toes. In that instant, her eyes sharpened. Hold on tight, everyone. Let me show you what the queen of the road from Jiangqing is made of. Before she even finished speaking, she floored the accelerator, swiftly shifted gears, and released the clutch. The movements were fluid and seamless. Here we go. Virum. The engine let out a roar. Then swoosh. The massive RV lurched violently backward, tires screeching against the grass. The people inside, caught completely off guard, were thrown around by the sudden force. Not a push in the back, but a shove in the chest. Zhang Yao slammed her head into the windshield. Liao Yakin rolled straight under the bed. Xia Yi let out a scream and nearly flew off the bed. The vehicle reversed 5 or 6 meters before crashing hard into a dirt mound, denting its rear. Guorong gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring at the dashboard in shock. What's going on? Is this thing broken? Why is it going backward? Zhang Yao, clutching her bruised forehead, scrambled up from the passenger seat, looked at the gear shift, and screamed from the depths of her soul. Guorong, you put it in reverse, you idiot. At the dining table in the faculty apartment of Jiangqing University, the moment Su Mu ended the call, the atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence. He looked up, his gaze settling on Shang Xiuyan. The girl hadn't uttered a single word since the call ended, simply keeping her head bowed, her hands desperately twisting the hem of her clothes. Just moments ago she had been lively and spirited, darting around like an energetic puppy. Now she was completely deflated. Clearly Guorong's words had struck a devastating blow. Su Mu sighed inwardly, gently nudging Su Jiling beside him with his elbow, then subtly tilting his head towards Shang Xiuyan. The message was unmistakable: go cheer up your little mom. Su Jiling received the signal and rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into the back of her skull. She mouthed silently, "Old man, you're a real piece of work. You charm your own woman, stir up a hornet's nest, and now you want your own daughter to clean up your mess. As a dad, you don't do a single decent thing." Su Mu's gaze sharpened with a hint of warning. "Otherwise, why did I have you? Don't fail me at the critical moment. Were those 20 years of meals all wasted on you? Hurry up, stop dawdling." Although Su Jiling was grumbling internally, she genuinely felt a pang of sympathy seeing her best friend in such a dejected state. Shang Xiuyan was usually so proud, forever bursting with energy. Who would have thought her domineering mother could reduce her to this? After a moment's thought, she reached out and gently tugged at Shang Xiuyan's sleeve. "I'm hungry." Shang Xiuyan, lost in her own world, didn't catch it. "Huh? What did you say?" Su Jiling cleared her throat and repeated herself, her voice soft, yet unmistakably clear. "I said, little mom, I'm hungry." The words, little mom, struck Shang Xiuyan like an electric current. She snapped her head up, the dim light in her eyes instantly reigniting. "What did you just call me? You called me little mom, didn't you?" Her emotions visibly rebounded from rock bottom, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably. Despite the massive fallout with her own mother at this very moment, she had a daughter of her own. The feeling was so surreal, as if she had suddenly found a sense of belonging. Su Jiling felt a bit awkward under her intense gaze and turned her head away. "No, you misheard. Now come on, feed me. I'm starving to death here." Shang Xiuyan no longer cared whether she admitted it or not. The gloom from moments ago vanished completely. She immediately picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of carrot, and held it up to Su Jiling's lips. "Come on, daughter, eat your carrot." Su Jiling turned her face away in disgust. "No way, only bunnies eat that." Shang Xiuyan didn't take offense, instead switching to a piece of golden pumpkin, her tone like coaxing a 3-year-old. "Picky eaters aren't good kids, you know. Come on, open wide." "Ah, pumpkin, pumpkin, round and sweet." Su Jiling reluctantly opened her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and quipped sarcastically, "Tastes as sticky as crap." Her words sent Shang Xiuyan into a fit of giggles, her whole body trembling with laughter. You're so gross. You've got food to eat, and still you complain." The smile returned to Shang Xiuyan's face. Su Mu watched from the sidelines, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The bond between women was truly something magical and healing. His gaze rested on Shang Xiuyan, now calmer, and after a moment of deliberation, he decided to ask the question that had been on his mind. "Xiuyan, the reason you want to have a child so badly and become a mother, is it also because of your own mother?" Shang Xiuyan's smile faded slightly. She nodded, a hint of wistfulness in her demeanor. I want to be a mother completely different from her. If I have a child, I will never let them go through the same grind I did. The childhood I lost, I want to reclaim it through my own child. Seeing them happy, that I think would be the greatest healing for me." Su Mu felt a subtle stir in his heart. This girl was truly remarkable. Many women scarred by their dysfunctional families unconsciously replicate that trauma onto the next generation. But Shang Xiuyan was determined to break the cycle. Su Jiling caught the appreciative, tender look Su Mu was directing at Shang Xiuyan, and her internal alarm blared instantly. She put down her chopsticks, positioned herself squarely in front of Shang Xiuyan, guarding her fiercely. "Old man, what are you staring at? Your eyeballs are about to fall out. In warning you, I've accepted Shang Xiuyan as my little mom. That's between us sisters. But I haven't acknowledged you as my dad. Don't you dare try to take advantage of her. From this moment on, little mom is under my 24-hour surveillance. We're holding hands, even in the bathroom. You won't get within a hair's breadth of her." Shang Xiuyan's cheeks flushed crimson. She gave Su Jiling a gentle shove. "Silly daughter, what nonsense are you talking about? A little advantage here, and there isn't so bad, is it? Otherwise, how am I supposed to give you a little brother or sister all by myself?" Having said that, she grew bold, leaning her body sideways as if to burrow into Su Mu's arms. Su Jiling was quicker, grabbing Shang Xiuyan by the back of her collar and yanking her back, firmly planting her back in her chair. "Shang Xiuyan, have some self-respect. Have you never seen a man before? Nothing's even happened yet, and you're already thinking about having kids. Can you show a little restraint for the womenfolk? You're making this so hard for me." Watching this scene unfold, Su Mu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Su Jiling, I've put up with you long enough." He pointed at his own nose. "Me, I went through so much trouble to find you not one, but 2 mothers, just so you could experience the maternal love you've been missing. And this is how you repay me. You won't even call me dad anymore, just old man this and old man that. You're just bullying a good-natured guy to death." Su Jiling cast him a sidelong glance and let out a cold snort. "Yes, so what if I am? Who told you to let your lower half do the thinking, chasing after every skirt that moves? You found me a mother for my sake. Don't flatter yourself. You did it for your own pleasure." Let me tell you, old man, I will never call you dad again in this lifetime. You can give up that dream. Sumu let out a bitter laugh, genuinely amused. Was that really the impression he had made on his ungrateful daughter? Was he really that kind of person? He thought for a moment, then seized the opportunity to make a bet. All right, Su Jiling, let's make a wager. I bet that within 3 days I can have you crying and begging to call me dad again willingly. Su Jiling looked as if she had just heard the biggest joke of the century, lifting her chin in defiance. Fine. If you can pull that off, I'll accept any number of mothers you bring home from now on. Not only will I accept them, I'll even help you strategize and flirt with them. But if you can't, you have to call me dad. I don't believe it. My mouth is my own. If I don't want to say it, there's no way you can pry it open. Xiao Lanlin, who had been silent all along, spoke up softly, trying to mediate. All right, let's all calm down. Let's just eat. Su Jiling wouldn't hear any of it. She stood up abruptly. Eat? I'm done eating. She grabbed Shang Ziyan's hand. For these 3 days, let's see how you find me. I'm turning off my phone, uninstalling WeChat. We're vanishing off the face of the earth. Little mom, you're coming with me. Shang Xiuyan hesitated, glancing at the feast on the table, then back at Su Mu. I don't want to. Su Ziling's eyes twinkled as she leaned in and whispered a tempting offer in her ear. They'll do your calculus homework for you. Shang Ziyan's resolve visibly wavered. Well, Su Jiling upped the ante. They'll also guarantee you pass the final exams. Let's go. Shang Xiuyan stood up, immediately her decision firm. Su Mu watched the two girls, and instead of getting angry, he simply waved his hand with an air of nonchalance, as if to say, suit yourselves. Su Jiling, pulling Shang Xiuyan along, dashed out of the apartment without looking back. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. The once lively room was suddenly left with just Su Mu and Xiao Lanlan. Xiao Lanlan looked at Su Mu with a hint of concern in her eyes. Why do you have to argue with a kid like that? If you can't find them in 3 days, won't you lose the bet? Su Mu leisurely picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. Who said I'm going to look for her? Dealing with this little brat is a piece of cake for me. Right now I have one massive advantage. Xiao Lanlan's curiosity was fully piqued. What advantage? Su Mu leisurely uttered 2 words. Rich. Xiao Lanlan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She waved her hand, her expression plainly incredulous. What use is money? I know your daughter's personality too well. She would rather eat 5 yuan box lunches in the cafeteria for a whole year than ask you for a single cent. It shows she's stubborn to the bone, not the materialistic type. Xiao Lanlan paused, then added, besides, she hasn't even entered society yet. Sending her luxury bags or limited edition sports cars won't move her at all. Su Mu raised an eyebrow, teasing. Money. It's all about how you spend it. Would I send such vulgar things? He picked up the teacup, blew gently on it, looking utterly composed. I have my own ways, but I won't tell you. As he spoke, he shifted the topic, his eyes landing on Xiao Lanlan with a mischievous glint. But second wife, I didn't expect you to know my daughter so well. Any thoughts of actually marrying me? Bang! Xiao Lanlan's cheeks flushed instantly. She hurriedly waved her hands and stepped back. What second wife? Don't call me that. That was just to play along with your act. Whether being your daughter's mother or your wife, it was all for the plot. Her voice was rushed and urgent, afraid Su Mu would misunderstand. You must never say that again. Su Mu chuckled at her flustered state. All right, I won't. He was just teasing her, as usual, amusing this outwardly fiery, yet inwardly gentle woman. After finishing the leftover food, Xiao Lanlan resignedly began to clear the dishes. The water gushed noisily as she stood at the sink in a pink cartoon apron, her slender figure and delicate waist silhouetted against the light, exuding an air of serene domesticity. Su Mu leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching quietly. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Xiao Lanlan. Moi. She didn't turn around, her voice muffled by the sound of water. We've known each other for ages. I have a small request. Xiao Lanlan, still facing away, didn't pause her movements, but replied bluntly, no, I won't agree. Su Mu was taken aback, speechless. I haven't even said what it is, and you're already refusing. Then I won't say it. Xiao Lanlan's hands paused, and the water sound softened. Seeing Su Mu silent, she grew curious. What good fart could you be holding in? Spit it out. Su Mu cleared his throat, and finally spoke slowly. I think your teacher's apartment is quite cozy. I'd like to crash here for a night. Afraid she might misunderstand, he quickly added. After all, I have to get up early tomorrow to appease the kid. What? Due to the loud sound of dishwashing, only fragments of the key words reached her ears. What? Sleep here one night. Early. Child. In Xiao Lanlan's ears, these fragments automatically assembled into a shocking version. I want to sleep with you and have a child soon. Clack. She turned off the faucet abruptly. Xiao Lanlan spun around, foam still on her hands, her pretty face flushed with shame and anger, red, as if dripping blood. Su Mu, you old scumbag. What are you thinking? I won't sleep with you. And a child is out of the question. Su Mu's mouth twitched. What nonsense is this? What did you hear? He rubbed his forehead, explaining with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I said I want to sleep on the floor here. Sleep one night. Isn't your sister staying at my place? The renovations have been going on, clattering away, and they even changed the bed. I have nowhere to go. Su Mu had been racking his brain over where to sleep. He could stay at a hotel, but it felt cold and impersonal. Well, he admitted it. He was drawn to the fact that Xiao Lanlan could cook and her home was clean and cozy, full of life. Xiao Lanlan finally realized she had misheard and her face turned crimson. She quickly turned around, turned on the faucet again, and pretended to continue washing dishes, but her earlobes were red and translucent. That's not appropriate. Her voice dropped significantly. After all, there's a difference between men and women. How would I explain a big man staying here? And you know my sister is a Yandra. If she sees you here, she'll tear me apart. Sumu shrugged indifferently and took a step back. Then forget it. He'll go find Lin Jiting instead. She has a single dorm, which should be more convenient. No, Xiao Lanlan blurted out without thinking. How could she let Sumu, that old scumbag, go corrupt an innocent female college student? And the daughter of an acquaintance. That would be like a lamb walking into the wolf's den. Speaking of which, Xiao Lanlan was about to find a way to back down when she turned around and froze. Sumu had somehow already finished showering and was drying his wet hair with a towel. Water droplets slid down his muscles. His solid 8-pack abs exuded masculine strength. Xiao Lanlan's eyes went wide, her heart thumping uncontrollably. She abruptly covered her eyes, but her fingers parted wide open. You bastard. How did you finish showering already? So fast. Sumu draped the towel over his neck, looking utterly nonchalant. You've already agreed, haven't you? He knew Xiao Lanlan's personality inside out. This woman was all bark and no bite. As long as he mentioned Lin Jiting, she would cave in 100%. Xiao Lanlan stole a glance at Sumu's physique, feeling her face heat up several degrees. But what if my sister finds out? Sumu walked over to the sofa, took a quilt from the cabinet, and began laying out a floor bed with practiced ease. How would your sister know I'm here? He said while spreading the quilt. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will know? He placed the pillow and added, besides, I told her I was staying at a hotel tonight. Sumu clapped his hands, looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, then turned to Xiao Lanlan with a smile he thought was perfectly safe. Don't worry, we'll be perfectly safe. Every word of this statement precisely hit all the death flags of a clandestine affair. Xiao Lanlan let out a long sigh as if making a major decision. She put her hands on her hips, striking a landlady pose, and laid down the law to Sumu. Fine, you can sleep here one night, but no more. And you have to leave at dawn tomorrow without being seen by anyone. Let me tell you my sister's temper. It's not just violent, it's explosive. If she finds out I let you stay overnight, she'll really tear me apart. As soon as she finished speaking, dong dong dong. 3 knocks suddenly sounded at the door. The knocks were soft and rhythmic. Xiao Lanlan's heart skipped a beat, then she relaxed. It must be Xiuyan and the others. Muttering to herself, she trotted over to open the door. Perfect, let her see you old scumbag sleeping on the floor, so she stops thinking you're some nice guy. Sumu lay on the floor bed, his head resting on his arm, and responded lazily, without even lifting his eyelids. Xiao Lanlan's hand touched the doorknob. With a click, she unlocked the door. The door opened. The next second, her expression shifted from relaxed to instantly frozen. Her pupils contracted to the extreme in a split second. Oh my god, what the hell? Standing outside the door was not Su Jilin at all, but a woman in a black dress with exquisite makeup and a sweet angelic smile on her face. In the woman's hand was a sledgehammer. Seeing her sister open the door, Xia Qingwi's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Dear sister, good evening. Xiao Lanlan's mind went blank and her blood ran cold. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out, only her teeth chattered uncontrollably. Xia Qingwi's gaze swept past her and landed lightly on the man who had just showered and was now lounging on the floor bed in the living room. The smile on her lips deepened. Half an hour ago, she had sent a message to Sumu telling him to come home tonight. But after waiting for a long time, she only received a sticker. Bird don't care about you. At that moment, a nameless rage ignited in Xia Qingwi's heart. Good. Very good. Daring to reply with such a sticker meant there must be some blind woman beside him giving ideas. She immediately deployed her money power, and within 10 minutes, she had pinpointed Sumu's location. Now it seemed exactly as she had expected. What were you doing inside? Oh, you even took a shower. Xia Qingwi's gaze lingered for a second on Sumu's chiseled abs, then shifted back to her sister's pale face. Her voice was so sweet it could drip honey. What's very safe? What's sleep one night? I see. You're having an affair, aren't you? On the last sentence, her tone suddenly rose, the gentle facade crumbling to reveal the sick madness beneath. With each question, her voice grew softer. Xia Qingwu raised her other hand and gently brushed her slender fingers across Xiao Lanlan's stiff cheek. Tell me, if I cracked open this disobedient little head of yours, would you become obedient? Xiao Lanlan's nerves finally snapped. With every word Xia Qingwu spoke, she took a step closer, the large sledgehammer swaying in her hand. Xiao Lanlan was panicking. Sis, listen to me explain. It's not what you think. But Xia Qingwu refused to listen to any explanation. She suddenly raised the sledgehammer. Xiao Lanlan screamed, and her survival instinct unleashed unprecedented strength. She slammed the door shut with all her might, bang, and pressed her whole body against the door, trembling like a leaf. Tears were about to fall. She's here. Sumu, who was busy figuring out how to sleep comfortably on the floor, was startled by the sudden turn of events. He looked up at Xiao Lanlan's panicked expression. What are you doing? Why slam the door so hard? Come over here quickly, let's finish up and chat before bed. Xia Lanlan shouted with a crying voice. Shut up. Don't say another word. My sister is coming to kill us. With a sledgehammer. Before she could finish, dong. A deafening crash. The thick wooden door was smashed into a large hole from the outside. Wood chips flew everywhere. The head of the sledgehammer hung motionless in front of Xia Lanlan's face, just 5 centimeters from the tip of her nose. The cold metallic smell hit her. Xia Lanlan's legs gave way, and she slid down the door panel to the floor. She instinctively grabbed scattered wooden sticks and flailed them, wildly sobbing. Sumu watched the sudden chaos, a few sweat drops forming on his forehead. How could this happen? This is just ridiculous. Dong! Another hammer blow. The door was struck again, and more cracks spread like a spider web. Xia Lanlan cried out in utter despair, no. Please. No. Dong! The third hammer blow fell heavily, and the door finally gave way, shattering a large hole in the middle large enough for an adult to stick their head through. Through the hole, a stunningly beautiful and cold face appeared. Xia Qing's lips curled into a sick smile. Dear sister, and my most beloved husband. You've been hiding well, haven't you? Now I'm coming in. Meanwhile, downstairs, Shang Xiuyan was happily playing with a small gold bar in her hand. She examined it under the streetlight again and again, the golden glow reflecting a greedy smile on her face. Daughter, see how nice that sister was. Pretty and kind-hearted. Just asking for directions, and she gave me this little gold bar. She weighed it in her hand, clicking her tongue in amazement. This must be worth at least 20,000, right? Su Jilin glanced at it, then looked away with disinterest. Maybe it's fake. Fake. Shang Zuyan's eyes lit up as if struck by a revelation, and she immediately grabbed Su Ziling's hand. Let's go. Let's go check it now. On the teacher's dormitory building, the atmosphere was tense. Xia Lanlan sat collapsed on the floor, watching her sister about to burst through the door. In desperation, she turned back and sent Sumu a pleading look. Sumu, say something, will you? Don't just stand there like a spectator. That shout ignited all of Xia Qingwu's fury. Let him speak for you. Xia Qingwu's tone shot up sharply, the sweet smile on her stunning face vanishing completely. On what grounds? He is mine. And who do you think you are daring to command him? Before the words faded, she suddenly lifted her foot and kicked the shaky door panel with all her might. Bang! The entire door was violently kicked open. Xia Qingwu strode in with a hammer in hand, without a word swung her arm, and aimed it straight at Xia Lanlan on the floor. Whoosh! The wind howled. Xia Lanlan was terrified. She scrambled backward, stumbling and falling to the ground, barely dodging the lethal blow. The hammer slammed into the floor with a dull, heavy thud. Xia Qingwu looked down at her sister from above, pointing the hammerhead at her nose. Not so tough now, are you? Weren't you sending emojis? Ignored you, huh? Come on, send one more right in front of me, let me see. Xia Lanlan curled up on the floor, her eyes welling with tears of grievance, her voice trembling uncontrollably. What emoji? Lanlan doesn't know. Xia Qingwu's smile grew even more dangerous. Oh, you don't know? Then you'll never get the chance to know. She slowly raised the hammer in her hand. Die for me. At that critical moment, a dark shadow shot out of the living room like lightning. Without a second's hesitation or a single word, Xia Qingwu felt her wrist tighten. The hammer about to fall was grabbed firmly from the side, unable to move an inch further. A man wearing only boxer shorts wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her entire body into his embrace. His warm chest pressed tightly against her back. Sumu rested his chin on her shoulder and spoke softly. Be good, stop it. Why are you always bullying your sister? Having learned his lesson from the scythe incident at the women's university, Sumu deeply understood that reasoning was useless against a Yandera, no matter what hold her first. Once embraced, her anger would subside by 30%. Sure enough, the tense body in his arms, rigid with fury, visibly relaxed a little. But a Yandera's anger wasn't so easily quelled. The next second, Xia Qingwu suddenly turned her head and bit down hard on Sumu's neck. Hard. Precise. Like a snake. Her teeth pierced his skin, bringing a sharp pain. Xia Qingwu said through gritted teeth. You always protect her. What does it hurt you? I won't allow you to care about any other woman, even if it's my own sister. Hiss. Sumu sucked in a cold breath, but instead of letting go, he hugged her even tighter. I'm not protecting her. I was just afraid your hand would hurt. His mind raced as he organized his words. And about that emoji, you really misunderstood. My daughter was playing with my phone just now. Did you see what she sent? Though he had no idea what happened, blaming his daughter was always a safe bet. Your daughter. Xia Qingwu paused, the madness in her eyes fading slightly as reason began to return. She remembered. Just 10 minutes ago, she had indeed met Su Jilin downstairs and even given her a small gold bar. The timing matched. Sumu, seeing it was working, pressed his advantage. Exactly. Jilin loves messing around with my phone and sending emojis. It's just a joke. You wouldn't get mad at your daughter, would you? He coaxed her gently. That's not what a good mom would do. What's the point of having a daughter if not for moments like this? Good mom. Those words seemed to stir something in Xia Qingwu. She wanted to be a good mom because that would help her build a perfect family with Sumu. But soon she frowned again, speaking stubbornly. That's still not okay. Even my daughter can't just play with your phone. Your phone is mine to play with. Your messages are only for me to reply to. Every inch of you from your hair to your toenails belongs to me alone. Su Mu's forehead broke out in a sweat. This woman's possessiveness was ridiculously off the charts. But Xia Qingwu changed her tone, softening a little. For our daughter's sake, I'll forgive her this time. She lifted her head, that stunning face breaking into a sweet smile again. Kiss me. These words signaled that the alarm was basically over. Su Mu leaned down and gave her a light peck on the lips. Only then was Xia Qingwu satisfied, and the hammer in her hand clattered to the floor. She grabbed Su Mu's hand, rubbing her beautiful face against it like a docile cat, gently nuzzling, looking as if she were offering herself to be plucked. Do you know how much I miss you? I miss you so much I'm going crazy. Maybe I should lock you up after all. Just the two of us. Su Mu played along. I miss you like crazy too. He used his other hand to gently stroke her hair. From now on we'll always be locked together. I can't even sleep soundly without you by my side. I need you so much. Those last 5 words hit a Yandere harder than any sweet talk. Xia Qingwu completely melted. Her eyes reddened, and she clung to Su Mu's waist, wishing she could meld into his body. The atmosphere in the living room shifted from a battlefield to a massive public display of affection. Xiao Lanlin, still sitting on the floor, watched her sister, who had just tried to kill her, now as meek as a kitten, and finally let out a sigh of relief. She leaned against the wall, trembling as she stood up, ready to regain some ground. See, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Sis, honestly, for such a small thing you'd go so far as to kill your own sister. Before she could finish, Xia Qingwu's eyes, which had just been full of tenderness, swept coldly over her. Since it's a misunderstanding. Her voice was light and airy, yet it made Xia Lanlin's spine, which had just straightened, go weak again. Then you two alone together so late at night in the same room. He took a shower, and you opened the door. And you were planning to let him stay just one night and leave. Xia Qingwu's gaze swept back and forth between Su Mu's bedding on the floor and Xiao Lanlin's pajamas. Dear sister, can you give me a reasonable explanation for that too? Xiao Lanlin. She chose to die on the spot. Late at night. The broken door had been replaced by a brand new security door within half an hour, thanks to professionals. Xia Qingwu called with a single phone call, alarmingly efficient. The teacher's apartment returned to its usual calm, but the atmosphere in the room was strangely tense. On the spacious bed, Su Mu lay in his boxers, as stiff as a corpse, not daring to move an inch. On the floor beside the bed, Xiao Lanlan curled up in her blanket, holding her breath with every tiny movement. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Click. The door opened. Xia Qingwu stepped out wearing a black silk nightgown. Her wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her skin look even fairer and her features even colder. She walked barefoot across the floor without making a sound. She walked straight to the bed, but didn't hurry to get on. Instead, she bent down and picked up the hammer she had thrown aside earlier. Using the handle, she gently lifted the blanket off Su Mu and glanced inside. After confirming certain things, a satisfied smile finally appeared on her cold, beautiful face. Good. Su Mu closed his eyes, feeling utterly humiliated. To save Xiao Lanlan from being hammered by her sister, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and obey every command Xia Qingwu gave him tonight. Thinking about how his pure, innocent body would be handed over to this woman today, 2 streams of clear tears silently slid down the corners of Su Mu's eyes. Xia Qingwu slipped into the bed. The cool silk nightgown brushed against Su Mu's skin, sending a faint shiver through him. Then a soft, warm body pressed against him. Xia Qingwu did nothing else. She simply curled up like a cat seeking warmth and nestled into Su Mu's embrace. She burrowed her head into his chest, found the most comfortable spot, and went still. The woman who had just been holding a hammer with an icy expression was now incredibly docile. Su Mu, however, felt she was blatantly absorbing his vital energy. With every breath she took, she drained his spirit. Xiao Lanlin, sleeping on the floor mat, peeked out from under the covers, and seeing her sister acting so coy and clingy, felt her boldness surge. She pouted and muttered, seriously. Usually she acts so aloof and fierce, but now she's completely wrapped around a man's finger. No matter how formidable a woman is, she still ends up clinging and coquettish in a man's arms. Xia Qingwu completely ignored her, as if the only thing in the world was the man in her arms. She closed her eyes, her long lashes brushing softly against Su Mu's chest, tickling him. Su Mu stared at the ceiling, feeling the warmth in his arms, yet his mind inexplicably drifted to distant memories. He spoke softly, breaking the silence of the room. Actually, your sister wasn't always this fierce. Su Mu's hand unconsciously patted Xia Qingwu's back gently, as if soothing a child. Around our sophomore year, she curled up like this and slept in my arms the whole night. Xiao Lanlin's eyes widened like saucers, her gossip-loving soul burning brightly. Really? You were already a thing back then. Don't talk nonsense. Su Mu shot her a glare, his gaze turning distant. Back then she wasn't called Xia Qingwu. She was Xia Qing. That was over a decade ago. There were no smartphones, no WeChat, and even internet cafes were a rarity. The Xia Qingwu of that time was a completely different person. She always wore thick, heavy black-rimmed glasses and a heavy, straight fringe that covered most of her face. She was gloomy, quiet, always sticking to the walls when she walked like a wandering ghost. Such a personality in a college dormitory for girls back then made her a prime target for bullying. Su Mu pointed to the floor. This used to be the old medical university campus. The predecessor of this faculty apartment building was the dissection building. Xiao Lanlan shivered and pulled her blanket tighter. Sumu, don't scare me. Sumu's tone was calm. I'm not scaring you. Behind this is the old dissection room, the place rumored to be the most haunted. It happened to be around the ghost festival, and ghost stories were spreading all over campus. The 3 girls in your sister's dorm who usually liked to pick on her insisted on dragging her on an adventure that night. It was supposed to be an adventure, but it was really just a prank. Sumu sighed. Your sister refused at first, but they said if she went they'd include her and make up with her. You know, being isolated back then was a terrifying thing. The naive Xiaqing actually believed them. The 4 of them went down to the basement in the dark. The place was perpetually sunless, cold and damp, with an ever-present lingering smell of formaldehyde. When they reached the door of the underground chamber, Xiaqing was so scared her legs gave way, and she refused to go any further. The 3 roommates told her to wait there, saying they'd just take a quick look inside and come right back. But that wait stretched to half an hour. There was no sound from inside. Although Xiaqing was terrified, she was more afraid something had happened to her roommates, so she mustered her courage and went in alone. It was the room where specimens were stored. Rows upon rows of glass jars held various human tissues. Just as she stepped inside, bang. The door behind her was slammed shut, followed by the sound of a lock clicking. From outside the door came the stifled laughter and hurried footsteps of the 3 girls. They had run away, leaving the timid Xiaqing locked alone in the basement, filled with corpses and specimens. Xiao Lanlan's fists clenched in anger. That's so despicable. What if something serious had happened to her? Sumu gave a wry smile. She was indeed terrified. When I found her, she was curled up in a corner, her voice hoarse from crying, unable to even stand. How did you know she was in there? It was a stroke of luck. Sumu recalled his spirited youth. I was the student council president back then, with connections everywhere. It just so happened that the boyfriend of one of those girls was bragging in the dorms, saying there was a good show tonight, that they'd locked that female ghost in the real haunted house. Sumu's mind went blank with rage, and he immediately slapped the bragging guy. After getting the location, he grabbed a flashlight and rushed to the dissection building, ignoring everything else. That place was indeed eerie. In the pitch black, whether psychological or not, he felt like the things in those jars were staring at him. Sumu climbed in through a basement window and found Xiaqing curled up in a ball among the shelves of jars. Her glasses were long lost, her hair was a messy mess plastered to her face, and she was trembling like a leaf. He helped her up, ready to get her out. Another bang. The window was sealed shut from the outside. It wasn't hard to guess who was behind it, the group that had been slapped. Xiao Lanlan was engrossed. And then, you 2 stayed in that place full of corpses all night. Sumu shrugged helplessly. What else could we do? No phone signal, doors and windows sealed. I just held her and sat in that gloomy basement until dawn. That night, Xiaqing clung to his clothes and curled up in his arms, just like she was doing now. To soothe her, Sumu told jokes all night long. It wasn't until the next morning that a patrolling security guard found them. Xiao Lanlan was indignant. That's way too lenient. Weren't those people punished? Sumu shook his head. College students were precious back then. It could have been big or small, but the school was afraid of bad publicity, so they just gave them a minor demerit. It was nothing. And they never found out who the mastermind was. Those girls insisted it was just a prank. The air suddenly went silent for a few seconds. Xiaqing Wu, who had been pretending to sleep buried in Sumu's chest, suddenly spoke in a muffled voice. It was your ex-wife. Sumu froze, looking down at her. What? Xiaqing Wu didn't open her eyes. Jiang Yao. Sumu went completely rigid. He never imagined the mastermind back then was Jiang Yao. Xiaqing was finger traced circles on Sumu's chest. Back then she saw you always looking after me, helping me carry books, get meals. She was jealous and she thought I was a gloomy weirdo who was easy to bully, so she wanted to teach me a lesson. A chill ran down Sumu's spine. At that time, he and Jiang Yao weren't even together, just ordinary classmates. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle and graceful campus beauty could have such deep, dark schemes? I'm sorry. Sumu's throat felt dry. This apology was 20 years too late. It's fine. Xiaqing Wu nuzzled against him. Actually, I should thank her. If she hadn't locked me in there, how would you have come to save me? And if it wasn't for that night, how would I have known your embrace was so warm? So warm that I want to make you into a specimen too, and keep you locked by my side forever. Sumu. Xiao Lanlan. There was no continuing this conversation. This Yander's thought process was truly beyond normal comprehension. Xiao Lanlan tried to steer the conversation back to a logical track. Sis, aren't you angry? She bullied you so badly. Don't you want to get back at her? Xiaqing Wu lightly uttered 2 words. I am angry. Xiao Lanlan, ever the instigator, said, then let's get her. We're not afraid of anyone now. Let's settle old and new scores together. There was no reply, only the sound of even, deep breathing. Xiao Lanlan craned her neck to look. Well, while she was asleep, Sumu found it both amusing and exasperating. Honestly, this woman was over 30, wasn't she? A 30-year-old adult really didn't have that much energy. One second she's talking about being angry, the next she's fast asleep. And she's supposed to be a Yandera female CEO. Oh well, as long as she didn't go crazy, the world was a beautiful place. Sumu reached over and turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Sleep well, good night, he said to Xiao Lanlan on the floor. In the darkness, Xia Qinghui's arm unconsciously tightened, as if confirming Sumu was still within her control. Sumu sighed and resignedly closed his eyes. This life was going to be a long, trying one from now on. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. Sumu felt as though he was being crushed, his chest weighed down, as if by two great mountains, making every breath a laborious effort. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision still blurry. A breathtakingly beautiful face was inches away, her long lashes trembling slightly, her breath misting gently against his neck, carrying a faint fragrant scent. It was Xia Qingwu. She was wrapped around him like an octopus, one arm tightly hugging his waist, one leg possessively thrown across him, staking her claim on her territory. Sumu couldn't help but take a second look. This woman, when asleep, was quite docile. Her lashes were like two tiny brushes, her skin luminous, showing no trace of the possessive, deranged look she had when awake. Sumu tried to move his arm, but felt a heavy weight on his waist. He turned his head. Lo and behold, Xiao Lanlan had somehow crawled from her floor mat onto the bed, sleeping in a sprawling, carefree pose, her long leg also unceremoniously draped over him. So he was the ham slice in the middle of a sandwich. Looking at the serene and peaceful sleeping faces of the two sisters, one as cool and elegant as the moon, the other as bright and radiant as the sun, the scene was unusually warm and harmonious. Sumu felt an unexpected softness in his heart. For a moment he thought life was truly good. With just a turn they were there for each other. Just then Xiao Lanlan, with her eyes still closed, let out a soft whimper and wriggled her body. It seemed her back itched and she reached back to scratch, but couldn't quite reach the spot. Seeing her struggle, Sumu on a whim reached out and gently scratched her back for her. Xiao Lanlan's brow smoothed and she hummed in comfort, mumbling drowsily, a bit to the left. Yeah, right there. Sumu moved his hand as instructed. Satisfied, Xiao Lanlan was about to drift back to sleep when her eyes suddenly snapped open. Her gaze met Sumu's directly. The air froze for a full 3 seconds. She looked at the ceiling, then at Sumu beside her, mind blank for several moments. Sumu, you. Shoo. Sumu immediately pressed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Don't wake your sister, or we're both done for. Only then did Xiao Lanlan notice Xia Qingwu sleeping soundly on the other side. She quickly clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. She remembered now. Last night, when she got up to use the bathroom, she was still half asleep on her way back. The floor mat was cold, so she instinctively climbed onto the bed. And that's how she ended up here. Sumu lowered his voice. All right, hurry and get down. I need to get up too. Instead of moving, Xiao Lanlan rolled over, turning her back to him. Wait. Since I'm here, scratch my back again. That spot is itchy again. A mosquito bit me and left a huge bump. Sumu was speechless. This woman really didn't treat him as an outsider anymore. Perhaps all these days of getting along, especially the heart-to-heart talk yesterday, had made her completely let down her guard, truly seeing him as a friend. Fine, a scratch is just a scratch. Sumu reached out and scratched where she indicated. Here. Xiao Lanlan's body squirmed. No, lower. Yes, right there. Harder. Sumu increased the pressure as asked. Oh, that feels great. Just as Xiao Lanlan was enjoying it, a sudden change occurred. An icy glare shot from behind Sumu. Then a hand emerged from over his shoulder. The hand was slender and fair with distinct knuckles, long nails painted a vivid red. A flash of white light. Ah! A scream pierced the morning's tranquility. Xiao Lanlan felt a piercing pain in her back as she was kicked off the bed by an immense force, tumbling and rolling back onto her floor mat. Sumu whirled around. Xia Qingwu was already awake, sitting quietly behind him. A smile played on her lips, her voice soft and gentle. Itchy. Here, let big sister scratch it for you. I'm skilled at it. I can scratch out your heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. Then it won't itch anymore. Sumu's scalp tingled with fear. Damn it, she's having an episode again. The warm and harmonious atmosphere from moments ago vanished in an instant. This woman was usually so normal. Why did she instantly switch to Yandere mode whenever it involved him? If this continued, the two sisters would surely become enemies. Sumu felt he had to get out of there quickly. He took a deep breath, turned around, and said soothingly, all right, don't be mad. I just woke up and wanted to see you happy. You look especially beautiful when you smile. The madness in Xia Qinghui's eyes receded a bit. She stared at Sumu. Really? Then hold me. Sumu did as she asked, opening his arms and pulling her into a tight embrace. Xia Qingwu buried her face in his chest, breathing in his scent deeply, her tense body slowly relaxing. Perhaps she was too tired, or perhaps this embrace gave her enough of a sense of security, but before long her breathing became even and long again. She was asleep once more. Her sleep quality was truly unmatched. Sumu carefully laid her down, tucked the blanket around her, and got out of bed as fast as he could. Brush teeth, rinse mouth, get dressed. The whole process was fluid, taking less than a minute. He pulled on his pants, grabbed his jacket, and prepared to make a graceful exit. Just as he opened the door, he remembered something, poked his head back in, and said to Xiao Lanlan, who was rubbing her back and grimacing on the floor mat. Xiao Lanlan remembered to wash the pillowcase and the duvet cover. Xiao Lanlan, her eyes welling up with tears from the pain, retorted angrily, What beastly thing did you do to my beloved pillowcase? Sumu pointed innocently at the person in the bed. It wasn't me. It was your sister. She drools in her sleep, all sticky and messy. Also remember to tidy up the bed. Your sister and I will probably be sleeping here for the next few days. Xiao Lanlan felt like she was about to explode. Why on earth? Sleep in her bed hit her, and she still had to clean up. What kind of world was this? Xiao Lanlan grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Get out. Meeting you is the worst luck I've ever had. Sumu dodged, nimbly shut the door, and made his escape. On the campus of Jiangxing University, the sunlight was perfect. Having slept until nearly noon, it was now the peak time for classes to let out. The paths were bustling with people full of youthful energy. Walking along the tree-lined avenue, Sumu looked at the cafeteria where Head dined with his daughter yesterday, and suddenly remembered something. Had been so busy bickering yesterday that he hadn't transferred Su Jiling her living expenses. And wasn't that girl still in debt to an online loan? As her father, he couldn't really watch her hit rock bottom. He was just pondering how much to send when a harsh horn blast sounded from behind him. Beep beep. This was followed by a whooshing sound of something speeding by. Old man, get out of the way. Are you blind? A stylish electric scooter whizzed past, Sumu barely missing him. The speed and force of it nearly knocked him off balance. Sumu's temper flared. What the hell? Can't you ride properly? Being that close was definitely intentional. He looked up and saw that the two figures on the scooter looked somewhat familiar. The girl driving had a short bobbed haircut radiating youthful vitality. The one riding on the back had a head of pink hair flowing in the wind, particularly eye-catching. Looking more closely, Sumu's eyes widened. The one driving wasn't that his dear daughter Su Jiling, and the one behind her was her stepmother Shang Xiuyan. Speak of the devil. But Sumu's gaze fell on the electric scooter. That thing didn't look cheap. Where did his daughter get the money to buy it? Just as Sumu was wondering, Su Jiling, who had ridden a short distance ahead, had a smile she couldn't suppress on her lips. Awesome. This feeling was absolutely amazing. Just yesterday she and Shang Xiuyan had met a young woman asking for directions. Before leaving, the woman had given them a gold bar as thanks. They'd initially thought it was a fake chocolate bar and almost threw it away. Even if it were real, it would only be worth at most 8 to 10,000. But they decided to take it to a gold shop just to check. When they had it appraised, real gold, weighing over 500 grams. They cashed it in on the spot, and 500,000 yuan was credited to their bank account. Staring at the long string of zeros in the text message on their phones, Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan, who had never seen so much money in their lives, were so excited they nearly jumped for joy. The first thing Su Jiling did was pay off the 20,000 yuan online loan. The feeling of being debt-free made her feel completely light and carefree. It was her last vulnerability that her father could use against her. Gone. She had worried that Sumu would use money to force her into completing that damn bet. But now she wasn't short on cash. After paying off the debt, she still had 480,000 yuan left in her account. What did that even mean? It was more than enough to spend lavishly through college and beyond. Shang Xiuyan immediately suggested they buy the electric scooter they'd both had their eyes on for a while to get around the sprawling campus. They looked at each other and agreed. Buy. They had to buy it. And if they were buying, they'd get the Topophyline model. So this 9-bot E300P, which cost nearly 28,300 yuan, became their new ride. The moment they got the scooter, Su Jiling decided she wasn't going to avoid Sumu anymore. She immediately drove Shang Xiuyan over to flaunt it in front of him. That old man, Shed yelled earlier, was entirely deliberate. Su Jiling made a sharp turn up ahead, spun the scooter around, and drove back towards Sumu. Shang Xiuyan, seated behind, tugged at Su Jiling's sleeve, her voice laced with a hint of unease she couldn't quite conceal. Doubao, that's enough. Don't really push your dad over the edge. Su Jiling was utterly nonchalant. Xiao Ma, just one more time. Who asked him to ignore me all year round? That call of Xiao Ma instantly disarmed Shang Xiuyan's objections. She could only say indulgently, all right, just this once, okay? No more after this. A smile curved at the corner of Su Jiling's mouth. With permission granted, she twisted the throttle, her movements fluid and practiced. The electric scooter hummed as it executed a beautiful drift, the front wheel turning as it once again charged towards Sumu. A screech of brakes. The No. 9 electric scooter came to a stop right in front of Sumu, the front wheel less than a fist's width from his knees. Su Jiling lifted her chin, her two long legs bracing against the ground, her posture both cool and defiant. Old man. Sumu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at her with an air of calm, a faint smile even playing on his lips. My dear daughter, what brings you here? Don't call me your daughter. Su Jiling retorted immediately, her voice raised high, as if ensuring everyone around could hear. I'm your mistress' best friend. Please get your facts straight. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Going around in circles, wasn't that still his daughter? Su Jiling completely ignored the strange look on his face, tossing her chin towards the new ride beneath her. See this bike of mine? Sumu gave it a once-over, his tone flat. Just average. This reaction clearly didn't meet Su Jiling's expectations. This old man still so stubborn. Couldn't he show even a hint of envy? She cleared her throat, switching tactics, a look of disdain creeping into her eyes. 28,300 paid in full. My point is simple, I'm rich now. She paused, her gaze wandering over Sumu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Look at you all down and out wandering around school at noon. You've lost your job, haven't you? A jobless middle-aged man, pockets cleaner than his face. Are you even worthy of my best friend? Do you plan on having her live on air and suffer through hard times with you? This rapid-fire verbal barrage caught him completely off guard. Shang Xiuyan behind the scooter panicked, her face flushed red as she desperately patted Su Ziling's back. Doubao, don't say such things. She leaned out, explaining anxiously to Sumu. Honey, don't listen to her nonsense. You and I truly love each other. I don't care if you have money or not. Sumu found it amusing. Truly amusing. He hadn't expected his own daughter to pull that cheesy short drama mockery routine on him. She had her lines memorized pretty well. This girl must have watched too many of those shows. Sumu wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back, watching her with great interest. And then, are you done? Seeing his unflappable demeanor, the frustration bottled up inside, Su Ziling grew even stronger. She decided to just lay her cards on the table. Let's talk business. Her expression turned serious and she lowered her voice. You promote my Xiao Ma to the main wife. Me'll give you a 3/8 yuan dowry on her behalf. My Xiao Ma has looks and figure. Why should she settle for being a concubine for you? The moment those words were spoken, the air stilled. Several students passing by halted in their tracks. Initially, just curious about the argument, now hearing shocking phrases like 380k dowry and promoting the mistress, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. They all stopped pulling out their phones, pretending to look at the scenery while their ears perked up high. Do college students really play this wild these days? Paying a dowry for their stepmother, telling their dad to promote his mistress to the main wife. Are they hallucinating in the middle of the day? What kind of show is this? Shang Xiuyan behind the scooter was also completely stunned. She covered her mouth and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She thought Su Ziling had come to spite her father, but never expected that her good friend was actually trying to fight for her status in a roundabout way. A wave of warmth surged through her heart. Shang Xiuyan was deeply moved, sobbing as she hugged Su Ziling tightly around the waist from behind. Doubao, you're so good to me. Really, you don't have to do this. Sumu was also stunned. He was genuinely taken aback. He had initially thought his daughter was just being a rebellious teenager coming to flaunt her wealth at her old man stepping on him a bit to satisfy her vanity. He never imagined she was here to stand up for her best friend. No, that wasn't even the main point. The main point was, where did she get 3/8 yuan? Yesterday she was still owing 2/0 on an online loan, and today she can flash 3/8 in cash. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be that fast. Sumu was so shocked his mind nearly went blank and his hand clasped behind his back relaxed. Clatter. A stick fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Su Ziling's gaze was instantly drawn to it, and seeing the wooden stick, she was also shocked. What were you planning to do with that piece of junk stick? Were you going to hit me just now? You're even thinking of domestic violence. Sumu snapped back to reality, his face reddening slightly. He bent down, picked up the stick, and weighed it in his hand nonchalantly. Nonsense. I thought this branch had a unique shape and wanted to take it home to collect. You don't understand art. He would never admit that seeing his daughter acting like a rebellious punk earlier, he had genuinely considered giving her a beating to teach her a lesson about fatherly love. He hadn't expected it. His daughter hadn't gone bad after all. She was still as good, Doubao. Though she was sharp-tongued, her heart was in the right place, knowing how to care for others. He had misunderstood her. A wave of inexplicable emotion welled up inside him. Sumu stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to pat his daughter's head. Hey! Su Ziling recoiled sharply, her face full of vigilance. Don't touch me. I don't want any physical contact with my best friend's husband. Please show some respect. Sumu's outstretched hand froze midair. The corner of his mouth twitched violently again. What kind of talk was this? I'm your own father. Is this never going to end? Sumu took a deep breath, retracted his hand, and shoved it into his pocket. Alright, I won't touch you. I don't agree to this request. You can go now. Are you kidding? Sumu had millions in savings. How could he be manipulated by a mere 3/8 yuan? Money was trivial. The main thing was if that possessive big wife at home found out, he might not make it out of the campus alive today. Su Ziling hadn't expected him to refuse so bluntly. She pointed at Sumu, hurt, her eyes instantly turning red. You are driving your own biological daughter away. Sumu? Sigh? This Doubao could switch roles freely, couldn't she? Master of both offense and defense. Seeing Sumu refuse to budge, Su Ziling gritted her teeth and issued her final ultimatum. Old man, if you agree, I'll add another 2/0 to the dowry, making it an even 4/0. She looked at him stubbornly. If you don't agree. Sumu cut her off without a second thought. I don't agree. His tone was firm. Without a moment's hesitation. Su Ziling's eyes reddened instantly. She had originally thought her father was constantly worried about money and wanted to help the family out. The money felt too hot for her to handle. It was better to give it to her dad to improve their lives. And she could also secure a proper title for her Xiao Ma at the same time. It was a win-win situation. Why wouldn't he agree? Why wasn't he willing to accept her kindness? Did he think money wasn't important? Was Xiao Ma not important either? And what about her, his own daughter, even less important? A wave of disappointment washed over her. So he wasn't poor, he was just cold-hearted. Fine. Very well. Su Jiling wiped her eyes forcefully and put her helmet back on. Her voice muffled under the helmet sounded a bit dull, yet resolute. You heartless, cold-blooded man. You deserve to be poor forever. I will never forgive you. With that, she abruptly twisted the throttle. The scooter shot forward like an arrow, leaving Su Mu with nothing but a fading silhouette. Startled by the sudden acceleration, Shang Xiuyan quickly wrapped her arms tightly around Su Ziling's waist from the back seat. She turned her head and shouted towards Su Mu, who was growing increasingly distant. Honey, ill-convinced Doubao? Don't worry. Her voice was quickly swallowed by the wind. Su Mu stood rooted to the spot, watching the two figures disappear at the end of the tree-lined path, and let out a helpless sigh. He had his reasons. That never-seen-before possessive big wife of his daughter's was quite fierce. But how was he supposed to explain this to her? Su Mu was deeply troubled. The difficulty of this bet had just increased significantly. At Jiangxing University, in the library's study room, afternoon sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting dappled patterns on the desks. Su Jiling stared blankly at her advanced mathematics textbook, twirling her pen at dizzying speed. Beside her, a small fair hand crept silently across the tabletop, like a mollusk inching toward the notebook filled with solved problems. Closer, even closer. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the cover, a sharp smack echoed through the room, drawing the attention of the studious students nearby. Su Jiling retracted her hand with a deadpan expression, pressing the notebook firmly against her chest. Shang Xiuyan clutched her reddened hand, tears welling in her eyes, as she protested. Doubao, what did you do that for? It hurts so much my hand is about to fall off. Su Jiling glanced at her sideways and scoffed. Serves you right. Don't try that pity act with me. We're not that close anymore. Undeterred, Shang Xiuyan went limp, draping herself over Su Jiling like a boneless creature, nuzzling her head against her shoulder, her voice dripping with excessive sweetness. My dear Doubao, my bestie, my precious daughter, just let your mommy copy your calculus homework, please. Didn't we agree on this before? Stop right there. Su Jiling pushed her head away with a single disdainful finger, speaking sternly. That was then, this is now. Shang Xiuyan, you're a traitor, now you're no longer on my side. I helped you fight for recognition, spent money and effort, even threw in that 3 dowry for you. And what do? You stab me in the back. Taking that old man's side. The memory of yesterday's incident at the school gate reignited her fury. She had been genuinely trying to secure a proper status for her foolish friend. And what was the result? The woman turned on her at the crucial moment. Not only did she not support her, but she also allied with that old man. It was like grinding Su Ziling's face into the dirt. Shang Xiuyan blinked her big eyes innocently. But I really don't care about those titles. You know me, I'm a traditional person. As long as two people love each other, nothing else matters. Su Jiling rolled her eyes so hard she felt a headache coming on. She slammed the pen on the desk, lowering her voice, but unable to hide her frustration. Shang Xiuyan, have you watched too many soap operas and fried your brain? What's so traditional about you? It's the 21st century. If you don't fight for anything, you'll suffer big losses in the future. As a woman, you need to know how to fight for yourself, understand? Shang Xiuyan rested her chin on her hands, watching Su Ziling's flustered state, finding it rather endearing. She asked in confusion, why do I need to fight? A husband and wife aren't enemies. Isn't it better to just go along with what the man says? That way there's no conflict in the family, and my husband will love me even more. She stated this theory with complete conviction. In her view, the woman who doesn't compete is the one who laughs last. Su Ziling's mouth fell open, utterly speechless for a long moment. This logic, surprisingly, sounded coherent. No, this was a textbook case of terminal lovesickness. Su Jiling took a deep breath, trying to drag her infatuated friend back to reason. Then let me ask you, what if some other woman bullies you in the future? What if he finds a fierce main wife who forces him to break up with you? Shang Xiuyan answered without hesitation, full of confidence, I don't compete, I don't want his money, I don't need a title, just stay obediently by his side. How could he bear to break up with me? He wouldn't be able to let me go. Su Jiling. It made so much sense, she had no comeback. She held her forehead, finding the argument strangely airtight. Indeed, what man would abandon a gentle, considerate, non-competitive mistress who's eager to bear his children? This was every man's dream wife. Su Jiling felt her worldview under siege. She gritted her teeth, deciding to resort to stronger measures. Fine, even if he doesn't break up. Then what if that old man has children with other women? Shang Xiuyan's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'll help raise them. I love kids. It'd be great to have a little brother or sister for you, Doubao. Su Jiling nearly spat out blood onto her textbook. This woman was beyond saving. Completely beyond saving. With trembling hands, she pointed at Shang Xiuyan's nose and played her final trump card. What if he sleeps with someone else? Physical infidelity. Right in front of you. I bet you wouldn't help push him. That should finally hit a nerve. That's what a doormat can't tolerate. This time Shang Xiuyan did hesitate. She bit her lip, furrowed her brow slightly, as if engaged in some intense internal struggle. Su Jiling felt a surge of hope. There was still hope. No one could tolerate such a violation of principle. Even the love-struck had limits. Just as she was about to press her advantage and fully awaken her friend's independent female consciousness, Shang Xiuyan looked up and said seriously, then, They'll brew some nourishing soup for him to replenish his strength. After all he's getting on in years, his stamina might not keep up. I wouldn't want him to overwork himself. Oofed. Su Jiling felt like she'd been struck by a thunderbolt shaken to her core. She grabbed the calculus book from the desk and started whacking Shang Xiuyan on the head with a series of thud, thud, thud blows. Are you trying to kill me? Shang Xiuyan, have you lost your mind? You useless woman. I'm so furious. How did I end up with a friend who treats being a doormat as a career? Don't you know how to love yourself? Shang Xiuyan, seeing stars from the beating, clutched her head. I do love myself. I see something I like in him. So if I love him, aren't I loving myself? Su Jiling completely lost it. She buried her head in her arms, collapsing onto the desk like a salted fish devoid of dreams, letting out a despairing cry. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I shouldn't have meddled in your old folks' romance. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. You're right, you're both right. As long as you're happy, I don't care if the world ends. Seeing that Su Jiling had finally given up on her ideological reformation, Shang Xiuyan breathed a huge sigh of relief. She cautiously leaned in, starting to push her luck again. All right, Doubao, don't be mad. Since you're not trying to talk me out of it, how about you make peace with your dad? Look, the way he was wandering around campus in the middle of the day yesterday, he must have lost his job. He's at his most vulnerable, now needing family warmth the most. Also, can I copy your calculus homework or not? The old professor is going to check it next class. You're still thinking about your damn homework. Su Jiling let out a bitter laugh. No way. She sat up straight, resolute. I'm telling you, Su Jiling would rather jump out of the study room window and die on the pavement than make up with him. I won't even call him dad. At least not for the next 3 days. Her eyes burned with stubbornness. I have to teach him a lesson. He never cared about this family, working overtime all day, ignoring me completely, and even forcing me to change my college entrance exam choices. Recalling the past, Su Jiling's resentment surged anew. Seeing her firm stance, Shang Xiuyan had to settle for less. Doubao, about the calculus homework. No. At that moment, the speakers on the study room ceiling suddenly emitted a burst of static. Zzz. The previously quiet room stirred as students covered their ears and looked up. Then a sound of clearing one's throat echoed through the broadcast, spreading across the library and even the entire campus. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Su Jiling froze. Shang Xiuyan's hand, which was sneaking towards the homework, also stopped. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. That voice. Why did it sound so familiar? The next second, that voice, which made Su Jiling grind her teeth in hatred, boomed cheerfully, testing. Is my daughter there? Is my daughter there? Inside the broadcast room of Jiangxing University, Su Mu lounged lazily in the announcer's chair, his fingers lightly tapping the mixing console, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Over a decade ago, he had been a regular in this very broadcast room. Every afternoon, he would play rock music from that era, recite poetry, and occasionally strum a guitar to sing love songs. Back then, there was always a shy junior girl who would wait faithfully outside the broadcast room window every day, secretly listening to him sing. The moment he looked up, she would scurry away like a startled mouse, vanishing in an instant. He often wondered what had become of that young girl. Ah, the green years of youth. Su Mu withdrew his drifting thoughts and remembered today's real mission: to reconcile with his daughter. For this opportunity, he had spared no expense. Not only had he begged Xia Qingwu to help pull strings with the school, but he had also borrowed 5 million in activity funds from her, and even been forced to sign a series of unequal treaties, the harshest of which was to move back home. Truly no easy feat. Su Mu watched the surveillance footage, seeing his daughter's face frozen in shock that rendered her speechless. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You little rascal. You thought hiding in the library meant your dad couldn't find you. Naive. Your dad will always be your dad. Su Mu cleared his throat, adjusted the microphone with practiced ease, and began speaking in a voice full of magnetic warmth. I apologize for interrupting your precious study time. Let me introduce myself first. I am Su Mu, 38 years old, a well-known entrepreneur. I currently own a fully paid property in Jiangxing valued at 10 million and personal savings of 10 million. Divorced and single. The moment he finished, the study room erupted into chaos. Su Jiling's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. This old man. What was he doing here? Was he auditioning for a dating show? She turned to Shang Xiuyan and hissed, "Little mom, look at him. Has he gone crazy?" Shang Xiuyan, however, was full of admiration. Wow, my child's father is so direct. The surrounding classmates buzzed with discussion. What's going on? A new school matchmaking program. Don't knock it. These conditions are solid. 38 in his prime with a house and money. I don't want to work anymore. You go. We don't even know if he's handsome. Over the broadcast, Su Mu's voice continued, laced with a kind of weary resignation. A man in his 30s like me, just the interest on my savings alone is over 600 yuan a day. By myself, even if I go to a foot massage parlor for a rub and eat a good meal every day, I can't spend it all. Plus, I'm somewhat good-looking, so there's always a wealthy woman trying to treat me to dinner. Before you know it, it's even harder to spend the money. His words were like a knife plunged into the hearts of all the poor students struggling to make ends meet. The hatred meter instantly maxed out. Su Jiling wished she could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Shameful. So shameful. The The male classmates in the study room had already started cursing. Damn, this guy is here to rack up hate points. In Broken Bros, my monthly living expenses are only $1,500 and his daily interest is $600. Killing someone with words. Just as the crowd was boiling with indignation, Su Mu's tone suddenly shifted, becoming low and melancholic. You must all envy my life, right? Rich free. But am not happy. He paused, giving everyone a moment to digest. Yes, I'm not happy. A man in his 30s all alone. Returning to that empty big house, only cold walls greet me. Divorced, my son and daughter are as distant as strangers. Walking on the street, watching other families enjoying their happy time together, I can only go to a private club alone, seeking a trace of false warmth. I used to laugh at the ancients for carving a mark on the boat to find a lost sword. How could that work? It wasn't until I pushed open the wooden door of the empty old house time and again that I realized I was that fool too. I often wonder, can money really buy everything? In the broadcast room, Su Mu pressed one hand to his chest, his expression racked with pain. Of course it was an act. But his words, 3 parts true and 7 parts false, were the most moving in their ambiguity. As expected, the restless crowd in the study room gradually quieted down. The students who had been cursing his flaunting of wealth fell silent. Some sensitive female classmates even showed sympathetic looks. So, he was a pitiful man. What good was money if he didn't even have a complete family? Su Jiling was also stunned. Beside her, Shang Zuyan's eyes had already reddened. She pulled out a tissue, wiped her tears, and sobbed, "Whoa. So touching. Doubao, listen to how pitiful my child's father is. All alone in that big house with only money to keep him company. So heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking." Su Ziling's mouth twitched violently. Only money to keep him company. How did that sound so infuriating? Su Mu took a moment to compose his emotions, his voice carrying a deeper guilt. Today, I stand here not to show off anything. I just want to say a few words from the heart to my daughter. Daughter, I know you might be listening. For the past 18 years, I have let you down. My eyes were only on work, only on making money. I always thought the more money the better, greedily believing there was never enough. I neglected the time I should have spent with you. I forgot that I never attended a single parent-teacher meeting in your childhood. I forgot that you were afraid of the dark since you were little, yet I was always working late into the night. I forgot that your favorite things were singing and dancing, not science. And even when you filled out your college application form, so important to you, I arbitrarily made you change your most beloved major. So now you won't even call me dad, and I think I deserve it. Every word struck precisely the softest spot in Su Ziling's heart. The grievances and resentment she had deliberately buried seemed to find an outlet at this moment. So, he knew it all. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ziling's eyes had also reddened. Her nose stung, and tears almost fell. This bastard had some conscience after all. She sniffled, and the solid defense in her heart quietly cracked open. Maybe, in 3 days she would call him dad. Just as Su Ziling's emotions were about to completely break, the voice over the broadcast took a sharp turn. So, to make up for the huge mistakes I've made in the past, and to feel the warmth of family again, I Su Mu hereby launch a hidden fatherly love campaign. The event will be held at the school's Central Plaza. I hope that the students here can help me. Come to the plaza and call me dad. I want to relive the warmth of family. The study room exploded in uproar. TCH, so it's performance art after all. This guy's got to screw loose, missing his daughter that bad. Who's got time to go call you dad? The fleeting tenderness Su Jiling had felt vanished in an instant. She knew it. This old man could never be this serious. Su Mu seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He unhurriedly dropped the bombshell. I know this request is a bit abrupt, but as I said, I have 10 million in savings. Money has lost its meaning for me, and I don't want it anymore. To win back my beloved daughter and show her my sincerity, I declare, today, any student who comes to the Central Plaza, looks me in the eye, and sincerely calls me dad will receive a brand new Huawei Mate 80 phone on the spot. I have a selfish motive. I know my daughter is shy and can't say it now. I want to ask everyone to use your enthusiasm to give her some encouragement so that she too can shout dad in the crowd. So, whoever shouts the loudest with the most emotion and the most flair, I will additionally give them a triple folding flagship phone. After saying this, Su Mu hung up the microphone and stretched contentedly. He wasn't acting on impulse. This was a stone that killed 3 birds. First, to show his daughter his sincerity. Women, the more you lack something, the more they want it. What did his daughter lack most right now? A sincere apology. Ordinary apologies were too cheap, too insincere. But an apology costing tens of millions was different. His daughter didn't know he was now well off in her eyes. This was almost a bankrupting gamble, maxing out his sincerity. Second, at her age, material pursuits weren't high. Giving luxury cars or gifts would be useless. But scattering tens of millions just to hear her call him dad. What a mountain of fatherly love. That little girl would surely be moved to tears and throw herself into his arms. Third, young people couldn't save money. If they had it, they spent it. Consider it a trivial contribution to social and economic development. Su Mu took a sip of goji berry tea and smiled. Daughter, I wonder if you can withstand this move of your father's. Meanwhile, in the study room, a deathly silence fell. Everyone's eyes widened, wondering if they were hallucinating. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Holy shit. Someone was the first to react, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Then the entire study room exploded. Huawei Mate 80. Is that for real? That's over 5,000 yuan. Just call him Dad, and you get it. Let's go. Quick. To the Central Plaza. We'll miss out. Dad? Dad, I'm coming. Don't push me. That's my dad. The college students who had been sneering at Sumu moments ago now had bloodshot eyes driven to frenzy. They threw down their pens, closed their books, and rushed out of the study room like madmen. The scene was like a zombie siege. Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. They watched helplessly as their classmates one after another transformed into filial sons and daughters, sprinting frantically toward the Central Plaza. The entire campus in that moment was in an uproar. Dad! Dad! The entire study hall was deserted, leaving only Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan standing there exchanging bewildered glances rooted to the spot. Su Jiling was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Have they no pride or backbone left as contemporary college students? Just for a smartphone, is it really worth it? Even if it was the latest model, one shouldn't go around calling someone dad so casually. Shang Xiuyan, while hurriedly packing her bag, remarked, Isn't it? That's over 5,000 yuan doubao. My monthly allowance is only 1,500. I'd have to save for over 3 months without spending a cent. Su Jiling was left speechless. She opened her mouth, but found no retort. Indeed, 5,000 yuan wasn't easy to come by these days. But the problem was, how much money would that cost? Su Jiling stamped her foot in frustration. How many people are there in the Central Plaza? 1,000? 2,000? Where does that old man get so much money? Is he insane? Did he sell our house? The more she thought, the more alarmed she became. She knew all too well about her father's financial situation. Being an executive at a big company sounded impressive, but with a monthly mortgage of nearly 100,000, car loans and household expenses, there was barely anything left. Shang Xiuyan lowered her voice upon hearing this. Very likely. Think about it, Doubao. Your dad was never really wealthy. To save face in front of you, he even rented a 4 million Bentley. Now to beg for your forgiveness, selling the house is hardly surprising. Su Mu's 4 million Bentley still bore the injustice of being a rental. That old man. Su Jiling bit her lower lip, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. A warm current surged uncontrollably within her. She was moved truly. A man willing to go bankrupt and spend millions to earn his daughter's forgiveness. It was hard not to be touched. Yet swiftly a stronger indignation followed. That was the house. Her property. Even if it wasn't left to her in the future, it was still money. Wasting it on a bunch of strangers. Shang Xiuyan probed, Doubao, do you want to go take a look? Su Jiling refused without a second thought, her tone harsh. I'm not going. What for? To watch that old man squander our fortune. Shang Xiuyan blinked, offering a reason Su Jiling couldn't refuse. Think about it from another angle. Your dad is making such a big scene today, just to get you to show up and forgive him. If you never show, he might think his sincerity isn't enough and keep doing this tomorrow. The day after that. What if he runs out of money and starts borrowing? From loan sharks. Shang Xiuyan's words struck home. Su Ziling's breathing quickened. She lifted her head abruptly and forced out a single word, let's go. At Jiangxing University's Central Plaza, when Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan pushed through the crowd and saw the scene before them, they were deeply shaken. A sea of people. The entire plaza was packed with at least 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered. In the center, a temporary circular stage half a meter high had been erected. Behind the stage, rows upon rows of brand new Huawei phone boxes were stacked into a small mountain, at least 2,000 units. How much did that cost? 10 million. Su Ziling's heart clenched violently, the pain nearly buckling her knees. And her father Sumu stood on the circular stage, microphone in hand, brimming with pride. Sumu looked at the college students below, their eyes clear and filled with longing, and felt a surge of delight. This was youth. This was vitality. This was the power of money. Spending a few million to buy so many people's happiness, worth every cent. He cleared his throat and roared into the microphone with the fervor of a concert opening. Do you kids down there recognize me, eh? Do you know what I'm here for today? No preamble. No lectures. Such a down-to-earth opening instantly bridged the gap. The 1,000+ college students below raised their hands in unison and shouted with all their might. We recognize you. Give out phones. The voices were perfectly synchronized, piercing the sky. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, his smile broadening as he raised the microphone. Are you ready, kids? The students below, as if triggered by a switch, roared back in unison. Yes, Dad. Oh my God. Sumu nearly dropped the microphone. They said it so smoothly. He had thought these proud children would show some restraint and be too embarrassed to speak. Clearly, he had overestimated. I can't hear you. Sumu, seized by playfulness, pointed the microphone at the crowd. Why, yes, Dad. This time the voice was even louder, almost lifting the plaza's roof. Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan, who had just squeezed to the edge of the crowd, were utterly shocked. How terrifying. Such was the magic of money. Sumu was completely in his element, pacing on stage and interacting wildly with the students below. Who is young, handsome, and rich? The crowd. Sumu, Dad. Who seeks his daughter's forgiveness? The crowd. Sumu, Dad. Who spends 10 million to reconcile with his daughter? The crowd. Sumu, Dad. Sumu raised the microphone to his lips and shouted with all his might for the final cry. Who loves you forever? Sumu dad. Sumu dad. Sumu dad. The roaring chants surged like waves, each louder than the last. On the stage, Sumu spread his arms, closed his eyes, and basked in the unparalleled adoration and reverence. Ha! I love you too, my darlings. What a thrill. This feeling was even better than making 100 million. Being called dad so sincerely by so many people. It seemed all the worries and exhaustion of the past decades dissipated in that moment. The enthusiasm of the students below was even more palpable. Helping a great father seek his daughter's forgiveness was a positive and uplifting act. On top of that, free phones. Double the joy. The atmosphere had reached its peak. Sumu wasn't one to drag things out. He opened his eyes and waved grandly at the crowd. All right, enough with the formalities. Staff, don't just stand there. Open the boxes. Hand out the phones. One for everyone. Now. Immediately. Right this moment. His decisive and straightforward attitude left all the students stunned. They had expected to hear a half-hour speech about his life story followed by some scanning codes and coupons. They were prepared to endure a lecture about the old days. And then this. Just like that. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted. Damn. This dad was incredibly generous. Among the crowd, someone shouted first. Sumu dad, you're awesome. Then spontaneously the slogan echoed across the entire plaza. Sumu dad, you're cool. Sumu dad, you're swift. And Su Jiling squeezed at the edge of the crowd, watched as the staff began unboxing and distributing phones, and saw the students cheering as they received them. Her heart ached unbearably. That was all money. 5,000 yuan each. In just a few moments, hundreds of thousands were gone. Her family's money. Su Jiling bit her lip. A wave of grievance washed over her. Why? Why did all of you call him dad? He was my father. She didn't even have that model of phone. She was still using last year's old model. She looked at the ebullient man on stage, then at the college students vying for his favor. Su Jiling sniffled. Even the normally composed Do Bao was a little broken at this moment. The phones were still being handed out. Waves of cheers rose and fell. Standing at the center of the stage, Su Mu watched the college students who were overjoyed at receiving their new phones and felt a surge of emotion. Youth was truly wonderful. A little sweetness was enough to make them happy for ages. Unlike his daughter, who required emotional value. He pressed his hands down in a gentle motion. The bustling square fell silent. Everyone stared at him with eager eyes, awaiting the next instruction from their generous benefactor. Sumu picked up the microphone, a hint of emotion on his face. My dear children, you've got your phones. Are you happy? The crowd roared in unison. Happy. That's good to hear. Sumu sighed, his tone dropping. But honestly, I didn't go through all this trouble and spend all this money just to hear you all call me dad. Silence fell over the entire square. Everyone pricked up their ears. Sumu let out a long sigh that echoed in every ear. I'm here today to ask for someone's forgiveness. My daughter. She attends this university too, and she might be right here among you, hiding in a corner, cursing me for being so extravagant. Sumu's voice, amplified by the speakers, reached every corner of the square. She's very shy and also very stubborn. As her father, I wasn't much of a man before. Back then I was terrified of poverty. I spent all my time making money and attending social engagements. Sumu's eyes reddened as he spoke. I'm making such a big deal today just to tell her this. My daughter. Daddy knows he was wrong. This isn't about showing off. I just want you to know that Daddy wants to make it up to you. I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness right now. All I ask is that you stand in the crowd, even if you are just blending in, and shout dad for me. That would be enough. Sumu, a master of emotional manipulation, gave it his all. His words were sincere and deeply moving. At that moment, it seemed even the wind in the square had stopped. The college students below were at the most emotionally vulnerable age. Add to that the fact that they had just received gifts, and they were already well disposed towards Sumu. After hearing this heartfelt confession, they were all deeply touched. Many girls' eyes were red. Some boys were even secretly wiping away tears. It was so touching. This was the love of a father as solid as a mountain. What would Daddy Su is so pitiful. Which silly girl would reject such a wonderful father? I'm crying. I miss my dad. Even though he only ever gave me a kick, he loved me too, right? Murmurs of discussion rose and fell throughout the crowd. At the edge of the crowd, Su Jiling stood stunned. She had arrived, suppressing her emotions, putting on a facade of indifference. But hearing her father say these words face to face, she was at a loss. This guy, he was going too far. Spending 10 million and making such a huge scene, all just to hear her call him dad. Was he an idiot? Su Jiling bit her lip, her vision blurring. Memories usually buried deep surged forth like a dam breaking. Actually, he used to be like this. When she was little, whenever she was angry and ignored him, he would find ways to cheer her up. Buying toys, making funny faces, even letting her ride on his shoulders like a horse. That feeling of being adored was truly wonderful. When did she start ignoring him? It was probably in middle school. That was when she was most rebellious and the atmosphere at home was the most tense. Her mother, Zhang Yao, would always complain at the dinner table. Your dad isn't coming home again. He must have found another woman. Why is your father so useless? He's almost 30 and still can't make any money, and he's working overtime every day. Su Jiling took those words to heart. The sensitivity and stubbornness of adolescence made her view Su-mu through a prejudiced lens. She thought he was the most hypocritical and despicable person in the world. During that time, when Su-mu came home from work, he would always stand at her door. He wouldn't say anything, just stand there. Sometimes he would come in wandering aimlessly around her room. He'd pick up a figurine from her desk, look at it, and put it down. He'd also go to the room, see her snacks, scold her for eating that junk, and then take a bag with him as he left. Su Jiling only felt annoyed back then. Can you get out? I need to do my homework. You smell terrible after not showering. Every time she yelled at him like that, Su-mu would give an awkward smile and quietly back out of the room. Thinking back now, that clumsy man probably just wanted to chat with his daughter, didn't he? He just wanted to see if she was doing well. But he didn't know how to bridge the gap between father and daughter. So her father's love had always been there. It was just hidden by his clumsy way of expressing it. Su Jiling watched the man on stage. He stood under the spotlight, yet appeared so lonely. He was waiting for a response. She opened her mouth. No sound came out. It was too embarrassing. So many people, so many eyes. Besides, she hadn't called him dad in years. Just as she was in the midst of this inner turmoil, Shang Xiuyan, beside her, suddenly moved. The young stepmother seemed to see through Su Jiling's predicament. She took a deep breath, gathering her energy. Dad! This shout was incredibly powerful, stunning everyone nearby. Su Jiling was startled too. But Shang Xiuyan wasn't finished. She turned and shouted the words Su Jiling wanted to shout, but didn't dare. I love you. This confession rang out loudly across the now quieter square. Su-mu stood on stage, stunned for a moment. Then he looked towards the direction of the voice, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. My little wife is amazing. The college students below were ignited by that I love you. The atmosphere exploded instantly. Whoa, who's that bold? So touching. Has the father-daughter reunion happened? I want to shout too. Daddy Su, I love you too. Su Jiling looked at her best friend beside her, and tears finally welled up and streamed down her face. She sniffled and called out softly in a voice only she could hear. Dad. The word was faint, but it seemed to cross the chasm of many years. Finally it took root. On the other side of the stage, Su-mu had just stepped down when a long-lost electronic notification sound rang in his ear. Ding! The young and reckless system has been officially activated. Here it comes. Su-mu's spirits lifted. Ding! Detected host has reconciled with his daughter in an extremely novel way, successfully making the entire school shout, Dad, perfectly aligning with the core principle of being young and reckless. Ding! Detected host spending a fortune to win his daughter's smile, money flowing like water without a hint of fear, perfectly aligning with the core principle of being young and reckless. Ding. Calculating double rewards. Reward distribution, 3 years lifespan. 15 points constitution. A virtual panel visible only to him appeared before Su-mu's eyes. Host's current status update: age 21, 18, constitution 85, 100, average adult male is 50, detected host constitution exceeding twice the average human level. Acquired special passive skill, total body control. Skill description: host can control every muscle and nerve in the body at will, reaching the limits of human imagination. Ding. Today's spending triggers the tenfold return mechanism. Reward distribution: 100 million yuan in cash. Current account balance: 100 million yuan. Looking at this series of system notifications, Su-mu remained calm. Money. He didn't lack it. Lifespan. The more the better. What made him happiest was still his daughter's call of dad. That made him happier than 100 million or even a billion from the system. With the two major worries of his son and daughter taken care of, he could finally live it up. As for what total body control was for, Su-mu looked down at his hand. He tried to move his little finger. The finger bent backward, twisted, and tied itself into a knot. Su-mu was amazed himself. This was awesome. Could his bend? While he was amusing himself, he turned around and collided with a figure rushing towards him. Ouch! The other person gasped, losing their balance and starting to fall backward. Su-mu instinctively reached out and pulled them close. A familiar fragrant scent filled his nostrils. The person in his arms was soft and light. He looked down. Huh. The person in his arms also looked up. Huh. Their eyes met and both were stunned. Isn't this my lovely little wife? Su-mu looked at the person in his arms, a familiar faint fragrance wafting into his nose. The pink hair was soft. Before he could speak, the person in his arms moved first. Shang Xiuyan, instead of panicking, took the initiative to nuzzle against Su-mu's chest, her voice carrying a hint of coyness. Hubby, your embrace is so warm. Su-mu looked down at her and couldn't help but smile. Little wife, are you trying to soak up my warmth? What's the rush running over like that, throwing yourself into my arms without looking where you're going? At that, Shang Xiuyan suddenly snapped back to reality. She sprang out of his arms, her face flushed red with urgency. She grabbed Su-mu's arm, her expression tense. No, I'm not here for your warmth. I'm here to warn you. My mom and the others have pulled out the big guns. They've brought the great-grandmother here. Su-mu was completely baffled. What the heck? What was all this about? Great-grandmother. He dug a finger in his ear to make sure he hadn't misheard. Wait, you mean your mom brought your great-grandmother to catch you? Isn't that a bit extreme, just for dating me? Shang Xiuyan stomped her foot in anxiety. It's not that. It's not my great-grandmother, it's Auntie Liao Yakin's great-grandmother Liao Feiyue. Hearing the name, Su Mu relaxed. He had thought it was an elder from the Shang family. Then there's no problem. She's an elder of the Liao family, not yours. Why are you so scared? At worst he'll just kowtow to her. It's not like she can eat me. Oh, you don't understand. Shang Xiuyan wriggled out of his arms, her face full of terror. This great-grandmother is different. She's terrifying. When I was a kid, I went to her house to play. She took one look at me, and my whole body crawled with goosebumps. Honestly, I'm not afraid of anyone else, but I'm terrified of her. Sumu looked at her exaggerated expression, skeptical. Is she really that scary? You'll see for yourself. Without giving him a chance to argue, Shang Xiuyan dragged Sumu behind a huge pillar nearby, peeking out just half her head and gesturing for him to look. Sumu followed her gaze. One glance was enough to shock him. In his field of vision was a woman. A woman wearing a green-white silk cheongsam. The dress was impeccably tailored, outlining a breathtaking waist and hip curve with a glimpse of dazzlingly white calf revealed at the slit. She held no cane, but instead a folding fan with jade ribs glowing warmly in the sunlight. The woman looked to be at most in her early 30s. Her skin was firm and delicate, her features so refined they seemed to have stepped out of a painting. She rivaled the icy female CEO Xia Qingwu in looks, but her temperament was entirely different. Xia Qingwu was cold, the kind of cold that kept people at a distance. But this woman was noble. It was an elegance and luxury that emanated from the very core of her being, making anyone who looked at her feel like a filthy stray dog that had just rolled out of the mud, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Behind her followed 4 bodyguards in traditional black training uniforms, their temples bulging prominently, clearly indicating they were seasoned martial artists. A middle-aged man in a tang suit was respectfully holding a black umbrella over her, as if terrified that even a single ray of sunlight might touch this esteemed lady. And standing beside her was none other than Su Jiling. The daughter who would normally quip at anyone was now as quiet as a quail. Su Jiling kept her head down, hands clasped in front of her, not daring to breathe heavily, occasionally looking up to give directions with utmost caution. Sumu looked at the stunningly beautiful woman and drew in a sharp breath. This was Liao Yakin's great-grandmother. What kind of joke was this? She's this young? A great-grandmother at 30? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on the Calajan grassland, the endless green undulated like ocean waves, the unique human body-shaped grassland terrain outlining graceful curves under the sunlight. A luxury RV was parked by a clear stream, embodying a scene of tranquil beauty. Thud. Xia Yi plopped down heavily, resting her right leg wrapped in a thick cast on a small stool in front of her. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more muffled sounds. Zhang Yirao Guorong and Liao Yakin, in perfect synchronization, lifted their bandaged right legs and placed them on the same stool. For injured legs stacked together. The quartet of best friends, all wounded, all proudly bearing their scars. Xia Yi's injury was from her own fall. The other 3 were purely victims of Guorong's divine driving skills. They looked at each other, taking in each other's disheveled states, and suddenly tears of emotion welled up in their eyes. They raised their glasses. Xia Yi spoke first, her voice filled with the sentiment of having survived a disaster. I never thought after all the hardships we sisters have been through, we'd still be able to sit together like this and drink. It's truly incredible. Zhang Yirao took a sip of her drink, nodding in agreement. This is what they call love that's tempered by trials. Sisters, a sisterhood that hasn't weathered storms is just a fake plastic flower. Guorong nodded emphatically, her expression sincere. Only now can we truly feel each other's hearts. This is what real best friends are. Liao Yakin raised her glass, gazing at the green grassland with a sacred expression. By this great prairie I wish for us sisters from now on a clear road ahead, green lights all the way. May there be no more barriers between us, only happiness. Cheers. They clinked their glasses and drank it all in one go. Setting down her glass, Xia Yi turned her gaze to Liao Yakin, her eyes full of admiration. Here we must especially toast to Sister Yakin, who knew after all our scheming it would be you who was just watching from the sidelines who solved the problem with one move. Guorong chimed in. Exactly. And what a move. A royal flush. Let me tell you, my daughter Shang Xiuyan might not listen to me, but she is absolutely terrified of that great-grandmother of your Liao family. Liao Yakin raised her chin proudly, taking a sip of her drink. Of course. Don't you know whose ancestor she is? Cheers. Another satisfying drink. Zhang Yirao put down her glass, a hint of doubt on her face. I just have one small question. I heard that great-grandmother isn't even as old as we are. Can she really suppress that old scoundrel Sumu? After all, my ex-husband isn't exactly a pushover. As soon as she said this, Liao Yakin's face darkened. Yirao, you are not allowed to question our Liao family's great-grandmother. Reprimand yourself. Zhang Yirao, not wanting to cause a rift over such a small matter, lightly slapped her own mouth. Fine, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have questioned her. Seeing her admit fault, Liao Yakin nodded with satisfaction, her tone filled with pride. Our Liao family's great-grandmother, although younger than us, holds the highest seniority in the entire Liao village. In the Liao family, her word is law. In fact, if she told us to go jump off a building, we wouldn't even blink. The other 3 friends were dumbfounded. Was it really that extreme? They understood family power, but having an entire family obey one woman, and a woman younger than them at that. It sounded absolutely absurd. Liao Yakin looked at their shocked faces and slowly began to narrate a legend. My great-grandmother's life story, you might not believe it. Actually, in the beginning, she was just a mascot with a high seniority. People respected her, but it was nowhere near this level of fanatical devotion. Also, she used to be mute. Jiang Yirao gasped. What? Mute? Liao Yakin nodded, her eyes shining with admiration. But when she turned 18, something happened, and her muteness was suddenly cured. She was completely reborn. That was a turbulent time for the Liao family. The patriarch had passed away, and our businesses were on the verge of bankruptcy. Even our ancestral hall was about to be forcefully demolished by developers. The whole family was disheartened like a pile of loose sand. It was when everyone was in despair that the great-grandmother stepped forward. She used decisive and forceful measures to lead the Liao clan in reorganizing the family. She restored our family's honor. In just over 10 years, she single-handedly transformed a failing family business into the 100 billion yuan conglomerate it is today. She even fought to get our ancestral hall back. And under her protection, the Liao population has multiplied several times over. Now our family is full of strong young people. From that day on, the great-grandmother became the god of our Liao family. The speech stirred the other three deeply. Jiang Yureo's eyes sparkled. Oh my god, she's the female lead I've always dreamed of. Xia Yi couldn't help but ask, so who's more powerful, her or my second sister Xia Qingguo? Liao Yakin pondered for a moment before giving a fair assessment. They're about evenly matched. However, President Xia could be considered nouveau riche, while my great-grandmother is true old money with a more stable foundation. In our Jiangxing city, she is the true hidden richest person. With that, Liao Yakin glanced at the distant sky and smiled. So this time Su Mu has really bitten off more than he can chew. If he dares to play any tricks in front of my great-grandmother. I doubt there will be even a bone left of him. The four women exchanged glances and raised their glasses once more. This time, to Su Mu's imminent and miserable fate. Cheers. At Jiangxing University, Su Mu and Shang Xiuyan crouched low, hiding furtively behind a massive Roman column. The air was thick with a tense yet thrilling atmosphere. Su Mu squinted, his gaze fixed on the woman not far away. Liao Feiyue. That name, that figure, that aura. He was certain he had seen her somewhere before. But his memories were shrouded in a fog he couldn't penetrate. Just as he racked his brain, the woman surrounded by a crowd, Liao Feiyue looked up, without warning, her gaze locking onto their direction. Her gaze was so precise, it was like a radar locking directly onto the column where Su Mu was hiding. Damn it. Su Mu's scalp tingled, and he instantly snapped his head back. Shang Xiuyan beside him was scared out of her wits like a startled cat, clutching Su Mu's arm tightly, her cheeks burning and breath turning rapid. Her warm body pressed close, and the faint pleasant scent from her hair reached his nose. Su Mu felt a wave of speechlessness. Damn it. They hadn't even done anything, so why did it feel like they were caught in the act by the main wife? The atmosphere was a bit too perfectly set. Fortunately, Liao Feiyue merely glanced over briefly before retracting her gaze and leading her entourage down a side path. It seemed she hadn't noticed them. Su Mu let out a long, slow breath, his tense muscles finally relaxing. Shang Xiuyan also patted her chest, then cautiously peeked out, watching Liao Feiyue's retreating figure. She even clicked her tongue and muttered, "Oh, why did she leave? What a pity." Su Mu's eye twitched at her words. Pity. So you think this is fun, huh? This woman had some nerve. As his words faded, the sky suddenly darkened, the clear weather changing without warning. With a sudden patter, large raindrops began to fall without any sign. Liao Feiyue and her group ahead were stopped by the sudden downpour. The middle-aged man in Tang's suit moved swiftly, opening a black umbrella while bending down respectfully. Great-grandmother, the rain is getting heavy. Please take shelter under the column ahead for a moment. The car will be here shortly. Liao Feiyue nodded gently, and with graceful steps began walking directly towards the very column where Su Mu and Shang Xiuyan were hiding. Su Mu? He reached out and flicked Shang Xiuyan's smooth forehead. See what your big mouth did. Now look, she's coming back. She'll probably just pack you up and take you away. Let's see if you think it's fun then. Shang Xiuyan winced in pain, sticking out her pink tongue. Is my mouth really that accurate? Hee, then let me say one more thing tonight. Su Mu gave her a displeased glare. Shut up. I feel like whatever you're about to say isn't anything proper. As Liao Feiyue drew closer, the invisible pressure intensified. Retreat was impossible. Making a snap decision, Su Mu wrapped his arm around Shang Xiuyan's waist and muttered, "Hold on tight." With a sudden surge of strength, he lifted her entirely off the ground. The king's strategy around the pillar. Su Mu moved swiftly, carrying her, and using the pillar as cover, he silently maneuvered to the other side, perfectly staying out of sight. The entire movement was fluid and fast, leaving only a blur. Fortunately, Liao Feiyue's bodyguards just stood in front of her, shielding her from the rain with their bodies, and didn't come around the back of the column. They were safe for now. Shang Xiuyan was completely stunned, her cheeks flushed crimson, legs kicking in the air, feeling like she was about to melt. She leaned close to Su Mu's ear and whispered, "Hubby, what did you use to lift me? Your strength is incredible." She couldn't believe that her husband, who wasn't so young anymore, possessed such terrifying power. Just then she felt like a little chick effortlessly picked up by him, and even bounced slightly, as if testing her weight. Su Mu's mouth twitched, and he lowered his voice. What else? I use my arms, of course. Don't let that little head of yours wander into weird places. Shang Xiuyan giggled, covering her mouth. So it was your arms. Suddenly she wrapped around him like a beautiful serpent, her warm breath brushing his ear, her voice soft and alluring. Honey, that was too fast. I want to be lifted up again. Su Mu's heart stirred. It was the perfect chance to try out his newly acquired skill. He summoned his inner power, a warm current surging towards his fingertips. The next second he extended a single finger, and with a casual, effortless motion, he lifted Shang Zuyan's entire body, holding her steady in the air. Hey! Shang Zuyan's eyes widened in astonishment, almost crying out in sheer delight. Oh my god! This physical fitness! This strength! She thought her hubby was just good at parenting, but this physique was what she had always dreamed of. He truly was the perfect father for their future children. Overwhelmed with excitement, she couldn't control herself any longer. She lowered her head, her pink hair cascading down like a waterfall. Just on the other side of the column were her best friend Su Jiling and that formidable great-grandmother Liao Feiyue. But she didn't care anymore. Love had arrived, and she wanted to do something even more daring. Shang Xiuyan pressed her lips against Su Mu's. He didn't resist. He was feeling a bit rebellious himself. Seriously, he was just trying to have a proper relationship, and his ex-wife's clique had all conspired to give him a hard time. This time they'd even brought out the great-grandmother. Did they think Su Mu was made of clay? Endure. Screw enduring. The more they tried to make his life difficult, the more he'd show them just how happy he could be right under their noses. Su Mu steeled his resolve, turning the tables and leaning in closer. Just as the moment between them was heating up, a head with a bob haircut slowly inch by inch peeked out from the edge. Su Jiling. She stared with wide, shocked eyes at the scene before her. Her expression was a walking meme. What are you two doing? Su Mu? Shang Xiuyan. Their movements froze instantly. This kid had an incredibly sharp nose. How did she even find them? Weren't they supposed to be invincible during a kiss? Seeing them stop, Su Jiling rolled her eyes, but surprisingly she didn't scream or expose them. She just quietly shuffled over and mouthed silently to Su Mu. Dad, I know you're strapped for cash. I just transferred you 100,000. Go get a proper hotel room, will you? Be good to my best friend. Doing this in public all over each other, what's that look like? Think about the image. The moment she finished, a ding-dong sounded. Su Mu's phone actually received a transfer notification. 10,000 yuan. From his wonderful daughter. Su Mu was deeply touched. Look, just look. What an extraordinary daughter. She even thought to send her old man money for a hotel room. This was what you call a truly good kid. However, this was all a misunderstanding. He really wasn't trying to save a few bucks on a room. It was purely for the thrill, the atmosphere. Going to a hotel just wouldn't have the same feel. Just then Liao Feiyu's clear, cool voice came from the other side of the column. Jiling, what are you doing back there? Come here. Great-grandmother has a little trinket for you. Su Jiling quickly responded, retracted her head, and obediently ran back. Coming, great-grandmother. Liao Feiyue took out a jade plaque, a deep, translucent green, from her robe, and pressed it into Su Jiling's hands. Jiling, this is our first meeting. I don't have anything fancy. This jade plaque has been with me for many years. Think of it as a small welcome gift. Su Jiling was taken aback and quickly tried to refuse. I can't. Great-grandmother, this is too precious. I'm already troubling you by staying at your place. I couldn't possibly accept this. Liao Feiyue, however, closed her hands over the plaque, leaving no room for argument. When an elder gives, one must not refuse. Don't worry, it's not worth much. Just play with it. Consider it a token of my affection from an old lady to a young one. Su Jiling couldn't refuse and had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, great-grandmother. She looked down at the jade plaque in her palm. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, carved with intricate ancient patterns. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Su Jiling's heart felt warm. This great-grandmother was so kind. Not only was she arranging for top-tier vocal teachers to come to the house, but she was also giving her such a beautiful jade plaque. She was even better than her own mother. Maybe she should stop calling her great-grandmother and just call her jade plaque mother. A fine drizzle was falling. Liao Feiyue stood under the eaves, her posture straight and proud. Su Jiling obediently stood beside her. The two chatted idly, Liao Feiyu's tone gentle. Jiling, are you settling in well at school? Su Jiling replied sweetly, it's great-great-grandma. My classmates are kind to me, and the teachers are very attentive. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Su Jiling casually turned her head. At the edge of her vision, a flash of bright pink darted through the rain. It moved with incredible speed, faster than a startled rabbit, slipping away through the back gate. That figure. Who else could it be but her best friend Shang Xiuyan? And the tall, sturdy silhouette beside her needed no guessing. It was undoubtedly her father, Su Mu. Su Jiling let out a long inward sigh. What a sin. Those two were like dry wood and kindling, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. She wondered if helping them keep this secret was right or wrong. Forget it. When it rains, it pours, and when a father wants a new wife, who can stop him? As long as her father and stepmother were happy, let them be. The rain intensified, heavy drops splashing into ripples on the ground. Su-mu and Shang Xiuyan ran all the way, sneaking furtively into the female dormitory building. The dorm matron happened to be out fetching hot water, so her station was empty. Heaven was on their side. The two jogged up the stairs, navigating with practiced ease to the second floor. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a sliver of light seeping in from the window at the far end. Shang Xiuyan pulled out a key and unlocked the door. It was a standard twin dorm room, usually just her and Su Jiling. Su-mu closed the door behind him, shaking water droplets from his hair as he surveyed the room. Two single beds lined the walls with desks and wardrobes beneath them. Pink bedding, plush toys, and a faint lingering scent of perfume in the air. It was kept quite tidy. Su-mu leaned against the door, wiping the rain from his face. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That so-called great-grandma would never dream we'd come back here. This is what they call hiding in plain sight. A perfect plan. Su-mu glanced down at himself. His clothes were completely soaked, clinging to his body and outlining his firm muscles. The weather wasn't cold, but the draft sent shivers down his spine. Su-mu rubbed his arms and walked over to the balcony. "Little wife, are you cold?" he asked casually. There was no response. Su-mu turned to look. Shang Xiuyan, usually so restless and cheeky, was oddly quiet. She stood by the balcony, extending a fair hand to catch the rainwater dripping from the eaves. Today she wore a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans. The rain had dampened her clothes. The fabric clung to her elegant curves, hinting at delicate skin beneath. It wasn't revealing, yet it carried an indescribable beauty. Her pink hair cascaded softly over her shoulders. Crystal droplets slid down the strands, tracing her cheek before disappearing into her delicate collarbone. She was a sight to behold. Su-mu was mesmerized. This woman was usually wild and unruly like a female rogue. He never expected her to look so gentle and alluring when quiet. It was stunning. That soft, tender aura was utterly captivating. "What are you thinking about?" Su-mu walked over, leaning against the doorframe, and asked softly. Shang Xiuyan turned her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of spring water. Rain overflows, nurturing all things. Her voice was soft and alluring. "Today is an auspicious day, perfect for conceiving a child." Su-mu stumbled, nearly tripping over nothing. Good grief. The sudden shift in tone was too fast. One moment, she was a melancholic literary girl lamenting the seasons. The next, she's jumping straight into reproduction mode, discussing the origins of humanity. Her train of thought was truly hard to follow. He understood her implication perfectly, but still he had his reservations. Their relationship was stable now, but Shang Xiuyan was still in university. A girl should enjoy her college life, finish her studies before having children. She couldn't very well attend her thesis defense with a big belly, could she? That image was too much to bear. Su-mu cleared his throat, putting on a serious face, trying to steer the conversation back on track. He spoke with earnestness. "Wrong. This rainy season with its crisp autumn air is the perfect time for studying and learning. You see, my dear, this is where we differ. Your level of awareness still needs improvement." Shang Xiuyan giggled, her body swaying with laughter. The sight was quite spectacular. Really. She took a step forward, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. Then she bent down, her fingers hooking onto the hem of her jeans, and pulled it up slightly. A dazzlingly white ankle was revealed. Then her slender calf wrapped in a pink fishnet stocking. The web-like pattern accentuated her alluring curves. Pink. It was actually a pink fishnet stocking. The visual impact was absolutely explosive. Shang Xiuyan blinked, her charminate. "So, father of my child, have you ever seen a pink fishnet stocking? Would you like to study it in depth?" This was the highest honor she could bestow upon her husband. She had prepared for this day, wearing it specially underneath. She was waiting to surprise Su-mu. Su-mu sucked in a sharp breath, feeling the blood rush to his head. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Woman, you are using powers you don't possess. His physique was already superhuman, brimming with youthful vigor. Who could withstand this? The last thread of his rationality snapped. Su-mu didn't bother with words. To hell with studying. To hell with the crisp autumn air. All he wanted now was to be a diligent model student. He stepped forward directly. His hands encircled her astonishingly slender waist. He turned, and with a forceful motion, he pushed Shang Xiuyan down onto the thin, hard bed. The wooden frame creaked in protest, complaining about the rough treatment from these two intruders. Shang Xiuyan, pinned beneath him, wasn't scared at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled. Her heart screamed with joy. Perfect. Finally. This tough nut was about to be cracked by her. She'd get pregnant tonight, and another one in her junior year. By graduation, she'd have 3 kids, stunning everyone. Let those women who just talk about love see what true efficiency looks like. Bring it on. Shang Xiuyan closed her eyes, her hands actively reaching for Su-mu's neck, her long legs wrapping around his waist. Su-mu pressed down on her, his breathing heavy. Their damp bodies mingled, causing the temperature in the room to skyrocket. Everything was falling into place perfectly, just as the situation was about to reach its climax. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer, finally stopping right in front of their dorm room. Then came the sound of a key fumbling in the lock. Click. The sharp metallic sound was jarringly loud in the silent room. A voice familiar beyond measure penetrated the door, clear as day. "Great-grandma, please be careful, it's a bit slippery here." It was Su Jiling. The two on the bed froze instantly, not even daring to breathe. This is my and Shang Zuyin's dorm room. Su Ziling's voice continued, completely oblivious to the scene inside. It's usually just the two of us, so it's a bit messy. Please don't mind it. This girl is so scatterbrained, throwing her clothes everywhere. The doorknob turned. Click. The lock gave a soft sound. The two on the bed stared at each other wide-eyed. Su Mu's eyes bulged as he looked at Shang Xiuyan, beneath him, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Shang Zuyin's eyes were equally wide as she looked at Su Mu, her pink lips slightly parted, her face a mask of panic. The same two words flashed through both their minds: what a sin. Who the hell came up with the saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place? Step forward, I promise I won't kill you. As the dorm door was about to be pushed open, Su Mu's mind raced in that critical moment. There was no chance to run. The window was on the second floor, jumping wouldn't kill him, but there were female students downstairs. It would be social suicide. There was no other choice. He had to use his ultimate move. He pressed his hands on Shang Zuyin's shoulders, and with sudden force spun himself around in the air, flipping her over. Shang Zuyin's face hit the pillow. Ah! A short, surprised yelp squeezed out of her throat. Before she could protest, the door opened. Su Jiling entered, followed by the great-grandma Liao Feiyue in a blue and white qipao. Behind her were 4 bodyguards in black training suits, their temples bulging. 2 young women in blue robes stood by the door, holding small bronze incense burners from which wisps of smoke rose. This entourage completely blocked the already cramped doorway. Su Jiling looked up, her gaze crossing the entrance and landing directly on the lower bunk bed. Liao Feiyue followed her gaze. They both froze in unison. Liao Feiyue's red lips parted slightly. Oh! A very soft sound of surprise escaped from this hidden richest woman of Jiangqing. On the narrow single bed, a man and a woman. The man was straddling the woman's legs. The woman's clothes were disheveled, her pink hair scattered messily on the pillow. The visual impact was overwhelming. Su Ziling's vision went dark. She covered her eyes with both hands. What are you two doing here? She was stunned. Absolutely stunned. Her father and stepmother. These two were utterly shameless. She had just transferred 10,000 yuan to them for a luxury room at a 5-star hotel. And what do? Instead of using the nice hotel room, they come back to the hard bed in the girls' dorm for kicks. What's the point? For the hard bed. For the lack of AC. And they didn't even lock the door. Is this the perverse taste of adults? Su Jiling glared at Su Mu through her fingers. Her eyes screamed, "Old man, you have no shame." Su Mu remained unfazed. Even caught red-handed, he was as steady as an old dog. His hands were on Shang Zuyin's shoulders, his thumbs pressing firmly on her acupoints. His technique was extremely professional. As he pressed, he even pretended to pat her back. Slap, slap. Crisp and clear. Miss Shang, how's the pressure? Comfortable. Your trapezius muscle is a bit tense. Do you spend too much time looking down at your phone? You need to balance work and rest. Shang Xiuyan buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders trembling from suppressed laughter. She was also a trooper. In such an embarrassing situation, she managed to play along. She forced her voice steady. Not bad. This muscle is a bit sore. Your technique is good. Su Mu smoothly got off the bed, straightening his slightly wrinkled clothes. Alright, then that concludes today's in-home massage service. I'm clocking out. Dear, remember to give me a 5-star review and you'll get a discount next time. Shang Xiuyan remained lying on the bed, not even turning her head. She simply raised her right hand and made an OK sign in the air. No problem. 5-star review paid in installments. Their perfectly coordinated act left everyone at the door dumbfounded. Su Mu finally turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd at the door. He pretended to just notice them, feigning surprise. Oh, so many people, eh? He straightened his back, his eyes clear and innocent. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Technician No. 188 from the city's in-home massage service, specializing in professional massage and SBA clearing meridians. Since you have guests, I'll be on my way. Clock out. He started to walk out. He stopped mid-stride, turning back to look at the stunned faces by the door. To add more credibility to his act, he even rubbed his hands together, flashing a shrewd mercenary smile. Speaking of which, we have a buy one get half off deal on in-home massages. Would any of you like to book me? I'm really good. The entire dorm was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Su Ziling's eye twitched violently at his words. In-home massage my ass. Technician No. 188 on my foot. Who in this room would believe that nonsense? What kind of massage therapist visits a client who wears pink fishnet stockings? This lie was so poorly crafted. But since things had come to this, Su Jiling had no choice but to play along and follow Su Mu's lead. She waved her hand, looking disgusted. Alright, if you're done, then leave. This is a girl's dorm, you can't just barge in here. If the matron catches you, she'll break your legs with her broom. At that moment, the old man guarding outside, Liao Xiuqi, hearing the commotion, strode in. He immediately spotted Su Mu, a grown man, in the girls' dormitory. Liao Xiuqi was furious. His gray eyebrows shot up. How dare you? You dare to disturb the great-grandmother's peace. He turned to Liao Feiyue, bowing slightly. Great-grandmother, shall I have him thrown out? Liao Xiuqi, as the chief steward attending to the great-grandmother, knew his mistress' temperament best. The great-grandmother detested men. Not even a handshake was permitted. For over a decade, any man who came within 10 steps of her was dealt with by him. Today this brat not only appeared here, but was also spouting nonsense. He was practically asking for death. If the great-grandmother gave the word head, have the bodyguards toss this kid out of Jiangxing University. Liao Xiuqi was about to signal the bodyguards, but the great-grandmother remained silent. Liao Feiyue slightly raised her chin. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes stared intently at Su Mu. Her expression was unreadable, but her fingers holding the jade-folded fan were gripping it so tightly that her knuckles were white. Her breathing was slightly faster than usual, her chest rising and falling subtly beneath her qipao. Su Mu also stopped. He looked up at Liao Feiyue. Their eyes met in the air. Time seemed to stretch for a second. Suddenly a melody inexplicably played in the air. True love is like the vast grassland layers of wind, and rain cannot stop it. Always after the clouds. Stop. Hold on. Su Mu forcibly cut off that anachronistic background music. What a mess. This woman did look familiar, but he racked his brains and truly couldn't place her. Why was he getting a One Plum Blossom soundtrack here? Utter nonsense. The atmosphere was strangely tense. Su Mu felt uneasy under her gaze. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Well, since there's no business, he'll be going. He was about to make a quick exit. This place was trouble. He shouldn't stay any longer. Had barely taken half a step when Liao Feiyue's lazy voice echoed in the corridor. Wait. Su Mu paused. Liao Feiyue closed her jade fan with a snap, tapping it lightly against her other palm. A slight curve touched her red lips. This subtle gesture carried an undeniable authority. Technician no. 188, right. I happen to be a bit tired. Come and give me a massage. What? The moment those words were spoken, the entire corridor erupted in chaos. Su Xialing's eyes were wide, her jaw nearly on the floor. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. What happened to the aloof great-grandma? What happened to stay away from strangers? She was actually booking his services. The bodyguards outside gasped, exchanging horrified glances. They had been with the great-grandmother for years, and this was the first time they'd seen her take the initiative to ask a man to stay. Liao Xiuqi was thunderstruck, petrified on the spot. He stared at his great-grandmother in utter disbelief, his mind a blank. His great-grandmother was pure and virtuous. For over 30 years, she had never even touched a man's hand. Even when she needed a massage to relax, only carefully selected pure young maidens from the family were allowed near her. And now she was asking a random, unknown man to massage her. Was the world going mad? Liao Xiuqi felt his decades-old worldview completely shatter in that instant. In less than 10 minutes, the flimsy single-dorm bed of Shang Xiuyan had been completely transformed. The pink strawberry bear plush that had been piled at the head of the bed was mercilessly cast out, now lying forlornly in the corner. Every trace of hair on the bedding had been meticulously cleaned away with professional instruments. Next, a layer of lustrous, undoubtedly expensive eye silk sheets was smoothed perfectly over the mattress. The person now reclining on the single bed was none other than Jiangqing's hidden richest woman, the awe-inspiringly senior great-grand-aunt Liao Feiyue. Meanwhile, the bed's original owner Shang Xiuyan was squeezed tightly onto the lower bunk across the way with Su Xiling. In their hands they held large handfuls of caramel-flavored sunflower seeds, which they were cracking open with gusto, shells scattering onto the floor. It was a prime VIP front-row seat for the drama unfolding before them. Shang Xiuyan cracked seeds while seething inwardly. This was her bed. She had just been about to use it to make a baby with her child's father. And now this great-grand-aunt had swooped in and stolen it. Infuriating. But she dared not make a sound, so she just bit down harder on the seeds, making them crunch loudly. Su Mu stood by the bedside, his hands hovering in midair, hesitating to descend. It wasn't that he didn't want to proceed, but he truly didn't know where to start. This great-grand-aunt was wearing a cyan-white silk qipao. The fabric clung to her like a second skin, accentuating her breathtaking waist and hip curves perfectly, not a hint too much or too little. From the slit, a section of dazzlingly pale calf was casually crossed, her feet adorned with delicate high heels, her ankles so slender they looked as if they might snap with the slightest pressure. The crucial problem was she wasn't lying face down. Since when did a proper massage involve lying face up? She was simply lying flat on her back, hands folded over her flat stomach, those shimmering peach blossom eyes staring directly at Su Mu. Her gaze was clear and unflinching, even carrying a hint of unfathomable curiosity and amusement. Su Mu coughed dryly, feeling his throat tighten. He had seen many storms in his life, but this was a first for him. Truly a maiden's first time on the bridal sedan. An in-home massage where the female client stares intensely at the therapist while lying on her back, her gaze practically forming silken threads. Who could withstand that? Worse was what was behind him. The old man in the tang suit, Liao Xiuqi, was glaring daggers at the back of Su Mu's head. His old eyes were wide as bells, his breathing heavy like an old water buffalo protecting its calf. His gaze was so sharp it could bore two transparent holes through Su Mu's spine. If Su Mu's hand dared to stray even a millimeter towards an inappropriate spot, this old man would undoubtedly pounce on him without hesitation. Su Mu took a deep breath, turned his head, and glared back at Liao Xiuqi, rolling his eyes. Old man, can you take a step back? Your heavy breathing is blowing right on my neck. It's warm and kind of creepy. I'm trying to work here, and I've got a babysitter watching me. How am I supposed to show off my masterful skills? Can you give your technician at least a modicum of respect? Liao Shouqi was already fuming with pent-up anger. He was the chairman of the Liao Group, a titan of Jiangcheng's business world, whose every move sent shockwaves through the city. For years, everyone he met bowed and scraped respectfully, calling him Chairman Liao. Today he was being scolded by some no-name, smooth-talking quack of a massage therapist. His beard bristled with rage, his face turning ashen. He pointed a trembling finger at Su Mu's nose. I'm watching you to make sure, you young whippersnapper, don't press too hard on my great-granddad. I'm warning you, show some respect. Keep your lecherous thoughts in check. The woman before you is the most esteemed elder of the Liao Group, the very pillar of our family. If your hands wander, if you have a single improper thought, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the turtles in the Jiang River. Before he could finish, Liao Feiyue, lying on the bed, suddenly spoke. Her voice was crisp, carrying the lazy, soft melody of the Jiangnan water towns. Shouqi, no vulgar talk. The moment these words were uttered, the entire dormitory, which had been on the verge of explosion, fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Su Mu's eye twitched violently as he struggled to contain himself, barely suppressing a burst of laughter. Shouqi. This old man, with his face full of wrinkles, white hair, and beard and age spots nearly merging into one another, was at least 70 or 80 years old. And yet in the mouth of this stunningly beautiful woman in a qipao who looked no older than 30, he was Shouqi. This generational suppression was a devastating blow, utterly underhanded. Absolutely mind-blowing. Liao Ziyuqi's arrogant demeanor instantly evaporated as if doused with a bucket of ice water. He obediently lowered his head, not daring to breathe too loudly, his hands hanging meekly at his sides. Yes, great-granddad, Shouqi was wrong. He looked as docile as a schoolboy being punished by his kindergarten teacher. Su Mu suppressed his smile, rotating his wrists and neck. His joints cracked with a crisp popping sound. All right then. Great-grand, and I'm going to start now. If the pressure is too much or you're uncomfortable, just say the word. I pride myself on excellent service. Su Mu extended his hands, rubbing his palms together, preparing to place them on Liao Feiyue's shoulders. His hands were halfway there, not yet touching the silky fabric, when Liao Feiyue suddenly raised her exquisitely clear jade folding fan, blocking it firmly before his wrist. Wait a moment. Her gaze drifted, eyes as gentle as water resting calmly on Su Mu's resolute face. Her expression suddenly turned serious, causing the very air around them to feel frozen. You must not call me great-granddad. Su Mu was stunned. His hand stopped midair, unable to advance or retreat. What was this all about? Su Jilin had been calling her great-granddad cheerfully just a moment ago. Why wasn't he allowed to? Could it be she was disdainful of him because he was just a technician unworthy of the title? Liao Shouqi, hearing this, assumed his great-granddad was finally angry, disgusted that this strange man was sullying her title. This was a golden opportunity to display his loyalty. He immediately straightened his back, stepped forward, and positioned himself beside Su Mu. He pointed at Su Mu and launched into a spittle-flying tirade. Boy, do you know the rules. Is great-granddad a title for a lowly technician like you to use? You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. In the Liao family, the title great-granddad is an unparalleled honor, sacred and inviolable. Only the juniors she deems worthy are allowed to address her so. Who do you think you are trying to claim kinship? Apologize immediately and slap yourself. Liao Shouqi grew more agitated with each word, as if Su Mu had committed a heinous crime. Spittle flew dangerously close to Su Mu's face. Su Jilin, sitting on the opposite bed, couldn't watch any longer. She threw down her seeds, brushed the crumbs from her hands, and stood up angrily. This old geezer was way out of line. What did he mean by lowly technician? What did he mean? Who do you think you are? This was her Su Ziling's biological father. This old man was looking down on him, insulting her dad right in front of her. How could she tolerate that? If she could call her great-granddad, why couldn't her own father? Why couldn't they just use their own separate titles? Su Jilin planted her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, ready to unleash a scathing retort. When the sharp-tongued Doubao got riled up, she didn't care if you were the chairman of $100 billion group, she'd curse you out just the same. But before she could make a sound, Liao Feiyue gently moved the fan away from Su Mu. Her red lips parted slightly. Her tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that cut Liao Ziyuqi's rant short. Shouqi, you misunderstand. It's just that the title great-granddad doesn't seem fitting for him. Liao Shouqi froze, his mouth slightly agape, not yet comprehending. Su Jilin was also stunned, her pent-up anger caught in her throat. The gaze of everyone in the room, including Shang Xiuyan, who was eavesdropping from the lower bunk, converged on Liao Feiyue. Liao Feiyue looked at Su Mu without blinking. Ripples formed in the depths of her eyes, as if holding 1,000 unsaid words. Her fair, slender fingers gently toyed with the warm jade ribs of the folding fan. We seem to be of similar age, practically peers. Calling me great-granddad makes me feel old. She paused. Her voice, which had been cool and dignified, suddenly turned soft and alluring. How about, you call me little sister? What the hell? What was happening? These 3 words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky. Everyone was utterly shocked, blown away. Shang Xiuyan on the lower bunk dropped her seeds in shock, alarms blaring in her mind. Oh no. We've encountered the ultimate tea-sipping ancestor. She's trying to steal my baby's daddy. Liao Xiuqi was struck as if by lightning, his entire body stiffening into a stone statue. Su Jiling secretly speculated in her heart, could this be yet another new mother? No way. With this identity, this status, this aura. A Jiangsheng's wealthiest matriarch. If she entered the family, how could Shang Shuyan, a mere concubine, ever compete? They were not even on the same level. Meanwhile, Su Mu outwardly appeared as steady as an old dog, but inwardly, he was a bundle of nerves. He could tell that this girl definitely knew him. Most likely they had met on a university campus. But Su Mu racked his brains, yet he simply couldn't recall. He was nothing but a humble country bumpkin toiling day in and day out for a few pieces of silver. How could he possibly know such an exquisitely noble young lady? Her name was Liao Feiyue. His mind frantically searched. Feifei, Feifei, yeah. No trace found. There was no such person in his memory bank. However, not remembering didn't matter. It didn't stop Su Mu from climbing the pole. If there's a bargain to be had, one would be a fool not to take it. Su Mu directly reached out. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the small hand Liao Feiyue extended, and his thumb began to knead the back of her hand. Why didn't you say so earlier, little sister? So you know me, eh? Why be so formal pretending to be a guest? Liao Feiyue let him hold her hand. She didn't reply. She just stared quietly at Su Mu. Those peach blossom eyes were filled with a hint of resentment. She was deeply disappointed that Su Mu couldn't recognize her. This man, he hadn't changed at all, still so heartless. Call me little sister, she stubbornly repeated. She even hooked her fingers into his, gently scratching his palm. A tingling, numbing sensation traveled through him. That single scratch struck straight into Su Mu's heart. Su Mu continued to knead that soft, boneless little hand. So smooth and tender. The feel was incredible. Even smoother than the finest silk. But the term little sister couldn't be given casually. Once he called her that, the bond would be sealed. If he got entangled with a top-tier rich woman like this, how could he ever live a peaceful life? Xiaoqing Wu at home was already giving him a massive headache. If another one of the same caliber came along, would he even be able to survive? Su Mu let out a chuckle. Hey, calling you little sister is too cliché. In today's society, that term is overused. Everywhere you go, people are calling each other little sister. I'm not into that. Since everyone calls you great-grandmother, I'll follow the local custom. They'll just call you. Everyone in the room pricked up their ears, all eyes fixed on him. Even the bodyguards outside the door craned their necks to peek inside. Su Mu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Great-grandmissus. The whole room collapsed in laughter. What the hell is great-grandmissus? Why not just call her grandmassus? Su Jiling covered her face, unable to bear it. Her biological father was truly beyond hope. But Liao Feiyue wasn't angry. Instead, she burst into laughter. That laugh, brimming with charm, brightened the entire dormitory. She raised her hand, using that jade-bone folding fan to gently lift Su Mu's chin. The fan's ribs were icy cold. Yet her eyes were like silk threads, seductive and alluring. Su Mu Gij. You're still as humorous as back then. I really like that. Very, very much. Back then. When those two words were uttered, Liao Xiuqi snapped back to reality. The old man's jaw nearly dropped. This was actually the great-grandmother's old acquaintance. How could that be possible? This young man looked at most in his early 20s. The great-grandmother was over 30. How could these two have crossed paths? And back then, was this kid some ancient monster who had returned to youth? Su Mu, with his chin held by the fan, inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from the woman, and his heart involuntarily quickened. He felt wronged. He was obviously a proper and honest man. Why did he always encounter women who liked to tease him? Each one as fierce as a tigress. But Su Mu was a man of principle. Toward women he couldn't handle with one hand, he always remained cautious. What he liked most were traditional women like Shang Shuyan. Familiar and easy to manage. This kind of top-tier noble matriarch was too deep, he couldn't grasp it. Su Mu took half a step back, dodging the folding fan. Stop messing around, great-grandmother. Let's stick to the rules. He still felt the title great-grandmother was more fitting. Mainly it could keep distance and draw a clear line. Seeing Su Mu so tactfully reject her, Liao Feiyue wasn't annoyed. She leaned back, adjusting to a comfortable position. The jade-white qipao she wore, due to her movement, outlined an even more breathtaking curve. Su Mu Gij. I want you to give me a massage. I've already paid. You can't refuse a customer. Su Mu slapped his thigh. All right. Money for service. Where does it hurt? They'll give you a good rub, I guarantee it'll be cured with one touch. Liao Feiyue extended a finger, pointing just below the collar of her qipao. Here, my chest feels tight. It hurts a little. Su Mu followed her finger. That towering curve, the qipao's frog buttons were nearly bursting. If he pressed there, what would happen? This wasn't a massage, it was playing with fire. Su Mu quickly withdrew his hand. Hey, stop. I'm a legitimate masseur. He spoke nonsense with a straight face. It's not that I can't do it. But it'll cost extra. Liao Xiuqi could no longer bear to listen on the sidelines. This brat was too insolent. How dare he speak such lewd words to the great-grandmother? And he dared to ask for more money. Was this about money? It was an insult to the Liao family's dignity. The old man, fuming with rage, jumped out. Pointing at Su Mu's nose, he cursed loudly. You lecher. You're asking for death. Men. "Seize this brat," he bellowed, and the bodyguards outside were about to rush in. Liao Feiyue didn't even bat an eyelid. Her crimson lips parted, uttering a single word: "Get out." The volume was extremely low but carried an irresistible authority. Liao Ziyuki's pent-up fury was instantly choked in his throat. His old face flushed red. The bodyguards outside also froze in their tracks, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. The old man responded in a aggrieved tone. He slunk back out the door, not daring to let out a single fart, and even closed the door behind him. The room fell quiet. Liao Feiyue slightly lifted her leg. The slit of her chi-pao revealed a length of fair, slender leg. She kicked off her high heels. She extended that crystalline, translucent jade foot, directly placing it on Su Mu's lap. "If you want massage my chest, then help me massage my foot. I've been walking, and I'm tired." The jade foot was exquisite. Her toes were round and lovely, tinged with pink. Even her toenails were trimmed with extreme delicacy, devoid of any polish, yet radiating a natural sheen. Before Su Mu could react, that jade foot was already in his arms. He had a peculiar habit. Whenever he saw something, he wanted to fondle it. Instinctively, his hands cupped that foot, his thumbs pressing on the Yongquan acupoint at the sole. He began to knead gently. The moment he pressed down, Su Mu froze. The feel. It was way too familiar. When it came to recognizing faces, Su Mu was face-blind. But when it came to recognizing feet, he was a professional. Su Mu raised his head, staring at Liao Feiyue's enchanting face. Long-buried memories flooded into his mind. "You are that junior schoolmate." Su Mu's fingers paused on Yongquan acupoint. His mind was in turmoil. This familiar bone structure, this familiar arch of the foot, even the rounded arrangement of the toes was exactly the same. Wasn't this the mute girl who used to hide outside the broadcast room every day, secretly listening to him sing? Freshman year, Jiangxing University Broadcast Station. As a freshman, Su Mu, with his excellent voice, fought his way through and became the chief announcer of the campus broadcast station. Every evening at 6:30, his singing would ring out from the campus speakers. Back then, he was full of vigor and confidence, fancying himself the Prince of Love songs. He would sing passionately in the broadcast studio every day. Outside the window, there was always a girl with long waist-length hair, wearing faded blue jeans and a white t-shirt. She would crouch behind the bushes outside the studio, punctual as clockwork. Only her eyes were visible, peering in eagerly. She was his first listener. After Su Mu finished a song, he pushed open the door, wanting to say hello. The girl reacted incredibly fast. She transformed into a scurrying mouse, darting into the greenery and vanishing without a trace. This went on for 2 whole years, day after day, until the summer of his junior year. It was pouring rain. Su Mu had just finished his broadcast and pushed open the door, bumping straight into the girl who couldn't escape the rain in time. With no way to retreat, she stomped her feet anxiously, her eyes rimmed with red. Su Mu, young and impulsive, stepped forward, grabbed the back of her collar, and hauled her inside. "What are you running for?" "Listening to my songs without paying, huh? I've had my eye on you for 2 years, and today, I've finally caught you. Come clean now. What's your name, and which department are you in?" Su Mu deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be fierce, wanting to tease this timid junior. But the girl's face flushed crimson. She broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Her hands fluttered in the air, rapidly signing. Her mouth let out sounds like "ah ba ah ba." Her eyes welled up with aggrieved tears. Su Mu was stunned on the spot. All his playful intentions evaporated. So it turned out this innocent junior was a mute. No wonder she ran away every time she saw anyone and never spoke. Because she could only make those "ah ba" sounds. Su Mu simply gave her a nickname, Liao Liao. From then on, Su Mu stopped trying to catch her. Instead, after every broadcast, he would sing a few extra songs just for her. Back then, Liao Liao wore faded blue jeans and an oversized school uniform jacket. Her face was bare of any makeup. She was so thin, she looked like a gust of wind could blow her over. Who could connect that timid mute girl from the past with the noble lady before his eyes now? People really do change a lot as they grow up. But this was too absurd. It was like a complete species evolution, evolving from a shy mute into a scheming great-grandmother. Su Mu tested the waters. Junior Liao Liao. Liao Feiyue, lying on the bed, heard this long-lost name. Her delicate body trembled violently. A layer of mist formed over her shimmering peach blossom eyes. How many years had it been? No one had called her that name anymore. Soon, though, she regained her lazy, seductive demeanor. Her jade-like foot gently rubbed against Su Mu's leg. Her toes playfully hooked onto the fabric of his trousers, teasing him intermittently. Her red lips parted slightly, her breath like orchid. "I really didn't expect this. After all these years, you recognized me because of my foot. Seems like brother Su Mu has a thing for jade feet." Her voice was both charming and alluring, carrying the unique softness of the Jiangnan water towns. Coupled with her current lofty, noble posture, the contrast was off the charts. It was maddeningly captivating. Su Mu's face flushed. He quickly let go of her foot and wiped his hands on his pant leg. Then he started spouting nonsense with a straight face. As the saying goes, a girl changes 18 times before reaching womanhood. A person's face changes, their temperament changes, their status changes. But only the foot, its bone structure and contour, remains the same. I identified you through the art of bone reading. Its precise identification. I'm definitely not a foot fetishist. Don't go putting labels on me. I Su Mu am an upright man. Liao Feiyue burst out laughing, her body shaking like a flower in the wind. Instead of pulling her foot back, she stretched it further forward, pressing her toes directly against Su Mu's chest. She drew little circles on the thin fabric of his shirt. Her gaze was sultry, her tone laced with teasing. So now, do you still want to nibble on it? Holy shit. Those 4 words sent the entire dorm into chaos. The sheer amount of information short-circuited everyone's brain. On the bunk opposite, Su Jiling was completely dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed at her own father. Her look was that of someone staring at a pervert. A complete and utter pervert. Nibbling on feet. Her own dad was into that. Even though the foot was indeed pretty fair with a rosy tint and free of calluses. But it was still a foot. You older folks really know how to play. No wonder the birth rate was so high back in your day. Beside her, Shang Xiuyan was blushing furiously. She covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers. So the father of her child liked this kind of thing. Why didn't he say so earlier? I have feet too. She glanced down at her own foot clad in a pink fishnet stocking. Maybe not as exquisite as the great-grandmother's, but still a top-tier specimen. Tonight he'll wash them clean and slather them with strawberry-scented lotion. He'll let the father of my child nibble to his heart's content. As long as I get pregnant, he can nibble anywhere. He'll do anything for a 3rd child. Outside the dorm door, Liao Xiuqi, who had been eavesdropping intently, could no longer contain himself. They're talking about nibbling feet now? If I don't barge in, the great-grandmother's reputation will be ruined by this wild man's dirty mouth. She is the pillar of the Liao family. How can I tolerate such blasphemy? This is an outrage against the Liao family's century-old honor. Bang! The dorm door was kicked open. Liao Xiuqi, like an old lion protecting its cub, charged in with bloodshot eyes. He glared angrily, pointing at Su Mu's nose and cursing. Nibbled on what? I'm asking you, what did you nibble on? You pervert, you reckless lecher. What heinous thing did you do to my great-grandmother back then? The old man was shaking with rage, his dentures nearly flying out. Spittle flew everywhere. If he weren't afraid of losing a fight, he would have lunged at Su Mu and bitten him to death. The 4 black-suited bodyguards behind him also rushed in, crowding the dorm. They were cracking their knuckles, waiting for Liao Ziyuki's command. Su Mu looked at this suddenly appearing aggressive old man, then looked back at Liao Feiyue, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle on the bed. He felt utterly exasperated. This woman, she must be doing this on purpose. She just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Su Mu rolled his eyes dramatically and explained with annoyance. I didn't nibble. I was just washing her feet. Who the hell nibbles feet? Do you think I have such weird tastes? I was just trying to scare her. Back then I saw she was mute and couldn't speak properly, just making those ABA sounds. I read in a medical book that a folk remedy can cure major illnesses. When a person is under extreme fright or strong stimulation, there's a chance they can break through psychological barriers and speak. I was trying to cure her. Do you understand, you old fossil? Liao Xiuqi, after hearing this explanation, only grew angrier instead of calming down. His old face was bright red and the veins on his neck bulged. That's still not allowed. Who do you think you are? Who told you to wash the great-grandmother's feet? The great-grandmother's jade feet are not something immortal like you should touch. This is a grave disrespect. Men, chop off his hands. The old man was livid, completely forgetting the lesson he had just been taught. He directly issued the kill order. The bodyguards outside were just about to move, stepping forward in unison, looking menacing. On the bed, Liao Feiyu's smile vanished. Her charming face was now covered in a layer of frost. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze coldly sweeping over Liao Xiuqi. Her red lips parted slightly, and she uttered a single word. Scram. There was no extra emotion in her voice. It was purely the pressure of someone in a position of absolute power. That one word instantly extinguished Liao Ziyuki's rage. The old man shuddered. All his previous arrogance was gone. He felt weak in the knees. He hunched his back, put on a fawning smile, and said, yes, yes. Xiao Qi will scram now. Right away. Having said that, Liao Xiuqi swiftly turned around, shooed the bodyguards out like ducks, and followed them out himself. He closed the door behind him. The whole sequence was smooth and practiced, so fluent, it was almost pitiful. The room fell silent once more. Su Mu looked at Liao Feiyue before him. This woman could not only speak now, but she had also become a great-grandmother at the level of Jiangsheng's richest. What exactly had she been through in these past 10+ years? Liao Feiyue, seeing Su Mu's deflated expression, was in a great mood. She placed her foot back on Su Mu's lap, her toes gently tapping his knee. Brother Su Mu, my foot is still a bit sore. Keep massaging it. Massage my ass. Su Mu flicked his wrist, showing no mercy whatsoever. He tossed that fair jade-like foot aside. His action was swift and clean, without any hesitation. Thud. Liao Feiyu's long, slender leg fell against the edge of the bed. The slit on her cheongsam slid even higher. Su Mu didn't even glance at it. He sprang to his feet and glared down at the woman on the bed. This woman was getting too cocky. The mute girl who couldn't even speak properly and hid from everyone back then had now evolved into a master of the green tea act. Who could put up with this? Su Mu's gaze inadvertently swept across his daughter on the opposite bunk. Seeing Su Ziling's shocked little face only fueled the fire in his heart. Sumu shouted, not giving an inch. Listen here, Junior, do I look like I care about you? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. I, Sumu, am an upright man, a well-known gentleman in Jiangchen. You come here spouting nonsense, talking about nibbling and whatnot, making me look like some kind of pervert, slandering my name in front of my daughter. Do you think I have no temper? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. This woman was simply wicked. Back then he had kindly tried to help her open up, to make her more cheerful, and even tried various ways to cure her muteness. He sang to her at the broadcast station every day without ever charging her a single cent for admission. And what did he get in return? This woman turned her back on him. In front of his own daughter, she was spreading these false rumors. Didn't he, Sumu, have a reputation to uphold? How could he maintain his glorious towering image as a father in front of his daughter after this? More importantly, Su Ziling was already a mischievous girl with a head full of strange ideas. She was hard enough to manage on a normal day. If he let this woman spend any more time with his daughter, she would definitely lead her astray. One takes on the attributes of one's associates. This woman exuded danger from head to toe. She absolutely had to go. Sumu directly issued a dismissal. Do you still have business here? If not, please leave immediately. I'm not taking this job anymore. I'll refund your money, not a penny less. Turn left on your way out. No need to see you off. The entire dorm was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the lower bunk, Su Ziling's mouth formed an O. Her dad was too fierce. This was the hidden richest person in Jiangxing, the great-grandmother of the Liao group. Any one of those bodyguards outside could beat a person half to death, and her dad was just kicking her out. His temper was straighter than a steel bar. Shang Xiuyan was also stunned. This turn of events was completely beyond her comprehension. Weren't they just flirting a moment ago? How did he flip his mood so fast? But secretly she was thrilled. Good riddance. Perfect. Get this vixen out of here, so I can focus on making a baby. Liao Feiyue on the bed was also taken aback by Su Mu's sudden outburst. She was stunned for a long time, her shimmering peach blossom eyes wide open. Since she had taken over the Liao group and assumed the position of great-grandmother for over a decade, everyone who saw her would bow and scrape, showing the utmost respect. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. She had long been accustomed to giving orders and being treated like royalty. It had been a long time since anyone dared to defy her like this, let alone point at her nose and kick her out. After a brief moment of shock, Liao Feiyu's charming face quickly turned cold. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. She sat up straight, casually arranging the fallen hem of her cheongsam. Then she slapped her jade-handled folding fan onto the bed. You're kicking me out. Sumu, you've lost your mind. Sumu wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Great-grandmother. In his eyes, she was just an ungrateful junior. That's right. I'm kicking you out. Sumu didn't back down an inch. You ungrateful woman, do you have any idea how I treated you back then? Who was it that spent time every day trying to cure you? Who was it that worried about your low self-esteem and talked to you every day? And now you're repaying kindness with enmity. Coming here to ruin my reputation. Just because you're pretty, you think you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, that doesn't work with me. Liao Feiyu's chest heaved violently with anger. Her pale blue silk cheongsam looked ready to burst. She suddenly stood up, not even bothering with her high heels, and stepped barefoot onto the cool silk bedsheet. She pointed a slender finger at Sumu's nose. I'm ungrateful. Sumu, put your hand on your heart and ask yourself who is the truly ungrateful one. She spat out furiously. If I were ungrateful, would I have gifted your daughter a jade token worth 50 million? If I were ungrateful, would I have hired a vocal coach for her? If I were ungrateful, would I have canceled a multi-billion-dollar meeting and traveled all this way to find you in this shabby dorm? You are the one who... She stopped mid-sentence, but the anger had already reached her head, and she couldn't hold it back. You are the ungrateful old scumbag. Liao Feiyu's eyes were red, tears welling up in them, filled with defiance and grievance. You cheated and you think you're in the right. Cheating. Those two words slammed into the air. The entire dormitory froze for half a second. Su Ziling, who had straightened her back and was about to argue on behalf of her father, halted. Shang Xiuyan, who had shuffled into her slippers to mediate, also stopped. Then, upon hearing this earth-shattering gossip, both of them moved in perfect sync. They retreated back to the lower bunk and plopped down. Shang Xiuyan grabbed a handful of popcorn and shared half with Su Ziling. They sat side by side, their eyes wide as saucers. This gossip was a must-hear. Too thrilling. Sumu was completely dumbfounded. His head was buzzing. Cheating. This accusation was absolutely preposterous. Even though his ex-wife Jiang Yao hadn't let him touch her for 5 whole years, not once had the thought of cheating crossed his mind. As a man of unwavering integrity, he was loyal to his wife during their marriage. His conscience was clear. Even after the divorce, if he wanted to find a new wife, he would do it openly and honestly, never in secret. What do you call that? That's being a true romantic. Cheating was a despicable act that could never happen to him, Sumu. Sumu was so angry he laughed. He pointed a finger at Liao Feiyue. Listen here, Junior, we need to be reasonable. You're just making wild accusations out of thin air. We only met once at the broadcast station back then. Oh, we never even held hands. How is this me cheating? You can't just make up stories like this. You are fabricating lies to ruin my reputation. Liao Feiyue trembled with rage at his righteous indignation. She collapsed onto the bed, her beautiful peach blossom eyes red, tears streaming down her fair cheeks like broken pearls. She murmured to herself, her voice filled with endless grievance. I'm being unreasonable. We were never together. Sumu, you bastard. Just then, the door cracked open a sliver. Liao Ziyuki's white-haired head poked in. The old man was grinding his teeth, his face scrunched up in fury. Art, I can't stand it anymore. Great-grandmother, you've been wronged. Today you'll skin this brat alive. Liao Feiyue didn't even turn around. Her red lips parted slightly. Scram. Bang. The door closed at lightning speed. Liao Shochi didn't dare make another sound. The room fell silent again. Liao Feiyue looked up, staring intently at Sumu. Her eyes filled with unwillingness. You say we were never together? Then what about those love letters back then? You replied. You accepted my confession. You said you'd only love the person who wrote those letters, and you'd be with that person forever. It's all there in black and white. Are you trying to deny it now? Love letters. Hearing those two words, Sumu's heart skipped a beat. A sense of dread crept over him. Because it was true. It was during his college days. Back then smartphones weren't widespread. The most popular way for young people to express love was through love letters. It was all about seeing the words as if seeing the person, and short letters, deep feelings. Sumu, as the chief announcer of the broadcast station, handsome and with a great singing voice. He was the dream lover of every girl on campus. Every day, when he opened the door to the broadcast room, the stack of love letters on the desk would be half a meter high. He received so many letters his hands grew tired. The vast majority Sumu wouldn't even glance at, just bundling them up and tossing them into the wastebasket. Except for one. He couldn't bear to throw it away. The reason was simple. First, the envelope carried an incredibly pleasant faint fragrance. Sumu had a keen nose. He could identify a woman by her scent. This fragrance was elegant and refined, definitely not the cheap smell of cosmetics. The writer was surely a stunningly beautiful woman. Second, the literary quality of the letter was exceptional. No cliched I love yous or I miss yous. No tacky cheesy pickup lines either. The letter, written in delicate, graceful penmanship, read, Before the pen is even lifted, my heart is already full of you. I know little about you, but I cannot forget you. The handwriting was elegant, exuding a touch of spiritual charm. It even delved into philosophy of life. I admire your appearance, but I yearn to touch your soul. I want to exchange answers to 10 questions with you. If our views align, then let's be together, shall we? After reading it, Sumu was completely struck. This girl was so unique. Everyone else praised his looks and his singing. But this girl wanted to explore his inner self. Wasn't this what they called a soulmate? The pretentious literary side of Sumu's nature was thoroughly ignited. Without hesitation, he wrote a reply. Sure. As time passed, for an entire month, the windowsill of the broadcast room became their secret mailbox. One letter every day, unfailingly. The first topic they discussed made Sumu applaud in admiration. Who do you think is the happiest person around us? Sumu paced back and forth in the dormitory holding the letter. This question was incredibly insightful. A person's definition of happiness directly reflects their values. You don't need to see what she is now. What she envies is the life she aspires to live. To answer this question, Sumu even brought the letter back to the dormitory to hold a discussion meeting with his roommates, the strategists. He was afraid his own limited writing skills would lower the tone of the letter. He spent the entire night crafting a 3-page reply. From then on, their correspondence became more and more frequent. The topics they discussed grew deeper and deeper. From poetry and song to philosophy of life. From future career plans to family responsibilities. Their values aligned so perfectly it was as if they were cut from the same mold. Sumu was completely smitten. In his final letter, he wrote an extremely sappy line. I've been searching for something, for someone. I'm certain it's you. I want to know your name. Finally, the reply came. At the end of the letter, a line of delicate handwriting was written. Want to know me? My name is Jiang Yao. It finally dawned on Sumu. So this extraordinary woman who was so spiritually compatible with him was actually someone he knew. Jiang Yao. This also became the catalyst for Sumu and his ex-wife to officially get together, and the main reason he decided to marry her. Because that letter was their token of love. The memory ended. Sumu looked up sharply at Liao Feiyue on the bed, his gaze incredibly complex. I remember now. There was indeed such a thing. And I did say in my reply that we should be together. Hearing this, Liao Feiyue couldn't hold back her tears any longer. They fell in a steady stream. You remember? You finally remember. We had even thought of names for our future children. If it was a boy, he'd be Su Shixing, meaning to pluck stars from the sky. If it was a girl, she'd be Su Jiling, meaning a heart of pure orchid. Your daughter is named Su Jiling right now. And you still dare to say we were never together? Whoa. Hearing this, Sumu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wondered why his ex-wife Jiang Yao had objected so strongly when they were naming their daughter back then. So it was because the name wasn't chosen by Jiang Yao at all. Su Jiling on the lower bunk gasped. Her mind was completely blown. Everything was in chaos. My dad's first love isn't my mom. My own name was actually given by the Liao family's great-grandmother. And is this jade pendant lady really my mother? Outside the door, Liao Shouqi, who had been eavesdropping with his ear against the door, was weeping. He kept wiping his eyes with a handkerchief. So touching. No wonder the great-grandmother had remained chaste for over a decade, cold to all men. No wonder the great-grandmother cared so much about that little girl Su Jialing. So this was it. This was a true love that spanned over a decade. The great-grandmother had suffered so much. This man Su Mu deserved to die. He actually abandoned the great-grandmother and married another woman, having children with her. Scumbag. The world's biggest scumbag. Inside the dormitory, the atmosphere reached its peak. Liao Feiyue, with tears in her eyes, awaited Su Mu's repentance. But Su Mu just sighed. One sentence ended the whole debate. Junior, I think we might have a misunderstanding. Wasn't that love letter written by my ex-wife? The last line of that letter clearly had her name on it. Her name is Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao. The moment those 3 words left Su Mu's mouth, Liao Feiyue understood everything instantly. As Su Mu recounted the details, Liao Feiyue's head buzzed. The cause and effect quickly connected in her mind. The unsigned letter. The Jiang Yao who appeared out of nowhere. Su Mu's reply saying we should be together. Everything fit. The truth was out. She had been played. She had painstakingly sent love letters for a whole month, choosing her words with care, pouring her heart out, every night hiding under the covers with a flashlight to write, laying her soul bare. This carefully cultivated love. This soulmate with perfectly aligned values. All because she didn't sign her name on the letters. Had been stolen right from under her nose. What kind of nonsense was this? It was like washing your husband clean, blindfolding him, and putting him in bed, all warmed up, and then another woman walks in. What's the difference? Liao Feiyue was furious. She was grinding her teeth in anger. For over a decade, she had held onto this grudge, suffering day and night. She had always thought of Su Mu as a heartless man, as a cheating scumbag. Every night, she had mentally tear him apart. But it turned out, Su Mu was also a victim kept in the dark. He never knew who wrote those letters. Even after marriage, he had been a loyal and devoted husband, never once stepping out of line. Liao Feiyue stepped forward, closing the distance. She scrutinized the man before her, his broad shoulders, his resolute features, and those eyes still so clear. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. It was a stronger flutter than she had felt over a decade ago. The more she looked, the more she liked him. The more she looked, the more wrong she felt. Why? Why did someone else get to enjoy the shade from the tree she planted? She had waited faithfully for over 10 years, remaining chaste, while someone else had even borne his child. Liao Feiyue's eyes were red. Her emotions completely overwhelmed her. She lunged at him, grabbing Su Mu's arm. She opened her red lips, baring her pearly white teeth, and bit down hard. I hate you. I hate you so much. Her words contradicted her actions. Su Mu gasped in pain from the sudden bite. A sharp sting shot through his arm. He quickly shook her off. Are you a dog? Stop gnawing on my arm. It hurts. Why are you biting all around the edge? Su Mu rubbed the teeth marks on his arm, which were tinged with blood. His forehead was covered in a frown. This woman was just like that Yandra Xiaqingwu, always biting people. What was wrong with women these days? Did they all express their emotions with their teeth? It was truly incomprehensible. Liao Feiyue, after being shaken off, was still not satisfied. Tears welled up in her eyes. He'll bite you. He'll bite you to death. It's all your fault. You said if we ever met, we'd recognize each other at a glance. You broke your promise. You can't even tell if it's me or not. Are you blind? The more Liao Feiyue thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought, the more wrong she felt. Over 10 years of her youth. Over 10 years of waiting. All wasted. She raised her hand. Smack. A solid slap landed squarely on Su Mu's face. The crisp sound echoed through the dormitory, lingering in the air. Liao Feiyue glared at Su Mu with hatred. The great-grandmother's noble aura was in full force. Everyone was stunned. Su Mu was dazed for half a second. A burning sensation spread across his cheek. His temper flared up. He had a bottom line. He hated being slapped in the face more than anything. A man's head, a woman's waist, and especially the face were off limits. No matter who you are, whether you're the great-grandmother or not, whether you're the richest person in Jiangsheng or not, if you push him too far, head hit back. Su Mu swung his hand in return. Smack. An equally crisp sound. It landed directly on Liao Feiyue's charming face. Several red marks appeared on her fair cheek. Liao Feiyue's head was turned to the side by the force. Her long hair fell loose, covering half of her face. Su Mu stepped forward. He reached out and grabbed Liao Feiyue by the neck, pulling her forcefully towards him. Their noses were almost touching. Their breaths mingled. Each could smell the scent of the other. Can you blame me for this? You didn't sign your name. You had to be so mysterious. You were a mute in person, and you were a mute in your love letters too. You didn't even leave a signature. How was I supposed to find you? Are you even being reasonable? With Su Mu's hand on her neck, Liao Feiyue's breath was a bit ragged, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she grabbed the crystal-clear jade folding fan that had fallen on the bed and started whacking Su Mu on the shoulder with it, with considerable force. You bastard. You're blaming me. And you dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? How dare you be so bold? Do you believe I'll have you thrown into the river to feed the fish? The two of them exchanged words and started grappling right by the bed. Neither was willing to back down. On the opposite lower bunk, Su Jiling and Shang Xiuyan watched, unable to sit still. This plot twist was too surreal. How did they end up fighting after the misunderstanding was cleared up? Su Jiling quickly stood up, waving her hands to intervene, but not daring to get too close. All right. You two stop fighting. It's such a small matter. Shang Xiuyan chimed in as well. Let's just talk things out properly. Fighting will only hurt your relationship. Couples fight in bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Just then, the dormitory door was slammed open. Liao Xiuqi finally found his chance to act. The old man was fuming, his face full of murderous intent. His clothes were even disheveled from rushing. Stop! How dare you hit our Liao family's great-grandmother? You're asking for death. Our Liao family has hundreds of loyal warriors. Today I'll have you torn to pieces. The old man charged in with a menacing air, ready for a big fight. It was time to show his loyalty. Meanwhile, Su Mu and Liao Feiyue completely ignored Liao Ziyuki's entrance. They maintained their grappling stance, eyes locked on each other, so close they could count each other's eyelashes. The moisture in Liao Feiyue's eyes hadn't faded. Under Su Mu's intense gaze, the blush on her cheeks spread all the way to her ears. She bit her red lip. What are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. Su Mu's grip loosened slightly. His thumb gently stroked her fair neck. Can't I look at you, you little mute? It's been over a decade, and you've gotten quite capable. You used to just hide in the bushes, now you've learned to bite. Liao Feiyue glared back defiantly. You're the mute. Your whole family. She couldn't finish her sentence. Su Mu tightened his grip. He pulled her chattering red lips towards him, lowered his head, and kissed her fiercely, silencing all the complaints and grievances. Liao Feiyue's eyes flew open in shock. Her hands, which had been pounding on Su Mu's chest, were caught off guard by the sudden forceful kiss. After a brief moment of stiffness, she closed her eyes. Her body went limp. Her hands wrapped around Su Mu's neck. She rose on her tiptoes and passionately returned a kiss that was over a decade overdue. Clatter. The jade folding fan she never let go of fell to the floor and rolled under the bed. At the door, Liao Xiuqi stood with his cane raised, in a charging stance, completely frozen in place. The old man stared with his cloudy eyes at the two entangled figures. His head was buzzing. What was going on? Weren't they just about to kill each other? How did they end up kissing in the blink of an eye? The old man swallowed hard, caught in a dilemma. Forget what I said. Liao Xiuqi wisely retracted his cane and backed away step by step, taking the opportunity to close the door behind him. He even carefully turned the doorknob to lock it. Inside the dormitory, Su Jiling on the opposite lower bunk covered her face with both hands, watching through the gaps in her fingers. She was completely speechless, too embarrassing to watch. It was an eyesore. How could they start kissing in the middle of a fight? I just can't understand you old people's love. Go get a room, please. I'm begging you. Beside her, Shang Xiuyan was watching with great interest, her eyes full of envy. So sweet, so domineering. The father of her child was truly charming. He could even win over a goddess of the great-grandmother's caliber. Shang Xiuyan bit her finger, sighed enviously. She even felt like raising her hand to speak, to ask if she could join their team. A full 3 minutes passed. Only then did Su Mu release her. They parted, gasping for air. Liao Feiyue's charming face was so red it seemed ready to drip blood. Her eyes shimmered, all filled with the allure of being cherished. Su Mu looked at the woman before him. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He had acted impulsively. This time he had truly been impulsive. But still, his college-era first love, his soulmate. They had missed each other for over a decade due to a twist of fate. To say he didn't care would be a lie. What man doesn't have a regretful first love in his memories? Especially when this first love had remained chaste for him for over a decade. This feeling was too heavy. Su Mu reached out, gently tucked Liao Feiyue's loose hair behind her ear. His large hand then rested on her head and gave it a soft pat. His tone was gentler than it had ever been. All these years, it's been hard on you, hasn't it? Junior Liao. The moment those 4 words were spoken, the tough exterior Liao Feiyue had maintained for over a decade shattered completely. All the grievances, all the unwillingness, all the longing, broke through the dam at that moment. She threw herself into Su Mu's arms, clutching his waist tightly, burying her face in his broad chest, crying without restraint. It was torture. Every single second I hated you. I hated you for not recognizing me. I hated you for marrying someone else. I've missed you so much. Her hot tears soaked through Su Mu's shirt, burning against his skin. Su Mu tightened his arms, pulling this formidable great-grandmother into a firm embrace. 5 minutes passed. Liao Feiyue's emotions calmed down. She lifted her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Her gaze was fixed intensely on Su Mu's face, as if she couldn't bear to blink. A heart that had been silent for over a decade pounded wildly in her chest. Thump, thump. It was proof of being alive again. She felt an impulse. She wanted to give all the love she had stored up for over a decade to this man before her. Liao Feiyue stood up. Her hands clutched the hem of Su Mu's shirt. She tilted her head back. Su Mu, I want you to marry me. Now, immediately, right away. I've already waited for over a decade, and I don't want to wait another minute. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. Did she just propose? This is happening too fast. Sumu looked down at this captivating woman before him. The pale cyan silk cheongsam outlined her exquisite figure. Traces of tears still clung to the corners of her eyes. She looked pitifully charming, yet carried a hint of stubbornness. This was his first love, the soulmate he had yearned for back in the day. Back then he dreamed of marrying her. Now all he had to do was nod, and this richest woman in Jiangxing, the grand lady worth billions, would be his wife. Vast wealth and a lost love regained, all within reach. Sumu's Adam's apple bobbed. Any man would find this temptation irresistible. Ding dong. The phone in his pocket rang at the most inopportune moment. It was the notification sound for his special contact. It was especially jarring in the quiet dormitory. Sumu pulled out his phone. The screen lit up. A new WeChat message popped up. The contact name read, Dangerous Explosive Xia Qingwu. The content was just one short sentence. The house is renovated, remember to come home tonight. Seeing this message, Sumu froze on the spot. Damn, he had forgotten about her. There was a Yandera female CEO waiting for him at home. To be honest, Sumu's feelings for Xia Qingwu were special. During the divorce period, Sumu couldn't even bear to go back to that empty house, with its cold stove and empty pots. It made his heart uneasy. He was most afraid of people asking him, is there a warm home waiting for you? No, until Xia Qingwu appeared. That stubborn and crazy woman with her mind filled only with Sumu. Despite Sumu's cold words, she silently hand-picked furniture, hand-decorated the room, even matching the color of the slippers with his. She built a warm nest for him. Now that woman was in that home, full of life, waiting for him to return. On one side was his first love, the grand lady who had waited for over a decade. On the other side was the Yandera female CEO who had devoted herself to decorating their new home. Sumu wished he could slap himself twice for flirting around. Now he was in trouble. Just as Sumu was spacing out, a fragrant breeze swept by. Liao Feiyue had somehow gotten close. She was tall, and her gaze passed over Sumu's shoulder, staring directly at the phone screen. Xia Qingwu. As soon as these three words were spoken, the delicate aura around Liao Feiyue vanished completely. The exclusive aura of the Grand Lady was fully unleashed. As the Grand Lady who had controlled the Liao Group for over a decade, how could she not know who Xia Qingwu was? The female CEO of Muqing Group. The famously crazy beauty in Jiangxing's business circles. Ruthless in her methods and eccentric in her actions, she was the Liao Group's greatest rival in the business world. Over the years, the two had fought fiercely in the marketplace, neither yielding an inch. And now, this rival wasn't just stealing business, she was stealing her man too. Liao Feiyue grabbed Sumu's tie. Her beautiful eyes glared wide. Xia Qingwu. Is that the Xia Qingwu from Muqing Group? Why is she telling you to go home? What's your relationship with her? Answer me. The questions came like a barrage. At a time like this, trying to explain would only make things worse. It was better to just come clean. A man should own up to his actions. Sumu put the phone back in his pocket, met Liao Feiyue's murderous gaze, and spoke. It's not a complicated relationship. We're just living together. She's my future first wife. Oofed. On the bunk across the room, Su Jiling, who was drinking water, sprayed it out, splattering all over Shang Ziyin's face. Su Jiling grabbed her hair with both hands, her mind completely short-circuited. She had just done her mental preparation a few days ago, accepting the idea of having two moms. How could a third mom appear just a few days later? And now a fourth was on the way. Was her biological dad trying to collect 7 moms to summon a dragon? Even having enough for a mahjong game was too many. Sumu. Liao Feiyue was furious. She reached out to grab Sumu's phone. Give me the phone. He'll send a voice message to that Xia right now. Let her know her place. What right does she have to tell you to go home? I forbid it. Sumu reacted quickly. He twisted his wrist and tucked the phone back into his pocket. Liao Feiyue lunged and missed. Her high heels wobbled. She lost her balance completely. She pushed Sumu directly onto the bed. Both of them fell. Their eyes met. The distance was so close they could feel each other's breath. Liao Feiyue straddled Sumu, her hands pressing down on his shoulders. She gritted her teeth. Sumu, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. What do you mean first wife? Sumu was pressed so tightly, he could barely breathe. He decided to just spill it all. Junior sister, it's true that I have feelings for you. But, you're too late. After my divorce, I found a first mother for my son. My love for her is the same as my love for you. These words were unapologetically shameless. Shameless and confident. Liao Feiyue listened. Her mind was buzzing. Too late. Over a decade ago, because of an unsigned love letter, Sumu chose Jiang Yao. Over a decade later, now that the misunderstanding was finally resolved, he had chosen someone else. Why? Was fate playing tricks on her? Liao Feiyue bit her lip, her possessiveness awakened. She refused to accept it. She truly refused to accept it. There was nothing in this world that Liao Feiyue had ever wanted and not gotten. It was that way in business. And it had to be that way with men. I don't agree. You have to come back to the Liao family with me today. Whatever Xia Qingwu can give you, I can give you too, and I can give you more. She was panting heavily, forcing herself to suppress her anger. If the hard approach didn't work, she'd try the soft approach. Liao Feiyue's attitude softened. She leaned forward, getting close to Sumu's ear. Her breath was fragrant and soft, carrying the gentle sweetness of the Jiangnan region. Sumu Gij. Want you come to my house. They'll take care of you from now on. They'll cook for you every day. They'll keep you in the Liao family, and you can do whatever you want. This level of temptation would make anyone's head spin. Sumu turned his head away, dodging that scorching breath. I'm not hungry, I don't want to eat. Liao Feiyu's red lips curved into a smile. Her fingers traced circles on Sumu's chest. Her seductive eyes were like silk. That's because you've never tasted it. Once you've had a taste of the flavor, I'm afraid you'll be sneaking bites from now on, unable to be driven away. This innuendo came out of nowhere. Sumu looked at the stunning face before him. He had to admit it. This woman was truly a seductress. But Sumu was a scumbag with principles. Junior sister, don't be like this. I told you I have other women. And Sumu pushed Liao Feiyue off him and sat up. He straightened his rumpled collar. His words shocked everyone. And it's not just one. I didn't just find a first mother for my son. I also found a stepmother for my daughter. After all, with 2 kids, they need double the motherly love to share. Sumu turned his head and looked at the bunk across the room. Shang Xiuyan was sitting cross-legged, watching him with eager eyes. Sumu stood up, walked over to the bunk in big strides, and under Shang Xiuyan's shocked gaze. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up. He turned his head to look at Liao Feiyue, who was on the bed. It's her. The room erupted in shock. Feelings are like online loans. The longer you delay, the higher the interest. It's better to come clean early, the damage is less that way. Liao Feiyue looked at Shang Xiuyan, whose hand was held by Sumu. She completely broke down. You're going too far. Using the excuse of finding a mother for your son and daughter. You clearly just want to find one for yourself. You bastard. Shang Xiuyan stood beside Sumu. Her eyes reddened. She was moved. So moved. This was the grand lady of the Liao family, worth billions. Any other man faced with a wealthy beauty like this throwing herself at him would have kicked her and nobody aside long ago, or hidden her away. These days heartless bastards are everywhere. But Sumu wasn't like that. He openly held her hand. He confessed directly in front of the grand lady. What incredible responsibility. Shang Xiuyan was moved to tears. She leaned against Sumu's shoulder. She wrapped her arms around his. My child's father. I love you. Shang Xiuyan turned her head to look at the furious Liao Feiyue. She took the initiative to explain. Hey grandma. I'm not going to compete for the position of first wife. I know my place. I can be the second wife, I don't mind. As long as I can be with my child's father, I'm fine with whatever rank I am. These words were like pouring oil on a fire. Liao Feiyue looked at Shang Xiuyan's clingy appearance and let out a mocking laugh. She crossed her arms and looked Shang Xiuyan up and down, sneering coldly. Fine. Then from now on, you'll only get the leftovers. Only what I, Liao Feiyue, don't want is left for you. Shang Xiuyan lowered her head. Her fingers twisted together. Her cheeks flushed. She hesitated for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Leftovers. That's not so bad either. Liao Feiyue looked at this shy, innocent female college student in front of her. Her head was buzzing. What on earth was this? Were the post-2000s kids this wild these days? Willing to throw away all dignity for a man? Liao Feiyue raised her slender jade-like fingers and rubbed her throbbing temples. She suddenly felt. Was she really getting old? The times were changing too fast. There was only a 10-year difference between them. Was the generation gap really that big? Female college students these days were talking about being second wives as if it were nothing. Their acceptance was just too strong. Huff. Liao Feiyue took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently as she tried to calm her soaring blood pressure. No, she couldn't lower herself to argue with a little girl like this. She needed to reason with her. Liao Feiyue put on the airs of an elder and spoke earnestly. Shang Xiuyan, right. The fact that you got into a key university in Jiangxing shows you're not stupid, you're a smart girl. So do you know what it means to be someone's second wife? Shang Xiuyan blinked her innocent big eyes. She shook her head. Liao Feiyue let out a cold laugh. It means your life is ruined. You'll be trapped in a small corner of the world. You'll become a man's baby-making machine. The first half of your life will be spent serving a man, and the second half will be spent revolving around your children. No social life, no career, not even a soul of your own. You studied hard for over a decade, enduring countless late nights studying by the lamp. Was it all just to degrade yourself and become a hidden appendage to someone else? You'd be better off studying hard, finding a decent job after graduation, and earning your own money to spend. Isn't it better to become an excellent, independent woman? These words were powerful and forceful. Any ambitious girl would probably hang her head in shame. Shang Xiuyan was pushed back, shrinking half her body behind Sumu. She poked her little head out and shook it like a rattledrum. That won't do. These 3 words were a clean, crisp refusal. Liao Feiyu's eyes narrowed, thinking her words had worked, and her tone softened slightly. You've finally come to your senses, eh? You understand the importance of being an independent woman. Shang Xiuyan picked at her clothes and mumbled back. I don't want to study hard. I just want to be a second wife. Liao Feiyue was so angry her chest heaved violently. She pointed at Shang Xiuyan, her finger trembling. Her high heels clicked sharply on the floor. You are simply a piece of mud that can't be plastered on a wall. A piece of rotten wood that can't be carved. Did all your book learning go to the dogs, eh? What about your dreams? Your ambitions? Your sense of shame? Shang Xiuyan pouted her lips in grievance, her eyes red. She hid further behind Su Mu. She poked half her head out and retorted with a clear conscience. My dream is to have my husband take care of me. He'll stay home and raise the kids. Do the housework. Keep the house spotless. Cook a good meal every day and wait for my husband to come home. Isn't that also an ambition? Being a second wife is a very noble profession, you know. What kind of outrageous statement was this? How could there be such a bizarre girl in this world? Liao Feiyue was completely out of options. She could see it clearly now. This soft, gentle college student in front of her was the hardest type to deal with. Fighting her was wrong, not fighting her was also wrong. She simply couldn't be beaten. Moreover, judging by how protective Su Mu was acting, if she really did bully this girl, Su Mu might actually turn against her. After all, what man could resist a sweet, obedient little wife who only wanted to stay home, have his babies, and cook for him? Liao Feiyue gritted her molars, forcibly suppressing the urge to hit someone, her mind racing as she weighed the pros and cons. The situation was clear now. The number one enemy wasn't this naive girl at all. This girl's level was too low to pose any real threat. The real threat was Xia Qingwu. That crazy woman wanted all of Su Mu's heart and soul. She was aiming to devour him completely and have him all to herself. This was the core conflict. After being subjected to Shang Zuyan's outrageous remarks, Liao Feiyue's defenses and bottom lines had been lowered again and again, shattered into pieces. She compromised. She truly compromised. What was a few extra second wives? As long as they didn't fight or scheme and obediently behaved, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, she was the grand lady of the Liao family. She had seen such things before. And sometimes she got tired too and needed a few considerate people to lend a hand. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. First, pull this naive girl into her camp. Kick Xia Qingwu out of the game. Deal with her later. Fine. Since you're so set on being the junior, I can grant you that. I can allow you to enter the family as the second wife. Liao Feiyue put on the airs of the grand lady, crossing her arms. But you must stand on my side. That Xia Qingwu, she has to go. Your task now is to keep an eye on Su Mu for me. Make sure he cuts off all contact with Xia Qingwu. Can you do it? Su Mu could hear this scheme clearly from the sidelines. She was trying to form a united front and play the palace intrigue game. Unfortunately, she underestimated Shang Zuyan's loyalty. Shang Xiuyan blinked her big eyes. Then she firmly shook her head. That won't do. I have to listen to my child's father. Whatever my husband says, he'll do. If my husband likes Sister Xia, then I have to like Sister Xia too. We should be one big loving family. At that point, Shang Zuyan's eyes lit up. How about I create a group chat? I'll add both you and Sister Xia, and we can all get along first. Liao Feiyue's fists clenched. She really wanted to slap some sense into this love-struck fool. Didn't she understand plain words? She even had the nerve to act high and mighty when being recruited. Seeing that Liao Feiyue was about to explode on the spot, Su Mu finally moved. He gently pulled Shang Xiuyan behind him, positioning himself between her and Liao Feiyue. This single motion instantly made him the center of attention. Su Mu lowered his gaze, adding a touch of fragile melancholy to his already handsome face. Junior sister, he began, his voice not loud, but carrying a heavy sigh. To be honest, after going through that failed marriage, I was hurt deeply, very deeply. After the divorce, I changed completely, becoming afraid to easily fall in love with another woman again. Right now, I just want to find a woman who truly loves me. Only then would I dare to offer this scarred and wounded heart once more. And Xia Qingwu is currently my first choice. Every word of this speech reeked of calculated emotional manipulation. Su Mu was playing the victim. But coming from him, paired with that handsome and melancholic facade, the impact was devastatingly effective. Behind him, Shang Zuyan's heart ached. She tightened her grip on Su Mu's arm, wishing she could melt into him and warm his wounded heart. Liao Feiyue, however, felt her brow twitch. Who was she? The grand matriarch of the Liao family. Su Mu's little scheme, the kind of trick that only fooled young girls, was transparent to her. But understanding it was one thing, a chord within her was still struck. After all, this was the man she had loved for over a decade. His pain, even if performed, was enough to make her heart palpitate. Liao Feiyue crossed her arms, lifted her chin slightly, her gaze filled with scrutiny. So you're saying that I don't love you as much as Xia Qingwu does? Su Mu looked up, meeting her gaze with what seemed like honesty. Yes. One word. Crisp. Decisive. Liao Feiyue felt her heart constrict, choked by that single word. She let out a furious laugh. Impossible. I, Liao Feiyue, have only had one man in my heart for over 10 years, and that's you, Su Mu. From university until now, it has never changed. For you, I rejected countless arranged marriages and turned down so many outstanding young elites. Isn't my love enough? Is it inferior to that crazy woman's? Su Mu shook his head. It's not enough. Because in a similar situation, she said something that I will remember and be moved by for a lifetime. Liao Feiyue's heart tightened. What did she say? Su Mu's gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling something extremely precious. She said, you don't need to take responsibility. Junior sister, do you understand? Xia Qingwu's someone so proud, she could actually say something like that. Faced with such pure love, I feel her love for me is greater and heavier than yours. This speech served two purposes. The first was a warning to Liao Feiyue. Xia Qingwu didn't need a title or responsibility. If Liao Feiyue truly loved him, she should be magnanimous and stop fighting so desperately for a position. The second purpose was to ignite Liao Feiyue's competitive spirit. This woman was strong-willed and wanted to be first in everything. Now telling her she had lost to her rival Xia Qingwu in loving a man. Sumu felt his speech was absolutely perfect. Flawless. Having his cake and eating it too. What woman wouldn't be fooled and confused for a while? However, he still underestimated Liao Feiyue's level. After listening, the momentary emotion on her face vanished, completely replaced by a cold look of seeing through everything. She curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. Sumu, do you think I'm as easy to deceive as a schoolgirl like Shang Xiuyan? A few sweet words, and you expect me to be moved to tears and nod in agreement to your harem. Don't even think about it. Liao Feiyue stepped forward, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor. I'm telling you right now, right this instant. Come back to the Liao family with me, get the certificate, and get married. Well damn, all that talk was in vain. Sumu cursed inwardly. Older women were indeed harder to fool one after another. A 1,000-year-old fox trying to play tricks with him. It seemed he would have to plan more carefully. Sumu's melancholy instantly switched to a look of deep affection as he took Liao Feiyue's hand. Junior sister marriage isn't out of the question. After all, my love for you is true, witnessed by heaven and earth. He changed his tone, pretending to calculate on his fingers with a furrowed brow. But I just did a quick calculation. Today's date clashes. Very inauspicious. It's truly unlucky. So give me some time. Let me take my daughter and my little wife home first, find a reliable master to calculate an auspicious date, and then he'll come and marry you with a grand procession, okay? As he spoke, Sumu took Shang Xiuyan's hand. Shang Xiuyan instinctively took Su Ziling's hand as well. The family of three turned to make their escape. Watching Sumu's eager back, Liao Feiyue's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable panic surged within her. She cursed herself. Liao Feiyue, you've lost your mind. Was she pushing too hard? Did he really not want to see her? Perhaps. It was because they had been apart for so many years. In Xia Qingwu, she had been there for him, supporting him through it all. In matters of the heart, the worst thing is comparison, and the most taboo is impatience. The harder you try to hold on, the more it slips through your fingers. How could she have made such a low-level mistake? Liao Feiyue's eyes narrowed, reason finally returning to the forefront. She straightened her slightly disheveled collar, resuming her dignified and noble matriarch bearing. Stop. Two cold words carrying an undeniable authority. The trio halted in their tracks. Liao Feiyue walked over with graceful steps, ignoring Sumu, and went directly to stand before Su Ziling. She crouched down, took Su Ziling's little hand, and her face showed unprecedented gentleness. This was her soft power tactic. Sumu, you can leave. But the daughter and Shang Xiuyan must stay. Liao Feiyue looked up, her gaze calm as she fixed her eyes on Sumu. I've already hired the best vocal music teacher. He'll be staying here for a while. I want to spend some time with them to get along well. A brilliant move of cutting off his escape route. Sumu saw right through it. She was using his daughter and little wife as hostages. If they were both here, how could he possibly have the heart to run off and find other women? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sumu looked at his daughter and his little wife. Daughter, little wife, what do you two think? Su Ziling looked at the beautiful grandmother before her, her feelings complicated. Compared to the mother she had never met, she actually preferred this jade-plate mother. The jade-plate mother was so nice. Su Ziling spoke up, I'll stay. I think this mother is good. Dad, if you don't want her, then I'll take her. Sumu's gaze ultimately settled on Shang Xiuyan. Now that his daughter had expressed her stance, it was time to see what his secondary wife would do. Shang Xiuyan, receiving the look from her man, had her mental abacus clicking rapidly. What was her identity? A secondary wife. What was the foremost duty of a secondary wife? It was not to vie for affection or act coy, but to serve as the lubricant of the family. To respect the primary wife above, to cherish the children below, and to attend to the husband in between. This was the self-cultivation of a top-tier secondary wife. The matriarch of the Liao family before her possessed an imposing aura and shrewd tactics, clearly a future primary wife. She must build a good relationship. Shang Xiuyan straightened her back, donned a virtuous and understanding smile, and proactively linked arms with Liao Feiyue, assuming an intimate posture. They'll stay too. I think this sister is right, we are all one family, and we should get along well. See how she said it? Such sophistication. It both declared her support for the primary wife's position and hinted at her willingness to remain subordinate, harboring no second thoughts. Sumu sighed inwardly. All right, fine. Both of them had defected. To be honest, his mind was a bit chaotic now. Regarding this affection from Liao Feiyue, which had come over a decade late, he didn't know how to accept it or how to handle it. Perhaps letting the three women spend time together and work things out on their own was a good choice. It would save him from being caught in the middle. Fine then. Sumu put on a helpless yet indulgent expression and spread his hands. You're the bosses, I'll listen to all of you. They'll head home first and pack some change of clothes for you. With that, he turned and tried to slip away. The amount of information today was overwhelming, he needed some time alone to sort things out. However, the moment he took a step, stop. A cool voice called out for the third time. Su Mu's body reacted faster than his mind, freezing instantly as his back tensed. Again, what else did this woman have up her sleeve? He slowly turned around to see that Liao Feiyue was not approaching him. Her gaze was no longer as cold as before. The atmosphere had somehow shifted. Under the watchful eyes of Su Mu, Shang Xiuyan, and Su Jiling, Liao Feiyue stopped in front of Su Jiling. Without a word, she carefully retrieved something from the clasp of her cheongsam in front of everyone. It was a ring. A ring of warm, creamy white jade with a fine texture, clearly an old heirloom of some years. Liao Feiyue gently placed the ring into Su Jiling's small hand. Her voice was tender. Su Jiling, pass it on for me. Su Jiling held the jade ring still warm, her face filled with confusion. She looked at Liao Feiyue, then at her father not far away. Finally, she took her little mother's hand and pressed the ring into it. Little mom relay. Shang Xiuyan held the weighty ring. Without delay, she hurried to Su Mu and pressed the ring into his hand. A small ring passed through the daughter, through the secondary wife, and finally reached his hand. Su Mu held the ring, feeling it weighed 1,000 pounds. He swallowed hard, his expression troubled. Junior sister, this ring isn't suitable for me. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Liao Feiyue looked at him, her eyes reddening slightly, but her lips curled into a stubborn smile. Brother Su Mu. That single brother Su Mu made Su Mu's heart skip a beat. This ring is an heirloom of our Liao family. It is the exclusive token for the future patriarch of the Liao family. There is only one. Liao Feiyue stepped forward. She looked up at him, her gaze burning, and spoke each word clearly. I don't mean anything else, and I don't want to use this to bind you. I simply want you to know. I like you. I like you back in school, I still like you now, and for the rest of my life, I will only love you. I, Liao Feiyue, declare here today, in this life, I will marry none other than you. Whether you run or hide, even if you go looking for that Xia Qingwu, right now, I don't care. I will always stand here waiting for you in this very spot, until the day you are willing to turn around and see me. The air around them grew still. Even the wind stopped. Su Mu's hand holding the ring tightened slightly. To be honest, in this life he had been pursued by women, dumped by women, and cursed by women. But being publicly proposed to by a woman worth 100 billion, stunning and unparalleled, with a family heirloom ring. This was a first for him. How did it feel? Well, damn good. His male vanity was immensely satisfied at this moment. He re-evaluated the woman before him. Her blue-white cheongsam accentuated her figure, perfectly exuding nobility without losing feminine charm. Especially her eyes. Usually cold toward everyone, they were now brimming with watery, light, and uncontainable affection. Su Mu's heart cowardly skipped 2 beats. Ask yourself, facing such a fervent confession from a woman like this, what man in the world could resist? But he was Su Mu after all. He took a deep breath, yet his face remained calm and indifferent. All right. Su Mu flipped his wrist, closed the ring into his palm, and tucked it into his pocket. Since you've put it that way, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. They'll keep this ring safe for you for now. If you ever regret it, come to me anytime. Hearing this, Liao Feiyue's eyes lit up, instantly ecstatic. He accepted. He accepted it. She knew it. She knew this man would yield to softness, not hardness. If she had known this would work, why had she wasted so much breath earlier? Liao Feiyue was so excited she wanted to hug him, but reason kept her in check. She couldn't rush. Since he yielded to softness, she had to boil the frog slowly. Rushing at him now would only scare him away. So she quickly stepped in front of Su Jiling, and under her shocked gaze cupped her face, and gave her a loud kiss. Mwah! A very resonant kissing sound. Good daughter, be a dear, and pass this on for mom. Tell him I love him. Very, very much. Love him to the bone. Su Jiling's face was covered in saliva, red as a ripe apple. This. She had to relay this too. It was so embarrassing. People would laugh. She shuffled awkwardly to Shang Xiuyan, stood on tiptoes, closed her eyes, and quickly pecked Shang Xiuyan on the cheek. Little mom relay. That jade mom says she loves your husband very, very much. Love him to the bone. Shang Xiuyan was taken aback for a moment, then caught on. Oh my, they were playing a love relay race. As a top-tier secondary wife, she was an expert at fostering affection. Mwah. Without hesitation, she turned and gave Su Mu a resounding kiss. Su Mu's mouth twitched violently, completely discomposed. What the hell? Was this how you expressed love in a relationship? Courtesy demanded reciprocity. Su Mu reached out, pinched Shang Xiuyan's cheek, and kissed her on the other side. Go relay it back the same way. Tell her I know. Don't be so fancy. Shang Xiuyan's cheeks flushed, and she gave Su Jiling a smacking kiss. Dobao, quick relay back. Dad says he knows. Su Jiling's brain completely short-circuited. Seriously, will you two ever stop? Am I just a link in your little game? I may be the daughter, but you really don't need to drag me into everything. The adult world was so complicated and twisted. She turned around with a look of utter despair, staring at Liao Feiyue's noble and icy beautiful face. Su Jiling swallowed, suddenly feeling shy about kissing her. Would she have to pay for this kiss? With that stunning face, Su Jiling was finally getting a taste of the good stuff. So she bravely leaned and timidly brushing her lips against Liao Feiyue's delicate cheek. Soft. Fragrant. Su Jiling repeated in a businesslike official tone. Jade mom, my dad told me to tell you he knows. He said don't be so fancy. Liao Feiyue was clearly unsatisfied with this response. Nose. That's it. She felt her love wasn't expressed passionately enough. So her beautiful eyes shifted, fixing on Su Ziling's little mouth. Su Ziling, feeling her hairs stand on end, was so scared, she immediately clamped her hands over her mouth and shook her head frantically. No, not there. Liao Feiyue's eyes turned cold. Really not. Su Ziling trembled with fear and instinctively caved. Okay. Liao Feiyue, seeing her like that, couldn't help but burst into laughter, melting the ice. She again cupped Su Ziling's face and kissed her cheek. Just kidding, look at you scared. Go relay another message for me. Ask him when he'll be back. Will she ever stop? Su Ziling, kissed into a state of living death, stared at the ceiling, her eyes hollow. I shouldn't be here. I want to go back to my mother. I can't stand this family for another second. Sumu casually pulled up his pants and called out inside. He'll be back in a couple of days. With that, he opened the door and walked out without looking back. What a joke. Come back. He'd be damned if he did. He had just managed to settle this whole marriage business with his children and hadn't even enjoyed a few days of peace. No way was he jumping back into that fiery pit of matrimony. No way in hell. In this life, Su Mu's one and only pursuit was a life of freedom and indulgence. Galloping through life, reveling in nightly pleasures. That was the life for a real man, who in their right mind would willingly dive headfirst into the grave of marriage. As Su Mu was happily scheming in his mind, he looked up and found a wrinkled old face right in his nose. Liao Xiuqi. This was awkward. The two stared at each other, noses almost touching, their breaths nearly mingling. Su Mu frowned and took a disgusted step back. Move it, you're in my way. Liao Xiuqi didn't budge. Instead, he puffed out his frail chest with an air of aggression. Boy, no, great-grandfather. You think you can just walk away so easily today? Su Mu shot him a sidelong glance. My legs are on my body. They'll go if I wanna. Do I need to file a request with you? What? Even your great-grandmother has given me the green light to leave. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Liao Xiuqi straightened his back. Though nearly 80, he was full of grit at this moment. Great-grandmother is blinded by love. She pities you and can't bear to force you. But I can't allow it. If you leave and go find another woman, leaving my great-grandmother all alone, then I, Liao Xiuqi, would be a sinner of the Liao family. I'm putting it out there today, even if it costs me my old life, I will make you stay. Sumu looked the old man up and down. This guy who looked like a puff of wind could knock him over, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't make your great-grandfather laugh. I'm afraid, even if you risk your old life, you couldn't hold back a single strand of my hair. Move aside. I don't want to lay a hand on your old bones. Heh. Liao Xiuqi let out a cold sneer, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes like a sly old fox. Want me to move? Not a chance. Today I must drag you back to the Liao residence and get you married immediately. Let my great-grandmother taste the flavor of a man. The moment he spoke, he swung his hand. Swish. For bodyguards emerged from both sides, sealing off Su Mu's escape route completely. Liao Xiuqi gritted his teeth, looking like he was ready to risk it all. Today I must take you back to the Liao residence for the wedding ceremony. Since the gentle approach fails, well, do it the hard way. Even if I have to tie you up and getting you into that bridal chamber. Su Mu's face darkened instantly. What a bunch of filial descendants. So they're trying to tie up their great-grandfather to give him a taste of the good life, huh? He patiently tried to reason with this old man with his peculiar logic. Old man, let me tell you, you can't force these things. Even if you drag me back like this, you might capture my body, but you'll never have my heart. Besides, do you know this is kidnapping? It's against the law. Upon hearing this, Liao Xiuqi put on an innocent look of him. Old, I don't understand. Against the law? What law? I'm a nearly 80-year-old man. My ears are bad. My mind is foggy. I know nothing. As for your heart. He chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his gaze sweeping over Sumu meaningfully. We're both men. We know how it works. Aren't we men just creatures led by our lower halves? Once my great-grandmother gets your body, you'll feel good, and naturally your heart will belong to her. Uff. Sumu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that actually made a twisted kind of sense. For a moment, he couldn't find a single word to refute it. Faced with such uniquely warped relationship values, he realized that even at nearly 40, he was still too young and too naive. Old ginger is indeed spicier. Seeing Sumu rendered speechless, Liao Xiuqi grew even more smug. He stepped forward wearing an I understand expression and patted Sumu on the shoulder. Great-grandfather, it's wise not to resist. Just come back to the Liao residence with us obediently, and soon help us expand the family line. Have 2 kids a year, and the Liao family's legacy will flourish forever. Liao Xiuqi was a patriarch with traditional values. To him, a thriving family lineage was the paramount key to enduring prosperity. Sumu's eye twitched uncontrollably. 2 kids a year. Do they think him a hen laying eggs? Besides, it's your great-grandmother who'd be having the kids, not me. He never imagined that at nearly 40 he'd still face pressure from a younger generation to have children. This world was getting more surreal by the minute. Sumu laughed in exasperation, pointing at Liao Ziyuki's nose. You, my dear great-grandson, are the epitome of filial piety. Liao Xiuqi, far from being offended, puffed out his chest with a look of pride. Thank you for the compliment, great-grandfather. Sumu's mouth twitched violently. This old coot was really taking the inch and claiming the mile, getting high on the family reunion. His skin was thicker than a city wall's corner. Sumu had reached his limit and wanted to curse. Your MO. He barely got the 2 words out before Liao Xiuqi interjected with a serious face. That's my mother, which makes her your granddaughter-in-law. Sumu choked, a breath stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down. He stomped his foot in frustration. What a sin. How could he even curse now? Cursing his mother meant cursing his own granddaughter-in-law. Being of such a high generation was a hassle. He couldn't even find a proper angle for an insult. Sumu was completely out of options, so he simply gave up on further argument. His face darkened and his gaze turned icy. I'm leaving an ID like to see who can stop me today. Negotiations had officially broken down. Liao Ziyuki's face also turned cold. He waved his hand and ordered the 2 bodyguards beside him. Get him. Capture my great-grandfather. Tie him up tight. Tonight is the Liao family's joyous day. Anyone who lets the groom escape will answer to me. The 2 bodyguards stepped forward in unison, cracking their knuckles as they closed in on Sumu. Sumu stood still, not moving an inch, merely giving them a cold glance. I'm not feeling this forced marriage. Liao Xiuqi thought he was giving in and smiled with the confidence of victory. Great-grandfather, don't worry. If you're feeling a bit inadequate, I have some aged 3-whip wine stored for decades at home. I guarantee I'll cure what ails you and have you roaring with vitality. Damn it. This old bastard. This was the last straw. A man can never admit to being inadequate. Sumu's eyelid twitched. The next second, 10-fold acceleration activated. The 4 bodyguards lunging at Sumu only saw a blur. The man vanished into thin air right before their eyes. No afterimages. No sound of movement. It was pure speed, so fast it exceeded the limits of the human retina. The 4 bodyguards grabbed at nothing and nearly crashed into each other. They exchanged bewildered looks, faces full of disbelief. Where is he? Just then a lazy drawl came from behind them. Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no other like me in this world. Liao Xiuqi froze, then whipped his head around. There stood Sumu at the end of the corridor, hands in his pockets, back turned to them, hair swaying, as if in a breeze, his silhouette lonely and proud. No one in this world can stop me. Damn, what a show-off. That was some serious showing off. Liao Xiuqi was dumbfounded. He had lived for nearly 80 years, commanding the Liao family's $100 billion empire for decades. What hadn't he seen? But he had never seen anyone move with such speed. Was that even humanly possible? It was practically teleportation. Was this the true strength of his great-grandfather? No wonder. No wonder the proud, arrogant great-grandmother was so infatuated with this man, even proposing to him in public. This was no ordinary man. This was a legendary great-grandfather. If he could get him back to the Liao family, forget 1 or 2 kids a year, they could have a whole football team. The future of the Liao family depended entirely on him. Seeing Sumu about to disappear around the stairwell, Liao Xiuqi suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Sumu paused mid-step, tilted his head, and eyed him playfully. What, you still haven't given up? Liao Xiuqi, mimicking his posture, put his hands in his pockets, raised his chin, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Great-grandfather, I admit I underestimated you before. I thought you were just a pretty boy not worthy of my great-grandmother. But now, I'm even more determined to bring you back. For the future of the Liao family, even if the heavenly king himself came today, you're not leaving. Sumu raised an eyebrow, looking at this reckless old man. Oh, and you think you can eat with these useless bodyguards? Or with his old bones? Liao Xiuqi didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised one finger and began to count. It will take just 5 counts. 5, 4, 3,